Welcome to The Other Name, Septology I-II, written by Norwegian author Jon Fosse. This modern literary masterpiece, first published in 2019, is the opening of a 7-part series known as Septology. In The Other Name, we are introduced to Asle, a painter living on the coast of Norway, reflecting deeply on life, art, and faith. Through an intimate, poetic style and winding sentences, Fosse immerses us in Asle's memories, spiritual musings, and his powerful bond with another man named Asle, a doppelganger who reflects a path Asle himself could have taken. The narrative unfolds almost like a meditation, blending past and present with little punctuation or chapter breaks. This gives the novel a unique rhythm, challenging traditional storytelling and instead offering a rich, introspective journey. Fosse's prose reads like waves, gentle yet insistent, echoing the quiet power of Norway's fjords and seas. Jon Fosse, known for his work as a playwright and poet, is celebrated for capturing the internal landscapes of his characters. His style in Septology invites us to sit with stillness, to reflect on our own paths, and to confront the mysteries of existence. Now, let's begin the journey into The Other Name, Septology I-II, a world that will lead you into silence, reflection, and perhaps a glimpse of something beyond words. Septology I. And I see myself standing and looking at the picture with the 2 lines that cross in the middle, one purple line, one brown line. It's a painting wider than it is high, and I see that I've painted the lines slowly. The paint is thick, 2 long, wide lines, and they've dripped. Where the brown line and purple line cross, the colors blend beautifully and drip, and I'm thinking this isn't a picture, but suddenly the picture is the way it's supposed to be. It's done. There's nothing more to do on it. I think it's time to put it away. I don't want to stand here at the easel anymore. I don't want to look at it anymore, I think. And I think today's Monday, and I think I have to put this picture away with the other ones I'm working on but am not done with. The canvases on stretchers leaning against the wall between the bedroom door and the hall door under the hook with the brown leather shoulder bag on it. The bag where I keep my sketch pad and pencil, and then I look at the 2 stacks of finished paintings propped against the wall next to the kitchen door. I already have 10 or so big paintings finished plus 4 or 5 small ones, something like that, 14 paintings in all in 2 stacks next to each other by the kitchen door, since I'm about to have a show. Most of the paintings are approximately square as they put it, I think. But sometimes I also paint long, narrow ones, and the one with the 2 lines crossing is noticeably oblong as they put it, but I don't want to put this one into the show because I don't like it much. Maybe all things considered, it's not really a painting, just 2 lines. Or maybe I want to keep it for myself and not sell it. I like to keep my best pictures, not sell them, and maybe this is one of them. Even though I don't like it? Yes, maybe I do want to hold on to it even if you might say it's a failed painting. I don't know why I'd want to keep it with the bunch of other pictures I have up in the attic in a storage room instead of getting rid of it, or maybe Asle wants the picture? Yes, to give sister as a Christmas present? Because every year during Advent, I give him a painting that he gives to sister as a Christmas present, and I get meat and fish and firewood and other things from him. Yes, and I mustn't forget, as Asle always says, that he shovels the snow for my driveway in the winter too. Yes, he says things like that too. And when I say what a painting like that can sell for, and Jorgen Asle says he can't believe people would pay so much for a painting. Anyway, whoever does pay that much money must have a lot of it, he says, and I say I know what you mean about it being a lot of money. I think so too. And Asle says, well, in that case, he's getting a really good deal. In that case, it's a very expensive Christmas present he's giving sister every year, he says, and I say yes, yes, and then we both fall silent. And then I say that I do give him a little money for the salt-cured lamb ribs for Christmas, dry-cured mutton, salt cod, firewood, and for shoveling the snow. Maybe a bag with some groceries that I bought in Jorgen when I've gone there to run an errand, I say, and he says, a little embarrassed, yes, I do that, fair's fair, he says, and I think I shouldn't have said that. Asle doesn't want to accept money or anything else from me, but when I think about how I have enough money to get by and he has almost none, yes, well, I slip him a few more bills quickly, furtively, as if neither of us knows it's happening. And when I go run errands in Jorgen, I always buy something for Asle, I think. Because I may not make much money, but he makes almost nothing compared to me, I think, and I look at the stack of finished paintings with the homemade stretchers they're on facing out, and every painting has a title painted in thick black oil paint on the top board of the stretcher, and the painting I'm looking at the back of, at the front of the stack, is called And the Waves Beat Their Message. Titles are very important to me. they're part of the picture itself, and I always paint the title in black on the top of the stretcher. I make my stretchers myself, I always have, and I always will. As long as I paint pictures, I think that there may actually be too many paintings here for a show, but I'll take them all to the Bear Gallery anyway. Bear can put some of them in the side room of the gallery, in the bank, as he calls the room where he stores pictures that aren't in the show. I think, and then I take another look at the picture with the two lines crossing, both in impasto as they put it, and the paint has run a little, and where the lines cross the colors have turned such a strange color, a beautiful color, with no name. They usually don't have names because obviously there can't be names for all the countless colors in the world. I think, and I step a few feet back from the picture and stop and look at it, and then turn off the light and stand there looking at the picture in the dark, because it's dark outside. At this time of year it's dark, or almost dark, all day long. I think, and I look at the picture, and my eyes get used to the darkness, and I see the lines, see them cross, and I see that there's a soft light in the painting. Yes, a soft invisible light. Well then, yes, so it probably is a good painting, maybe, I think, and I don't want to look at the picture anymore, I think, but still I'm standing and looking at it. I have to stop looking at it now, I think, and then I look at the round table over by the window. There are two chairs next to it, and one of them, the one on the left, that's where I sat and sit, and the right-hand one was where Asle always sat when she was still alive, but then she died too young, and I don't want to think about that. And my sister Alida, she died too young too, and I don't want to think about that either, I think, and I see myself sitting there in my chair looking out at the fixed point in the waters of the Signe Sea that I always look at, my landmark, with the tops of the pines that grow below my house in the middle of the center pane in the bisected window, in the right-hand part, because the window is divided in two and both parts can be opened, and each side is divided into 3 rows, and the tops of the pines will be in the middle row of the right side, and I can make out the pines, and I found the mark. Right at the midline I can see waves out there in the darkness, and I see myself sitting there looking at the waves, and I see myself walking over to my car where it's parked in front of the Bear Gallery. I'm there in my long black coat with my brown leather bag over my shoulder. I've just been to the coffee house. I didn't have much of an appetite, I often don't, and just skipped dinner, but today I've had a simple open-faced ground beef sandwich with onions, and now the day's over, and I've bought everything I wanted to buy in Jorgven, so now it's time for me to drive home to Dilja. After all, it's a long drive, I think, and I get into the car. I put the brown shoulder bag down on the passenger seat and start the car, and then leave Jorgven the way Bear taught me. One day he showed me the way, showed me how to drive into Jorgven and out of Jorgven, how to get to the Bear Gallery, and then leave the Bear Gallery the same way going in the opposite direction, I think, and I'm driving out of Jorgven, and I fall into the nice stupor you can get into while you're driving, and I realize I'm driving right past the apartment building where Asle lives, in Sailor's Cove, right at the edge of the sea. There's a little wharf in front of it, I think, and I see Asle lying there on his sofa, and he's shaking, his whole body's shivering, and Asle thinks, can't this shaking stop? And he's thinking he slept on the couch last night because he couldn't get up and get undressed and go lie down in bed. And the dog, he couldn't even, Broggy, the dog, couldn't go outside, and he's still drunk, he thinks, really drunk, and he needs to stop shaking so badly. His whole body's shaking, not just his hands, Asle thinks, and he thinks that now he really has to get up and go to the kitchen and get a little something to drink to stop the shaking, because last night he didn't get undressed and go to bed. No, he just stayed where he was and passed out on the sofa, he thinks, and now he's lying here staring into space while his body keeps shaking, he thinks, and everything is, yes, what is it? An emptiness? A nothingness? A distance? Yes, maybe it's a distance, he thinks, and now he has to go pour himself a little drink so that the worst of the shaking will go away, Asle thinks, and then he'll go outside and go out to sea. That's what he'll do. Asle thinks that's the only thing he wants, the only thing he longs to do is go away, disappear, the way his sister Alida went away back when she was a child. She just lay there dead in her bed. Sister, Asle thinks, and the way the neighbor boy went away. Bard was his name. He fell off his father's rowboat into the sea, and he couldn't swim, and he didn't make it back on board the boat or back to land, Asle thinks, and he thinks now he'll make an effort, and get up, and then go to the kitchen and pour himself a stiff drink, so the shaking stops a little, and then he'll walk around the apartment and turn off the lights, walk around the whole apartment, and make sure everything is neat and organized, and then leave, lock the door, go down to the sea, and then go out to sea, and just keep going out into the sea, Asle thinks, and he thinks that thought again and again. It's the only thought he can think, the thought that he's going to go out to sea. He thinks that he's going to disappear into the sea, into the nothingness of the waves, Asle thinks, and the thought goes around and around in his head. It won't stop, it just keeps on circling around. This one thought is all that's real. Everything else is empty distance, Empty closeness. No, nothing is empty, but it's something like empty there in this darkness, and every other thought he tries to think he can't think. The other thoughts are too hard. Even the idea that he should raise his arm seems too hard, and he realizes he's shaking, even though he's not moving, his whole body's shaking. And why can't he manage the thought of getting up? Of lifting his hand? Why is the only thought he can think that he wants to go out to sea? That he wants to drink enough to make the shaking stop and then turn off the lights in the apartment, maybe straighten up the apartment if it needs it, because everything needs to be neat and tidy before he goes away, Asle thinks. And he thinks that maybe he should have written something to the boy, but the boy is a grown man now, isn't he? He hasn't been a child for a long time. He lives in Oslo, or maybe he could call him. But he doesn't like talking on the phone, and neither does the boy, Asle thinks. Or maybe he should write to live. After all, they were married for many years, but they were divorced so long ago that there are no hard feelings between them, because he can't go away just like that without saying goodbye to someone. That feels wrong. But the other woman he was married to, Siv, he can't even bear to think about her. She just left and took the son and the daughter away and moved far away from him. She'd left before he knew it. He hadn't thought about getting divorced at all, and she told him she'd had enough and took the son and the daughter and left. She had already found a new place for herself and them, she said, and he never noticed anything, Asle thinks. And then for a while the son and the daughter came to spend every weekend with him, he thinks. But then Siv found a new husband, and she took the son and the daughter and moved to a place somewhere in Trøndelag to be with this new man. She took the children and went away, and then he was alone again. And then Siv wrote and said he had to pay for this and that, and as soon as she asked him, he paid her whenever he had money, he thinks. And why think about that? Asle thinks it's just something that happened. Now everything's been taken care of. Everything's ready. All the painting supplies are in their proper place there on the table, and the pictures are leaning against the wall, stretchers facing out. The brushes are in a neat row, all cleaned, big to small, all wiped clean with turpentine, and the tubes of paint are also arranged properly, next to each other, full to empty, every cap screwed on tight. And there's nothing on the easel. Everything's clean and taken care of and in its proper place, and he's just lying there shaking, not thinking anything, just shaking. And then he again thinks he should get up and leave and lock the door, and then go out, and then go down to the sea and out into the sea, go out into the sea, go out until the waves crash over him, and he disappears into the sea. He thinks it again and again, otherwise nothing, otherwise the darkness of nothingness. The way it sometimes sweeps through him in quick glimpses like an illumination, and yes, then he's filled with a kind of happiness, and he thinks that there might be a place somewhere that's an empty nothingness, an empty light. And just think, what if everything could be like that? He thinks could be empty light? Imagine a place like that? In its emptiness, in its shining emptiness, in its nothingness? Asle thinks, and while he thinks about a place like that, which is obviously no place, he thinks he falls into a kind of sleep that isn't like sleep but more a bodily movement where he's not moving despite all his shaking. Yes, he's been shaking the whole time. Everything's heavy and hard, and there's a place in the big heaviness that's an unbelievably gentle shining light like faith. Yes, like a promise, Asle thinks, and I see him lying there. In the living room or studio, whatever it's called, I think he's lying on the sofa next to the window looking out over the sea, and there's a table by the sofa, and a couple of closed sketch pads on the table, and some pencils, all in a neat row. It's his room, Asle's room, just that, I think, and everything in his room is neat and tidy, and hanging on one wall is a large canvas with a stretcher facing out, the picture turned to the wall. And I see that Asle has painted a shining darkness on the stretcher in black paint, so that must be the title of the painting, I think. And there's a roll of canvas in a corner of the room. There are pieces of wood for making stretchers in another corner, I see. And I see Asle lying there on the sofa, and his body is shaking, and he's thinking that he has to go get a drink so he can stop shaking, and he sits up, and then he's sitting on the sofa, and he's thinking that now he really needs a cigarette, but he's shaking so much he can't even roll a cigarette, so he takes one out of the pack lying on the coffee table. He gets a cigarette out of the pack and gets it into his mouth and gets his matches out of his pocket and strikes a match and manages to light the cigarette. And he takes a good drag and thinks he won't take the cigarette out of his mouth. The ashes can just fall wherever they fall. And now he definitely needs a glass of something, Asle thinks. And he keeps shaking, and he manages to put the matches back in his pocket, and he bends over the ashtray on the coffee table and spits the cigarette down into the ashtray. And I'm driving north and I think I should stop by and see Asle. I shouldn't just drive past his house here in Sailor's Cove, but I can't stop him from going out to sea, and going out into the sea if he wants to. If that's what he really wants to do, he'll do it, I think. And I'm driving north and I see myself standing and looking at the picture with the two lines that cross, and I see myself go to the kitchen in my old house, because it is an old house and an old kitchen, and I see that everything's in its proper place and the sink and the kitchen table have been dried off. I see everything is clean and nice the way it should be, and I see myself go into the bathroom, turn on the light, and there too everything's neat and organized. The sink is clean, the toilet's clean, and I see myself stop in front of the mirror, and I see my thin gray hair, my gray stubble, and I run my hands through my hair, and then take off the black hairband holding my hair back, and my hair falls long and thin and gray down over my shoulders, down onto my chest, and I push my fingers through my hair, pull my hair back behind my ears. Then I take the black hairband and gather my hair and tie it back with it, and then I go out into the hall, and I see my black coat hanging there. How many years have I had that coat now? I think no one could ever accuse me of buying lots of clothes I don't need, I think, and I see some scarves hanging on a hook, and I think that I have a lot of scarves because Asle used to give me scarves for Christmas or as a birthday present. Since that's what I wanted, she asked what I wanted, and I usually said I wanted a scarf, and then that's what I got, I think, and I go into the living room or studio, whatever it's called. Really, it's both, but I call it the main room or the living room. And I see the brown leather shoulder bag hanging on the hook above the paintings I've put aside, the ones I'm not totally satisfied with, the ones leaning against the wall between the bedroom door and the hall door. And when I go out, I always take the brown shoulder bag with me, and I keep a sketch pad and pencil in it, I think. And I see the shoulder bag there on the passenger seat next to me, and I'm driving north, and I think how I'm looking forward to getting back home to my good old house in Dilja, and I see myself standing and looking at the round table by the window and the two empty chairs next to the table. There's a black velvet jacket hanging over the back of one of the chairs. Yes, the jacket I'm wearing. There on the chair closest to the bench, the chair where I always used to sit, and Asle used to sit in the chair next to it. That was her chair, I think. And I see myself stand back up and look at the picture with the two lines that cross. I don't like looking at the picture, but I sort of have to, I think, and I'm driving north in the dark, and I see Asle sitting there on the sofa, and he's looking at something, and he's not looking at anything. He's shaking, trembling, he's shaking the whole time, he's trembling, and he's dressed just like I'm dressed, black pants and pullover. And over the back of the chair next to the coffee table is a black velvet jacket just like the one I have, and usually hang on the back of the chair by the round table, and his hair is gray. It's pulled back to his neck in a black hairband the way my hair is, and his gray stubble, I have gray stubble too that I trim once a week or so, I think, and I see Asle sitting there on the sofa. And his whole body's shaking, and he lifts a hand slightly in front of him, a bit to the side, and his hands shake, and he thinks that it seems better now, easier for some reason, and he thinks he needs to eat a little something, but he's shaking so much that the first thing he needs to do is get up and go get something to drink. He thinks, sitting there on the sofa, and I think I can't just leave Asle alone when he's like that. I shouldn't have just driven past his building in Sailor's Cove. I should go see him. He needs me now, I think, but I've already driven a long way past the building where Asle lives, and I shouldn't have done that, and maybe I should turn around and drive back? But I'm so tired, I think, and I drive north and I see an old brown house at the side of the road and it's falling down. I see that a few roof tiles are missing, and that's where Asle and I used to live, I think, and it seems like such a long time ago, almost in a different life, I think, and I drive past the house, and after I've driven a bit farther I see a turnoff and steer into it and pull over and stop the car, and then I'm sitting in the car, just sitting, not thinking anything, not doing anything, just sitting there. Then I think, why on earth did I stop at this turnoff? I've never stopped here before, even though I've driven past it so many times. No, really, I need to get home now. I should have gone to see Asle, but now it's too late, I think. And I keep sitting in the car and I think that maybe I'll say a prayer. And then I think about the people who call themselves Christians and who think, or in any case used to think, that a child needs to be baptized to be saved. And at the same time they think that God is all-powerful. And so why is baptism necessary for salvation? Can't God do whatever he wants? If he's all-powerful, then mustn't it be his will whether or not someone's baptized? No, it's crazy to believe that baptism is necessary for salvation. No, it's too much, I think, and I notice that the thought makes me happy, the thought of the folly of the Christians who think that salvation requires baptism. How could they ever have come to think that? The idea is so stupid, so obviously stupid that you can't even laugh. Such obvious stupidity is nothing to laugh at, nor is the foolishness of the people who call themselves Christians. Many of them, not all of them, obviously, I think that people who think like that can't have big thoughts about God, and I think about Jesus, how much he loved children, how he said that children were of the kingdom of God, that they belong to the kingdom of God, and that is a beautiful and true thought, I think. So why would they need baptism to become that? Since they belong to the kingdom of God already? I think that baptism, child baptism, is all well and good, but it's for mankind's sake, not for God. It's important for people, or at least it can be important, or maybe it's just for the church. Yes, really it's mostly for the church, but it can't be for God, or for the children who are part of the kingdom of God already, and we must be as they are. We must become as little children to enter into the kingdom of heaven. That's what the Bible says, I think, and I think no, now I need to stop. Now I'm thinking foolishly myself, thinking about other people's folly while my own thoughts don't make sense. They're never clear enough. They don't fit together. Of course, you don't need to be dipped in water to be baptized. You can also be baptized in yourself, by the Spirit you have inside yourself, the other person you have and are, the other person you get when you're born as a human being, I think, and all of them, all the different people, both the ones who lived in earlier times and the ones who are still alive, are just baptized inside themselves, not with water in a church, not by a priest. They're baptized by the other person they've been given and have inside them, and maybe through their connection with other people, the connection of common understanding, of shared meaning. Yes, what language also has and is, I think that some people are baptized as children or as adults, yes. Some are washed clean with water, with holy water, I think, and that's all well and good in its own terms, but no more than that, and every single baptism of this or that person is a baptism of everyone. That's what I think, a baptism for all mankind, because everyone's connected, the living and the dead, those who haven't been born yet, and what one person does can in a way not be separated from what another person does, I think. Yes, just as Christ lived, died, and was resurrected, and was one with God as a human being, that's how all people are, just by virtue of being men and women in Christ, whether they want to be or not, bound to God in and through Jesus Christ, the Son of Man, whether they know it or not, whether they believe it or not. That's how it is. It's true either way. I think Christianity knows a thing or two too, and sure enough, I converted to the Catholic Church myself. Something I probably never would have done if it hadn't been for Asle, since I didn't even agree with the Catholic Church about child baptism, but I never regret it. Converting, I think, because the Catholic faith has given me a lot, and I consider myself a Christian, yes, a little like the way I consider myself a communist or at least a socialist, and I pray with my rosary every single day. Yes, I pray several times a day, and I go to Mass as often as I can for it too. Yes, Mass too has its truth, the way baptism has its truth. Yes, baptism is also a part of the truth. It too can also lead to God, I think, or at least to God insofar as I can imagine him. But there are also other ways of thinking and believing that are true, other ways of honestly turning to God. Maybe you use the word God. Or maybe you know too much to do that, or are too shy when confronted with the unknown divinity. But everything leads to God, so that all religions are one, I think, and that's how religion and art go together, because the Bible and the liturgy are fiction, and poetry and painting are literature and drama and visual art, and they all have truth in them, because of course the arts have their truth, I think. But now I can't just keep sitting and frittering away my time thinking confused thoughts like this. I think I need to keep driving north and get back home to Dilja, to my good old house. I have to stop sitting here freezing in my car. I have to start the engine and then drive to Dilja, because I like driving. It gives me a certain peace. I fall into a kind of stupor. Yes, to be honest, it gives me a kind of happiness. And the thought of getting back home to Dilja and back to my good old house makes me happy too, I think. Even if I'm sorry, I'm going back to an empty house now. That Asle has died. No, that's not true, because even if Asle has been dead a long time, she's still there in the house, I think. And I think that I should have found myself a dog, because I've always liked dogs and cats too, but I'd rather have a dog. There can be a greater friendship with a dog, I think, and I've thought it so many times, but I've never gone ahead and done it, got a dog. I don't really know why. Maybe it's because I'd still rather be alone with Asle? Because even though she's dead, she's still there in a way, I think. Or maybe I should just go ahead and get a dog. I think, but Asle has a dog. Yes, he's had a dog for all these years, I think, and I think I shouldn't have just driven past Asle's building. Someone like him the way he is now can't just be left alone, weighed down as he is now, so weighed down by his own stone, a trembling stone, a weight so heavy that it's pushing him down into the ground, I think. So I should turn around and drive back towards Bjorgvin, I think, and I should go see Asle. I think I have to help pull him out of himself. Think, and I see Asle sitting there on the sofa, and he's shaking and shaking. I should have driven back. He needs me, but I'm tired, and I want to get home. I want to keep driving north, driving home, because I've been to Bjorgvin and I've gone shopping for canvases at the art supply shop, and I bought wood for the stretchers at the hardware store, and I bought a lot of groceries, and now I want to drive back home to Dilbja right now, I think. And actually it did cross my mind to stay in Bjorgvin and go to evening mass at St. Paul's Church, but I was too tired. Maybe I'll just drive back to Bjorgvin next Sunday to go to morning mass. I haven't been to mass in a long time, so it'd be good to take communion. And then I can go see Asle, I think, and I see him sitting there on the sofa, and he's shaking and shaking, but doesn't he need to go walk his dog now? I think, and I see Bragi lying there by the hall door waiting to be let out, and I see Bragi get up and pad over to the sofa, and then jump up on the sofa, and lie in Asle's lap, and then he's just lying there, and the dog is shaking too, and Asle can't move. He can't even lift his hand, can't say a word. Just to say one single word feels like too much for him. It's as though he'd have to force himself to do it, he thinks, but now, yes. Now, for some reason, his thoughts aren't so fixed anymore. They're not going around and around in the same circle now, not anymore. His thoughts have begun to calm down now that the dog has come and lay in his lap. He thinks. Good dog, Asle says. Good boy, Bragi, good boy, he says. And Asle strokes Bragi's fur with his shaking hand and kneads his fur, and Asle thinks, how can he have thought about going into the sea? Because who would take care of the dog? There's no way he could decide to leave the dog, Asle thinks, and now he's shaking less. But he's still shaking, his body is trembling. I think, and no, I don't want to think about Asle anymore. I don't want to see him before my eyes anymore. His long gray hair, his gray stubble. I don't want to think about him anymore. There's no point in thinking more about him because he's just one person among many like that. He's alone. He's one of the many solitary people. He's just one artist among many, one painter among many, just one of the many painters almost no one knows about except some close family members and a few friends from school days and maybe a few fellow artists. He's one of thousands. No, I don't want to think about him anymore, I think. And then I think again that I should have dropped by to see him, alone as he is, falling apart as he is. I should have dropped by and asked him to come get a drink with me. Yes, he could have a pint of beer with a glass of something stronger, and I could have a cup of coffee with milk since I don't drink beer anymore. No beer or wine or anything stronger since I stopped drinking. That's what I should have done, because if Asle had something to drink it would be easier for him. He'd stop shaking, then he'd calm back down. Just getting something to drink would make things easier. The stone would get lighter, yes. His stone might shift off him a little bit, so that he could get a little light and a little air. I should have taken him with me someplace where there are other people, where other people are having drinks, where people are together, comforting their souls. That's what I should have done. I shouldn't have just driven past his building. I should have stopped and then taken him with me out into life. Yes, so he could live a little, yes, but instead I kept driving north like I wasn't worried about him. Like I was in such a hurry to get away from him. Because I couldn't do it, I couldn't see Asle lying there, I think, and so I just kept driving past the building in Sailor's Cove where his apartment is, as if Asle was too hard, as if his pain or his suffering, maybe that's the better word, made me want to keep driving, not because I didn't want to see him or spend time with him, but because, no, I don't know, but I wanted to get away. And maybe I thought I could drag his pain with me in a way, pull it behind me, that I could pull his suffering off of him and away from him if I kept driving? Anyway, that's an excuse I can think of now for not having stopped and visited his apartment, but instead having just kept driving. Because why didn't I go see him? Was it because I was scared to? Not prepared to share his pain with him? Share his suffering, but what do I mean by that? That's just a manner of speaking. Share his pain, share his suffering. It's a manner of speaking, as if you could share someone's pain or suffering, I think, and I see myself sitting there in the car, and I'm looking out the window and looking at the playground down below the turnoff. There are no children in it, but yes, there's a young woman with long black hair sitting on the swing, and there on a bench next to the swing is a young man. He has medium-length brown hair. He's in a black coat, wearing a scarf. It's late afternoon or early evening, and he sits there and looks at the woman sitting on the swing, and there's a brown leather bag hanging over his shoulder, and she's staring straight ahead. It's autumn. Some leaves have already started changing color. This is the best time of year. The most beautiful, I think, and maybe most beautiful of all in the evening when the light is right at the point of disappearing, when some darkness has entered the light, but it's still light enough to see clearly that some of the leaves have lost their green color. I think this is my time of year. It always has been. For as long as I can remember, autumn has been my favorite. I think, and I look at the young man sitting on the bench, not moving and staring straight ahead, as if not seeing anything, and I look at the young woman sitting on the swing. She too is staring straight ahead, as if at nothing. And why are they sitting so still? Why aren't they moving? I think he on the bench, she on the swing, both just sitting there. Why are they just sitting there? Why aren't they talking to each other? Why are they completely still, motionless, like a picture? I think yes, they're exactly like a picture I might paint. I think and I know that precisely this moment, precisely this picture, has already lodged itself in my mind and will never go away. I have lots of pictures like that in my mind, thousands of them, and from just one thought, from seeing just one thing that it looks like, or for no reason at all, a picture can turn up, often at the strangest times and places. A picture, a motionless picture, that still has something, like a kind of motion in it. It's as if every picture like that, every last one of the thousands of pictures I have in my head or wherever I have them, is saying something almost unique and irreplaceable, but it's practically impossible to grasp what the picture is saying. Of course, I might think that the picture is saying this or that. Obviously, I can think that, and obviously, I do think it. And I manage to think some of what the picture is saying, but never what it's actually saying, because you can't fully understand a picture. It's as if it's not entirely of this world, as they put it, and yes, it's strange, it's weird. He and she in that picture I see inside me that's so inexpressible. I'm really seeing them. He's sitting on the bench there. She's sitting on the swing there. They're sitting like they can't move, like something invisible is holding them in place, and like they've been sitting there a long time. That's how it seems. Yes, it's as if they've been sitting there like that always, forever, for always, and she's wearing a skirt, a purple skirt, and the skirt has turned a bit dark in the early evening darkness. Yes, the purple is moving towards black, and he's sitting in his long black coat, with the brown bag hanging over his shoulder, and his hair is brown and medium length, and I don't see any beard on his face, but I can't just sit here like this. I think that he and she, are sitting without moving, and that's what I'm doing too, just like them. I'm sitting without moving, and I can't very well just stay sitting in my car like this, because anyone driving by will wonder why I'm just sitting in my car, why I'm not driving any farther, but there's no one driving by, and if anyone did drive by, they wouldn't find it unusual that I was spending a moment in the turnoff. And anyway, so what if they did? The people in the playground would certainly think that if they noticed me. But clearly they haven't noticed me. At least neither of them has looked up at me sitting in my car while it's slowly starting to get dark out. It's still light, but darkness has come into the air. Slowly the darkness comes into the air, I think, sitting there looking at the young man in the black coat on a bench with a brown leather bag on his shoulder, and the young woman in a purple skirt on a swing, because they're still just sitting there, without moving. Yes, like part of a painting. Yes, that too, but when I paint, it's always as if I'm trying to paint away the pictures stuck inside me. Yes, the ones like this picture of him and her sitting there, to get rid of them in a way, be done with them. I've sometimes thought that that's why I became a painter, because I have all these pictures inside me. Yes, so many pictures that they're a kind of agony. Yes, it hurts me when they keep popping up again and again, like visions almost, and in all kinds of contexts, and I can't do anything about it. The only thing I can do is paint. Yes, try to paint away these pictures that are lodged inside me. There's nothing to do but paint them away one by one, not by painting exactly what I've seen or what's stuck inside me. No, I used to do that too much. Paint just what I saw and nothing more, just duplicate the picture, you might say. And that always turned out as a bad painting, and I didn't get rid of the picture inside me either. The one I was trying to paint away. No, I have to paint a picture in a way that dissolves the picture lodged inside me and makes it go away, so that it becomes an invisible, forgotten part of myself, of my own innermost picture, the picture I am and have, because there's one thing I know for sure. I have only one picture, one single picture, and all the other pictures, both the ones I see and the ones I can't forget that get stuck in me, have something about them that resembles the one picture I have inside me, and that isn't something anyone can see, but I do see some of what's in it, some of what's lodged inside me. Yes, that's what it's like now, and what I'm seeing while I sit in my car and look at a young man and a young woman just sitting and staring into space and not looking at each other. They're not saying anything to each other, but it's like they're listening together, like they're one, because it's like he can't be seen without her, and she can't be seen without him. Her black hair, his brown hair, her long hair, his medium-length hair, they are inseparable from each other as they sit there, And the fact that they're not moving is probably no odder than the fact that I'm not moving. I'm just sitting quietly in my car for no particular reason, just sitting, and why? I think, and then I realize I could go down to them, get out of the car, and just go right down to the two of them there in the playground, but it wouldn't be right to do that, would it? They should be left alone. The two of them are sitting there in such a big, slow, calm, fragile peace that I can't go bother them. It would disturb them if I went down to them. They're so calm there, so peaceful, I think. But still, am I going to stay sitting in my car like this as if I can't do anything, can't manage anything anymore? As if I'm exhausted from having seen Asle in his apartment by the sea in Sailor's Cove and seeing all the shaking in his body, as if I'm too tired after all the errands I ran in Jorgvin, I think. Now I need to get home, drive back home to my old house in Dilja, my good old house, because enough is enough already, I think. And I look at the young woman sitting on the swing and the young man sitting on the bench, and he's thinking that when he was young they used to spend a few weeks every year in the summer with his grandparents, his mother's parents, and their house was next to a playground exactly like this one, a little playground with a swing, a bench, a seesaw, and a sandpit. It was a gray brick house, not too big, and the flagstone floor in the hall comes into his mind, and there was a little outbuilding half hidden behind the gray brick house, surrounded by some bushes, and then next to the house, a little beyond it, was a small playground, and he spent a lot of time in that playground, he thinks, and maybe he should tell her that, but she's probably not interested in hearing things like that, and now they've been sitting there for such a long time without saying anything. He should break the silence by saying that when he was little he sometimes stayed in a gray brick house next to a playground like this one, he thinks, because they can't just stay sitting like this forever. Can they? Not even saying anything, he thinks. When I was young, he says, and he looks at her. Yes, she says. And she looks at him, and it's like there's a lightness and expectation in her voice, and yet he's still sitting there without saying anything else, and she asks him what he was about to say. Yes. When you were young, she says. Yes, I sometimes stayed next to a playground just like this one, he says. You did, she says. It's almost like it's the exact same playground, he says. It's kind of strange, he says. It seems like it's the exact same playground, he says. But there's not a gray brick house here, is there? She says. No, it's not actually the same playground, of course not, he says. It just seems that way? She says. Yes, he says. And then neither of them says anything, and again she stares straight ahead, and he stares straight ahead. It was a little house, a little gray brick house, he says. And she sits there on the swing, he sits there on the bench, they sit like that without moving and they're not saying anything, and then she says that he grew up on a small farm on Hortefjord with fruit trees, she says, and he says yes, that's right, and he says that he stayed in the little brick house only sometimes. It was when they were staying with his mother's parents, his grandparents, that they lived in a brick house like that next to a playground like this, he says. And I know that I need to paint this picture away. The next picture I start will be of these two people. I'll paint them away. I'll paint them in towards my innermost picture, because when I do that, if I can do that, then the picture will disappear and go away, and the uneasiness inside me will stop, and it'll bring me peace. I won't be haunted anymore. And if I don't, I'm sure that this picture will keep coming from inside me again and again. But I've probably always been painting this picture, or one like it, almost exactly like the one I'm seeing now, but in any case I need to paint it away yet again. I need to paint it away again and again, I think, but now I need to start the car again. I can't just sit here like this in my car watching two people who don't know I'm sitting here looking at them. I think, and suddenly I feel miserable. I feel grief. Yes, it's like grief is bursting from inside me, from nowhere, from everywhere, and it feels like this sorrow is about to choke me, like I'm breathing the sorrow in and I can't breathe it out, and I fold my hands and I breathe in deeply, and I say to myself inside myself, Kyrie, and I breathe out slowly and I say Aleison, and I breathe in deeply and say Christ, and I breathe out slowly and say Aleison, and I say these words again, and again, and the breaths and the words make it so that I'm not filled with sorrow anymore, with fear, with sudden fear, with this sorrow and the fear so strong that suddenly come over me and that overpowers me, and it's like it's made what's I in me very small, turned it into nothing, but a nothing that's nonetheless there, lodged firm, unshakable, even clearer in its motionless movement, and I breathe in deeply, and I say to myself Kyrie, and I breathe out slowly, and say Aleison. I breathe from the innermost part of me. I try to breathe from the thing that's most inside me, and I breathe in deeply, and I say Christ inside myself, and I breathe. Out slowly, and I say Aleisan, and I try to breathe from the thing that's there in my innermost place, from the picture that's there that I can't say anything about. I try to breathe from what I am inside, to keep the sorrow away, or in any case keep it under control so the fear doesn't take over, so the terrors don't overwhelm me, and I know that this sudden sorrow, these sudden terrors that have welled up inside me will get smaller, and I will get bigger, and I think that that's really ridiculous. If someone saw me now, they'd laugh and laugh. If they saw me thinking I could sit in a parked car in a turnoff saying, Kyrie Aleisan, Christ Aleisan, it's absurd, they'd have to laugh, but let them laugh, let them, because it helps. It helps. Yes, now I feel calmer again, and I look back down at the man and woman in the playground, and I think that it's time to drive home to my wife and our child now. They're at home waiting for me, but I'm here on the road to Dilja. This is the way to Dilja, isn't it? Yes, now I need to keep driving to Dilja, obviously. Where else would I be driving to? And I'm driving back to my wife and our child, in a way, to wife and child. No, how could I think that? No, I have to drive back to the old house in Dilja, where I live, just me, alone. I live there alone, that's how it is. How could I think I was going home to my wife and our child? Maybe it's because I wish I was? Because I wish that that's what I was doing? Going home to my wife and our child? Not having to go home to an empty house, my cold and empty house? Not having to go home to my own loneliness? And that's why I think I'm going to drive home to my wife and our child when actually I'm going to go home to an empty house, a cold house, although actually I left the heater on, didn't I? And it'll be good to get home anyway, it will, to get home to my good old house, and really I can't stay sitting here like this in my car on this turnoff, I think, and I look at the playground and it's already almost dark, and I see that the young man has stood up and moved and is standing in his long black coat behind the young woman, and he takes the ropes holding the gray wooden board she's sitting on, and he gently pulls her back. No, she says. I don't want to swing, she says. I'm not a little kid, she says. And he lets go of the rope and she swings forwards. No, stop it, she says. And she swings backwards. Stop it, she cries. And he goes on pulling her back towards him and then pushing her away, pushing harder each time. He makes her go faster and faster and she's swinging back and forth, and he thinks that if she doesn't want to swing, she can just put her foot on the ground and stop the movement of the swing. Simple as that. She has shoes on, but she doesn't stop the swing. I don't want to swing, she says. Why are you pushing the swing when I don't want you to? She says, I didn't ask you to, she says. I didn't say I wanted to, she says. I don't want to, she says. You just started pushing me like it didn't matter whether I wanted to or not, she says. And he keeps pulling her back towards him and then pushing her away, and he thinks now, why is he doing this? Also, why is he pushing her away from him harder and harder each time? And pulling harder each time, and she steadily soars ahead, away from him, and comes steadily back, towards him, and then he pushes her again, back and forth, away and back. It's just a game, he says. And he gives a push with all his strength and the swing flies away, and she screams and her skirt flutters and her black hair is sticking straight out behind her. Yes, that was a scream. She screams that he needs to stop. She doesn't like it. He really has to stop now. She's scared. She's really scared. She could fall off the swing, she cries. He needs to stop. Enough. She doesn't want it anymore. Stop, she cries. But you like it? He says, no, stop, she says. You like it, he says. No. She says, you do too, he says. And she says no. She says, what if she falls off when she's at the highest point? And he gives another push, pushing as hard as he can, and she flies away. Her black hair sticks straight out behind her when she's on her way up, skirt flapping, and she screams. A kind of squealing shriek comes out of her when she's at the top of the swing, even louder than before, and on her way back down her dark hair flies to the side and forwards and she shrieks, no, stop it, I don't like it, I'm scared. Stop, I mean it, stop. You do too like it, he says. And when she comes back, he makes her go faster again. He pulls the swing and gives her a good push, and she flies forwards, up, and now she's not yelling. Now she's starting to help. Now when she's at the top, she bends her knees back and as it were throws her upper body forwards and the swing comes back stronger. And when she's come all the way back, she raises her feet forward, and at the moment he pushes on her back, she as it were flings herself forward and amplifies the swings. She goes farther. Forward, higher up, every time it's farther forward, higher and higher. Faster, she cries. Push harder, she cries. As hard as you can, she cries. And she is out of breath and a little hoarse almost, and he pushes as hard as he can. She screams, yeah, she screams. Like that, as hard as you can, she screams. And he thinks he can't push any harder. He's already using all his strength. He's already pushed the swing as hard as he can. He's starting to get tired, he thinks. Push harder, she cries. And he doesn't push as hard, but he gives regular pushes, almost the same strength every time. Even regular, they are now in an even rhythm, up and down. She swings evenly back and forth, and she shouts, "This is great. It's wonderful." She feels a tickling in her stomach. He can't stop. He needs to grab tight and pull her and push her away. Perfect. So evenly back and forth, she says, a little faster now, but still evenly, she says, and now he has to pull as hard as he can once or twice. Push her as hard as he can a few times. She shouts, but she's shouting in a way softly. She keeps shouting softly that it's tickling. It's tickling so nicely in her stomach, all over her, but it's scary, awful, horribly scary, but good too, incredibly great. She shouts softly, breathlessly. Pull, push as hard as you can. She cries, do it, she cries. Do it a few more times and then we'll stop, she cries. And he thinks, all right, that's enough. You get tired of just standing and pushing a swing, and it's getting darker and darker. And at first she didn't want him to push her. Now she doesn't want him to stop. That's the way it goes, isn't it? He thinks, and he steps back a little, and the swing comes towards him. Push, push my back, she cries, and he backs slowly away. Can't you do any more? She says. And he pushes, and she pumps her legs and swings by herself as well as she can. She pulls the ropes with all her strength and throws herself forward as hard as she can, and when she's at the highest point she shouts, "Ah, ah, ah," before she comes back down and back. This is great. She cries more, she cries. And he looks at her and takes a running jump with a swing and hurls it forward with all his might. "Yah," she screams. And she draws it out, shrieks yay again, and then shouts yay more slowly. At first you didn't want to, he says, I was scared, she says, and now you don't want to stop, he says, no, no, I like it, she says. But you've been swinging long enough now, he says, it's so good, it's great, she says. And the swing moves back and forth less and less, up and down, back and forth. It was scary in the beginning, but then I wasn't scared anymore, she says. That's often how it is, he says, it was fun though, she says. And the swing has almost stopped moving, it's moving back and forth only a little, and she says that when she was young she never dared swing. It was so scary, she felt, or else she did dare, but only barely, a little bit forward and a little bit back. And he says maybe he shouldn't have pushed her so hard, and she says it was great that he did. She liked it, even when she was saying she didn't like it, she was actually liking it, she says, and he says, yes, well that's how it often is, people often say one thing and mean something else, even the exact opposite, he says, and she says she's not sure that it happens all that often, but anyway it did just now with her on the swing, she says, and the swing is now moving back and forth by no more than its own width, and he grabs the ropes and stops the swing and stops her, and he stays behind the swing holding onto it until it stops moving altogether, and then he's just standing there, and she's just sitting there, and then she looks up at him. That was fun, she says. Yeah, even if we're grown-ups, he says, or at least almost grown-up, she says, kind of grown-up at least, he says. Kind of, yeah, she says. And he carefully pushes the swing again, pulls the rope, kind of grown-up, she says. Kind of, she says. And the swing is moving back and forth by itself, not very far each way now, but still up and down, gently now, gently back and forth. We'll be grown-up soon anyway, she says, yeah, he says. And he takes the ropes again, and the swing stops, but it's dark, he says. It's still a little light, she says, one last time, she says. And he grabs the ropes again, and takes a step back, pulling her with him. He goes as far back as he can go, he pulls her back as high as he can, and then lets go of the swing, and she howls, no, no, no more, not so hard, not so strong, I can't, no more, she shouts, ah, no, no, she shrieks, and he moves away from the swing. Not so much, she cries, that's too much, she cries, ah, she cries. And he stands and looks at her, and he sees her swinging back and forth, up and down, but more and more gently, and then she pumps the swing herself a little, back and forth, up and down, and then it gets slower, and the swing just drifts back and forth, and he moves a bit farther away from the swing. Where are you going? She says, nowhere, he says. But you're going to the gate, are you leaving? She says, no, no, he says. I'm not leaving you here, but it'll be dark soon. Maybe we should go home? He says. Just wait till the swing stops, she says. And she puts her feet on the ground and stops the swing, and she looks at him and smiles and says that was really fun. She hasn't been on a swing since she was a little kid, she says, and back then she didn't like it very much. She was such a scaredy cat. She was scared of everything when she was little. When she was a little girl, she says. You were too scared to go on the swings? He says, to go that high, she says. Yes, he says. No, I really didn't dare, and when I did swing a little it was only to show I could do it, sort of, she says. And she says that that's what she was like as a child. Yes, and then neither of them says anything, and then she asks if he was brave enough to go on the swings when he was little. Were you brave enough? She says. And he nods, and she steps off the swing and she goes over to him, and he looks at her long dark hair, hanging straight down now, and then she raises her face to his with half-open lips, and he puts his mouth on her mouth and their mouths meet, open wide. That was a cautious kiss, she says. And he puts his hand over her hair, but off it, so to speak, without touching her hair, and then they put their arms around each other and hold each other tight, and he puts his hand on her hair and starts to stroke her long dark hair, up and down, and she rests her head on his shoulder, and I see them standing there, not moving. They're like a picture, like one of those pictures I'll never forget, a picture I'll paint. I need to paint them close to me and paint them away. I need to paint them close and paint them away just the way they're standing there now, I think, because now it's like a light is coming from them, standing there so close together, as if they were one, standing as if two people were one. Yes, they're so close as it gets dark and the darkness falls over them like snow, a darkness somehow like snowflake after snowflake, yet also like one darkness, one undivided darkness, not bits of darkness, but one snowing darkness. And the darker it gets, the more light is coming from them. Yes, a kind of light is coming off them. I can see it. Even if the light is maybe invisible, it's still visible, because light can come from people too, especially from eyes, mostly in glimmers and invisible shining light. But from these two comes a silent, even light, always the same and never changing. It's like the two of them standing there are one light. Yes, that's what the light coming from them is like, one light, I think, and he realizes that she's almost all light, at least. That's how she seems to him right now, he thinks, standing there. But how stupid is that? He's standing here holding a flesh and blood woman, and he's thinking that she's light. It's not a good idea to think things like that, he thinks, and sure, he's never been all that smart, but that's how it feels, like he's holding a light in his arms. That's strange, he thinks, and the fact that he's thinking something like that as they stand here with their arms around each other, she holding him, he holding her, no, it's too stupid thinking that, he thinks. It's downright unmanly, he thinks. Because she's not pure light, she's a flesh and blood woman and shaped like a flesh and blood woman. She's not light, no, she's a woman. She's his girlfriend, not made of light, he thinks, and I see them let go of each other, and then they move a little ways apart, and I see the darkness move a little ways off from them, and now they're standing there as if cut out of the darkness. They're standing a little apart from each other, and they look a bit tired, and he thinks he can't think she's light. What a stupid thing to think, he thinks. Thoughts like that are big and empty, he thinks, and he takes her hand, and then they go over to the seesaw and they let go of each other's hand, and she sits on one side, sits almost all the way on the ground with its tufts of grass on the gray dirt. And then he goes and pulls the seesaw down a little, and she helps with her feet, and he raises one foot over the board and puts it down on the ground and then sits on the seesaw, and then the seesaw starts to sink down to the ground on his side, and she pulls in her feet, and then she's up in the air. It was nice being up on that swing. It's been a long time, she says. I feel like we're children again, he says. We're making each other like children again, she says. I'm like a little girl again. Either I'm soaring and moving on the swing or hanging in the air like now, she says. Every child likes being up in the air, she says, and every grown-up child, he says. Yes, maybe, she says. We do anyway, he says. We do now, anyway, he says. But now we're saying such dumb things. She says, I'm almost embarrassed, she says. And then he kicks off and goes up in the air, and she sinks to the ground, and then she kicks off and goes up in the air, and he sinks down to the ground. Everyone likes being up in the air, he says, and he reaches the ground and kicks off. Regular movements, he says. And she sinks to the ground and reaches the ground, and then kicks off like breathing, he says. And he sinks to the ground and he kicks off, and like heartbeats, she says. And she sinks to the ground and she kicks off. Being in the same movement, he says. And he sinks to the ground, and he kicks off, being together in the movement, she says. And she sinks to the ground, and she kicks off, being the same movement, he says. And he sinks to the ground, and he kicks off like waves, she says. And she sinks to the ground and she kicks off like waves in the same sea, she says. And he sinks to the ground and he kicks off like us together, she says. And she sinks to the ground and she kicks off like you and me, he says. And he sinks to the ground and he kicks off like us, she says. And she sinks to the ground and she kicks off and he lets it happen and lets his weight tilt the seesaw down, and he's sitting astride the seat with his feet on the ground while she and her feet are hanging free in the air. That's how it'll be, she says, like this, he says. And then he kicks off with his feet and she sinks down and her feet touch the ground. And like that too, she says, and she kicks off. Like that too, he says. And they stay like that, he on the ground, she up in the air. When you were little, she says. Yes, he says. When you lived there over the summer on summer holidays in a little brick house, gray brick, she says. You just told me about that, she says. Yes, he says. But you grew up on the little farm, and you had a boathouse and a rowboat there? She says. Yes, he says. And your parents still live there? She says. Yes, he says. And an orchard? She says. Yes, yes, I told you, he says. You did, she says. Yes, several times, he says. And then they're sitting and not saying anything. Why are you asking about that again? He says. I don't know, she says. No, he says. Couldn't we go there sometime soon? She says, and he doesn't say anything. Visit your parents? She says. Don't you want to? She says. Yeah, he says. And he hesitates, as if he doesn't want to talk about it. You don't want to? She says. But we can go anyway, he says. It's nice there in Barmen, he says. And the farm is nice, it's on Horta Fjord, and it's nice being out on the boat in the fjord, he says. Yes, you've told me that, she says. That you really like being out on the water, she says. Yes, I've always liked that, he says. And then it's quiet. They're just sitting there. But we have to go there at least once, she says, and it'd be nice to see your parents. She says. I don't see them much anymore, he says. No, you and your mother, she says, and she breaks off. We won't talk about that, he says. And again, neither one says anything, and they sit like that for a long time. And I think, why are they just sitting there? It's like they're frozen in place. It looks like they're both looking away from each other, keeping their eyes fixed on something next to them. And for them to just sit quietly like that for so long. Yes, how can they do that, I think? And then she looks at him. Do you think we should leave? She says. And he doesn't say anything, and she asks if he's going to be painting again tomorrow, and he says he probably will. Yes, tomorrow the same as every other day. Yes, since he was maybe 12 years old, somewhere around there anyway, there hasn't been a single day when he didn't either paint or draw. It just happens by itself. That's how it is, like it's him in a way. Painting is like a continuation of himself, he says, and he stops himself and says, no, that's too much, way too much, really. Painting is just something he does every day. True, it's an old habit, you might say, he says, and she says, well then, that's how it is, and she sounds a little sulky, I think. Her voice makes it seem like she doesn't entirely like what he's saying, and he says that the painting he's in the middle of at the moment might turn out to be really good, but it's so hard to get it right. He has to be so careful. It only takes the tiniest thing to have done too much on it, and then the whole picture can be ruined, and it'll be impossible to find his way back to what was good in the picture, to what the picture is trying to say, or however you describe it. Actually, it can't be described, because a picture says something and doesn't say it at the same time. It speaks silently, yes, or more like it shows something that can't be said. He says, and I think, no, I've really got to be getting home now. It's late now, and it's time to get moving. Keep driving, I think. And then she says it's even darker now. Maybe they should go home soon? She says, and he says, yes, they really should, and he asks if she liked flying through the air, and she says yes, she had a great view, even though it was so dark by then, a better view than the one she is sitting down anyway, she says, and that, the fact that she sees better than him, is an old story. Let him paint as much as he wants. Yes, she sees better than he does, whether it's light out or dark out. She sees especially well. As for him, he doesn't see anything but this or that picture. This or that thing right in front of his nose, she says, and then suddenly he pushes off as if he's angry or something, I think, and she sinks down to the ground and she screams, a long, low scream. And he lifts one foot off the ground and stands up and gets off the seesaw while slowly lowering the seesaw with his hand, and then she's sitting safe on the ground and he walks around to her and holds out his hand to her, and she takes his hand, and she gets up, and then they just stand there, and I think now, I've really got to be getting home. It'll be totally dark soon. And then I sit and look at the playground where a young woman and a young man are hanging around playing, like children. And by now it's so dark that I can only just make them out. Or is all of this just me seeing things? This isn't all in my mind, is it? Am I just imagining that they're there? No, of course not. I saw them. I'm seeing them now, I think, definitely. And maybe I should get out and stretch my legs? Get a little fresh air? Go down to the playground too? I think, but a person can't just do something like that, can he? If I do it, I have to do it before it gets too dark, I think, and it's probably not all that strange for a person to get out of his car and take a little walk. Go down a little path to a playground and walk past it, leave the road and go down past a playground, and up a hill on the other side. I see the hill, and obviously I don't need to go into the playground, just walk past it. Yes, right now either I need to drive home or I need to get out of the car and stretch my legs, I think, and I get out of the car and I look around. The mountain rises up gently on the other side of the road before getting steeper and rising up sharply, and there, up at the top, I see the sky and the stars are out, shining weakly, and then there's the road, a narrow country road running along the base of the mountain, and then a hill leads gently down towards the playground, and there's a little path down the hill from the turnoff to the playground, and it goes past the playground and continues uphill to the top of another hill behind the playground, and that's strange. I've never noticed that before. This path down to the playground, and then continuing up a hill. Behind the playground, I think, and then I'm standing there looking down at the playground and I see him and her standing there in the darkness. They're barely visible, but I can see that they're standing without moving, holding hands, and it was a good idea to get out of the car and get a little fresh air, I think, and I feel how nice the cool air is. I sort of revive a little, and of course I'm as free as anyone else to take an ordinary little stroll, I think. Yes, of course, but I always tend to think I'm not allowed to do things. That's why I always do the same things over and over, I think, and I start walking towards the path, and I start down it past the playground, and I look at the two people there in the playground, and they must not have noticed me as they stand there holding each other. They're standing there like they are one, he holding her, she holding him, and neither can be separated from the other. And then they let go of each other, and I walk carefully down the path. It's already dark, she says. Yes, it's autumn now, he says. Almost winter, she says, but not quite yet, he says. Yeah, she says. Now we've done everything but play in the sandpit. He says, are you saying we should play in the sandpit? She says. And her voice sounds a little surprised, almost yes, well, why not? She says. But we'll get sandy and dirty. He says, maybe we shouldn't? She says. No, maybe not, he says. Our clothes'll get dirty, he says. And she says they could always take some clothes off, and she takes off her jacket and pulls her pullover up over her head, and now she's standing there in just a bra and her purple skirt. Can you believe it? Standing there almost naked like that, in this cold, I think, and then she pulls him over to the sandpit, and I walk slowly, step by step, down the path, and I think this is unbelievable. I should quietly walk past the playground and up the hill over there. I should see what's on the other side of the hill, and then I should turn around. It's time to be getting back home. It won't be long before it's totally dark, I think, and I try to stop looking at them, but I see them bring each other over to the sandpit, and then they're standing next to the sandpit, and then she lays out her jacket and pull over on the sand. Now we're kids again, she says. Now we're doing whatever we want, she says. Yes, we're kids, he says. Naughty kids doing whatever they want, she says. And she lies down in the sand on her jacket and pullover. She's lying there in just her bra and purple skirt, and her dark hair spreads out, and then she says that he needs to take his clothes off too. No, we can't do this, he says. Yes, we can, she says. Someone might see us, he says. It's almost totally dark, she says. Come on, she says. And then she pulls up her purple skirt and tells him to come over. He needs to come over to her now because it's cold, and he needs to warm her up, she says, and he says that's what he said. It's too cold to take off any of their clothes, and she says, come on, and he says, no, we can't do this. Someone might see us, he says. She needs to put her clothes back on right away, he says, and she says that it's almost totally dark. No one's coming, no one might see them. Come on, just come over here, she says, and then he takes off his brown shoulder bag and puts it down next to the sandpit and takes off his long black coat and lays it over her, and then he covers the both of them with the coat, so that only his coat is visible, and no, I have no right to watch this, I think, and is it really happening? Or is it all just something I'm dreaming? Or is it something that actually happened to me once? Isn't that me, lying there in the sandpit on top of her with my long black coat covering us both? Isn't that exactly what happened to me once? I think, but even so I have no right to watch what's happening, I think, and I keep walking quietly as I can. I continue slowly down the path, and I don't want them to notice me. I don't want to bother them. I want them to stay alone in their own world. And now I can just barely see the coat there in the sandpit, Or maybe I can't see the coat. Maybe it's all just something I'm picturing in my mind? No, I think, and I can't watch, I have no desire to see this, and now I need to turn around now. I think I need to turn around now and go back to my car, because all of this, is it even really happening? Or do I just think it's happening? Or remembered happening? Is it something that happened to me once? It must have been a long, long time ago because I can't remember it, but isn't that me lying there in the sandpit under my long black coat? And isn't it the same coat I wear all the time? My good old long black overcoat? And she, lying under me and under my long black coat that's covering us? Isn't that me? Isn't that us? I think, isn't that me sometime in the past? Or is this happening now in reality before my eyes, right there in the playground? I think, and I stop, and now it's dark, totally dark, and with a kind of clear-sightedness that lets me see in the darkness, I see the two of them lying there in the sandpit, and the clear sounds of breathing are coming from the sandpit, and I hear them moving with the same regularity, like waves striking land. I hear the regular movements like waves back and forth, again and again, and everything is one movement, one breath, out and in, hearts beating, two hearts beating against each other in the sandpit, and my own heart is beating, and in a steady movement, like waves. Against the shore, I walk up to the road in my car, and I hear from the playground movements, waves against the shore, back and forth, and I'm walking in the same movement, step by step, and now I mustn't turn around and look at them, I think. And I keep going, and then I don't hear the sound of any more movements coming from the sandpit, and I look at the young man, and now he's standing in the sandpit with his pants down below his knees, but his black coat is still draped over her, and he has a bucket in his hand, and he fills it up with sand, and then pours the sand out all over his coat, over her. He refills and empties the bucket, covering her and the coat with sand. No, impossible, incredible. He really is pouring sand over her as she lies under his coat with a little bucket some kid left behind in the sandpit. And no, I mustn't watch. Now I need to get home to Dilja, because I can't walk in the dark like this and watch a young man stand next to a young woman lying under his long black coat and empty bucket after bucket of sand over the coat and her, I think, but I can't take my eyes off the two people in the sandpit and can't stop seeing him empty bucket after bucket of sand over her, and then he finally pulls his pants up and buttons them, and then he takes his coat off her, and sand sprinkles off his coat, and she stands up and tugs at her skirt, picks up her pullover and jacket, shakes out her skirt, brushes the sand off them, and he shakes the sand off the long black coat, and he puts it on, and then drapes the brown leather bag over his shoulder, and it looks like he's ready to leave. Come back here, she says, and she looks at him. Don't go, she says. Don't just leave like that so suddenly, she says. Come to me, she says. And she holds out her hand to him, and he goes over to her and takes her hand, and they stand still for a moment. Time to go? He says. Yes, she says. And then she opens her arms and puts them around him and holds him close, and I turn around and I keep walking up to the road, and she says, sweetheart, my darling boy, she says, and he says, sweetheart, my darling girl, my darling girl, my darling girl, he says, and then she says, it's pretty cold, and he says, yes, it's really cold, he says. He's freezing even though he has his coat on, and I walk carefully, and as quietly as I can, and I look back at the playground and see her long dark hair, hanging straight down over her back, almost down to her hips, and he is just standing there, not doing anything, and his medium-length brown hair is tousled and sticking out in every direction like it's confused while her hair hangs straight down, and then she brings her face to his, her mouth to his, and she kisses him on the mouth, and then she says that there's really a lot of sand on his coat. Yeah, he says. And he gives a little laugh. It's all over us, he says. It's 'cause you poured all those buckets of sand on me. She says, yes, he says. You almost buried me, she says. Almost, not quite, he says. And they stand there, and it's like they don't exactly know what to do or say. Now it's really dark, she says, and cold, too, she says. Like you said, she says. Yes, he says. We should go home, he says. And she nods. And then they move a little bit apart from each other, and she looks at him, he looks at her, because you're Asle, she says, and you're Asle, he says. And they smile at each other. They shyly smile at each other. And she says, can you believe we took our clothes off in the dark, when it's so cold out too? She says, we took our clothes off outside, so late in the autumn, when it's so dark and so cold, and then to lie down in a sandpit, naked, she says, and she laughs. But anyway, it's somewhere to live. She says, yes, even if the house is falling down. He says, practically a shack. She says, yes, it's going to be almost impossible to heat that house, he says, but it's somewhere to live anyway, she says, and he says that when they get home he'll have to thoroughly brush all the sand out of their clothes, and then they just stand there holding hands. And then we'll need to wash them, she says. Or at least brush and wipe all the sand off. She says, we're pretty wild, she says. No, what we did wasn't totally crazy. He says, imagine what people would say, she says. Yeah, he says. I think there's a car up there in the turnoff. He says, no, she says. Yup, he says. It's cold and we need to get home, she says, to our new place. Yes, he says. It'll be at least a little warmer there, she says. A little, maybe, he says. But anyway, that's the home we have, she says. And it's good we have somewhere to live, he says, and that we have each other, she says. We do, he says. And she turns her face towards him, and they give each other a short kiss. We have each other, she says. In deepest darkness we have each other, he says, and we stick together, she says. Through thick and thin, he says, there will always be us, she says. There will always be you and me, he says. Asle and Asle, she says. Asle and Asle, he says. The two of us forever, just us, you and me, she says. That's right, he says. And now it's completely dark and I've made it back to the car, and I get in and sit down and stay sitting there looking straight ahead, and I lean back in the seat and put my head on the headrest and look straight ahead, and now I see nothing but darkness in front of me. Just the black darkness, nothing but black. And I think that I'm parked in the turnoff by the brown house where Asle and I used to live. I stopped here to take a break because I was tired, I think, and because I wanted to pray. Since I pray 3 times a day, almost every day, I say a prayer that I've put together myself, in the morning and once in the middle of the day, and then in the evening, yes, laudies or matins as they call it, and then sextus and then vespers, and I use a rosary with brown wooden beads to pray with. There's a loop with 5 decades, as they call them, 5 groups of 10 beads each, with a gap between each group, and then there's a string hanging off the loop with a gap and a bead, and then a gap and then 3 beads, and then a gap and then a bead, and then a gap and then a cross at the end, and I always have my rosary with me, around my neck. It was Asle who gave it to me. It was she who taught me about rosaries. I had barely heard the word rosary before I met her. I think, yes, I remember that I heard the word once and wondered what it meant, I think, but now I always wear a rosary around my neck like a necklace, and I always silently say to myself the Pater Noster, or Our Father, 2 or 3 times, and I see every prayer before me. Yes, like a picture. I've never learned any of the prayers by heart, but I recall them by seeing them in front of me, since I can also easily see things written in front of me, but I try not to do that, so there are only a few things I see before my eyes in writing, and unlike with pictures I can decide whether or not I want to remember something written. I think that I also like to pray 3 Ave Marias and 1 Gloria Patri each time, and I pray either in Latin or in my own translation into Norwegian, Nynorsk, and after that what I pray varies a little. It's often the creed, the short apostolic creed, that they say the apostles spoke, or anyway something like that, and in any case I say the whole thing silently before the Pater Noster, the long creed, the Nicene Creed. I see just pieces of that before my eyes, yes, light from light, lumen to lumen, visible and invisible things, visibilium omnium et invisibilium. And then I sometimes say something from Salve Regina, right to the end, and sometimes I try to stay silent, not think about anything while I'm praying, and just let there be a silence inside me, and then I can pray for something. But I almost always pray for intercessions. I pray for other people, almost never for something I'm planning to do myself, and if it is, then it has to be something I can do to help God's kingdom to come. For example, paint pictures so that they might have something to do with God's kingdom, and I always make the sign of the cross, both before I start praying and after I'm done. And I say, in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost, Amen, or else in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, Amen. And in the mornings it's a short prayer, often just the sign of the cross, and in the middle of the day I pray the longest, and in the evening I usually pray myself to sleep with something from the Jesus prayer and saying to myself, Lord Jesus Christ, and I say each syllable while either breathing deeply in or breathing slowly out. The same when I say, have mercy on me, a sinner. Again and again I say these words, or else I say to myself, Domini Jesu Christ Filii Dei Miserere, me peccatoris, again and again, breathing deeply in, breathing slowly out. But I almost always say this prayer in Norwegian for whatever reason, and then I disappear into sleep. I think I fall asleep either to that prayer or to the Ave Maria, I think, and what I'm looking for in all my prayers is silence and humility. I think, yes, God's peace. I think And I take the rosary in both hands and lift it from under my pullover and pull it up over my head, and then sit with the rosary in my hands, and I hold the cross between my thumb and forefinger, and I think that I must have fallen asleep and dreamed, but I wasn't asleep and I wasn't dreaming, I think, and it was all unreal and at the same time real. Yes, all of that happened both in a dream and in reality, and I sit there staring straight ahead into the darkness. Now the darkness is blackness. It's not just dark anymore, and I just look into the blackness and I think that now I have to start making my way home. But I've thought that so many times already, and now, as if it's the middle of a sunny day, I see the two of them walking towards me, a young man with medium-length brown hair and a young woman with long dark hair. They stand out in the darkness. It's as if a light coming from them stands out in the darkness. Yes, they're walking straight at me like they're illuminated, and their faces are peaceful and still, and they're holding hands, and they are like one shape walking, and they might have noticed me or my car, but they're much too involved with each other. They are in each other. They are present to each other, in their own world. And they walk past the car, and I turn to follow them with my eyes in the darkness, and I see his medium-length brown hair so clearly, and I see her long dark hair hanging straight down her back, and I see them slowly disappear into the darkness and go away, and I let go of the cross and put the rosary back around my neck and tuck it under my pullover, and then I make the sign of the cross, and I say to myself in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost, amen, and then I start the car, and I think, no, that didn't happen, I think, and now I really need to get home, I think, now I need to drive home to my wife and our child, I think, and I drive out of the turn off and onto the country road, and I think I should have gone to see Asle. He was so worn down, half dead, I should have asked him to come out with me, I should have driven him into town to the alehouse, like I've done so many times, and he could have had his beer, and his something stronger. And I could have had a cup of coffee with milk, and food. Yes, we could have bought dinner there, food and beer for him, and food and water for me. Yes, I've totally stopped drinking because I used to drink much. Too much, and Asle didn't like it. She didn't like me when I was drunk, or at least she liked me more when I was sober, and that's why I totally stopped drinking, but I also stopped because by the end I was drinking way too much. Yes, by the end I was never sober, to tell the truth, and I paint so badly when I'm drunk, and I've never missed it. Not the beer, not the wine, not the stronger stuff, but that's because of her too, because of Asle. Without her I never would have been able to stop needing to drink, I think, and now Asle is waiting for me, she and our child, and I need to get home to them, to my wife, to our child, but what am I thinking? I live alone there. I'm going home to my old house in Dilja, where I used to live with Asle, but she's gone now. She's with God now. In a way I can feel so clearly inside me, because she's there inside me too. She isn't walking around on earth anymore, but I can still talk to her whenever I want to. Yes, it's strange. There's no big difference or distance between life and death, between the living and the dead. Even though the difference can seem insurmountable, it isn't, because it's true. I talk with Asle every single day. Yes, most of the time that's what I'm doing, and we most often talk to each other without words, almost always just wordlessly, and of course I miss her, but since we're still so close, and since it won't be long before the time comes when I myself will go over to where she is, yes, I manage just fine, but it's painful, yes. Being without her was like being without everything in life. It almost finished me off, and we never had children. There were just the two of us. So why am I thinking that I'm driving home to my wife and child? It's probably just that I fall into a kind of stupor when I'm driving, and when that happens thoughts can come to you, but I know perfectly well I'm not crazy that I'm going home to my old house, home to Dilja, to my house in the little farming and fishing village of Dilja. I think the house where I've lived alone for all these years. Yes, I wasn't such an old man when we moved there, and Asle was even younger. That was where we lived. First the years when I lived there with Asle, and then afterwards all those years when I lived alone in the good old house, and it is good. It's good that I have my house, that I have a safe place to live, a house where I feel safe because it's a well-built old house and I've taken good care of it. Whenever any of it started falling apart, I replaced the wood, I replaced all the windows, but I made the new ones as much like the old ones as I could. I put the windows into the same frames, just with an extra pane of glass so that there'd be less of a draft. Now there are 2 panes of glass instead of 1 in every window, 1 pane that opens out, 1 that opens in, and it was so much easier to keep the house warm after the new windows were put in. I ordered the windows from a carpenter who made them to measure, by hand, the same way they used to make windows, so that the new windows were just like the old ones. And then I put the windows in myself, but not alone. Asle helped me. Without his help I'd never have been able to put them in, that's for sure. We had to work together, but together we could do it. Even if the first window ended up being put in crooked and we had to redo it, take the window out and put it back in. But the other windows went in the way they were supposed to. The other windows were easy, I think. Yes, Asle's helped me a lot, and I've helped him too for that matter, I think, and now it'll be good to get home. Light the stove, make some food, I'm really hungry, yes, it'll definitely be nice to get back home to my good old house in the little village of Dilja, where just a few people still live, good people. None of them lock their doors when they leave the house or go on a trip, not that they do that very often, and most of the people who live there have lived there their whole life. And then I moved there, or we did, my wife and I, yes, Asle and I moved there, and it was because Asle got her aunt's house when she died. Her father's sister, old Elise, because her aunt was childless and there were no other heirs, and since we didn't own a place to live anywhere and just lived in the rundown brown house that I just drove past, we moved into the old house in Dilja. Yes, that was many years ago now, I think, and then we lived there, Asle and I, and then, no, I don't want to think about that, not now, I think, and I drive north, and I think that I like driving as long as I don't have to drive in cities. I don't like that at all. I get anxious and confused, and I avoid city driving as much as I can. In fact, I never do it, but Bear, my gallerist, he told me how to get to and from the Bear Gallery, which is in the middle of Jorgven, and outside the gallery, there's a big car park, and that's where I always park my car, so I can manage in the city of Jorgven, I think, and I get to Instofjord, and then I start driving out along Signifjord, and I'm so tired, but I'm almost home now. I think it won't be long before I see Asle at the door. Yes, Asle. Actually, I've never liked him much, but in a strange way, that's why I like him. I think you can't always understand things like that, I think. And now it'll be good to get home, but I shouldn't have just driven past Asle's apartment in Jorgven in Sailor's Cove. He's always shaking. Before I drove home to Dilja, I should have driven him into town to the alehouse like I've done so many times. Of course, he would have been fine there in the alehouse alone. Surely someone he knew would be there, or would get there soon. I wouldn't have had to stay there with him. Actually, what I really should have done was drive him to the clinic. But he'd never have gone along with that, so we'd have ended up at the alehouse anyway. He, with his long gray hair and gray stubble, me with my long gray hair and gray stubble, in our long black coats, each with our hair tied back in a ponytail, I think. You look like a little girl, Asle says. Actually, more like an old woman, he says, and I don't know what to say. I'm not an old woman. I say, then you almost are, Asle says. Or maybe I am a little like an old woman, I don't know, I think, maybe a little? It's not entirely wrong to say that I am, I think, anyway. Asle likes to say, so either that, or he says I look like a Russian monk. You're like a Russian monk, he says. Why is that? I say, because you're like a Russian monk, he says. And how can he have come up with that? I think, and now I'm driving back to my house and the headlights light up the road, and I can see the road in front of me, and I see Asle sitting on the sofa with Bragi in his lap, and he's thinking he wants to get up and go outside, and then go out into the sea. And he's thinking that all the paintings he's putting into his next show at the Bear Gallery are bad paintings anyway, Asle thinks, and he thinks that he can't just stay sitting like this. He needs to go to the kitchen and get something to drink to make this shaking stop, Asle thinks, and he looks at Bragi lying on his lap, and he thinks he needs to walk the dog. It's been a long time since the dog has been out, he thinks, and I think I need to concentrate on my driving now because the road to Dilja is so narrow and winding. Even though I've driven it countless times, I still need to pay attention, I think, and it'll be good to get back to my house again because it's my home. That's what it's become, and Asle lived there too for many years, yes, but then, yes, she died with no warning, and now she's gone. That's all there is to say about that, I think, and now I need to just drive slowly, just keep my eyes on the patch of light that the headlights make reaching forward on the road. They light up a bit of the landscape alongside the road too, and I'm driving carefully out along Signifjord, and I think that there's so many times one or more deer have been crossing the road, or just suddenly standing in the middle of the road, or else bounding across the road. It's like the deer can't hear the noise of the engines or see the light from the headlights. Like they just don't notice it. They've become used to the engine sounds and headlights and no longer pay any attention to them, but at the same time they've never realized how bad it would be if a car hit them, I think, and I turn off the country road onto the driveway leading up to my house. Good, I think, now I'm home, that's good, and the driveway up to the house is one I had built myself not so many years ago either. It was very expensive, but it was certainly nice to have a driveway. up to the house and no longer need to park the car a long way off down on the country road, I think, and even if the driveway is steep, it's easy enough to drive on it, I think, and I don't want to think about what it used to be like coming home when she was there, when Asle was there, when she was in the house with her long dark hair. It was so good to come home then, wasn't it, I think, but I don't want to think about that, and I can't complain, I think, and I steer the car around the little hill, and there in front of the house, is that Asle standing there? Yes, it's none other than Asle himself, my neighbor and friend, standing there in front of the house, as if waiting to welcome me home. And now that was a stroke of luck, that he should be looking in on me just when I got home, I think, and I stopped the car by the front door, and I realize I'm happy to see Asle in front of the house, but it wasn't exactly luck, because this isn't the first time he's been standing in front of the house when I get home from Jorgvin. Asle must have been standing and waiting for me in front of the house for a long time, that's for sure. He sat down for a bit on the bench near the door, got up and stamped his feet a bit, and then sat back down on the bench, because after all I bought a few things for him down in Jorgvin the way I usually do, and he's waiting for me to get back, keeping a lookout, even though he always acts like he never wants to accept what I've bought him, but then he does anyway, as if without seeing it, I think, and since I always ask him before I go into Jorgvin whether I should buy him anything there, since it's cheaper to buy things in Jorgvin than at the country store in Vik, he says every time that it's not necessary, that what little he needed, as he liked to say, he could buy at the country store in Vik, in the little shop, if you can call it that we have closest to Dilja, but it's certainly a good thing that we have the little shop at all, or else we'd have to drive a long way just to buy the least little thing, and not everyone here has their own car either, or is able to drive it. Some people are too old, some never got a driving license, some don't want to drive because they're never sober enough to drive, so they don't do it, but not everyone who drinks avoids driving. Some drive no matter how much they've drunk, they just drive slowly and carefully, I think, and I think that Asle is about to say, well, that was a long trip to Jorgvin. I spent a while there, but when I got there, yes, there was probably so much to do that you'd have to expect it to take some time before I got back home, since if I didn't have anything special to do in Jorgvin, I could always just take the opportunity to hang around there, or go running around after the ladies for all he knew. That's what he's about to say, and then he'll give a good laugh, I think, and I open the car door. Welcome, Asle says. Glad you could drop by, he says. Isn't it me who should be saying that? I say, or have you taken over my house too? I say, sure did. Asle says. You did? I say. Yes, you said that it's mine now. He says, what are you talking about? I say, there's yours and there's mine. I say. Yes, you have yours and I have mine. I say, that's how it needs to be. I say. I have my own place, even a farm, so there's nothing to argue about, he says. Yes, that's what I meant, I say. But why did you say you're glad I could drop by? I say, why not? Asle says. Is there something wrong with saying that? He says, isn't that something you're supposed to say? He says, something people always say? He says. It's something you say when it's your own place. That's when you thank someone for dropping by, I say. Especially when it's your own farm, he says. And in a way I probably have something like a farm too, even though it's just an old house with a few rocky hills and a little boggy soil, and some heather and a couple of small pine trees around the edges. And it's not like this is a farm. Asle says, it's a house anyway. It's my house. I say, your house? Yes, Asle says. Of course it's your house. Who would say it wasn't? He says, that's for sure, he says. In a way, yes, I say. And we fall silent, and then Asle says, of course it's my house. Whose else could it be? Even if I wasn't born and raised in this house, it was still my house. No one can deny that. Even if he does remember very well old Elise who used to live here, he says. Yes, I say. And we fall silent. She was a good woman, old Elise, Asle says. Then yes, she sure was, he says. And we fall silent again, and then I say that my wife, Asle, was named after her, and maybe that's why old Elise wanted Asle to inherit her house, I say. Yes, no, I know, Asle says. There weren't any closer relatives, after her husband died so long ago, and then her brother, Asle's father, was dead too, he says. And again we fall silent, and then Asle says that he can just barely remember old Elise's parents. He's certainly getting on in years himself, he says, but they were truly old, as far as he remembers, yes, from an ancient time you might say, and it was a pretty bare house, but the father, old and Bent, he sure was old, didn't he? Row to the country store and Vic to his dying day. He would go down to the water as long as he had the legs for it, and then row to the country store, and that wasn't something for a frail old guy like him to do, no, Asle says. Yes, I say. They sure were made of strong stuff back then, Asle says. Of course it was hard work, a real chore for him. But how else could he get food into the house? He says. So he had to, he says. And then silence sort of spreads out and settles, and yes, I remember it well, Asle says then. Back then there were no cars around here, it was a long way to walk, but just in the countryside, between the country farms, there weren't roads out of the country, no, he says. And he says he was quite old when they built a road out, yes, he remembers it well, and the old people in the country, isolated, religious folks, they thought it would have been just as well if that road never did get built because of all the evil and sinfulness that could come into the countryside now, and who wanted to drive out to the countryside anyway. Some of them felt, so the best thing would have been if the road never got built at all, but the road was built, and because of that Dilbja became part of the world too, and because of that someone like me could move to the country. That's what it meant to have a road out. So actually maybe the pious old people had a point about what they said, despite everything? Since now that a road had been built, all kinds of people could come driving along, and then before you know it one of them might want to move out here? Asle says, and I think that Asle will always be like this, starting to talk about one thing and then ending up somewhere else, and he just keeps on talking without stopping. Maybe it's because he's alone so much and doesn't have anyone to talk to that he can sometimes just launch into talking nonstop about this and that, past, present, and future all jumbled together, and it's all things I've heard before, many times over, I think. Yes, now you've got a bad memory. He says I have a bad memory? I say. And I don't understand why he'd say that all of a sudden, as if my memory was something we needed to start talking about of all things. Asle bringing up my supposedly bad memory just like that, out of nowhere. No, I don't know how I've been able to stand him all these years. How can I stay living here in this godforsaken place that time forgot? Almost no one else lives here of their own free will, do they? I think, and Asle says besides, maybe it's not really my house, in a way. Don't I remember what I said that time? Yeah, that if he could move that boat, I'd give him my house? He says. But that's just something people say. I say, just something people say? Asle says. Did I manage to move that boat, or didn't I? He says I helped you move it, I say. You helped? He says yes, I helped. I say. I moved that boat by myself, he says. No, the boat was stuck until I grabbed it too, and helped. I say, so you were lying, and now you'll break your promise, he says. I'm not lying about anything, I never lie, I always tell the truth. I say you always tell the truth, he says. Nothing but the truth. He says what I say is true, I say. And then it's suddenly quiet. We both stop talking and stand there a moment without saying anything. Nice weather we've had today, calm too, Asle says then yes, I say. It was dead calm all through the morning, but then in the late afternoon, yes, then the wind picked up a little like always, he says. And what else would you expect? Here we are in late autumn already. Advent's here. We should expect to see some storms, he says. And then he says we won't have to wait long. The first storms of the year will be here before you know it. It's strange that they haven't started already, he says, and then we stay standing there some more, not saying anything. And everything in Jorgvin was the same as usual? He says yes, I say. And again it's quiet. It's nice to drive into town now, and then I say. Yes, I suppose so, Asle says. And I think now I should ask him about the last time he was in Jorgvin, but I've done that so many times before, and it always bothers him a little. He always squirms a little, shakes his head a little, because the truth is he's probably almost never been to Jorgvin, maybe a few times long ago. That's it, so I shouldn't bring it up, not now, that wouldn't be nice, I think. And again we're standing there not saying anything. I'm glad I can go fishing, have something to do during the day, Asle says then. Me too, I make the days go by in my own way. I say yes, you, and those paintings of yours, he says. Yes, right, I say. You spend whole days painting, he says. And I think that Asle has said that so many times before, he's repeated it over and over, time after time, but then again I've said the same things over and over again myself. I've asked Asle again, and again if he's caught anything today, and again he'd say that his net came up empty, or else that it was so full he could barely heave it up on board the boat, or else that there wasn't much, something like that. And if I showed him a picture I'd painted he'd say something too, or else not say anything, but when he did say something what he said was always amazingly smart. He always saw something I hadn't seen myself, And then these stupid little arguments of ours, as if we always had to have a little fight over some tiny thing before we could really talk to each other, I think, and I hear Asle ask me again, the same as he's done countless times before, why paint? Won't I ever stop painting these pictures of mine? I've spent almost my whole life painting these pictures, and now I'm supposed to stop? No, he doesn't understand me. For him, it's simply incomprehensible. He's never drawn even the simplest thing himself. Not once. And he's always had someone else paint the house too. He's never even tried to paint the house. He can wax a boat, no problem, of course, but that doesn't count. That's not like painting anything. No, he says, and I say, the same as I say every time, that I don't know why I paint these pictures, I just do it. It's a living, I say, and Asle says I've kept on painting since I was a little boy, and now I know he wants me to tell him about how I couldn't do maths when I went to school, and so I sat there and drew in my maths books instead of doing maths. I drew the schoolmaster and drew the boy sitting next to me. I drew my classmates one after the other. And why did I do that? I did it just to do it. Simple as that. I did it so I wouldn't have to think about numbers, only about drawing. Yes, I could add and subtract. I could do that in my head if none of the numbers was too big or too hard. But when it came to multiplying or dividing or percents or anything like that, no, I just didn't understand it. Pure and simple, I understood the difference between big and small numbers and how to add more or take away. And that's all I needed to get through life. There was no need for more. But other than that, I understood nothing. I couldn't do in my head. And the poor schoolmaster, he tried and tried. He was so patient and he was confident too. Again and again he tried to explain multiplication to me. And when I didn't understand, he said surely I had to understand it. Everyone had to learn how to multiply. He said, to get through life you needed to know how to multiply. And he said, take 2 and multiply it by 2 and you'll have 4. He said, 2 2s are 4, he said, and I said I understood that, and he said, so 2 plus 2 is 4, and 2 times 2 is 4, he said, and if you take 7 and multiply it by 7, how much is that? The schoolmaster said, and he said I could figure it out by adding 7 plus 7, and then 7 more until I'd added 7 plus 7 7 times in all, and I did it and got the wrong number every time. It was always wrong, but I should have just memorized what the number was, 7 times 7, but I couldn't do it. No, I never ever saw the 7s before my eyes the way I could see pictures so easily. Even that was practically impossible, and to this day I can't do the 7 times tables. I can't, and I don't understand why it was always so hard for me. It was like the numbers shifted after I memorized them and turned a little too big or a little too small. There was just no way I could do it, and that's why I draw, because I could do that. Yes, I could draw anyone no matter who, either just their face or preferably someone in motion in some way or another. What I liked best was drawing the movement. Drawing someone or something moving, drawing a line, you might say. Yes, it's hard to understand, and I didn't understand it either. I didn't understand why I liked it or how and why I could do it, but I thought about it a lot, and I'll probably never figure it out, I think, but I know that Asle wants me to tell him the whole story again. He likes it when I tell it, when I talk about how I couldn't do maths, but I did know how to draw. Nobody in my class could draw like me. Absolutely no one, but I don't feel like telling Asle that story again, not now, and the truth is I don't think he wants to hear it either, not now. He just wants us to be talking about something, anything, and it's been a long time since we've had anything especially new to say to each other. We've known each other so long and chatted together so many times. So I say just that I don't know why I paint, and that I don't know why I've done it since I was young, and I think that at some point I'll tell him the whole story again about drawing in my maths notebooks instead of doing maths in them, but not now. And then Asle will say that he wasn't good at much of anything in school, not maths, not reading, not writing, and definitely not drawing, but actually he'll say it wasn't because he couldn't have done all those things well. It was because he was so scared of his teachers. He was so scared that he didn't do anything. Whenever he saw a teacher, it was like he was paralyzed, and not a single thought stirred inside him, and he froze up and he couldn't do anything. That's what he'll say. The same as he always says, I think, and then I say, well, I probably paint for the same reason he fishes. To pass the time, he says. Yes, and to bring in a little money, I say yes, that too, he says. And there's another long silence. They're pretty much the same thing, really. Asle says then yes, I say. And I ask Asle if he'd like to step inside, and he says yes, maybe he'll do that, why not? He says, and I go and open the door at the back of the car, and Asle says, the same as he always does, that I have a big, practical car now, don't I? You can fit a lot more into that back area than it looks like from the outside, he says, and I pull a roll of canvas out of the back of the car, and he takes the roll under his arm and goes over to the front door of the house and opens it. Since I never lock the door, it's never locked. No one in Dilja leaves their door locked. That's how it's Always been, and that's how it'll always be. And I untie a thick bundle of pinewood boards 10 feet long from the rack on the roof of the car, boards I'll use to make stretchers, and I take them inside, and Asle has turned on the hall light and put the roll of canvas down in the corner by the door to the parlor, and I put the boards down next to the canvas, and later I'll carry the canvas and boards up to the attic. I think because I have my storage space in a room upstairs with all the stuff I need for painting, and I go into the main room, and I turn on the light there, and the cold hits me. "It's cold in here," I say. And Asle comes into the room. "It sure is," he says. "Should I light the stove?" he says. And I say yes, that'd be good, and I can bring in what I've bought, I say, and I see Asle go over to the stove and crouch down, and with wood chips in his fist he looks up and says, "Do I know where these wood chips come from?" And I say yes, I know perfectly well, and I thank him very much for the wood chips and for all the wood he's brought me, I say, and I see Asle put the chips and some kindling into the stove with the firewood. And yes, it's from Asle that I got all the wood chips, the firewood, all the wood, because he likes working with wood, as he says, gathering wood, and then I pay him for the wood. He always says that he doesn't want anything for the wood, but he needs the kroner that I give him. I always have to give him the money kind of furtively, even though I'm doing well, as they say. Strangely enough, there are still plenty of people who want to buy the pictures I paint. I don't know why, but that's how it is. Ever since I was young, I've made money from my paintings. The first pictures I painted were of the building next door in the farming village where I grew up, in Barman. And in the pictures, it was always a day of beautiful weather with the fruit trees in bloom and the sun shining over the house and the farm, the fjord blue. Actually, it was the light I was painting, not the buildings. They were pretty enough as far as that goes. It wasn't that, but painting the buildings as such was too boring. That was why I try to paint the light. But in the sharp, bright light of the sun, what looks brightest are the shadows. In a way, yes, the darker they are, the more light there is. And what I like painting the most is the autumn light, but people always wanted to see their house painted in brilliant sunshine, and I wanted to sell my pictures. Of course, that's what I wanted. Yes, after all, that's why I painted them. So I had to paint them the way people wanted them, but none of them saw what I actually painted. Nobody saw that, just me and maybe a few other people, because what I painted were the shadows. What I painted was the darkness and all that light. I painted the real light, the invisible light. But did anyone see that? Did they notice that? No, probably not, or maybe some people did. Yes, well, I know there were some people who saw it, Asle too for that matter. He has a real understanding of pictures, I have to admit, but I painted buildings and houses and people bought the pictures I painted, and that's how I could buy more canvas and tubes of oil paint, because oil paint on canvas has always been what I've liked, nothing else, oil on canvas, always. It was like that from the very first time I saw a picture painted in oil on canvas, and the first picture painted in oil on canvas I ever saw was in the local schoolhouse, where a painting hanging crooked on the wall in one of the classrooms was meant to show Jesus walking on water. And to tell the truth, it was a terrible painting, but the colors, the individual colors in themselves, colors in certain places, colors the way they were on that canvas. Yes, they were fixed on that canvas, they clung tight to it, went together with it, were one with it, and at the same time different from it. Yes, it was unbelievable, and I looked and looked at that painting, not at the picture itself. It was so badly painted, but it was oil paint on canvas, and that oil paint on canvas lodged inside me from the very first moment and stayed there to this day. Yes, that's the truth. Yes, it somehow lodged itself in me for life. The same way oil paint fuses with a canvas, I was fused with oil on canvas. I don't know why, but I guess I needed something or another to cling to, get attached to. And the schoolmaster noticed. He noticed that I was always staring at that painting, and he told my parents that I had a gift for drawing and probably for painting too if I could just try it, and that way if I couldn't do maths I could at least paint pictures. Yes, that's how it was. And then my parents got hold of some kind of kit with tubes of paint and brushes and a palette, and a tool for mixing colors and scraping the paint off if the paint was wrong. A palette knife, they call it. One of those was included too, and I was astounded. I was beside myself. I knew what I wanted to paint because at home there was a picture hanging in the living room that Mother and Father had been given as a gift. I think it was Father who'd been given it when he turned 40, and the picture was called Bridal Procession on the Hardangerfjord by Tidemand and Good. It was what they called a reproduction, a word I liked a lot. What I didn't like as much was that both the paint and the canvas were missing. The picture was flat with no oil paint stuck to any canvas. But anyway, I decided to paint a copy of this picture, none other, as well as I could. Yes, I told my parents that this was the first picture I wanted to paint, and both my mother and my father said I'd never be able to, and I told the schoolmaster too, and he too was sure I'd never be able to do it, but I decided to do it. I wouldn't touch a brush until I got a canvas in a frame exactly the same size as Bridal Procession on the Hardangerfjord. So my father bought me a canvas and frame in that size. I was given that too, I remember. It was a Christmas present. I think I must have been about 12, yes. Somewhere around there, yes, and then they took down the picture, and I put both Bridal Procession on the Hardangerfjord and the empty white canvas on the floor, up in the attic at home, and I started to paint carefully, slowly, because the colors had to be exactly right and had to go in exactly the right places. I painted carefully, almost point by point, but at the same time they were supposed to turn into brushstrokes somehow. It went slowly and took days, the whole week between Christmas and New Year's. I was up in the attic busy with my painting, and my parents were more and more beside themselves with amazement, because miracle of miracles, my picture looked like it. Yes, to a T. It was almost better than the picture I was copying. They had to admit that they would never have believed it. They said it was exceptional, unbelievable, and father couldn't restrain himself, and he went and told the schoolmaster, and then the schoolmaster came by to see the picture for himself, and then he asked if he could buy the picture for me, and father hummed and hawed. He'd probably be willing to let go of the picture I'd copied. How about that? Father said. But the schoolmaster wasn't interested in buying that, and I said I needed money, both for tubes of oil paint and more canvas, so I wanted to sell the picture. And since after all it was me who'd painted it, father had to go along with what I wanted, and the schoolmaster bought the painting from me and paid good money, and I can still see the schoolmaster before my eyes. One Sunday not far into the new year, walking down the driveway away from the house with my painting under his arm, and I stood there with the notes in my hand. I can't remember how much it was, but I can remember that one day I took the bus from Barmen to Stranda because that's where the shops were. Most of the shops were there, and at the paint shop in Stranda they sold both house paint and art paint. And that's where I went, and I bought tubes of oil paint and a roll of canvas and wood for stretchers, and ever since then it's been oil on canvas. I have lived on nothing but oil paint on canvas. I've never made money doing anything else, yes, since I was a boy, because already as a boy, I made enough money for my paintings, and that is what Asle likes me to talk about most of all. Yes, how I could paint pictures of houses on the neighboring farms and sell them to the neighbors and use the money to buy tubes of oil paint and more canvas, but I don't feel like talking about that now. You've sure got it good, spending your whole life painting. Asle says. That's true. I do, I say. Really good, I say. You get by anyway. Asle says. Yes, I get by, I say. You could always get by, he says. And I don't want to talk yet again about when I was young and painted pictures that I sold, because actually they were terrible pictures, beautiful lies, about as bad as pictures can be. Only the shadows were painted well, and the copy I painted of Bridal Procession on the Hardangerfjord was even worse. That's why I don't want to talk about it. Not now, it can wait. Sometime later I'll tell Asle about it again, I think. And I think that I'm ashamed of those pictures I painted in my youth.
But why?
Well, the fact is I was violating something, degrading something. Those sunny pictures I painted back then were pure lies, except in the shadows, the darkness, the light. Yes, sometimes I was close to something, but then I tried to sort of hide it in the picture. I would paint over it. Yes, I painted over the best things in the picture. And it's awful to think about, but the picture looked real. It looked so real, and the fruit trees were in bloom, and the sun was shining on the pretty white house, and the water in the fjord was blue, and the only thing I needed to paint a painting like that was a photograph of a house or farm or whatever they wanted me to paint, and then I'd find out roughly how big they wanted the picture to be. And once they'd told me that, I got started, and oh, they looked so real, and oh, how ashamed I was of those pictures I painted. But really, it wasn't anything to be ashamed of. I should have been proud of myself. Actually, it's not the worst thing in the world for a kid to be able to paint like that. It looks so real, they said, and they paid me and I painted. And that's still true today. It wasn't the worst thing in the world for a kid to paint pictures like that, and yet I'm so ashamed of them. It was like I was disrespecting, yes, desecrating something by painting them, and I wish all those paintings would just disappear. Let them vanish for all time. If I could have burnt every last one of them, I would have, and that's what I thought even well before I started at the academic high school, and I really didn't like painting pictures like that, and luckily I never wrote my name on those pictures. Sometimes someone would ask me to, and when they did, I wrote my first name in the right corner, but just my first name, no more than that. And however upset they got about that I didn't write any more than that, it would have to do, but sometimes people would write on the back of the picture that I'd painted it, and in what year, and those ugly portraits I painted of my parents. I really wish they would just disappear from the face of the earth. They were total lies. They looked so realistic, just like my parents, and they looked so nice and pretty. It was all disrespecting, yes, desecrating art, pure and simple, to tell the truth. And those pictures were what Asle liked to hear me talk about. And he just couldn't understand why I was so ashamed of those pictures. He'd seen some of them himself. He had relatives in Barmen. His mother was from Barmen, and he'd been there a few times, and he'd seen those pictures of mine. They were the best and finest pictures I'd ever painted. That's what he thinks. There was nothing I painted later that he liked as much as what I painted back then, he said, and I thought he didn't know what made a good painting any more than a horse's arse. That's who I was dealing with here. A fool, yes, this person I constantly saw was just an idiot, I think, and I look at Asle making the stove burn well, and he puts a birchwood log in, and I go outside and get 2 shopping bags out of the back of the car, and I go back inside and into the hall and open the kitchen door and turn on the light and then go in with the bags and put them down on the kitchen table and then go into the main room, and I see Asle standing in front of the stove with the hatch open, and he says that it's burning nicely now so he can help me bring the rest in, and then he shuts the stove door and we go outside together, and I hand him 2 bags and he takes them and I say he can put them on the kitchen table, and then I take out the last 2 shopping bags and put them down, and I take the door to the back of the car and shut it, and it clicks shut, and I see Asle go up to the door of my house, and I say it's good we live somewhere where no one needs to lock the door. That's for sure, Asle says. There's never been talk of locking front doors here in Dilja. He says never, he says. And he emphasizes the word, as if he's now said something that really means a lot, and he has too, he really has. There aren't too many places left where people can leave their front doors unlocked when they aren't home. It's good we can count on each other here in Dilja. I say everyone in Dilja can count on everyone else, yes, Asle says. And I see Asle from behind, standing in the doorway with the 2 bags, and I know deep inside that I will never forget this exact moment. This exact flash. Yes, a flash is what it is, because there's a light in it, coming to it or coming from it. There where I see Asle in the doorway with his back to me, his bent shoulders, that almost bald head with a ring of long gray hair below the bald spot, and I can see his long gray beard. I think he's hardly ever cut his beard since he started growing one as a teenager, I think, and then those 2 plastic shopping bags weighing him down, one on each side, making his shoulders round. It's like he's framed by the doorway, and even though it's dark and there's no outside light on, and there's just a little light coming out from the light in the hall, I can see him as a shape with its own light. That's how I see him, and it's probably the light of his angel, I think. But if I were ever dumb enough to say something like that to him, he'd have a good laugh and say I was like those old wandering fiddlers who learned to play from the devil. That's what I was like, but in a Christian way, something like that is what he'd say, and it's always been this way. These glimpses of this or that thing that lodge inside me and never leave my head again. Never. They lodge there as pictures and stay there, and I can never get rid of them, so they have to be painted away. Yes, that's how it is. That's how I am, I think. But this light, this flash is part of Asle the person too, I think. But why isn't he going into the house? Why is he just standing there in the doorway? Or is it only for me that time has stopped? I think. You need to take those to the kitchen, I say. I am, Asle says. But I don't understand. Why did you stop in the doorway? I say I didn't stop in the doorway, he says. You need to go inside, I say. Yes, that's what I'm doing, Asle says. And he goes inside, and I pick up the 2 bags next to me, and I go inside, and I see Asle walk through the open door into the kitchen, and I go in after him, and he puts his bags down on the kitchen table, and then I go and put my bags down there. You sure bought a lot, Asle says. 6 bags, he says. Yes, that's a lot. It always turns out to be more than you think it'll be, I say. And I go out into the hall and shut the front door, and then go back into the kitchen and shut the kitchen door behind me. Do you need all that? A man living alone? Asle says. Not really, I say. You did buy a lot, Asle says. Anything to drink in there? He says, and he winks at me. No, I say. And I knew he was going to say that. It's like he always wants to remind me that I don't drink anymore. I've stopped drinking. Yes, it's been many years since. No, I don't want to think about that. No beer, nothing stronger either, he says. And Christmas coming soon and all. You know, it's a common custom, right? People usually have some beer in the house, or something stronger, Asle says. But you didn't buy anything? He says. No, let's not talk about it, I say. With Christmas coming? He says. No, I say. Don't you like Christmas? Asle says. No, or how should I put it, I say. You don't like being alone on Christmas? He says, no, I can't say that I do, I say. I can imagine, Asle says. And we stand there in the kitchen, not saying anything. And on Christmas you're going to your sister's house in Instofjord. Same as usual, I say. Yes, Asle says. And then he says, the same as always, the same as he's done for years, that ever since sister. Yes, well, of course her name's Guro, but he always calls her sister, has lived alone, ever since her man ran off and never came back. That loser. Yes, she's always asked him, Asle, to come over for Christmas. She's practically begged him. She has, and he has no reason not to, nothing against going to sister's house for Christmas, because she serves the best Christmas lamb ribs you can find anywhere. How does she get them to taste like that? You know, he has no idea how she always manages to give those lamb ribs of hers that exact special flavor. And she, sister, won't tell him, but he can guess, he says, and anyway, sister is just joking around, or maybe more like trying to annoy him, when she refuses to tell him how she gets that flavor. It must have to do with how the lamb is smoked. But it can't be that, because she has a smoking room in the cellar, not a special smokehouse like he has. Asle says, so that means it must be about what she uses to smoke the lamb with. Yes, he's figured out that much, he says. She gets the lamb from you? I say yes, Asle says. I kill and clean and carve it myself. You know that, he says. Sure, he says. Every year she gets a ewe lamb from me, he says. And he says that every autumn he takes a newly slaughtered and carved lamb with him and takes the boat up through Signifjord to Oigna, where sister lives, there by Instofjord, and I've seen her house lots of times. Every time I drive to or from Jorgven I drive right by it. He says, a little gray house, it could use some repainting. Anyway, a lot of the paint is flaked off, he says, but yes, well, she salts and smokes the lamb herself, the old way. No one knows how old. Asle says, I know how. He does it, of course. I get lamb from him every single year, and if you ask him, he makes a pretty good smoked Christmas lamb himself. Good dry-cured lamb too, or mutton they call it. But sister always insists on salting and smoking hers on her own. He could easily do it for her, but she's right to want to do it herself, because it gives her lamb a totally special and exceptionally good flavor, and whether or not he wants to admit it, sister's Christmas lamb ribs taste better than his. It's not easy to accept that, not easy to admit it, but that's the truth, and what's true is true. Asle says, yes, sister's lamb ribs taste incredible. You've never tasted anything like it, he says, and anyway, now that the man she used to live with, the fiddler, skipped out, he, Asle, has taken the boat and rowed across Signifjord to sister's every Christmas, because Signifjord never ices up. The currents are too strong for that. So even though she lives way up in Signifjord, by Instofjord, in Oigna, where there's the inlet, and he lives as far out as you can, where Signifjord opens out into the Signy Sea, out into the ocean, yes. It's not without good reason that the place a bit farther in at the end of Signifjord where sister lives is called Instfjord. It's the farthest in. Yes, of course I know that already. He's just saying whatever comes into his head, Asle says, but still, well, every year during Christmas week he takes the boat over to sister's, and the crossing takes some time, most of the whole short day, right? And up to now it's always been good, or at least pretty good weather, but still, the weather can be rough at this time of year. The sea can get so choppy that only a fool would set out on it. Only someone not used to the water. A landlubber, but he was no landlubber, not him. He knew when he should stay ashore and when he should set out. But there's no way around it. The weather does sometimes change all of a sudden, and it's practically impossible to predict even with all his long experience. No one can ever be completely sure about it. Still, if the wind picks up, he just needs to reach land as quick as he can, and if he's far from shore, then it can be a hard job. It can, but up until now he's always made it safe back to harbor. And that isn't true of everyone now. There's many a fisherman who never made it back to land. Many a boat lying on the bottom of the Signy Sea. Yes, in Signifjord too, that's for sure. Everyone knows that. Many a man's found his grave there. Yes, when all is said and done, the sea is the biggest graveyard there is in these parts. That's a fact, but it's better nowadays. Now people have motors on their boats, but before, when people rowed or sailed, well, that wasn't the same at all. Nowadays, as long as your motor doesn't stall, and that didn't happen as long as you remembered to change the filter every so often, ideally once a year, and personally, he always keeps a spare filter on board, in case the engine goes out, yes. Truth be told, he always has 2 filters with him in case there's a problem with the first one, or he damages it while putting it in. You never know when that might happen, because isn't that always the way? Filters almost always get clogged just when the water's bad. Yes, when it's at its worst, in fact. Plus, it's not always so easy to get down there on all fours and take out the old filter. Even if you've got needle-nose pliers, which of course you do, and even if he's changed the filters lots of times, he's had to do it in bad weather only once. Yes, the motor stopped and a medium-strong gale was blowing, if not a storm, and the weather turned bad all of a sudden, the way it can sometimes do, And bam, the motor cut out, and he couldn't get it started again. And then he realized that the filter was clogged, and he cursed himself for having been lazy and not having changed the filter. How long had it been since he'd changed it? No, he didn't even know, but however long it had been there it was. And now while the boat rocked from side to side and bobbed up and down and the water crashed over the sides, he had to open the engine hatch and keep it open, and no, Asle says, and he shakes his head, but it turned out all right. Yes, the fact that he's standing here chatting and complaining right now is proof of that, he says, but he'd had a tough time of it. He can't remember exactly how he got through it, but luckily he did. The motor started back up, and he steered the boat well in the choppy water. He could do that. Whenever the motor was working, he could always manage that. Well, almost always, he says, but just almost, and Asle falls silent for a moment. Yes, well, he says then, but there's one thing he knows for sure, and that's that it's not too fun being out on the water in rough weather. In a strong wind, in a storm, no, that's for sure. He definitely avoids that whenever he can. Of course, he doesn't go out when the weather is bad. He's not that big a fool, but yes, well, as he said before, you can never be sure. The sea changes so suddenly. It's fickle. You never entirely know what you're going to get, but there's one thing you can know. If the weather's good and the sky's clear, then you can assume the sea won't get too rough. Asle says, and I say in English, red sky at morning, sailors warning, red sky at night, sailors delight, and Asle says, let's have none of that now, stop it. He remembers hardly any of the English they taught him in school, and his teachers weren't good at English either. Asle says, and that's why, since it's so hard to know in advance how the water's going to be, it's really not a totally good idea that he waits until Christmas Eve every year before taking the boat in to see Sister. The way he's always done, Asle says. What he really ought to do, of course, is sail in during Advent on a day with good weather. Then the weather most likely won't turn around and get too bad, yes, when Christmas is approaching and the Cygne Sea is more or less calm, or at least calm enough that it's not too bad to go there, and there's no hint that it'll suddenly get rough. Yes, that's when he should go, even if it's several days before Christmas. But he'd rather get to Sister's house as close to Christmas as he can, then go home again as soon as Christmas Eve is done with on Christmas Day. Yes, that's what he's always done, and strangely enough the sea has always stayed calm even on the first day of Christmas. Yes, it's almost enough to make you superstitious. Those exact days, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, have had good weather every single year for as long as he can remember, but to tell the truth he likes it best at home. Yes, this is where he belongs, where he's comfortable, he says, but these visits to see Sister and Oigna have turned into a kind of habit by now, and if he's going to be totally honest about it, he doesn't really like being all alone on Christmas. There are so many memories about when he was a boy, when he and Sister lived at home, and about their parents, about father and mother, now long since passed, but they were good people, father and mother, and at father's funeral the pastor said he's gone to a good place, and at mother's funeral he said the same thing. She's gone to a good place, he said, and that's the kind of thing he sits around thinking about when he's alone on Christmas Eve, about father's funeral, mother's funeral, and the food doesn't taste as good. However good the lamb ribs are, they don't taste good to him then, plus he just likes it at Sister's. She doesn't like being alone on Christmas Eve either, but when Sister was living with the fiddler, well, that's what he calls him, never called him anything else, yes, then it wasn't so festive being there with them for Christmas. The fact is he didn't like it one bit. Of course Sister still asked him to come spend it with her then too with them, and one year he did go, but it wasn't an especially merry Christmas that year. Yes, the fight they had that night, he's never told me about what happened, has he? He will at some point, yes, someday he'll tell me about it, but it's got to wait. He'll tell me that another time because it's not a secret or anything, far from it. Still, it's not so nice to think about. The fiddler sure liked his drink. Yes, well, as long as Sister lived with the fiddler, he preferred to spend Christmas alone, but every year since the fiddler skipped out, and couldn't she have found a better man? He did like to hit the bottle. The fiddler, that's for sure. To tell the truth, whenever he had one drink, he couldn't stop. He never really understood why she hadn't found a better man. She wasn't bad-looking, Sister. She wore her years well. She'd had her hair in the same style for as long as he could remember, medium-length blonde hair with not a gray hair in it, while the little he had left had turned all gray, not to mention his beard, that was all gray. No one would think they were brother and sister to look at them, and there wasn't even much of an age difference between them, him and Sister. even though he was older, but yes, as long as sister was living with the fiddler, except once he spent Christmas Eve alone, since their parents had died of course, and no, that's probably not something he should think about or talk about. It's terrible how he talks, just talks and talks. Asle says he spends too much time alone, and that's why he always talks so much whenever we see each other. He says, but anyway, in any case, he's going to spend Christmas with sister again this year. Same as usual, he adds. She got the house in Oigna from her uncle and his wife, who died childless, while he, as the oldest son, got the farm in Dilja. He says she got the house cheap, practically free, yes, for little or nothing, to tell the truth. But then, he didn't have to pay too much to buy out sister when he got the farm either, he says, and it's not like she had money to pay him with. She doesn't earn much sitting there sewing her hardanger embroidery, tablecloth after tablecloth, big and small, table runner after table runner, short and long, and then the colorful embroidered bodices for folk costumes. There's a little money in that, but not much, just barely enough to live on. And some years, like after she finished school, she worked at a shop in Jorgvin called Hardanger Regional Products or something like that, but then the shop went under and she came back home and the house in Oigna was standing empty, so she ended up there and she did her best to take care of the house. When it needed a new coat of paint, she painted it once anyway, and then it was the fiddler who painted the house. You have to give him that, before he skipped out, and actually it was sister who got tired of him and sort of said he should go. She hinted at it and said she was sorry, but he should go away, and proud as he was, that's what he did. He left on the spot, but as long as he was living with sister, he did look after the house, and he made a little money from his music gigs. He'd come home with a few kroner, not drink it all up before he got home, plus he almost always had a few bottles of booze with him. Sister had told him, but anyway, he painted the house. Once he did do that, Asle says, and he doesn't drop by to check in on sister too often, he says, except on Christmas Eve. Since sister's been alone, it's better to spend it at her house than to be alone anyway, and sister's lamb ribs, as he said, are unbelievably good, Asle says, and he stops for a second as if thinking something over, and then he looks right at me and asks me couldn't I come with him this year, just once, he says, and spend Christmas with him and sister. It's always been nice with just him and sister together, it goes well, but it wouldn't hurt to have someone else sitting around the table. There are always so many memories about mother and father, and for sister about her man the fiddler, who skipped out and settled down somewhere in East Norway with another woman. People say, so why can't you come along? Asle says, but he doesn't have high hopes, he says, because he's asked me about this plenty of times before. He might as well give up, he says, because I've never ever come with him, he says, and hasn't he given sister one of my paintings every single Christmas? A small one. Always one of the little paintings, and every single Christmas since she's been alone, sister has said that he needs to ask me to come spend Christmas with them next year. In fact, he has to admit, he wonders why she hasn't given up asking him because I've never come, and Asle says he tells sister he's asked me to come lots of times, he says, and yes, he's sometimes thought that sister might have ulterior motives, because she and I are the same age more or less, and we're both single, and some people, well, especially women, well, no, there's no difference between men and women when it comes to that. Some people don't like to live alone, and after the fiddler ran off, yes, he just left and never came back, that loser, he never even said goodbye to sister, and now he's probably, people say, gone off to East Norway, or some other place with some woman or another too, yes. It's probably way out east in Telemark he's gone, but he was a really good fiddle player, no one could deny that, and if he's being honest, he'd have to say that he thinks that's why sister wanted to be with him, because he played so well. He really was a virtuoso, you have to say, Asle says. Yes, you've told me that before, I say. Yes, well, is there anything I haven't told you before? He says, good point, I say. And it's quiet, and we both stand there looking down. Won't you come this year either? Asle says. No, I'd rather stay home, I say. You're going to paint on Christmas this year too? Asle says. Yes, I say. And it's quiet again. Even on Christmas Eve? Asle says yes, I say. But you'll at least eat some Christmas lamb ribs on Christmas Eve? Asle says. And I say no and hum and haw a bit, and Asle says yes, well, since you get lamb ribs and lutefisk and wood and other things in exchange for the painting, I get to give sister mutton too. Now sister has a whole collection, almost a whole wall of her living room is covered with pictures you've painted, yes, and then there are the 3 pictures hanging above the sofa and more in the hall, they're everywhere. So actually it's a good thing that you've always given me small pictures in exchange for everything, Asle says, even if it's just out of stinginess that you've only given me small pictures, he says. You can have one of the big ones this year, I say, well, thank you, Asle says. And then he says that what makes it better is if, after I've eaten all the mutton from the lamb bones he's given me, I add potato dumplings and cook them with the bones and then have him over for dinner. He says yes, he always looks forward to these meals, he has to admit, yes, and add a little Voss smoked sausage, some bacon, carrots, turnips, it makes him hungry just thinking about it. Asle says, and I say yes, I eat lamb ribs and lutefisk too over Christmas, but not on Christmas Eve itself. You know that, Asle, I've told you that before, I say, and of course I'll have him over for the potato dumplings that you cook when there's not enough meat left on the bones to have on its own, and you cut the bones into pieces and cook them, I say, and Asle says yes, of course he knows that, and besides he comes over every Advent to have some lamb ribs or lutefisk, we take turns. This year I'll serve the lamb ribs, and he'll serve lutefisk at his place, and the food I serve him is always really good because food always tastes so much better when you're not eating alone. He says that's probably why the two of us always have no less than 3 meals together around Christmas time, 2 of them during Advent, and then we always spend New Year's Eve together too, either over at his place or here at my place, 1 year at one place, the next at the other, and we always have lamb ribs, Asle says, but he, Asle, has provided both the lamb ribs and the lutefisk, of course, Asle says. He's caught the fish and cleaned it and dried it and soaked it in lye and raised the ewe and slaughtered it and skinned it and salted and smoked the lamb, he says, and I say I never liked Christmas, it's a bad time. The worst part of the year, and Christmas Eve day is the very worst day, I say, and I go into the main room and Asle follows me, and then we're standing in the middle of the room, and I think that the only thing I want to do on Christmas Eve is make the day disappear, paint it away. And that's what I do, and I'd rather not eat anything on Christmas Eve either. I just fast, as they call it, and paint. I paint from early in the morning through the whole time I'm awake until night, except for when I nap for an hour in the middle of the day, and fortunately I get tired early. I usually go to bed early by 9 o'clock, and yes, however stupid it is to think so, and whether or not it's true, but there's some truth in it too. The one thing that makes Christmas bearable, other than going to Mass on Christmas Day at St. Paul's Church in Jorgven, and other than painting, of course, yes, the one thing that makes Christmas bearable is thinking about a young man and a young woman in love. Yes, a little like Asle and I once were. It's just that we never had children. It just never worked out. No, I can't think about Asle. I think it's too terrible. I'd rather think about a young woman with child and a young man in love with her, even though he's not the father of her child. The two of them are the only ones in the world, and he, the young man, is thinking that the young woman makes him so happy that even though he isn't the father of the child she's carrying, he has to help her. They have to find a place where she can give birth, the young man thinks, and then the two of them, the man and the woman, go off to find a place somewhere and someone who can help. But as they're walking, it starts to rip and tear inside the young woman's body, and then they're at a farm. They go up and knock on the door, but no one opens up. So either there's no one home, or else no one wants to open the door for them. But the house is dark, so probably there's no one there, so they go into the hay barn. There are some cows in the stalls, some sheep walking around in the main part of the barn, and it's probably the heat that the animals are giving off that makes it less cold in the barn than it is outside. So the girl lies down in the straw, and there she gives birth to a baby, and she says that an angel has told her she would give birth to a baby boy, so it must be a boy, she says, and she says that the angel told her not to be scared because God was with her, and the young man sees that a light is coming from the child, an incomprehensibly beautiful light, and then the young woman takes her breast, and she gives it to the baby, and the boy falls silent, and he sucks, the young man thinks, and everything about it is unbelievable because there's such a strange light shining from the baby lying there at the young woman's breast. Then she looks up at the young man, and she smiles at him, and the young man thinks that this light, no, he can't understand it, because this light from the child in the darkness, in the dark barn, no, it's impossible to understand, he thinks, and he goes outside because even though it's cold at this time of year, he's covered in sweat now. So he stands out there in the wind, in the cooling wind, and he lets the cool air brush his face, and he looks up and sees a star shining bright in the sky. Yes, so much brighter and stronger than all the other stars, and it's shining straight down at the barn. The light from the star is just like the light that's coming from the child, he thinks, and he sees the star send a beam of light right into the barn, such a sharp, clear line of light, and the light coming from the star is precisely the same light as the light coming from the child. He can't understand what's happening, the young man thinks, as he stands there looking at the beam of light, following with his eyes the line of clear, strong light down from the star, through the sky until it goes straight into the barn. No, he can't understand it. He thinks, and now he has to go back inside and help the young woman. He thinks, and then he hears footsteps, and then he sees three strange men. 3 men he's never seen before. 3 men unlike anyone he's ever seen. Come walking up. They have long hair and long beards, and are wearing very colorful, disheveled clothing, and they come walking up to him, and he sees that their hands are full of beautiful blankets and clothes and food and jewelry and wine, and who knows what else they're carrying. And when they see the young man, they say that every night they sit and look at the stars and try to figure out what meaning the stars might have, and tonight they saw something they'd never seen before, and something they're never going to see again. They saw a star start to shine so much clearer and brighter than any other star, and then they saw a beam of light come down from the star. A mysterious, incomprehensible light it was. Beautiful and warm and there to look at and disappear into, they say, and the beam of light was pointing somewhere. And then they knew, they said, that this light meant that God had now sent his human son to earth. They were sure of it. It had finally happened, so they followed the light from the star and set out, and then miraculously arrived at the place the star was shining at. And now here they were outside a barn, and the light from the star is shining straight into the barn, they say. And now they want to go give their gifts to the newborn child, they say, and I think that it's this light. Yes, this exact light, yes. That this light is what I think about to get through Christmas Eve day, and to stop thinking about all the other things that it's so awful to think about, I think. And also I paint on Christmas Eve day the same as every other day, and there has to be a light in everything I paint, an invisible light, I think, and maybe the light I try to paint has something to do with the light coming from the child in the barn? And from the star? I think, but no, it's not like that. And what's strange is that the easiest way to get pictures to shine is if they're dark. Yes, black. The darker and blacker the colors are, the more they shine. And the best way I can tell if a picture is shining and how strong or weak the light is in it, and where, is to turn out all the other lights. When it's dark as blackest night, of course it's easiest to tell when it's as dark as possible outside, like now, during Advent season, but in summer too I try to cover the windows and make it as dark as possible before looking at where and how much a picture is shining. Yes, to tell the truth, I always wait until after I've seen a picture in pitch blackness to be sure I'm done with it, because the eyes get used to the dark in a way, and I can see the picture as light and darkness, and see if there's a light shining from the picture, and where and how much, and it's always the darkest part of the picture that shines the most. And I think that might be because it's in the hopelessness and despair in the darkness that God is closest to us. But how it happens, how the light I get clearly into the picture gets there, that I don't know, and how it comes to be at all, that I don't understand. But I do think that it's nice to think that maybe it came about like this, that it came to be when an illegitimate child, as they put it, was born in a barn on a winter's day. On Christmas, in fact, and a star up above sent its strong, clear light down to earth, a light from God. Yes, it's a beautiful thought, I think, because the very word God says that God is real. I think the mere fact that we have the word and idea God means that God is real. I think, whatever the truth of it is, it's at least a thought that it's possible to think. It's that too, even if it's no more than that, but it's definitely true that it's just when things are darkest, blackest, that you see the light. That's when this light can be seen, when the darkness is shining, yes. And it has always been like that in my life, at least. When it's darkest is when the light appears, when the darkness starts to shine, and maybe it's the same way in the pictures I paint. Anyway, I hope it is, and I've tried to tell Asle that, but I've never been able to make Asle understand anything about that. That's why I don't say anything about it to him anymore, because he'd just say that Asle is not a believer. Someone lives and then he dies, and that's that, no more no less, and he doesn't want to hear anything about any invisible light. That's exactly what Asle would say, and that's why I don't want to say anything to him about it. Someone lives and then he dies, and that's that, no more no less, Asle says, and he's probably right about that too, but then again, maybe it isn't so simple, because life isn't something you can understand, and death isn't either. Actually, to put it in other words, it's like, in a weird way, both life and death are things you can understand, but not with thoughts. This light understands it in a way, and life and paintings, I think, get their meaning from their connection to this light. Yes, when I'm painting, it's actually about an invisible light, even if no one else can see it, and they definitely can't, or don't. I don't think anyone does. I think they think it's about something else. It's about if a painting is good or bad, something like that. And that's why I can't stand thinking about the pictures I painted to make money when I was young. They were just pictures. They didn't have any light in them. They were just pretty, and that's why they were bad. They looked so real, and the sun was shining, and there was light everywhere in the picture, and that's why there was none of this light, because this light is only in the shadows. Maybe I think, and suddenly I hear Asle say that even if he's just a fisherman, he knows a thing or two about how everything goes together. Everything fits into a big, unbreakable whole. People catch fish for food, and for the fish to be caught this, and that has to happen, and for someone to successfully catch the fish this, and that has to happen, and so everything goes together in a mysterious way. Everything is one big whole, but you believe in God and I don't, he says, and I say what I always say, that no one can really say anything about God, and that's why it's meaningless to say that someone does or doesn't believe in God. Because God just is. He doesn't exist the way Asle imagines, I say, and I think that Asle and I have talked about this so many times. It's something that's nice to talk about again and again, and also boring to talk about again and again. Yes, well, I say. You won't come to Sisters for Christmas this year either? Asle says no, I'll just stay home, I say. Yes, well, Asle says. But you believe in God, and I don't, he says. And I say what I always say, that no one can say anything about God, but it is possible to think that without God nothing would exist, but because God isn't anything, he is separate from the world of created things, where everything has a limit, he is outside time and space, he is something we can't think, he doesn't exist, he's not a thing, in other words he's nothing, I say, and I say that no thing, no person, creates itself because it's God who makes it possible for things to exist at all. Without God there's nothing, I say, and Asle says, what's the point of thinking like that? That's not something a person can believe in, is it? There's no point in believing in nothing, is there? And I say that he's right about that. We agree on that point, we do, but it's also wrong to say that God is nothing because at the same time he is all, everything all together, because what I think, I say, is that since nothing can exist without God sustaining it, without God having made it exist, given it being as they put it, then it's he who is, it's he that everything has in common. Yes, God says about himself, about what we should call him, that his name is I am, I say. Now that I don't understand, Asle says no, I don't really understand it either, I say it's just something you think? Asle says yes, I say. And then neither of us says anything, and we stand there, and look at the floor. You, and this faith of yours. Asle says I don't always understand you, he says. But no one can think their way to God, I say. Because either they can feel that God is near, or they can't, I say. Because God is both a very faraway absence, yes, well, being itself, yes, and a very close presence, I say. Maybe it's like that for you, Asle says, but it doesn't really make sense, he says. And I say no, it doesn't, that's for sure, it's a paradox, as they call it, but then again aren't both he and I paradoxes too, just standing here, because how do the soul and the body go together, I say. And Asle says yes, who can say, and then we stand there, and neither of us says anything, and then I say that the cross is already a paradox, with those two lines that cross, the vertical and the horizontal, as they say, and that Christ, yes, God himself, died, and then rose again to conquer death. He who came down to earth when people were separate from God because of what they call original sin, when evil, yes, devils took control of this world, as it says in the Bible. Yes, it's impossible to understand that, I say, and I say that evil, sin, death, all of it came into the world, yes, into the universe. It all exists because God said yes, but there was also someone who said no, if you can put it that way. I say because otherwise there would be neither time nor space. Yes, everything that exists in time and space has its opposite, like good and evil, I say, and everything that's in time and space will someday pass away. In fact, most things, almost everything that there's ever been in time and space is already gone. Almost every last thing is outside of time and space. It isn't anywhere, it just is, the way God isn't anywhere but just is, so it's not at all strange that someone can want to leave this earth, get away from what can be found, and rest in what just is, in God, as Paul said, yes, something like that, I say, and Asle says that we've talked about this a lot before, and we'll probably talk about it a lot more, and I say you're right, and I see Asle go over to the picture I have standing on the easel, which is set up in the middle of the room, and unusually for me it's a rather big canvas and rectangular, and first I painted one line diagonally across almost the whole surface of the picture, a brown line in very thick drippy oil paint, and then I painted a matching line in purple from the other corner, and it crossed the first line in the middle, forming a kind of cross, a St. Andrew's cross, I think they call it, and I see Asle stand there and look at the picture, and I go over to it too and look at it, and I see Asle sitting there on his sofa, and he's shaking and shaking, he's thinking he can't even lift his hands, he feels too heavy even to say a word, Asle thinks, and he thinks that the only thought he can think is that he should disappear. go away, he'll leave and go out and then go out to sea, and then he thinks it's been a long time since he's walked the dog, and I see that the thick oil paint has dripped a bit more, and where the lines cross a totally new color has formed, more shining than it was when I looked at the picture earlier today. I think, and I stand there and look at the painting, and I think that really it was because of Asle that I decided so suddenly to drive into Bjorgvin today. I just didn't realize it. I realized it only when I drove past the building where his apartment is in Sailor's Cove, but then I didn't stop to see him, even so, didn't stop to help him. Not when I was driving into Bjorgvin, and not when I was driving back out of Bjorgvin either. I think that all my pictures are like that, and I don't know what I mean by that. All my pictures are like that? Like what?
What do I mean by that?
Because this isn't a picture yet, it's just a picture I've started on, but in all the pictures I paint there is something this picture reminds me of. However different this one is from all the others I've painted, this is what I'm always trying to paint, and when I get a light into the picture, when I get a light to come from the picture, it's by doing this, I have to go into myself as deep in as I can, so that I can come back out and go into the picture. I think, and I hear Asle say, now this here looks like something real. I've painted a picture that looks like something for once. It looks like some kind of cross, he says, and I say that this is something I just started painting today before I drove into Bjorgvin, and he says, why did I start a picture and just paint 2 lines and then rinse the brushes and put them away and drive into Bjorgvin instead of painting more? He says, and I say that it just felt like the right thing to do, and Asle doesn't say anything, and then he says it just felt right. Yes, well then it probably was, he says, and I think that now Asle's probably thinking that I'm talking nonsense, I think, but he probably always thinks that about me anyway, I think, and then Asle says again that he doesn't understand why I would paint just 2 lines and then stop. Why didn't I paint anything except those 2 lines? He says, and I say that it's not so easy to explain, and Asle says no, of course it isn't. The truth is he's never really totally understood me, or my pictures, he says, and I think that Asle has said this so many times, and well, it's something nice to talk about over and over, and it's also boring to talk about it over and over. The same as talking about how God, or, in any case some divine force, came down to humankind to give them help in all their despair and need when Jesus Christ came to earth and died and rose again. Yes, this unbelievable story, this foolishness that there's really no way to believe, and I think what I really believe in is the force of this foolishness, the power of thinking this way. I think, and I believe in this, and Asle doesn't, but what's the difference, really, whether someone believes it or not? There's no difference in the strict sense, I think, and I don't always believe in Jesus Christ as a savior either, just in God, in God's presence, yes, in his absence too, yes, I can never doubt that because it's reality, not belief. So, you won't come to Sisters for Christmas this year either then? Asle says. No, I'll stay home, I say. And I think he keeps asking this over and over. Can't he just stop already, I think. Yes, well, he says. And Asle stands there. It's like he doesn't want to leave. And he looks at the picture where I've painted 2 lines that cross. You don't get sick of all this painting?
He says.
And you're always fishing. You don't get sick of all that fishing?
I say.
That's different, he says. Yes, you're right, painting and fishing aren't the same. I say, how stupid do you think I am? Asle says. And we look at each other, no, you're not stupid. I say, well then, he says. Fishing a lot doesn't make a person stupid. I say, it looks like it's upside down, he says. Painting a lot is what makes a person stupid, more like, he says. And I can't argue with that. Fishing gives a person a lot more wisdom and understanding than painting does. Yes, fishing contains a beautiful truth, I say, because you never know what's going to happen, whether you'll catch a fish or not. I say, it all comes down to luck, just like life, I say, and Asle says I may be right about that, but the important thing you need to do to catch fish is go fishing. And it's not blind luck that decides whether or not you go fishing. It's something you decide to do. Fishing is. It's something you do, a task, a mission. See, he can use big words like that too, he says, and when someone undertakes this mission, namely fishing, when he does it for the first time, because one of those times is going to be the first time, there's always a first time, and later if he does it again and again, yes, you have to admit that too, he'll end up really knowing how to fish and where the fish are and if they're biting, and he'll learn the various landmarks and sea marks for various fishing grounds. Each has its own qualities. Some grounds are good when the tide is rising, and some when the tide is falling. Not to mention the currents. And how much it depends on the season, the month, the moon, even the week. How much fish you'll catch, yes, of course that's not something you can talk about because it's obvious, it's self-evident, Asle says, but he emphasizes the word self-evident. and then repeats it, self-evident, yes, it's self-evident, he says, and I say, yes, it certainly is. So no, it's not all just blind luck, it isn't, he says. No, but in life it's not all just blind luck either. That's obvious too, I say, of course, Asle says. And then he looks down at the floor in that way he has, and when Asle looks down in that way, it's like he isn't looking down, it's like he's looking up, like he's looking at everything all together, like he's seeing a big context without being clear about it, and then something comes over his face. Yes, it's like he is suddenly falling out of this evil world and into a still and peaceful clearing or clarity, an area of stillness, of light, yes, of shining darkness, because it's like he's fallen out of himself, out of where he usually is, like he no longer knows himself, like he's gone away from himself, as he stands there looking down with a light that's like what the sky can give off, together with the clouds, when that's what the light wants to do. Yes, a light like that comes from him, the kind of light that can come from a dog too, from a dog's eyes. Yes, that happens a lot. When I think about it, I've often seen that strange light coming from a dog's eyes. So that's why you drove down to Bjorgvin today?
He says.
To check in on that friend of yours? The one with your name? He says, it just suddenly came over you that you should do that? He says. And Asle looks down again, and I think I didn't tell him anything about Asle, and also I didn't drive to Bjorgvin to see Asle, it was just something I decided to do. I wasn't thinking about Asle at all until I drove past the building where his apartment is, but then again, maybe I was thinking about him in a way without realizing it. And I say that happens sometimes. A picture makes me suddenly decide to do something, but that's rare, very rare. While most of the time, in fact every time, a picture has something to do with something I've seen, something that's stuck inside me in a way, and that I suddenly see again. Yes, it's like a vision. It's like I have a huge collection of pictures stored in my head, of pictures I can't forget, and like I'm trying to get rid of them by painting them, I say, and Asle says that makes sense, and he stays there looking down at the floor, and I too bend my head, look down, and we stay standing like that for quite a long time. No, I've never amounted to anything, Asle says, and he's saying it as if to himself. Nothing, he says. I was born in Dilja, and I lived in Dilja, and I'm going to die in Dilja, and be buried in the ground, and turn into the ground myself, he says. I've never made anything of myself, he says. I was baptized in Vik Church and confirmed there, and that's where my funeral will be. I'll be buried in the churchyard of Vik Church, and that's where I'll rot away, Asle says. And I think now he's about to start saying what he usually says about how he's remained a bachelor, and Asle says that there's no woman in the world who'd want someone like him. That's easy enough to understand. Why would anyone want a ridiculous guy like him? And so, getting married like a respectable man, he gave up on that when he was young, yes. He wasn't yet old when he knew he'd be spending his life alone in solitude. There wasn't going to be any wedding in Vik Church for him, or any baptism of a child of his either, he said. And then there's the farm, or piece of land really. It was more like a steep hill with stones as big as boathouses scattered across the fields, if you can call them fields, beneath steep cliffsides, and it happened pretty often that a stone came loose and tumbled down the rock face and came to a stop in the fields. Almost every night, he'd lie there before he fell asleep in fear and think now, soon, it's coming, the big stone, or the big avalanche, that'll take his house and farm and field and sweep it all together into Signifjord. Yes, he's seen it in his head so many times. He's seen in his mind's eye how a stone as big as a house would come loose, or maybe the whole rock face would come loose and turn into stones hurtling down faster and faster and picking up grass and dirt and smashing houses into boards and splinters and sweeping away everything he owned and the sheep, and him in the middle of it all, inexorably sliding down the mountain until it was all gone, until it disappeared into the water. He along with his whole farm, he along with everything he had, all disappeared into the water. Yes, he would lie there like that and see it all in his mind before he fell asleep. It was like these thoughts were never satisfied, and lots of times this or that small avalanche had woken him up, and he'd inherited this fear of avalanches from his parents, especially mother, but also father. They used to talk constantly about the avalanche that was going to come one day. Yes, it wasn't just maybe going to come. It had to come. It was only a question of time. Today, this morning, in a year, in 20 years, in 100 years, or even longer, but eventually the avalanche would come. That was certain. They knew that. They just didn't know when it would come. That's the kind of thing father and mother would say to each other, while he and sister were still little kids too. And listening, they'd talk like that, because did grown-ups ever think about how such talk would enter into a child? No, not back then. Never once in all that time did they think that, and he and sister, who were nearly the same age, he was 2 years older, and the heir, that word was always spoken as if there was something especially splendid about it. Yes, the word heir was always given its own special emphasis, spoken with special respect. Son and heir. He was the son and heir. It was he who would one day take over the whole small farm along with everything on it, the same way father had taken it over from his father one day, and he from his own father. Yes, no one knew how long people from his line had lived on this farm, but it was a long time. Yes, that much was known for certain, a very long time. Yes, the farm had passed from father to son, and obviously all the men before him had found a wife, since the farm had passed from father to son all the way down to him, which meant he was the first one to stay unmarried, a bachelor. Yes, well, he'd tried, more than once, put himself forward a few times, but no, he'd had no luck. Not a single old spinster wanted to have him, so he never got a wife. He stayed a bachelor and looked after things and puttered around. Now he had these sheep. They brought in a few kroner for the meat and a little for the wool, not much, but then again he didn't need much, and when he had a good catch fishing he'd dock at the wharf in Vik, go from the wharf to the country store in Vik, and that's how he'd sell a little fish. Yes, there were lots of people who didn't fish themselves who bought fresh fish from him and dried fish from him too, because he hung up pretty much all the cod he caught to dry, either in the attic of his house in the winters or in the summers outside under the eaves, and it was always easy to sell the dried fish. And then there were crabs and lobsters. They were usually pretty easy to sell too, that's for sure. He'd made quite a few kroner from those. It had added up to a tidy little sum over the years. That's the truth, yes. And then there's the woods. It was quite a number of cords of wood he'd cleared and sold over the years, at first to country people, but after the country road got built, it was mainly people from Jorgvin who wanted to buy wood from him. There were knocks on his door so often on weekends and holidays that, to tell the truth, he'd started locking his front door. No, he'd never done that before, but recently he'd actually started locking his front door and not opening it when people knocked. So he'd always managed to get by, and other than that? Yes, well, he'd always liked to read, and he went into the library in Vik almost every time he was in Vik. It wasn't so far away from the wharf. It was in the town hall. Yes, I knew that perfectly well. I'd been there many a time myself. Now, why would he tell me where it is? So almost every single time when he was there doing business at the country store, he went into the library and he's read almost everything they have on any and every topic, or else poetry. Yes, he even liked reading poetry. He enjoyed it, especially poems by the younger poets. What wouldn't they think of next? Those poems rarely meant much or had much connection with anything, but there were sudden turns of phrase, quick bursts of wind, that were said in a new way, put in a new way, often in ways impossible to predict beforehand, and he liked most of them. But when one of them was too much like the others, when there was one you could hardly tell apart from the others, then it was hard to read it. A poem had to have some kind of quality of its own in it to be worthwhile. Yes, that's what he thought. About that, it was just his opinion, nothing more than that now. Yes, well, Asle said, and then he fell silent. And so there's a lot to do on a farm. The buildings need a lot of work, Asle says. And he says that he's tried to the best of his ability to take good care of the buildings, the house, the barn, the outbuilding, the smokehouse, the boathouse, but in recent years he'd let things go a bit, so the house needed painting. Well, in fact, all the buildings did. Yes, they've needed it for a while, but the avalanche might still come. He was sure about that, and the time was approaching. The time was always coming closer and closer. And so that's why he'd let things go a bit, since there wasn't much reason to paint the house or the other buildings, yes, or maintain them in other ways either, when the avalanche was going to come any day now. That's how he saw it. But now thoughts like that weren't exactly pearls of wisdom. No, really they were more like an excuse not to do anything, a kind of cover for his own laziness. It was crazy, really. Everyone before him had done so much to keep up the farm, and the buildings had stood there all that time, and they were still there, the same as they'd always been. Yes, the house, the barn, the shed, the smokehouse, the boathouse. And a lot of work had gone into all of them, done by both of his parents, his grandparents, his great-grandparents, his great-great-grandparents, however far back in time you wanted to go, but there wasn't much point in going back too much farther than the grandparents. That's what he thought. The rest was part of the Great Silence, he said. That's more or less how he thought of it. And there's not really anything that you can think about what's part of the Great Silence. There's no point, it's just there, it just is what it is. Yes, he says. Yes, I say. The Great Silence, he says. And I think I should say that God is in the great silence and that it's in the silence that you can hear God, but then I think that it's probably better if I don't say that and we stand there, and I think that this too, like everything else, is something I've heard Asle say so many times before, because once he gets started he can go on and on about stuff like this, and it's probably because he spends so much time alone, I think, and I think that even if he said it before, it's in a way new. Every time he tells me, I think something about it is new, something's different in how he tells it, how he looks at it every time. I think, and Asle says that the only thing that bothers him, yes, the only thing is, no, not that he never got married, not that a female would have been a nuisance and a burden when you came right down to it. He was a born recluse, a hermit as they say, but he says, and then he says nothing for a long time. Yes,
I say.
Yes, that, he says, yes, that what, I say. That there's no one to take over the farm after I'm gone, Asle says. And again he looks down at the floor, and then he looks up and looks at the stove, and he says that it probably needs another log, a good dry birchwood log, he says, and I see Asle go over to the stove and open the hatch and put a log in, and he closes the hatch, and I think I really should have gone to get a glass of something with Asle at the alehouse in Jorgven, and even if where he really should have been taken was the clinic, he'd never have gone along with that. He wasn't doing well these days. Asle, when he wasn't drinking, he was thinking all the time about putting an end to himself. It just felt like he couldn't go on, so I should have dropped by. And so why did I just keep driving? I think, was it because I dreaded seeing him? Because I didn't feel like going to the alehouse? I think, and now Asle is just sitting there on the sofa, with his long gray hair pulled back behind his ears and tied in the back with a black hairband, and his gray beard too, and he's shaking and shaking. I think, and I see Asle go over to the easel and stop and look at the picture I'm in the middle of painting, and I go over to the stove and I open the hatch, and even though Asle has just put a log in, I put another log in anyway, and I stand there with the hatch open and I look at the firewood and I see Asle sitting there on the sofa, and he's thinking that food no longer tastes good to him. He knows he needs to eat, but he doesn't want any food. It disgusts him. To tell the truth, he tries to eat, but it makes him want to throw up, and he spits out the food and goes looking for something to drink. But he can't drink without eating. That is one rule he's always stuck to, and it's already long since daylight, and he needs to stand up, no matter how hard it is to get to his feet. No matter how hard it is to put one foot on the floor in front of the other, he has to do it. Yes, even while he's shaking all over, and his hands are shaking most of all. But even so, he needs to get himself something to drink, a little glass of something, Asle thinks, and he gets up and puts one foot down on the floor, and then the other, and he feels himself shaking all over, and he thinks he has to get to the kitchen and pour himself a drink. And he leaves the main room and goes to the kitchen and unscrews the cap from a bottle that's on the kitchen table next to a glass, and he holds the round bottle in both hands and sticks the opening into the glass and manages to pour a glassful without spilling any, and with both his shaking hands he holds the glass tight and raises it to his mouth and empties it in one gulp, and he puts it back down on the table with trembling hands and then supports himself on the edge of the table and shuts his eyes, and he breathes in deeply and then breathes out slowly. He does that many times, and then he puts both his shaking hands around the bottle again, and even though he's shaking all over, he fills his glass and he feels a gentle warmth spread through him, and he feels his hands shaking less, and immediately he feels the warm gentleness inside. Asle thinks, and then he thinks he should roll himself a proper cigarette now, and he takes the tobacco pouch out of his pocket, and now he can roll a cigarette, and then he lights it, and it's so good to feel the smoke spread through his body. He thinks there is such a big difference between hand-rolled cigarettes and packaged cigarettes, Asle thinks, and he thinks he should drop by the alehouse, and he sees himself sitting there in the alehouse alone and reading a newspaper, and there are many people at the alehouse. And then the street door opens, and a woman about his age, somewhere around 40 or 50, something like that, walks in, and she has medium-length blonde hair, and Asle sees her as it were come to life when she sees him, and she comes over to his table, and he looks up, and he too, as it were, comes to life. His eyes sparkle. "No, is it really you?" Asle says. "Yes," she says. And she's a little shy. "Are you waiting for someone?" She says. "No," he says. And it's quiet for a brief moment, and then Asle says she should just sit down if she wants to, if she's not doing anything. He's here alone, as she can see. Yes, just with his glass, he says, and he raises the shot glass, and she says it's sure been a long time, and that it's great, really great, to see him again, she says. "Have a seat if you want," he says. "You and me, we're old friends," he says. "You and me, Guro and Asle," he says. And she doesn't say anything and they're quiet, and Asle thinks that Gyro's hair is the same medium-length blonde hair it's always been, and she's still standing there, and she turns a little, slowly, and Asle looks at her, and he feels like they're right back where they've always been. They're exactly the same as they used to be. They're in the same place. They are the same place, their place. They are still each other's secret. They are still each other's own beautiful world. It's so great to see you again. She says, you too, he says. And things are still the same with you? She says, yes, not much new with me, he says. But I'm so happy to see you here. She says, it's great for me too, that you saw me, he says. And I see her sit down at his table, and I see Asle standing there next to his kitchen table pouring himself another glass of something strong, and I think he's going to make it. He's about to stop shaking now, I think, and then I see the dog come walking up to him. Here you are, Asle says.
Good boy, good.
Broggy, he says. And he says the dog must be hungry and thirsty too, and he fills the dog's water dish and takes a handful of pellets of dog food from a bag on the floor next to the kitchen table and puts them down in the dish on the floor, and Broggy goes over to the dishes at once and starts eating, and then there's a knock on his front door, and he just stands there. He stands with his glass in his hand. There's another knock, and he puts his glass down and puts the cigarette in the ashtray on the kitchen table. And goes and opens the door with Broggy at his heels, and two little girls are standing there and looking at him with their eyes wide in surprise, and one of them asks him if he'll give them some money for this or that cause, and he says he'll see what he has, and then he goes back into the main room and over to the black velvet jacket that's on the chair by the coffee table, and he finds his wallet in the inner pocket and finds a few coins there, and with the coins clutched in one hand and the wallet in the other, he goes back to the two girls, and one girl holds out a box with a slot in the lid, and he puts the coins in one by one, and the girls say thank you at almost the same time, and then he sees them turn around and go to the door across the hall, to the neighbor's apartment, and Asle shuts the door, locks it, checks to see that the door is locked, and then thinks about Bard, the neighbor boy who drowned. He and Bard were the same age. They hadn't even started school yet. He thinks, and then he goes back to the kitchen, and he thinks he'll just drop by the alehouse, or maybe he'll go knock at Gyro's door. Or maybe she's even at the alehouse. Asle thinks, and he sits down at the kitchen table and stares emptily into space, and he picks up his glass and drinks and looks. Yes. What is he looking at? He's looking at something or other, but it doesn't matter what, because it's like he doesn't see anything. He just feels the warm intoxication fill him up, and he pours himself another glass and drinks it all down, but not as fast as before, more gently, sip by sip, and with more time between the sips. Then he pours himself another glass and watches the level of liquid in the bottle go down, and he needs to save a little for tomorrow, he thinks, because how else will he be able to stop the shaking? He thinks, so maybe he really should go out for a bit, to the alehouse, buy himself something to drink there, since he has to leave some of what he has here until tomorrow, and maybe he'll drop by Gyro's in the lane and knock on her door on the way to the alehouse. Or maybe it'd be better on the way back. He thinks, it's been a long time now, he thinks, and maybe he can spend the night at Gyro's at her apartment in the lane? Yes, like so many times before. The first time he did it was many years ago when he was living with Liv, but then a man moved in with her, a fiddler. In any case, Gyro always called him the fiddler, and then of course he had to stay away, and Gyro and the fiddler lived together for many years, but then the fiddler just disappeared one day, just went away. He moved to somewhere or other in East Norway. It was certainly somewhere a long way east of Telemark, Asle thinks, and since then he's often thought he should go drop by Gyro's place, but it's never happened, he thinks, and he thinks that he needs to go buy some more to drink tomorrow. The quarter bottle he has left will be enough to last him till tomorrow morning, he thinks, so he'll just put on his warm clothes, because it's cold out, it's snowing, and go to the alehouse. Or maybe he should stop by Gyro's place in the lane, like he used to do so often. No, she probably doesn't want him to come by, so he'd better just go to the alehouse, and then he'll need to buy himself more to drink tomorrow morning, because sitting in his kitchen drinking beer until the shaking goes away, no, he can't do that. His hands will be shaking so much that it'll be all he can do to get a shot glass up to his mouth. But now that he's managed to get a couple of glasses down, yes, he's calmed down little by little, the shaking's gone away. It took a little while, but he stopped shaking. And now he won't need that much to drink for the next several hours, just a little beer. Yes, there were lots of times before he needed to drink something strong to get the shaking to stop, Asle thinks. And he thinks that he's alone, and that it's good to be alone. If only he were better, if only he didn't have to drink all the time. He thinks, this horrible shaking, he thinks, and aside from those two girls in the hall, he probably hasn't talked to anyone in a week, for sure. Barely a word or two when he went to buy something to drink or a little food when it wasn't like it was today before. When he wasn't lying there heavy and unable to move and shaking all day. Yes, on days when there wasn't that weight and things were easy and one day disappeared into the next and neither day existed on its own, then everything was good, floating along. Then it was good to be alone, yes. Everything was a floating picture then, in a way, Asle thinks, and then he painted. And when he started on a picture, he could totally disappear into the picture. But that was before. Now he can't paint anymore. He can't do anything. It's all too big and heavy for him, and he shakes all the time, and he's tried to call the boy who lives in Oslo, but the boy didn't answer, and the son and the daughter live somewhere in Trøndelag, and he hasn't seen Liv even once in many years, or Siv either, and these weights inside him, his stone, and these shakes, because if he doesn't get something strong to drink, he shakes. And sometimes he shakes even if he is drunk quite a bit, he thinks. The only thing he can do now is have a little drink when he wakes up, and then a few more times throughout the day. But he often can't get rid of the shakes even then, or else he needs a lot to drink before he can stop shaking, which means he'll need more to drink by tomorrow morning, Asle thinks, so he'll go buy some more tomorrow morning, and by evening he might feel so much lighter that he can think about going out, the same as today. Yes, drop by the alehouse, the same as now, because it's like he's feeling a little stronger again, yes. And if he doesn't have the strength for anything else, then at least he has the strength to pour himself another drink. At least he feels that, he thinks, and that's something he thinks. But thinking things like that, yes, drinking's helped him a lot, he thinks, but now the drinking is taking over. After it got to the point when he was so heavy that everything felt too heavy, even speaking a single word, drinking was the only thing that could make things a little lighter so that he could move his hands, get up, say anything, and he takes another big sip, and again he feels the warmth spread through his body, because on these days when there's nothing moving inside him, when he's just heavy, yes, he has always been heavy, heavy of spirit as they say, melancholy, as they put it, but never before has he been so heavy that it was hard to say a single word, and the only thing he wanted to do was go outside and down to the water, and go out to sea and disappear into the sea and do it in the light that shines now, and then from the darkness, when the darkness is most impenetrable in a way, he thinks, but now he doesn't want to be alone, he wants to go out and he wants to go to the alehouse. And maybe he'll run into someone he knows there, someone or other, someone he can talk to? Maybe Giro's there? It's been so long since she's gone there, but maybe he could meet someone he's never talked to before? Someone he didn't know before today? And tomorrow he has to go buy more to drink, and since he has to save what he still has at home to drink in the morning, he needs to go out. Go drop by the alehouse, or the last boat as it's called, Asle thinks, and I see him put his wallet back in his inside pocket and put on the black velvet jacket that's hanging on the back of a chair by the coffee table, and then he goes out into the hall and puts his long black overcoat on. Then he puts on a scarf that's hanging on a hook there. Then he feels his coat to make sure he has his wallet in his jacket pocket and it's where it should be and he has money in it. He knows that, and he's been carrying in his wallet for all these years a little reproduction of Bridal Procession on the Hardangerfjord. Of all things, he saw the painting in a schoolbook back when he was a boy in a school textbook, and he thought it was so beautiful, so beautiful. He knows some people look down on this painting, but he still thinks it's wonderfully fine, yes. People can say whatever they want. It's an exceptionally good painting. He's never painted anything like it himself. Far from it, yes, what he's painted himself can't compare to that painting in the least, but ever since he was a boy he has always kept the little picture he tore out of the school textbook in his wallet, yes. He tore out the page with the picture from the textbook they used in his school, and then cut out the picture, and then put it in the wallet he had at the time, because he already had a wallet then, even if he rarely, or never had any money in it. Anyway, he had this little reproduction of Bridal Procession on the Hardangerfjord in his wallet, and since then he has always kept this picture in his wallet. Yes, he's changed wallets many times of course, but he always transferred the picture of Bridal Procession on the Hardangerfjord from the old one to the new one, and now the picture was so worn that you could barely see that it used to be Bridal Procession on the Hardangerfjord, but in a way that just made the picture even more beautiful. Not that he looked at it very often, but still he did take it out sometimes, and to make more room in his wallet he'd folded it in quarters, folded it once and then again. And so over time the picture had obviously come apart into 4 pieces. The folds had torn of course, but he'd taped them back together on the back once a long time ago, and the tape had lasted well, so that's why the picture was still in one piece, more or less anyway, and so he went around with this picture in his wallet. the same as before, and even if it was basically impossible to see what the picture showed anymore, he still sometimes took it out and looked at it, never at home, but sometimes when he was sitting alone at the alehouse or somewhere else and had nothing else to do. It wasn't all that often that he looked at the picture, but sometimes he'd look at this old photograph of bridal procession on the Hardangerfjord, torn out of the textbook from his school days, yes, cut out on one side and torn out on the other, Asle thinks, and then he thinks that now he needs to pick up his keys from the bureau in the hall, and then go out to the front door, and now he just has to not run into anyone, any of the neighbors, as long as no one comes up to him on the stairs, Asle thinks, and he sees Bragi standing there looking at him, and Asle thinks that he needs to take the dog out, but he can't do it now. He'd rather do it when he gets back home. It won't be too many hours till he's back, and then he says to Bragi, now be a good boy and watch the apartment, and the dog just looks at him, and then Asle unlocks the apartment door, and then he goes down the stairs and he walks past the bicycles and pushchairs down in the hall, and he thinks that as long as he doesn't run into some neighbor or another, he thinks, and he goes to the street door, and he opens it, and he sees someone walking towards him. Good evening, the man walking towards him says. And Asle stands there and holds the door open for the man, and he says good evening, and the man Asle is holding the door open for asks if he's going out for a walk. Yes, you have to every now and then, Asle says, some fresh air, that's a good thing, the man says. Yes, Asle says. And the man walking up to him says that it's so nice out now that the new snow is falling, and Asle says yes. Yes, it's so white, it's like it's shining, he says, and Asle sees the man go into the lobby, and he shuts the door behind him, and it slams shut, and I stand there, and look at the firewood in the stove, and I hear Sleek say, it's burning nicely in the stove now, isn't it? Should I shut the hatch? He says, and I say I'll do it, and I shut the hatch, and I think I should have gone to see Asle. I shouldn't have just kept driving, going right past, because his drinking is going to finish him off before long if someone doesn't do something, if someone doesn't help him, I think, but I just looked at the building in Sailor's Cove where his apartment is and drove right past it, and then I think I need to drive back into Bjorgvin, because I need to go see Asle. I just have to, I think, yes. Mute voice inside me tells me I have to drive back into Bjorgvin and go see him, and that must be the voice people call conscience, I think. Yes, even though it'll take a couple of hours to drive to Bjorgvin, I'll just make that drive. I'm not too tired, I think, and then I'll just spend the night at the country in where I like to spend the night. In room 407, the smallest room they have. As long as it's empty, I'll stay there, and not just because it's one of the least expensive rooms, I also like it best. The room has windows looking out onto the backyard. Although something, I think it must be the lift shaft, blocks half the view from the room where I stay if it's available, and I usually book the room well in advance, but even if I haven't booked it ahead of time, I've never once had it happen that there wasn't room for me somewhere at the country inn. True, there was one time when it was full, and I had to sleep on a spare bed in the attic. They put up an extra bed for me there. I think anyway, now it's decided, I'm going to drive into Bjorgvin and looking on Asle, I think, and I hear Sleek say, well, it's time to get going home, and I look at him, and I say that I stupidly forgot the most important thing I needed to do in Bjorgvin, so I need to drive back there right away, I say.
Now, tonight?
Asle says. And he seems both surprised and a little alarmed, as if I've gone a little crazy, as if he's suddenly become a little nervous about me, I think. Yes, right now, I say. You've already done a lot of driving today, Asle says. And he says, do I really want to do this?
Now, so late?
And it might snow too, he says. Yes, a few snowflakes started coming down this afternoon, and the weather seems like it might well start snowing, and I say I've already put the snow tires on, and Asle says, well, that's good. Yes, if there was one thing he regretted in life, it was that he never got a driving license, he said, even though it would have been nice to have a car, especially given where he lives. Instead, he has to either walk or drive the tractor. It's a good thing he has that, and he's had the same tractor for probably 30 years now. Yes, must be that long at least, he says. Yes, if he needs to drive somewhere, he has to either take the tractor or ride with someone else or else take the boat. No, mustn't forget that. It's good he has that as a means of transportation. Yes, indeed, he says, and I say, yes, well, I have to go to Bjorgvin. I can tell him about why some other time. I say, and I say that I can give Asle a ride, and he says thanks for the offer, but he'd rather walk. It's fine, it's not far, just a mile or two. Of course, he'd have nothing against getting a ride, he says, and then he asks me again if I really need to drive back to Bjorgvin. I just got home, and right after coming back into the house, after being in Bjorgvin, I'm going to drive back again, dark as it is, and night is falling, and it might start snowing, as he said, and I say I just have to, I'll tell him why later. I say, and Asle says, all right, then that's how it is. I'm going to just do what I want to do, he says, and then he says, well, I guess I'll just go out front then, and Asle goes outside, and I see that the wood's still burning in the stove, and I turn off the light in the main room and go to the kitchen and turn the light off there. And go out to the hall and turn the light off, and then I go outside and shut the front door behind me, and I see Asle standing out front, and I tell him he can have a ride, since I'm going in his direction, but I could have driven him home anyway, the way I've done so many times before, I say, and Asle says, well, thanks for that. Since I'm driving in that direction, he could always ride with me, but he's used to walking. Walking's fine with him. He does it all the time. It's no problem for him to get home, not at all, but well, he could also ride with me since I'm driving down the same road. He says, since it is pretty cold out, yes, now that it's late autumn. Well, more than that, we're already in Advent. It won't be long before it's Christmas and winter, yes, Asle says. And it's going to start snowing tonight too, Asle says, and he gets into the car, and I get in and start the engine. Yes, it's definitely going to start snowing, I say, the first snow of the year it is, Asle says. But it won't stick, I say. No, but still a lot might come down, Asle says. Yes, I say. And I'll clear your driveway while you're down in Bjorgvin. Yes, that'll need to be done, Asle says. So that you can come back to a cleared road. He says, thank you, thanks very much, I say. 'Cause I can drive a tractor anyway, even if I can't drive a car, Asle says. It sure comes in handy, I say. And it's old, but it works great. I can get it to start every time after a minute or two anyway, he says. Anyway, you've had that tractor for as long as I can remember. I say, it was my father who bought it, old as he was, Asle says. But it's still running, I say. And I drive down the driveway and turn right onto the country road because Asle's farm is a mile or so farther in along Signifjord, and Asle says that was an odd picture. Yes, a strange picture, the one I'd started painting with the two lines, one purple and one brown, he says, and I feel myself not wanting to talk about it. I've never liked talking about a picture I'm working on. Or about any picture I've finished either, for that matter. Never. Once a picture is finished, the picture says whatever it can say, no more no less. The picture says in its silent way whatever can be said, and if it's not finished yet, then how it's going to turn out and what it's going to say isn't something that can be said in words, I think. And after all these years, Asle must have realized that I don't like talking about my pictures, about what they represent, about what they mean. I can't stand any of that kind of talk. Not in the slightest. And now Asle's going to start going on and on about those two lines as if they were just two lines, and then he says that it's a St. Andrew's cross I painted, and he says the words with such emphasis that I almost jump, and I notice how proud he is of having those words at his disposal. St. Andrew's cross, he says again, very proud of himself, St. Andrew's cross. He is genuinely proud of knowing such a term and what it means, and now, after Asle has said this term that way, sort of haughty and proud about knowing it, I think that I simply don't get how I can stand him. Year after year, day after day. He's such a fool, and probably the only reason I put up with him is that I don't have anyone else to talk to or be with. No, that's not true. He's no fool. He's not stupid, Asle. He's pretty wise in his way, I think. So it was bad to think that. Disgraceful, really, I think. And then we're at the bottom of the driveway to Asle's house, and I stop, and Asle asks when I'll be back, and I say I'll be back tomorrow, and maybe he can come by again then. Tomorrow evening, I say, and Asle says that he'll do that because then maybe he can pick out a picture that he can give sister for Christmas, he says, and I say sure, we can do that. And then Asle says thanks for the ride, and he gets out of the car, and I raise my right hand and wave goodbye, and Asle raises his hand and waves too. And then I keep driving slowly and along Signifjord, and I think this is madness. I think sheer madness, driving back into Bjorgvin now after I've already driven both there and back earlier today, and I'm tired, I realize, so maybe I should turn back? I think, no, I have to go and see Asle now. I think I should never have driven by his building in the first place. That was practically cowardly, I think. So now I need to drive back into Bjorgvin, I think. And why did Asle have to start talking about the picture I started painting earlier today? Haven't I told him time and time again that I don't like talking about a picture I'm in the middle of working on? And don't like talking about pictures I've finished either. Done is done. Painted is painted. It turns out, however, both pictures and life too, I think, and then is bringing up the St. Andrew's cross over and over, I think, and I think that Asle is just lying on the sofa in his apartment almost all the time now, under the window that looks out onto the snow, and that's why I painted those two lines that cross in the middle. It's probably in some strange way a picture of Asle lying there that I've painted, I think, and in another way it's not him, and of course I shouldn't have driven home without looking in on Asle because he's in such despair, but it is a long way to drive to Bjorgvin. I'm tired after being out all day. after driving to Bjorgvin and back, and now I'm driving to Bjorgvin a second time today since I feel such uneasiness inside me that I just have to drive back again. I think and I drive, and I fall into a kind of peaceful, unthinking stupor, and I see a few snowflakes land on the windshield, and I drive farther and along Signifjord, and I see more and more snowflakes land on the windshield, and I turn on the wipers and they make semicircles for me to see through, and it's white around them from the snow, and I think that Asle probably isn't home. He's probably gone out to the alehouse, I think, so I shouldn't go ring his doorbell. I should drive into Bjorgvin and park the car in front of the Bear Gallery, and then go to the country inn and get a room for the night. And then go to the alehouse, because Asle's probably sitting there alone at a table, I think, and if he's not there I can drive back to his place and ring the bell, but maybe I should go by his place first, probably? Maybe he is home? But anyway, he probably won't answer even if he is. I think, and it's snowing and it stops snowing, and I drive south and I get closer to the turnoff I stopped at earlier today by the playground, and I think that this time I should just keep driving. And I'm really not sure whether what I saw in the playground today was something I really saw or something I just imagined, yes, dreamt in a way, I think, but it was real. I'd be lying if I said otherwise, I think. And I think that anyway it wouldn't hurt to take a little break from driving. I did drive for a long time today, and I'm probably more tired than I realize. So maybe I should stop in the turnoff I'm coming up to and take a little break there again, yes. Get out, stretch my legs, get a little fresh air, yes, I'll do that, I think, and I keep driving south and I'm at the bend that the turnoff is just past, and I drive around the bend and I see the turnoff and I pull into it and stop the car, and now it's so dark out, and the snow is falling so thick that I can't see the playground, I think, and there's no one here now, I think, and I think that I'll just rest here for a minute, get out of the car, and get a little fresh air, and stretch my legs a little, I think, and I stop the engine and step out into the snow. There's already a good layer of it on the ground. Everything is white. The benches, there's snow on the trees, and I stand there and look at the snow coming down, and then there are just isolated snowflakes falling, and then it stops. And goodness, it's so much brighter when the landscape is white. Yes, the white snow gives light to the night. And there, on the path down to the playground that's covered in new snow, I see a couple walking hand in hand, and it's the same two people I saw earlier today, yes, definitely, so it wasn't something I just imagined then, was it, I think, because now I see a young man with medium-length brown hair almost covered in snow walking next to a young woman with her own long, dark, thick hair, and her hair, too, is almost totally covered in snow, and I hear her say, "It's so unbelievably beautiful here with all the new snow." Yes, it's beautiful, he says, beautiful and white, he says. Everything's turning white, the trees, the benches, everything, he says, and we're turning white, she says. We're turning white too, he says. And then they let go of each other's hands, and he puts his arm around her shoulders, and she puts her arm around his back. It's just so sad when the snow turns to slush. He says we have to enjoy it while we can, she says. Yes, while it's bright and white and lovely, she says, since it'll probably rain tomorrow like usual, he says. And they look at each other and they give each other a kiss, but let's not think about that, he says. What shouldn't we think about?
She says.
About the snow being washed away by the rain tomorrow, he says, and that it'll turn to slush, she says. That's how it goes, he says. Yes, she says. And then they go into the playground and he picks up a bit of snow and makes a soft snowball and throws it at her but misses, and then she picks up some snow and makes a snowball and packs it tight between her mittens and she throws it at him as hard as she can, and he ducks and the snowball flies over his head, and I stand there in the snow looking at them, but they don't notice me. And I feel how good it is to have stepped out of the car into the fresh air, and then I just stand there, and then I see their footprints in the snow, how clear they are in the snow, going along the country road, and then turning and going down the path to the playground. And then I start walking the same way, and I follow their footprints when they turn and go down the path, the same path I went down earlier today. And I look at the playground and I see the two of them holding each other, and it's like they're totally swallowed up by each other, and I carefully follow their footprints, and I see that they've let go of each other, and she lies down in the snow with her arms at her sides and her legs pointing straight down, and then she brings her arms and her feet up, and then she moves her arms and legs down, and then again, several times, and then she's lying with her feet sticking out and her arms straight at her sides, like she's frozen stiff, with an open mouth and wide open eyes, and then I hear him say with fear in his voice that she mustn't lie there like that. It almost looks like she's lying there dead. She needs to stand up, he says, and she stands up, and she says she didn't mean to look dead, and then he says she didn't Really? And she says, yes, well, and she goes over to him and takes his hand. Look how beautiful snow angels are. She says, yes, he says. Can't you lie down and make one too? She says, I could, he says. And I walk past the playground and start up the hill on the other side, carefully, step by step, up to the hilltop, and there are no footprints on the path there. I am leaving my own new footprints in the new snow. And then I stop, turn around, and look at them still standing there holding hands. And I think it's strange that they're so occupied with each other that they don't notice me. They only have eyes for each other, but if they did see me, did notice me, wouldn't they be scared? Or maybe they'd feel embarrassed? Or maybe they wouldn't care about me being here at all. I think, and I see them let go of each other's hand, and he lies down in the snow and does what she did, just faster, with sharper movements, like he's rushing to get it done almost. And she says, no, not like that, and he stops, and she says now it's her turn. She wants to make a third snow angel, because it's better with 3 angels than 2, she says, and then he too lies stiff in a snow angel, with feet together, arms at his sides, with wide open eyes and an open mouth, and she says he mustn't lie like that. She doesn't like it. It looks like he's dead, she says, and just like he didn't like how she was lying, she doesn't like how he's doing it. Lying there so that he looks dead, she says, so he needs to get up, she says, and he stands up, and then she again says she wants to make another snow angel, she says, and he goes over to her, and they're standing there looking at the 2 snow angels lying there so pretty next to each other, one of the angels practically touching the other with one of its wings, but just practically, just almost, or maybe not just almost, yes, the wings are touching each other, and she says the snow angels are so beautiful like that they should just leave them the way they are. She doesn't want to make a third angel after all, she says, and he says that's what he thinks too, that the 2 snow angels are so nice that it's better just to stop with 2. That feels right, sort of, he says. Until they get covered in more snow, he says, or rained away, she says. Yeah, or both, he says. And they take each other's hands again, and walk out of the playground and up the path to the road, and I stand there and look at them, and he says, look, there's a car there in the turnoff. It wasn't there when we walked by earlier, was it, he says, and she says she can't remember if there was a car there before or not. In any case, she didn't particularly notice a car, she says, and I stop and stand stock still for a moment because I don't want them to notice me. I'm not sure why, but for whatever reason I don't want them to, I think, and then I start down the path again carefully, taking short steps since it might be slippery, and I go down in my own footsteps that I left there when I went up, and I'm looking down and I stop and look up, and I see them, she and he are crossing the country road, and I see them walk past the turnoff where my car is parked, and then I look at the 2 beautiful snow angels in the playground, and then I go into the playground and stop and stand there and look at the snow angels. And they are so beautiful that if I tried to paint them it would turn out to be a bad painting compared to the sight of the snow angels, I think, because that's how it is, that's how it almost always is. What's beautiful in life turns out bad in a painting because it's like there's too much beauty. A good picture needs something bad in it in order to shine the way it should. It needs darkness in it, but can I maybe paint a picture of 2 snow angels dissolving as they melt away? Could I make a picture like that shine? I think, and I know at the same moment, at this very instant, right now, that another picture has lodged inside me. It will be there forever. Another picture has entered into me that I'll have to try to paint away. I think, and I notice at the same time that it's extremely cold now. I really need to get back into my car, and then make it to Bjorgvin before it gets too late, so I really ought to get driving now. I think, and I see the footprints in the snow, 4 of them going down right next to one another, 2 bigger and 2 smaller, and 4 of them going up, right next to one another, 2 bigger and 2 smaller, and then mine going down after the 4, and my footprints look so lonely, so alone, and so uneven, so erratic, as if I wasn't entirely steady on my feet, as if I was drunk or staggering a little, I think, but I'm not drunk. It's been many years since the last time I had anything to drink, so maybe it's just my gait that's become a little unsteady, I think, but anyway it feels like I'm walking steadily and evenly like I used to, or maybe I didn't used to, I think, and I go straight to the car, stamp the snow off my feet, brush snow off my trouser legs, sit down in the car, and start it and pull out onto the road, and in a kind of stupor I start driving south towards Bjorgvin, but I need to be sharper because there are no tire tracks on the road, everything's white, and I need to stay on the road and not drive into the ditch, I think, and then I see in the light from the headlights the 2 people I saw making snow angels walking hand in hand, and he says it'll sure be nice to get home now, and she says they'll be home soon. Alesh and Asle, he says Asle and Alesh, she says. And I drive carefully past them, and I drive farther south, and I think that it was so beautiful seeing those two snow angels in the playground, and I'm absolutely sure that I saw what I just saw. It's not just something I saw in a dream or imagined. What I saw earlier today wasn't, and the two of them lying under the black overcoat wasn't, because that was the same long black coat he was wearing just now, I think, and it's a coat like the one I'm sitting in now, I think, and I fall back into a kind of stupor without any thoughts. I just drive south, and a little farther along I catch up to a car that leaves tire tracks on the road, and then it gets easier to drive. I can follow its tracks, I think, and it's really something what I'm doing, I think, driving from Dilja to Bjorgvin and back home, and then back to Bjorgvin again on the same day, late, in snowy weather, but yes, it feels like the only answer, I think, and I fall into that stupor again, and I think that the reason I like driving so much is that my thoughts go away. I'm just concentrating on driving, and so no thoughts bother me, no sorrows come over me. I'm just driving, no more no less, and time passes and I drive south and I get closer to Bjorgvin, and not far up ahead I can take a right and drive down a road, and then get to the block where Asle's building is in Sailor's Cove. And I think it hasn't snowed any more since it stopped snowing at the playground, but it was snowing in Bjorgvin too. Everything is white and beautiful in Bjorgvin too, even if there are tracks of both tires and footsteps, and I think I should ring Asle's doorbell just in case, even though he's probably not home, or in any case won't open the door for anyone, and I turn off the main road and drive down to the building where Asle lives and park on that block, and then go over to the front door of the building and press the doorbell button next to his name, and I stand there and wait, but of course no one comes to open the door. And I ring Asle's bell again, and this time I hold the button down for a long time, and then I let go. I stand there, wait, but no one comes, and of course Asle's not home. I didn't think he's probably at the alehouse, at the last boat as it's called. He's probably sitting alone at a table there, I think, because he always goes to the alehouse with all the retired old sailors. Everything's cheap there, and sometimes he buys dinner there too. Dinners are cheap, and the beer is cheap, plus you can get a shot of something stronger for a reasonable price, I think. Yes, I don't believe he ever goes to any other restaurants or bars, not anymore. He always goes to the alehouse, to the last boat, so that's where I'll go and look for him, I think, and I have my regular parking place not far from there, the car park at the Bear Gallery, and I get back into my car and start it, and think now I'll drive straight to the Bear Gallery, and it's almost unbelievable how much Bear has helped me, I think. Not only did he give me my first show in the Bear Gallery back when I was still going to the art school, and it rarely or ever happened that anyone debuted there while they were still at the art school. Yes, to tell the truth, I was the first artist he ever showed before that artist had graduated from the art school. Yes, that's what Bear said, and even more unbelievable was that all the paintings in my debut show sold. And since then it's been Bear who's sold my pictures. Yes, I don't know what I would have done without Bear. And I remember very well the first time I saw him. It was the first time I set foot in the Bear Gallery too. It was Asle who brought me there. She'd been in the Bear Gallery many times, ever since she was a girl. Even when she was little, her parents used to take her along to exhibitions, and the first exhibition I saw in the Bear Gallery was of paintings by Asle Peterson, who would later be my painting teacher at the art school, I think. And ever since my first show at the Bear Gallery, it was Bear who sold my paintings, I think, and he always manages to sell almost all of them, but sometimes in the first couple of years, I have to admit, they sold for a terrible price, to tell the truth, but most of the pictures sell for a good price now, and there are always a few that don't sell the best pictures too a lot of the time, and Bear doesn't sell those ones cheap anymore. He stopped doing that a long time ago. He'd rather put them in what he calls the bank, the side room of the same gallery, where he keeps in storage the pictures that aren't in the show. And Bear has the idea that the pictures that don't sell in Bjorgvin might sell in Oslo, because his good friend Klein Heinrich, who runs the Klein Heinrich Gallery in Oslo, likes having a show of my pictures as soon as there are enough of them. So when Bear has enough unsold pictures sitting in the bank, the Klein Heinrich Gallery shows them in Oslo. Eventually there's enough for a show in Oslo, about every 4 years. And since then I've sold almost all of my paintings, and then Bear puts aside the paintings that didn't sell in also either, because sooner or later he'll show them in Nidaros, at the Heisman Gallery. Because Bear knew Heisman well, he said. Heisman ran the best gallery in Nidaros. Bear said yes, that's what he thought. Bear said, and sooner or later there'll be a show in Nidaros too, I think. And Bear himself also owns a large collection of my pictures. He's bought a picture for his collection from every one of my shows, and a few years ago when it was hard to sell my pictures for a good price, he bought lots of them himself, and then other people copied him and bought pictures too. Bear said, no, I truly have no idea where I'd be without Bear, I think. And now I'm going to have another new show at the Bear Gallery soon, every year. I have a show there before Christmas, a kind of Christmas show. Yes, that sounds bad, but the annual show I have there is just before Christmas, during Advent, because that's the best time to sell pictures, or in any case my pictures, Bayer says, and by now I have enough pictures waiting in Dilja for the show this year because I paint and paint, day in and day out, so now I just have to drive my paintings to Bjorgvin, and if I'd thought about it I could have brought them with me earlier today. Of course, but that would have been too much, I think, and I drive to the Bayer Gallery, where I always park my car when I'm in Bjorgvin. You can park in front of the gallery whenever you want, Bayer told me. And I said thank you, and then Bayer taught me how to drive out of Bjorgvin from the Bayer Gallery and into Bjorgvin to park in front of the Bayer Gallery, which is located more or less in the center of Bjorgvin, so that's where I've parked my car all these years. And other than that I never drive into Bjorgvin or any other city. I like driving but not in cities. I get confused and anxious and feel lost and can never find where I'm going, and sometimes I've gone down one-way streets the wrong way, and everything's a mess, but I did learn how to drive to the Bayer Gallery and how to drive away from it. Bayer met me in Sailor's Cove once and sat in my car next to me, and he told me everything I needed to do to drive in, and then we drove into Bjorgvin to the Bayer Gallery, and then we turned around and drove out of Bjorgvin, and at Sailor's Cove we turned around and drove back into the Bayer Gallery again, and then we drove out of Bjorgvin again to Sailor's Cove, and then into the Bayer Gallery again. We took many trips in and out, and eventually Bayer said now I should be able to remember the way, and I said that I thought I could, and I could, I think, and having learned how to drive to and from the Bayer Gallery has come in very handy, that's for sure, and without Bayer's help I'd probably never have dared to drive into the center of Bjorgvin, most likely not, but now I simply drive straight to the Bayer Gallery at 1 High Street and park in front of the gallery as long as there's an empty space there, and there almost always is. If not, I just sit and wait a little in the car, and then a space always opens up, I think, and if it takes too long then I drive out to Sailor's Cove and turn around and then drive back. And it's never happened that there wasn't a space in front of the Bayer Gallery then, I think, and I know the quickest way to walk from the Bayer Gallery to the ale house. You just go down High Street for a bit, and then down one of the little narrow passages, the lane, which at its narrowest is honestly no more than 3 or 4 feet wide, and when you go down the lane and out onto the street you see the fish market just a few yards to the left, and then you cross that and take the street to the right along the bay to get to the ale house. And next to the fish market there's also the prison, but if you take a street to the right after you get to the lane and go to the first crossing, then go down the side street a little way, you'll get to the country inn. It's on the wharf itself, with the coffee house on the ground floor. Yes, and I've taken these streets so many times that on the whole I have no trouble finding my way even when it's totally dark. I think now, at night, all the snow that's fallen is shining, and the streets are partly lit by the light coming from the windows of all the buildings, I think, and I park my car in front of the Bayer Gallery and then go down High Street, and then the snow starts falling, and it's not just a flurry, the snow's really coming down, big wet snowflakes, and I stop, I squint, I run my hands through my hair and brush some snow from my eyes with the back of my hand, and it's unbelievable how hard the snow is falling. Now I just want to get indoors. And well, it's not that far a walk to the ale house, to the last boat as it's called, and Asle will probably be sitting there, I think, and I feel how tired I am, so tired. So, if Asle isn't there I'll go straight to the country inn and ask if they have a room for me, I think, and I brush snow off of my hair and eyes again, and I walk on, and I think that I'm tired, I'm truly exhausted, so maybe I should go to the country inn first and reserve a room right away, and then go look for Asle in the alehouse. And if he's not there I'll go straight to the country inn and lie down in a warm room on clean sheets, I think, and I keep walking and I start down the lane, and that's not someone lying in the snow up there, is it? Yes, it definitely is. It's a person, that's what it looks like, I think. Yes, someone's there in the snow, covered with snow, with his head up on a little step, facing a building's front door. A person is lying in the snow that's falling and coming down on the person lying there, and I hurry over to him, and it's him. It's Asle. Yes, Asle's lying there in the snow. How is that possible? Asle is just lying there in the snow, and he seems lifeless. It's like he's lying there asleep. It's like he just fell, toppled forward, and he's lying there, and the snow is falling and covering him, and I hurry over and grab his shoulder and shake him from side to side, and he says hello. Well then, how lucky, yes, he's alive, but he wasn't conscious when I got here, and I think what happened? Did you slip? I say. I must have, Asle says. And Asle thinks he must have slipped. He slipped for some reason, he thinks. But I don't remember slipping. He says no, I say. And then I stand there and look at Asle and hold his shoulder. I don't understand what's happening, Asle says. And I keep my hand on his shoulder, and then I put my hand under his arm, and I try to lift him up off of the ground, and he stays kneeling, and his whole body is shaking, and I say he must be freezing, and he says no, it's not that, and he breaks off, but you don't happen to have anything to drink on you? He says, yes, that's why I'm shaking, I need a drink, he says, you need to get me a little something to drink, something strong, he says, and I say we need to catch a taxi and go to the clinic. No, Asle says. And he's thinking he's not going to any damn clinic. All he needs is a little something to drink, and then everything will be fine. Everything will be all right again, he thinks. I don't want to go to any clinic. Asle says I don't need to, he says. And again Asle says that all he needs is a little drink, he says, and he kneels up and I stand back up and then take him under both his arms and pull, and he helps as best he can, and then Asle is standing and it stops snowing now, and Asle shakes himself off, brushes the snow off himself. Well, I'll be damned, I must have slipped, he says. And he says that now we need to get over to the alehouse, to the last boat. Yes, it's not far, it's just over there. He says, we just have to go the rest of the way down the lane, he says, and I see that we're standing in front of building number 5 in the lane, and he says yes, and then we just need to take a left, and we'll see the fish market, and there on the other side of the bay, there's the alehouse with a view onto the bay, Asle says, and it was really great to run into me again after all this time, he says, and I think, well, then we'll go over to the alehouse, and I'll buy him a little something to drink, so he stops shaking, and then I'll drive him home, I think. It's really been too long since we've seen each other. I say yes, Asle says. But now we'll have a glass of something and talk, he says yes, I say. And I think that this was an act of God. It was God's doing that I drove into Bjorgvin again. Just think if I hadn't done that. Think if Asle had stayed lying there in front of 5, the lane, he'd have frozen to death. If no one had found him in time, he'd have frozen to death right there in the snow. I think so. I absolutely did the right thing by driving into Bjorgvin, but why did I do it? When I was so tired. It turned out to be the right thing to do, but what made me do it at all? I think, and I hold Asle's arm and we walk down the lane, and now he's walking steadily, I think. I'm not drunk, Asle says. You don't need to hold my arm, he says. And I let go of his arm, and Asle thinks that things are all right now. He's almost not shaking anymore, but what a damn shame that he passed out, yes. He must have thought that he should ring the bell at Giro's house. And now why would he do that? What kind of a notion was that? He thinks, and then he passed out in front of the door, and why was he lying on the steps of the building where Giro's apartment is, he thinks. I never get drunk anymore. Asle says I wish I did, he says. And I ask him in that case why does he drink, and he says that he drinks to get back to normal, to not shake, yes, to be normal the way other people are, he says, and I say yes, if that's how it is then that's how it is, and by now we've come out from the lane and we take a left and walk down the pavement, and I see Asle start shaking again, and I think that the way Asle's shaking now he needs something to drink in a hurry, to be normal again, I think. I only need a shot or two to be all right again, Asle says. And I think he mustn't drink so much. He needs to cut down on his drinking. He needs to get rid of this horrible shaking of his, I think. But can he do it? Does he want to do it? I think, and I say now we'll go to the alehouse, to the last boat, and he can get a shot there and warm himself up a little, I say, and I say that after that I can drive him home. I'll buy you a shot or two and a glass of beer. I say this rounds on me, I say. No, I can get this one. Asle says I'm positive it's my turn. I say yes, all right, thanks, he says. No, where are you buying, I say. And Asle says thanks, that's nice of you, he says, and now we've reached the fish market, and I see Asle stagger a little, and I grab his arm, and he says thank you, and then I hold Asle's arm, and I say we'll be there soon, it's not far, no, I say. Yes, he says. And it seems like he's shaking a little less, but now, and then I notice that it seems to come in waves, the shaking moves through him like a wave, and then he's still again. We can already see the sign from here, the alehouse, he says. And then suddenly, totally unexpectedly, he crumples next to me and I grab him and try to hold him up, but I can't do it. Asle just collapses and stays lying on his side, and I bend down and I shake him, and he doesn't wake up, and I hold my hand in front of his mouth and he's breathing. No, impossible, I can't take him to the alehouse, we need to go to the clinic, I think, and Asle sort of wakes up and he thinks, damn it, he must have passed out again, he thinks, and he looks up at me. I seem to have slipped again, he says. And I think it's good that I'm here. It's good that Asle isn't alone, because what would happen to him then? He's totally weak and helpless now, isn't he? He's not exactly in good shape, I think, and anyway he couldn't be, I think, and I say again that we really ought to go to the clinic, and Asle says no, we're almost at the alehouse, and if he just gets a little something to drink he'll feel better, he says. I haven't had much to eat in a while, he says. I've hardly eaten in the past couple of days. That's why I'm so weak, he says. And he says that first he'll just have a drink, then he'll get himself a little food. They have good food at the alehouse. First something to drink, and then something to eat. All right, I say. But you just collapsed, I say. You're not okay, something's wrong, I say. And Asle thinks he's okay, it's just this shaking, and he does need to start drinking less, cut down, wean his body off drinking, he thinks. It's just that I need a drink, he says. We need to go to the clinic, I say. No, we'll go to the last boat, Asle says. And he tries to sit up, and I grab him under his arms and help him get to his knees.
No, you're not well, I say.
And Asle says that he doesn't want to go to any clinic, he'll be fine if he just has a drink, he says, and I hold out my hand to him, and he gathers his strength and I pull, and he pushes off from the snow with his other hand and struggles up and gets up, and then he's standing steady on his feet, and I hold his arm, and I think yes, well, then we'll just go to the alehouse, but Asle isn't well, and I should have taken him to the clinic, I think, but I won't refuse him anything. He has to do for himself whatever he thinks is best, I think, and then we walk carefully onward, step by step, and now he's steady on his feet, I can see that, and it stops snowing now, and I think that we'll make it, it's just up ahead, he'll get something to drink soon, and then something to eat. I think, and I open the door to the alehouse, and Asle goes in, and he says thanks, and now he's perfectly steady, except that he's shaking, his whole body's shaking, especially his hands, and he stops right inside the door and brushes the snow off himself with shaking hands, and I say he should sit down and I'll go buy him a drink, I say, and Asle walks over to the nearest table and sits down with his black overcoat still on. He puts his brown leather shoulder bag down on the chair next to him. It must feel good to sit down, I say. Yes, Asle says. And he's thinking that it's nice and warm in the alehouse, and if he just gets a drink, then the shaking will stop, and he sits nice and straight on the chair, and I see that his whole body is shaking, and he needs some food, I think, but he probably can't manage to eat anything. I think I'm having trouble getting food down, Asle says. As soon as a bite comes near my mouth, I feel like I want to throw up, he says. Have you eaten anything today?
I say no, he says.
Yesterday?
I say. I don't think so, he says.
And he looks at me and I say then I'll just go buy some beer and a shot for him. As for me, I just want a cup of coffee with a little milk, nothing else, I say, and Asle nods and I go over to the counter and say what I want and the bartender goes to fetch it and I pay and then go over to the table where Asle's sitting and put a pint of beer and a shot glass down in front of him, and then I go back and get the mug of coffee, which I add a little milk to, and then the second shot glass, and I go put it down next to Asle, and I put the mug of coffee down on the table by the chair across from Asle, and he puts his hands around the first shot glass and tries to pick it up, but his hands are shaking too much, and a little splashes out, and I take his glass. I'll help you, I say.
Thanks, he says.
And I raise the glass to his mouth, and Asle swallows it all in one gulp, and then he breathes deeply in and out, and he says now he'll feel better soon, everything will be better in a minute, he says, and he's thinking that if he just has that second drink then he'll be fine again, he thinks. I'll just have that too, Asle says. And he points at the full second glass, and I ask him if I should help, and Asle says he'll try to do it on his own. Yes, you do what you want, I say. And Asle raises the glass to his mouth with both hands and empties half of it, and he thinks that was sure good. He already feels himself starting to calm down. He feels himself shaking less. That went well, I say. Yes, he says. And there's silence. You're not drinking anymore?
He says.
And I say that I stopped drinking many years ago. I drank way too much. To tell the truth, I was always drunk, and I needed to be sober in order to paint, I say, and Asle, my wife, well, of course she didn't like that I drank so much, so I decided to stop. And it was hard at the beginning, and I had to change a lot of what I was used to, but I managed it. I finally managed to stop drinking, but I needed help, I say. And I think that I've already told Asle this so many times, and still he always asks me if I've stopped drinking, I think. That's good, Asle says. That you were able to stop, he says. No, well, I say.
It wasn't that hard, I say.
And I think that I shouldn't say how I was able to do it. The fact is that I prayed and prayed to God every time the great thirst came over me, and also that if it hadn't been for Asle and for my faith, I never would have been able to do it, I think. But since Asle's alone and isn't a believer, I can't tell him that. I need to stop too. Asle says, but I can't, he says. It's impossible, he says. You need to get help, I say. Yes, he says. And then he puts his hands around the pint glass and tries to pick it up, and he's shaking, but not as much as before, and with both hands he manages to bring the pint to his lips, and he takes a good gulp of beer. That went all right then, he says. I'm fine and dandy, if I just have a drink, Asle says. And he thinks that he wants to live, so he needs to stop drinking, but often, yes, most of the time, he doesn't want to live anymore. He's always thinking he should go out to sea, disappear under the waves, Asle thinks, and he says as soon as he has a little something to drink, he stops shaking. Yes, it's like he gets all his strength back, he says, and then there's a long silence. But you were lying there in the snow, I say. Yeah, Asle says. Do you remember falling down?
I say no, he says.
I just remember that you were there, that you woke me up, he says. And I sit down on the chair across from Asle, and I see that there aren't many customers in the last boat at night. There are a few men scattered around the place sitting alone, each one by himself, each at his own table, one here and one there, with a pint of beer in front of him and a tobacco pouch on a side of the table. They roll themselves a cigarette, light it, take a good long drag of it, exhale the smoke, pick up the pint and take a sip of beer, sitting there alone, one here and one there. They sit there all alone in the world, each one at a different table, and it's like they never notice that anyone else is even there. I think an Asle takes out his tobacco pouch and box of matches, and then rolls himself a cigarette, and he says he often shakes so badly that he's had to start buying packs of cigarettes. But nothing tastes as good as a hand-rolled cigarette and beer, and he's left the pack of cigarettes at home, Asle says, and he lights his cigarette. You stopped smoking a long time ago too, right? He says, yes, I say. And there's a pause. It's been years and years, I say. I switch to snuff, and that's enough for me, I say, and I take out my snuff box and take a good pinch. Maybe snuff would work for me too? Asle says, and again there's a pause. But the most important thing is to start drinking less, he says. Yes, I say. And I think that it's good he wants to drink less, but he won't be able to do it without help, I think. It was hard to break the habit of drinking. The thirst was still there, but after the beginning the thirst did go away, and then it was easy to leave it alone, I say. And I say that I didn't actually want to stop smoking, but I was smoking so much that I'd wake up in the middle of the night to have a cigarette or two, and I was so tired of that I started taking a pinch of snuff, and then I would sleep through the night. And before that I always had to get out of bed to smoke as soon as I woke up. But when I started taking a pinch of snuff, the need for a morning cigarette went away, and I could lie in bed and relax without needing to get up to smoke, I say. And there's a pause, and I take off my shoulder bag too, and put it down on the chair next to me, and I look around at the other people in the alehouse, sitting with their beer and tobacco in front of them like a fragile line of defense against the world, clinging to their cigarettes, their pints, as they sit there, and the sea inside them is large, whether stormy or calm, as they sit there and wait for the next and last crossing they'll set out on, the one that will never end, that they'll never come back from. And they don't feel fear. It'll be how it is and how it has to be. It must have a meaning. Yes, our Lord must have given it meaning. They think he writes straight on crooked lines. They think, or anyway, the good Lord is part of it all somehow. And it's the devil who made the lines crooked. They think, and they hold on to their cigarettes and pints, and then they pray a silent prayer, a prayer more like a lookout over the sea inside them, wordless, but as far as the eye can reach. Over that sea the prayer extends, entirely wordless, because the words will be left behind. Definitely, but there must be a port for people like them too. They're probably thinking, and then they feel a prick of something like fear, so they raise their pint and have a taste of beer. The good old taste, it gives them a sense of security, I think, and I see Asle raise his pint and take a gulp of beer. Delicious, he says. And I raise my mug of coffee and milk and clink his pint with it. Cheers, I say. Yes, cheers, he says. You're allowed to toast with this too, I say. Now we'll have some more to drink, and then we'll take a taxi to the clinic, I say. No, Asle says. And there's silence. You should just drive me home like you said, he says. And I think that whatever happens I can't leave him because he's not well. Just think if I hadn't driven back to Bjorgvin tonight, if I'd let myself think that I was too tired to drive, that a tired driver is a dangerous driver, if I hadn't made myself drive back to Bjorgvin or had been afraid to, I think, and I don't understand why it felt so important that I do it, I think. That would be best, Asle says. Okay, I say. And I think that if Asle had fallen in the lane on the little steps outside number 5 and had lain there, covered in snow, had just stayed there under the snow, who knows how it would have ended. Because people rarely walk by there, not in weather like this at any rate. He could have frozen to death. He definitely would have frozen to death in the snow, I think, and I raise my coffee and milk again, and Asle raises his pint. We've known each other a long time, you and me, I say, almost our whole lives, he says. That's what it feels like, anyway, he says. And he takes a sip of beer and puts the pint back down, and he says he needs to piss, and now that he's recovered it'll be fine, Asle says, and he gets up and I stay in my seat, looking straight ahead, at his pint, at the golden yellow beer. And then I hear a crash, and I look up and I see Asle lying on the floor in his black overcoat, and I get up and go over to him, and the bartender comes over to us and stands there with his hands hanging down, and I look at Asle, and the men sitting alone each at his own table get up and come over to us, and one of them bends down and takes Asle's hands and holds it for a long moment, then looks diagonally up at
us. His pulse is weak, he says.
And he looks at me and I just nod, and I hear Asle softly say, "Help me up then," he says, and the men who came over are just standing there, and I say, "It's no good. You're not well. This is the third time you've collapsed," I say, and the man standing there says, "Yes, that happens sometimes. That happened to him too. I've probably heard of the shakes," he says, or delirium tremens as they call it, the DTs, he says, and he says that twice he's been on boats where people died of it, but that was a long time ago. He's not a young man anymore, not by a long shot. No, he says. And he says that they took both of the men who died and wrapped them up real well and tied a weight to their feet, and then they were carefully lifted overboard, and then when the captain said rest in peace, they dropped the body into the sea, while one of the religious people on board, because there are always one or two believers on board a boat, said the Our Father, and then anyone who knew a little of the psalm tried to sing Nearer My God to Thee, and then it was over, and everyone felt relieved, and then, especially then, you felt better after a drink or three, and someone else says, "Yes, you sure did," and a third says, "Yes, that used to happen a lot before, that someone would die far from shore and be dropped into the sea." He says, "What else were you supposed to do with the body? So far from shore? In the heat? In the boiling hot sun? The only thing you could do was wrap the dead man up well and tie a weight to his feet and then drop the body into the sea as soon as you could," he says, "and the sea took him in," he says, and someone else says, "Yes, yes, that's true, for the sea has God in it," he says, and a third person says that the sea is the biggest graveyard in the world, and maybe the best one too. Someone says, "Yes, there's more of God in the sea than in the earth on land." Someone says, and then it's quiet, and then someone
says, "Sea and sky," he says.
"Sea and sky, yes," someone else says. And two other people say that they'd also been there when people had the DTs and died from it and were buried at sea, but that was a long time ago. It's not like that anymore. That's just how it used to be before, a long time ago. Now boats have freezer rooms, of course, and they've had them for a long time, someone says, and thank goodness for that, says the third man. And someone says that he used to have the DTs himself. He says, "Yes, well, who hasn't?" Someone else says, "But he's shaking so badly," I say. "Yes, the best thing would be for you to take him to the clinic," the bartender says, and someone else says, "That's right, someone there'll probably admit him, and he'll get medicine that'll maybe make him stop shaking," he says, and Asle says they need to help him up, and he thinks, damn it, what happened? What's wrong with him? He's fallen down again, and he's on a boat? Yes, he is, and since he's so wobbly on his feet, they must be on some really rough seas, he thinks, and his drink. Where's his drink? He thinks, because if he just has a little more of something strong and a little more beer, he'll be fine again. Asle thinks, and I hold him by the arm, and the bartender takes his other arm, and then we pull, and Asle helps as much as he can, and we get him to his feet, and then Asle is standing, and I'm holding his arm. "A little to drink, and I'll be fine." Asle says, "No, I don't think so. The bartender says you need to go to the clinic," I say. And Asle says, "What the hell? He doesn't need to go to any clinic. He's not sick. He just needs a drink, a lot to drink," he says, and I say it's time for us to go to the clinic now. And the men standing around us say, "Yes, he's right." And one says he knows too many people who died from the shakes, and the bartender says he can call a taxi, and I say yes, and Asle says, "What the hell? But what can he do? There's no place for him here on this boat." Asle says, and I see that the bartender has gone over to the bar and picked up a phone, and he's saying something into it, and then he comes back and says he's called a taxi, and it'll be here in a couple of minutes, and he says maybe I need a drink for strength, and I'm about to tell him that I don't drink. I had to stop. But the bartender has already gone, and he comes back with a generous pour in a glass, and he holds it out to me, and I say I don't drink anymore. I've had my share, and that's enough, I say, and the bartender says he understands, and he lifts the glass to his own mouth and empties it in one go, and then he says we can go outside now. The taxi'll be here any minute, he says, and I see Asle standing there in his black coat, and I go and put on my shoulder bag and pick up Asle's and put it on him, and then I take Asle by the arm and steer him across the room, and one of the other men takes Asle's other arm, and a third goes to open the door for us and we go out, and then one of the men who's come outside with us gives Asle's shoulder a shake and says it'll be fine, he'll get through this. He himself has been through what Asle is going through now, even if it was a long time ago, and he got through it just barely, he says, but he was on a boat far out to sea and Asle is on land. And there's good medicine you can take now, medicine that reduces the shaking and helps you get to sleep, he says, and the taxi comes and the taxi driver gets out and opens the rear door, and Asle gets in and I go around the car, open the door, and get in next to Asle, and I say we're going to the clinic, and the taxi driver starts driving without saying anything, and I don't say anything either, and when we're in front of the clinic I pay for the ride, and I say no when the taxi driver asks me if I want a receipt, and then I open the door and get out, and the taxi driver gets out too, and opens the door on Asle's side. And I take Asle's arm and get him out of the taxi, and the taxi driver asks if I can handle the rest on my own, and I say yes, it'll be fine. I say, and then Asle says where the hell is he? Wasn't he just on a boat? In rough weather. The weather was bad as hell. He says, and I hold Asle's arm tight. I can walk fine by myself, he says, but you kept collapsing, I say. Yes, I know that, he says. That's just because the weather's so rotten today, he says. And then Asle says he just needs a little more to drink, and everything will be fine, a drink is all he needs, he says, and I say yes, yes, and I open the door to the clinic with one hand and we go inside, and I see that no one else is there, and Asle says I need a drink, he says that several times, and then he asks where he is, and I say we're in the clinic because he's not well, I say, and while I keep hold of Asle's arm we go over to the reception desk, and the woman sitting behind the desk slides open the window she's sitting behind, and I say he's not doing too well, and I nod at Asle and she asks me his name and date of birth, and I've never been able to remember birthdays, and I ask Asle when he was born, and he answers who do I think he is, do I really think he's someone who goes around remembering things like that? He says, and she asks for his relations, yes, that's what she says, and I say I'm just a friend, but I know that his parents are dead, and he also had a sister but she's dead too, Alita was her name, and now why am I saying that? I think, and then I say that he was married twice and he has 3 children, 1 grown son and 2 younger children, a boy and a girl, and she asks if I have their names and addresses, and I say I don't even know their first names. He always just talks about the boy who's grown up now and lives in Oslo, and the son and the daughter, who live with their mother somewhere in Trøndelag. And I say that the only thing I know is that his first wife was named Liv, and the second was Siv, I don't know their last names or addresses or anything like that, I say, and then I say where he lives, and I give her my name and my address and phone number, and she says that a nurse will come get us in a moment, and then a doctor will examine Asle, and I thank her, and then Asle, and I go sit down on a sofa, and I say now we'll just wait a little, and then a doctor will examine him, and he says he doesn't want anyone to examine him, not a doctor, and not anyone else. He doesn't need any doctor, that's the first thing he says, and the second thing is that there isn't any doctor here on this boat, so the only thing he needs is a drink, and this boat? Why is he on board this boat? And where is he? And what's the name of this boat he's on? Is he on the last boat? Asle asks, and he says he doesn't think we're in Jorgvin, this is some other city, so where are we now? Asle says, and I say that we're in Jorgvin, and Asle says no goddamn way. He's been in Jorgvin long enough to know what it's like there, so where are we? We're not on a boat. Have we landed on Sartor? He says, are we in Flora? Where are we? He says, now, yes, now he's got it, we're on Sartor, no doubt about it. He says, yes, that's where we are. Asle says, and then I see a nurse holding a door open, and I take Asle over to the door, and the nurse says welcome, and then we go through the door, and the nurse points across a corridor, and she opens the door to an office, and we go in, and a man is sitting behind a desk inside, and that must be a doctor, and the doctor says yes, and I say he's shaking like this, and he collapsed a few times, he was unconscious for a bit, and he started saying things that don't make sense, and well, he doesn't entirely know where he is and stuff like that. I say, and Asle again says, can I find him anything to drink? He needs a drink. If he could just get a little drink, everything would be fine again, he says, and why are we on Sartor? What are we doing on Sartor? He says, when did he get here? He says, and I look at the doctor, and I look at Asle, and the doctor says Asle needs rest, and the nurse says I can leave now, they'll take care of him now, Asle needs his rest now, just rest, he needs to sleep and rest as much as he can, she says, but I can call tomorrow and then maybe I can come see him, or maybe the best thing would be to let him rest more and I won't be able to see him. She says, and I say Asle might need some things and I can come by and bring him whatever he wants at least, I say, and she says I can call tomorrow and they'll know more, she says, and I say thank you for all your help, and then I tell Asle take care. You're leaving?
He says.
You don't have to go, he says. I do have to go, I say. But you can't, we're too far out to sea, he says. I have to go, I say. And you need to take good care of yourself, I say. And then I leave and cross the corridor and go out to the reception area, and I see that some more people have come to the clinic now. They're sitting and waiting their turn. And then I leave the clinic and stop outside the door, and I breathe in deeply and breathe out slowly, and I see that it started snowing again. Big white snowflakes are falling and falling, and I think now I'll go to the country inn and get a room there, and then maybe I'll see Asle tomorrow morning. And then I'll drive back to Dilja as early as I can, I think, and it's snowing, not heavily, not lightly, but evenly, quietly. The snow is coming down in big snowflakes, evenly and quietly over Bjorgvin, and I think now I really need something warm to drink. Yes, a cup of coffee with milk would hit the spot, I think, and I walk away from the clinic, and I think that I was only able to take a couple of sips of coffee back at the alehouse before we had to go to the clinic, and it would have been nice with something to eat too, just something light, I think. So now I need to go somewhere you can get food and drink. Anywhere's fine, I'll get a cup of coffee with milk. Definitely, I think, and I think that if only I had a phone number for one of Asle's children, I could have called them. The best would be the boy, the eldest, who lives in Oslo now, but I don't even know his name. And I've heard about the son and the daughter, and I know that Asle's first wife was named Liv, and the second wife was Siv. But I don't know where they live or anything like that, I think, and then I see the lights from a sign above a door, and the glowing sign says food and drink in a blue swoop of letters. That's where I'll go, I think, and then I'll go to the country inn, and I'm sure I'll be able to get a room there even though I haven't reserved one. Sure. There are lots of times I've just showed up at the country inn and asked for a room, and they've always had space for me, even if I had to sleep on a spare bed in some kind of storeroom in the attic that one time, so I'm sure it'll be fine. They're so helpful and nice at the country inn, I think, and I open the door beneath the shining blue sign that has food and drink on it, and I go in, and right inside the door I stop and look around, and I see that there's a bar in the middle of the place. It's not an especially big place. There's some kind of rectangle in the middle of the room, and then some tables by the walls, but no customers. Yes, actually, there's one woman sitting alone at one of the tables, with medium-length blonde hair. She's sitting and rolling herself a cigarette, and there's a glass of red wine on the table in front of her, and she looks familiar, doesn't she? No, I've never seen her before. That's just something I'm imagining, since people look like other people, I think, and I wait and I watch for a bit to see if I can just go sit down or if I'm supposed to go over to the counter, and then the bartender nods towards me and I go over to the bar, and the bartender looks at me and holds out his open hand towards me. A glass of beer for the gentleman? He says, no thanks, I say. What can I get for the gentleman? He says, just a cup of coffee, I say. I can do that, he says. And then the bartender is already filling a white mug with coffee from the percolator, and food and drink is printed on the mug, and then he asks if I'd like a little something to eat with that, and I say yes, maybe a bite to eat with that would be nice, I think, and the bartender hands me a menu and I glance at it quickly, and I see that I can get an open-faced ground beef sandwich with onions, and I say I'd like an open-faced sandwich. Ground beef, anyway, I always get that, I think, and the bartender says he can take care of that. I can just take my coffee and sit down and he'll bring me the sandwich, he says, and I say thanks very much, and then I ask him if he has any milk for my coffee, and he apologizes and says he should have asked me about that himself. Of course, he says, and yes, of course he has milk, he says, and then he puts a little pitcher of milk down on the kitchen table next to the mug, and he hands me a little coffee spoon, and I take the spoon and pour a little milk into the coffee and stir it, and then I look for an empty table, and I see the woman with the medium-length blonde hair sitting alone, and there's an empty table behind her, and I go over to the table and put the mug down, and at the exact moment I sit down the thought comes to me. Asle's dog. Bragi, his dog, he's alone in Asle's apartment. And it may be a while before Asle gets out of the clinic in the worst case. Yes, it might take a long time before he gets back home to his apartment and his dog, so I need to get into the apartment and get his dog, Bragi, and walk him, and then it'd probably be best to take him with me back to Dilja, I think, because I need to take care of the dog until Asle is better, until he's back home, I think, and I take a sip of the coffee, and it's very hot but good. Coffee really warms you up, and I take another sip. Yes, that's good. I haven't had anything to eat or drink for most of the day, I think almost nothing, so this'll be good with a little food. And at the same moment, a feeling of happiness comes over me. I'm glad I can just be sitting here together with other people, so to speak, even if it's just the woman with the blonde hair sitting in front of me drinking red wine and smoking, and people should drink as much as they want, I mean, except for people who can't stop when they need to. No, that's not what I want to think about anymore right now, I think, and I wonder if I've seen her before, the woman sitting in front of me with her back to me, some time or another. Maybe we've even spoken to each other? Or met somehow. It's definitely possible, And anyway, it's good that there's somebody else at this cafe too, and I didn't end up sitting alone. It's always a little sad to sit all by yourself in a cafe. It's like something that should be there is missing, not like when I'm at home. Then it feels like something's wrong if I'm not alone, but not when Asle's there. But anyway, there's no one who ever comes to see me besides him, I think. So, how can I even think about it? About how I get sort of uncomfortable when people come visit me, I think that Asle's dog can't be left by himself, so I need to go get the keys to his apartment and then get the dog. I need to go back to the clinic and get the apartment keys, and then I need to drive and get the dog. Yes, Broggy, yes, and then I'll need to look after him until Asle is better again. I think, and I see the bartender coming towards me carrying a white plate with a ground beef sandwich on it in one hand, and a knife and fork and a white napkin in the other hand, and he puts the plate down in front of me, and he puts the knife and fork and the napkin next to the plate, and then he says he hopes the food tastes good, and I think it looks absolutely great. I'm so hungry, and I start eating right away, and I eat the food and drink my coffee, and it tastes incredible. I was really hungry, I think, and I see the woman with the medium-length blonde hair sitting at the table in front of me stub out her cigarette and stand up, and I see that she's pretty drunk, and I think now she's going to come talk to me, and I look down and I take another mouthful of ground beef, onions, and bread. "It's you, it can't be," she says. And I look up and see the woman with the medium-length blonde hair standing in front of me, holding the edge of the table, and I know that I've seen her before, but I can't quite remember when it was, where it was. "Don't you remember me?" she says. And I try as hard as I can to recall who she is. "Celia," she says. And she laughs. "You really don't remember me?" She says. "Not even my name?" she says. And the woman who says her name is Celia looks at me almost amazed. And then she says that she thinks about me a lot. She's often hoped we'd run into each other. It's been so long, but I was married then, wasn't I? And she didn't know where I lived. All she knew was that my name was Asle, she says. And now here you are, sitting right in front of me, she says at last, she says. "I almost can't believe it," she says. "It's been so long since I've seen you." She says. "You remember me, right?" she says. "You weren't that drunk, were you?" she says. "And you came to my place a bunch of times," she says. And I start to see before my eyes a small apartment, a sofa, a bookshelf, some photos on the walls, and no, I don't want to think about that. "You must remember me, don't you remember?" she says. "My place in the lane?" she says. "Ground floor," she says. And I don't say anything, and I see that I've finished eating my open-faced sandwich. I sure was hungry. That went down quick, I think, and I put the knife and fork down on the plate next to each other. "Anyway, it's great to see you again," she says. And I nod, I drink my coffee, empty the mug, and then I say I'm afraid I have to go. There's something I need to do, I say, and I wave to the bartender and scribble in the air with my hand, and he nods to me, and then she says I really should come and see her. She still lives where she did before, number 5, the lane, ground floor, she says, and she says, "Surely I remember her? I can't have been that drunk all the time. And I must remember that she was with me at the Country Inn too. She, Celia, or whatever her name was, maybe it was something else? Was it maybe Giro? Yes, she'd even slept in the same bed with me at the Country Inn," she says, and she remembers it, yes, even though it was a long time ago, even though I had medium-length brown hair back then worn loose and not the gray hair tied back with a hairband I have now, she says, and she laughs, and she says she even remembers my birthday because I told her my birthday so she could calculate my lucky number, she says, and she asks if I remember what my number was, and I say I need to go, and she says it was 8 or 4 times 2, and then she says she'd be happy to see me if I came by sometime, and the bartender comes over, and I take the bill he's handing me, and I take out my wallet and take a note out and hand it to him, and I say that's fine, and he says thank you, and I get up, and then I push my chair in, and she lets go of the edge of the table, and I see that she's not too steady on her feet, and I say I need to go. I'm actually in a real hurry, I say, and she says she knows my name is Asle, and that I'm an artist, and she knows more than that, she says, because every single year during Advent she goes to the show I have up at the Bear Gallery, she says, and she falls silent, and suddenly she gets a kind of dreamy look in her face, and then she says that it was so long ago, but ever since the first time we met she's seen all of my shows in Jorgvin, and she's often wanted to buy a picture, but she couldn't afford it. Yes, she thinks my pictures are really great, she says, and I say, have a good night, and she says she'd be happy if I dropped by sometime, number 5. The lane, that's where she lives, surely I remember? I was never that drunk, she says. Celia, she says. And she laughs and puts a hand on my back, or maybe it was Giro, she says. But the lane, number 5, you remember that much? She says, and so my name is Guro, she says. And I say I have to go now, but it was nice to see her, and I hear her say something, but I can't quite catch what it is, and then she says good night, and I say thanks, same to you, and then I leave, and I think now I need to go back to the clinic and get the keys to Asle's apartment, because his dog can't be left there by himself, and I can take care of the dog while Asle's sick. I need to tell Asle that, I think I'll find my way to the clinic.
It'll be
fine. I wasn't walking for long before I came to food and drink, so it'll be easy to just go the same way in the opposite direction. I think, standing there in the snow on the pavement outside food and drink, and I think I should go straight in one direction or another. So now it's only a matter of picking the right direction, I think. And when I was coming here, I was on the other side of the street. And when I saw the sign saying food and drink, I crossed the street. That's what happened, I think. So now I obviously just need to cross the street and go straight. That must be right? I think that it's good it stopped snowing. It's easier to find your way when you can see where you're going, obviously. I think, and I cross the street and I go straight, and it's not snowing now, but for some reason or another, I almost always go the wrong way. I don't know why, even if I know the way very well, I somehow always manage to get it wrong. It's like with numbers. Whatever I'm supposed to do with them goes wrong. I don't know why, I always add wrong and I always walk the wrong way. So the best thing to do would be to take a taxi if one comes, I think, because I need to go to the clinic and get the keys to Asle's apartment because his dog is still there, and he, Broggy, can't stay there alone, so I need to go get the dog, I think. And once they give me Asle's keys, I need to get back to my car in front of the Bear Gallery, and then drive out to the building in Sailor's Cove where Asle's apartment is and get the dog, Broggy, and then I need to drive back and park the car in front of the Bear Gallery, and then I need to go to the Country Inn and check into a room, I think. So first things first, I need to get back to the clinic, I think, and the moment I think it, I see a taxi, and I stick out my hand, and it stops, and I open the door and get in, and I say I'm going to the clinic, and the taxi driver says, yes, that'll be no problem, it's not far, he can get me there, no problem, he says, and I say don't know my way around Bjorgvin too well, and the taxi driver says that's all right if I don't, he does, he says, and then neither of us says anything, and he drives, and practically as soon as he starts driving, I see the sign that says clinic, and the taxi driver stops by the entrance, and I pay, and I say that wasn't a long way, and he says, well, a ride is a ride, he says, and I get out of the taxi, and I'm a little embarrassed. I didn't think we were that close to the clinic. It was maybe a block away, and I took a taxi, which is almost crazy, I think, and I go into the clinic, and now the entrance is empty again, and I go over to the reception, and the woman there is the same woman as before, and I go straight to the window, and the woman sitting there recognizes me, and she slides the window open, and I ask about him. Yes, Asle, yes, and she says they transferred him to the hospital almost immediately. She says, so if I want to see him, I have to go to the hospital, she says, and I ask, I don't know quite why, if she's been on duty a long time, and she looks at me and smiles a slightly tired smile, and says it's been a long shift, yes, because the woman who was supposed to relieve her couldn't come because of a sick child, and they didn't find anyone else to substitute, and so she said she could stay on duty until they found someone else, and the woman who's supposed to relieve her is on her way now, she says, and gosh, it'll be good to get some sleep. She needs to go to sleep and sleep well. When she gets home, she's going to sleep, just sleep, she says, and I look outside, and I see the taxi I came in still parked by the entrance to the clinic, and I say if I hurry, I can maybe take the taxi that's there to the hospital, and she says yes, it's still there, the taxi, and I say goodbye, and she says thank you at the same time, and then I hurry outside and open the rear door of the taxi, and I ask if it's still available. Yes, sure, the taxi driver says that was a quick visit, he says. Everything's quick with you, isn't it, he says. And I ask him to take me to the hospital because the man I wanted to see has been transferred there, I say. It must be serious then, the taxi driver says. Serious? I say. Yes, the only people who get transferred to the hospital are the ones in really bad shape, he says. And then I get into the taxi and I think yes, he truly was in bad shape. Yes, Asle collapsed several times and I found him lying in the snow, covered in snow, there in the lane there in front of number 5. And wasn't that where Celia or Guro, or whatever her name was, said she lived? Or was that number 3, the lane? Yes, I think it probably was, and what a strange coincidence, I think, and Asle was shaking so badly, his whole body was shivering, I think, and it was so lucky that I drove back to Bjorgvin, and actually it's a total mystery why I did it, I think, since I'd already driven to Bjorgvin and back earlier, but this uneasiness, or whatever you want to call it, just came over me, and if I hadn't found Asle he might still be lying under the snow and shaking. No, that's not true. Someone else would probably have found him. There are plenty of people in Jorgvin. Someone or another is always out and about, I think, and I hear the taxi driver say he hopes there's no more snow tonight, but at least the people who are supposed to keep the streets clean have done their job for once. Both the main roads and the side streets have been plowed well, he says. They don't usually get it done so fast, he says, and I don't say anything, and then the taxi driver stops talking too, and we start driving, and there's not much traffic, and the taxi pulls over in front of the hospital and stops by the entrance, and I pay and say thanks for the ride, and I go into the hospital, and I see the reception desk, and I go over to it, and the woman sitting there looks up at me drowsily, and I tell her my name and say that I'm here to see Asle, and she says we have the same name. And she says, yes, well, she'll see where he is, and she flips through her papers a little, and then she looks long and hard at me, and she asks what I said his name was, and then she says, yes, Asle, yes, and then she pages through the pile of papers sitting in front of her. Asle, yes, I say. Asle, that's right, she says, and she turns more pages. Yes, your namesake was admitted tonight, in fact, she says, can I see him? I say, no, not now, she says. And she looks down, and I felt something give a little start inside me because his dog, Bragi, his dog can't be left alone. I have to go get his dog. Is he seriously ill? I say. Yes, I should say so, she says. And then she says he was admitted tonight, not long ago, and that he's seriously ill. Yes, she says, and she says that I'm listed as a relative, and I say we're old friends, but I'm just a friend, but it was me who brought him to the clinic, I say. But does he have a family? She says yes, but he lives alone, I say. And I say that he's divorced, he was married twice, and that neither of his ex-wives and none of his children live in Jorgvin anymore, but he has a dog, and his dog is alone in his apartment, and the dog can't be left alone there, and she nods and says so he's divorced, and he has 3 children. Divorced twice, I say 3 children, I say. And I say that I know he doesn't have much contact with either ex-wife or any of the children, but still, it's his dog I'm thinking of. He, the dog, Bragi's his name, can't be left alone in the apartment. Someone has to go get him and take care of him. Someone needs to look after his dog, I say, of course.
She says,
can I have the keys so I can get the dog, walk him, and take care of him until Asle's able to do it himself? I say, I can't give you the keys to his apartment, she says. And then she says that he has children, and I'm just a friend, but the children don't live in Jorgvin, I say. The oldest son lives in Asle, and the 2 others live somewhere in Trøndelag, I say. And I say that he's not in contact with either of his ex-wives, and he's barely in contact with his children, just a little with the oldest son, the boy he calls him, but the boy lives in Asle, I say, and I think there's no way she's going to give me the apartment keys, and I think what in the world am I going to do then? Will I have to break into his apartment? Because the dog, Bragi, can't stay there alone, I think. And now she doesn't want to give me the keys, I think, and I see her pick up a telephone and she dials a number, and then she says something about seriously ill, and someone who's asking about him, and he says there's a dog alone in the apartment of the man who was admitted, and then she looks at me and asks if there isn't some super or custodian there, and I say that there isn't, not that I know of, I say, and she nods, and then she says into the phone that there isn't a custodian where he lives and that I really want to go look after the dog, and there aren't any close relatives in Jorgvin who could do it, she says. The dog can't just be left alone, I say. And she listens more, and then says thank you, good, yes, she says, and then she says that they've taken all his clothes, his sketch pad, his keys, everything he had with him, and put them in a closet in the room where he is now, but someone will go get the keys and then that person will drive me to the apartment and go in with me so I can get the dog, since she can't give me the keys, because the rules are that she can only give the keys to a family member, and I'm just a friend. Yes, I'm just a friend, I say, right, she says. And she sighs and she says I can sit and wait for as long as it takes, but it shouldn't take too long because someone will get the keys and then take me to the apartment to get the dog. Yes, this isn't the first time something like this has happened, of course. She says, in fact, they have a strict procedure for what to do, she says, and look, here he is already. She says, and I see an older man come walking towards me, and he says he'll take me to pick up the dog, he says. Thanks, I say. And then I say thank you for your help to the woman sitting at the reception desk, and then I go over to the older man, and he doesn't say anything, and then we go out and get into a car. And then the older man says that there's been a lot of snow, but he's already brushed the snow off the car, he says, and I can hear that he's from Jorgvin, and I say yes, it certainly was coming down earlier, and he says that this happens sometimes. Someone's admitted, and they have a pet at home that someone needs to look after, but they're usually not in a position to tell anyone about it themselves, so then it's some neighbor or another who calls and complains about a dog yapping and says it's been yapping for days. That happens a lot, he says, and then a lot of the time it's him who goes to get the pet. That's part of his job, and he takes the pet to the animal rescue. Or sometimes it's a relative or neighbor or friend or someone who takes care of the pet, like I'm planning to do, the older man says, and he says, well, he's a kind of handyman at the hospital, he says, and I explain to the handyman where Asle lives, and he says he knows where that is, and that it's not far, he says, and then we sit there in silence and drive on, and the handyman stops and parks the car in front of the building where Asle's apartment is, almost exactly where I parked earlier. And then we get out of the car, and he unlocks the front door of the building, and I say Asle's apartment is on the second floor on the left, and we go there and we hear the dog yapping. And I say the dog is waiting by the door yapping, and the handyman says that's quite a voice on that dog, and I say that little dogs, and this is a little dog, I say, often have the loudest voices. Yes, and of course they often bite people too, the handyman says. Are you scared of dogs?
I say no, he says.
And then he turns and then he says that he's a little scared of dogs. It must be because a dog bit me once when I had to go get him, the handyman says. And they often act very threatening, dogs, when I come to get them, he says. And when I'm alone I wear thick protective gloves, he says, and he holds out his hands. I can go in first, I say.
If you wouldn't mind, he says.
I'll unlock the door, and then you open it and go in, he says. And then the handyman stands there and fumbles with the keys and then unlocks the door, and I open the door and go in, and as soon as I'm in the hall the dog starts jumping up and down at my feet and he's yapping, and I feel around on the wall with my hand and find a switch, and I turn on the hall light, and I look down at the dog yapping and jumping around at my feet, and then I bend down and pick up the dog, and I hold him in my arms and I pet him on the back, I pet him, and say good boy, Broggy, good boy, Broggy, I say, and the dog calms down, and the handyman comes into the hall behind me, and I say I think I know where the leash is, and the handyman says we can't stay in the apartment. We're not allowed to, it's not permitted. We have to just pick up the dog and leave, he says, and I say I'll just look for the leash, and I know that it's usually on the bureau a little way down the hall, and I see the leash sitting there, and I see that all the doors are shut, the one to the kitchen, the one to the living room or the studio, and I say I should have used the bathroom earlier, and the handyman says, well, I can go ahead and do that. Surely there's nothing wrong with that, he says, and I go into the bathroom, and I find the light switch, and I turn on the light, and I see that everything is clean, everything smells clean and fresh. So Asle must have washed the floor, and scrubbed the toilet, and the sink. I think no, if he's cleaned everything so nicely. Maybe I should hold it in until I get to the room in the country inn, but the dog? I can't just take the dog to the country inn with me. Are people allowed to bring dogs to the country inn? I think, and no, I hadn't thought of that, but yes, well, the dog can probably sleep in my car, simple as that, and then tomorrow I'll drive to Dilja, and I'll bring the dog home with me, of course, I think, and it'll be nice to have a dog. Actually, I've always wanted a dog, but when I was little mother didn't want me to get one, and Asle didn't want a dog either, and after Asle was gone, well, I sort of stopped thinking about how it might be nice to have a dog. But anyway, now I'm going to have a dog for a while at least, I think. Yes, when I wake up tomorrow morning I'll have a little breakfast, I think, and as I think that I realize I'm hungry, and I see in my mind the generous breakfast buffet at the country inn, fresh bread, scrambled eggs, bacon, some of the bacon is crispy and some of it's still soft, and I have to admit I'm really looking forward to breakfast because that ground beef open-faced sandwich, it was good, but it wasn't exactly filling. You need to come out now, the handyman says. Yes, right, I say. The rules are that we have to just pick up the house pet and not stay any longer in the home than we need to, he says. And I say I'm coming, and I turn out the bathroom light and go out into the hall, and I see the handyman standing in the front doorway, and he's holding the door handle, and I think now I want to look in the main room, and I open the door to that room. No, we need to leave now, the handyman says. I just thought I should make sure everything's all right. I say yes, okay, he says. And I turn on the light, and I see that everything's where it belongs, everything's in its place, and pictures are stacked in neat piles, all with their homemade stretchers facing out so that you can't see a single painting, and the brushes and tubes of paint, and everything are in their proper places on the table. And a roll of canvas is propped in a corner, and there's wood for stretchers in another corner, and I hear the handyman ask if everything's all right in there, and I say yes, everything's Fine, everything's where it should be, and he says in that case we need to leave, and I say yes, all right, and turn out the light and shut the door to the living room or studio or whatever it should be called, and the handyman says all right, come on then, and I think it's horrible how he's fussing about all this, and I say I need to just look in the kitchen too, and he says yes, that's probably fine. Yes, the rules allow for that too now that he comes to think of it. They say a person can look around to make sure everything's in order, that the lights are off, that the burners aren't on, things like that, yes, but he usually doesn't do all that because the most important thing is just to do what you need to do and get out, do it, and leave right away. For example, get the dog or the cat if necessary, and other than that, yes, well, it's the family, the relatives who should take care of the rest, he says, and I say yes. But hurry up, the handyman says yes, I say. And I open the door to the kitchen and feel my way over to the light switch and turn on the light, and of course, yes, obviously everything here too is as it should be, everything's where it belongs, there's a glass in the sink and a bottle with a little still water in it on the table, there's not a crumb anywhere, and it's almost creepy how neat Asle kept everything, I think, and I don't know why that should be sort of creepy. Now we need to go, the handyman says, yes, I say. And I turn off the kitchen light, and I shut the door, and then I pick the leash up off the bureau with one hand while I hold the dog with the other, and then I go towards the doorway where the handyman is standing and he steps aside and I turn off the hall light, and he shuts the door, and then I stand there with the dog in my arms and I see the handyman lock the door, and then I start down the stairs and I hear the handyman checking to feel if the door is locked, and checking it again, and I go to the front door of the building, and once we're outside, I put the dog down, and the second I put him down in the snow, he jumps a little to the side and raises his leg, and I see him make a yellow hole of piss in the white snow. It's not so nice to look at. And then the dog starts hopping and dancing around in the fine white loose snow, and I kick some snow over the yellow piss, and everything's white and pretty again, and the dog jumps around and around in the snow, burrows his muzzle into the snow, rolls around, yes, it's like the dog is taking a bath in the snow, and then I hear the handyman say, well then that takes care of that, he says, and he asks me where he should take me now, and I say I'm staying at the country inn, and he asks if guests are allowed to bring dogs into the rooms there, and I say I don't know, and he asks what I plan to do with the dog if I can't bring him up to the room, and I say in that case he can sleep in my car. Yes, I suppose he could always do that, the handyman says. And then we stand there and look at the dog skipping and jumping around in the snow. Did you know him well? The handyman says. Then did I? I say, yes, right, do you? He says yes, I say. He's a good friend? He says yes, I say. Just a friend? He says yes, just a friend, I say. Just a friend, okay, he repeats. And then the handyman says we should go, and I say I'm sure the dog needs a go, and I watch the dog hunch up, with his rear end sort of sticking up over the snow and his tail in the air, and he takes a good long shit. That wasn't nothing, the handyman says he really needed to go, didn't he, I say. And the handyman nods and the dog is finished, and then the handyman asks shouldn't I pick up the shit, and I ask him if he has a bag to pick it up with, and he says he doesn't, and I say I don't either, and so I kick some snow, powdery white snow, over the dog's head. Yes, it's sure been snowing. The handyman says it's not often it snows in Jorgvin, he says.
No, I say.
Pretty unusual, actually, he says. But it's nice with the new snow. He says nice and white, he says. Yes, I say. And then we stand there and look blankly at all the whiteness and neither of us says anything. Even when it's dark out, it glows when there's new white snow, the handyman says. It's a little like daytime even though it's night, he says. Yes, it is nice, I say. But in Jorgvin the snow never stays long, he says. No, it'll get rained away soon, I say. And the handyman asks where I live, and I say I live in Dilja. Is it the same there?
He says.
Yes, one day it snows and the next day it rains, I say. It turns into dirty snow and slush, I say. Right, the handyman says. Not to mention when it turns icy, he says. Right, the first thing that happens is it ices over, I say. And then we start walking towards his car, and I call Bragi, and then the dog comes jumping towards me. So the dog's name is Bragi. The handyman says yes, I say. Bragi, right, he says. Yes, Bragi's his name, I say. Tomorrow it'll rain again, the handyman says. Yes, it will, I say. That's how it always is, he says. There's never a real winter in Jorgvin, there's maybe 2 days a year when it's really winter, and that's it, he says. That's how it is, he says. Have you ever lived in Jorgvin? He says yes, well, I say. Many years ago, I say. Did you work in Jorgvin? He says I went to school here, I say. And I think that the handyman is so inquisitive he's probably going to ask what kind of school I went to, but if he does I'll just say something to make him think it was just a normal school, I think, but he doesn't ask me anything else and we get to his car and he unlocks it and the dog shakes the snow off, and I stay on my feet and kick my shoes against each other to get the snow off, and then I pick up the dog and brush snow off him. You like dogs? The handyman says yes, don't you? I say.
No, he says.
Because one of them bit you? I say probably, he says. But I never did like them really, he says. I like cats though, he says.
Me too, I say.
I like dogs and cats both, I say. But you like dogs the best? He asks. Well, I think more about getting a dog. At least, I say. You want a dog? The handyman says. Yes, I say. And there's silence. But it's a big responsibility too, having a dog, I say. And it's silent again. And we get into the car and I sit with the dog on my lap and the handyman asks me where I want him to take me. To the country inn, right? He says, and I say he can take me to a place near the lane, and he asks if that's near where I park my car, and I say yes it is, so he can drop me off there, but I don't want to tell him where I park my car because then he'll start asking me if I know Bear, if I know rich people in Jorgvin, the high society, or maybe I'm an artist, or maybe an art collector. He'll start asking things like that, and he says yes, all right. And I don't say anything, but no way will I tell him where I park my car, but I'm lucky to have a regular place to park. It can be really hard to find somewhere to park in Jorgvin. Lots of times the parking space is too small and too narrow for a large car to fit. People always say the spots are itsy-bitsy. I wonder why. You never hear anything called itsy, whatever that is, or bitsy either, whatever that is. I can do that, the handyman says. Do what? I ask. Drop you near the lane, he says. Great, I say. And then he starts the car and drives and we sit there in silence, and then it starts snowing again a little. One snowflake after another falls down through the air, and the handyman turns on the windshield wipers, and then he turns them off again. And again snowflakes land on the windshield one by one, and he turns the wipers on again. It's pretty with the new snow, the handyman says. And then we sit there not saying anything, me with the dog in my lap, and Bragi is lying there totally peacefully, and it's nice to feel his warmth, I think, and I pet his back again, and the warmth from the dog does me good. It's good to feel his fur, I think, and it snows, and the windshield wipers go back and forth, and I see the bear gallery, and the handyman says maybe he can stop here, and I say that's fine, and he stops, and he asks a little uncertainly if this is where I wanted to be dropped off, and I say yes, great, thanks, and then I ask if I should pay for the ride, and the handyman says I shouldn't, and then he says good night, and I say yes, good night, and then I get out and I shut the car door behind me, and then I stand there with the dog in my arms, and it's snowing, and I see the handyman turn the car and drive away down the same street he drove here on, and I think now I should just go over to my car and put the dog in the car, and then go on foot to the country inn. I'm sure I know the way from the bear gallery to the country inn. I've learned how to get there. Of course I can do that. That was where I was going when I found Asle lying in the lane, covered with snow. I think, yes, if I can't even manage this, then I shouldn't be living alone, I think, and I see my car parked outside the bear gallery, covered in snow. And as more snow keeps coming down, I go over to it, and I think I can't leave the dog in the car. It's suddenly turned wintry, and maybe he's never slept alone in a car before. Maybe he'll be scared and spend the whole night yapping or howling, and the neighbors will come complain to Bear, and then maybe he won't want anything more to do with me because of it. And what'll I do then? Where will I show my paintings then? How will I make enough money to live on? I think, and it's cold out, the dog might be cold, so no, it was not a good idea to think the dog could sleep in the car, but then what can I do with him? I could always drive back to Dilja now, but I'm so tired, so it wouldn't be safe to drive back there tonight. But maybe I can keep the dog with me at the country inn? Maybe he can sleep in my room? I've never had a dog with me there before and never seen anyone else with one. So bringing your dog probably isn't allowed, but maybe you can? I can ask in any case, I think, and I tie the leash on him and put him down on the ground, and then we start walking across High Street, and there's so much snow on the ground that the dog's head just barely sticks out above the snow on the pavement. It's a small dog, but he easily pushes his way through the loose, powdery snow with his snout in the air, and I march ahead, and then we start walking down the lane, and I think that's lucky. It may be snowing hard, but it's not far to the country inn, I think. And now I need to go straight to the country inn because I'm tired, so tired I feel like I might collapse too, I think, and it's snowing and snowing. It's not a flurry anymore, it's really snowing, with a wind too. You might say it's practically a snowstorm, I think, and I think that With all the snow coming down being blown by the wind, it's hard to see where you are, but I've walked from the lane to the country in so many times that I could find my way to the country, and even if it were pitch black and impossible to see anything, I think. So if it's snowing too hard to see anything, that doesn't matter, because it's not far now, we're almost there. I think, and I walk and I look at the dog plowing through the snow, and it looks like he's getting a bit tired too. He's puffing and panting hard, since he is just a small dog and getting on in years, so I stop and pick the dog up and then keep walking with the dog in my arms, and I'm not thinking anything, and it's snowing and snowing and there's no one in sight, and it's snowing and snowing. But it's not far to the country inn. You just take the first right at the end of the lane, and I've done that. Then you get to an intersection and go down that street, and I've done that, but I don't see it anywhere. The country inn with a coffee house on the ground floor. So, did I go too far? Maybe I walked past the first intersection, which I should have gone down. I think it feels like I went too far, since it's really not far from the lane to the country inn, but I can't have gone the wrong way, can I? It's impossible. It's unbelievable. I've walked from the lane to the country inn so many times, I don't even know how many times. You just walk down the lane and take a right and go down the first street you get to, and you can see the country inn down on the wharf, and I took a left and crossed and went down a street, but I can't see the country inn, and I've never had to walk this far, I don't think, so I must have gone the wrong way somehow. Since I couldn't see where I was going because it was snowing so much, I think, and I stop and I try to figure out where I am, but damned if I know. I can't remember ever being on this street before. There is nothing about it I recognize, to the extent that I can see anything at all in this blizzard, but it's just unbelievable that I couldn't manage to get from the lane to the country inn. I did the same thing I've always done, walked the same way. I've always walked, or did I do something different? I haven't seen the country inn today since it started snowing, have I? But no, I must have gone the wrong way, so I just need to turn around and go back the same way I came, I think, and I start going back along the same street. And now I'll be at the country in any minute, I think, and I keep walking with Bragi in my arms, and it's snowing and snowing and the wind is blowing. That too, yes, it's a real snowstorm now. I think now I better run into someone soon so I can ask them the way to the country inn, I think, or else if a taxi drives by I can hail it and take the taxi to the country inn. Yes, it doesn't matter how short the ride is, I think, and I keep walking, and I think anyway I'm sure to run across someone soon, I think, or else a taxi is sure to come driving by, but there's no one in sight, no people and no cars. It's snowing so much that people are probably staying indoors, and that's why there are no taxis either, I think. But I just have to run across someone or other soon, or a taxi, because I need to get to the country inn on foot or by car and get a room there, because there's surely a room free at the country inn, and some of the people working at the reception there have worked there for so many years and they'll recognize me, and that's also partly why I always stay at the country inn. Yes, it feels a little bit like coming home when I arrive there, a little like that, I think, and I should have gone straight to the country inn, but I seem to have gone the wrong way somehow, I think, and I'm really tired. Anyway, I'm definitely too tired to drive home to Dilja, because even if I liked driving, it would be totally reckless to drive now, and I'm a careful driver, at least I try to be, and driving while I'm exhausted is not a good idea. After having driven a car for many years, I know that you have to be alert, to pay attention. That might be the most important thing. You have to realize that something unexpected can happen at any moment, and be prepared for it. Yes, you need to be able to see the future, so to speak, since deer can suddenly appear in front of your car. In a flash, a deer leaps out onto the road, and in the dark too usually, or at dusk or dawn, something unexpected can always happen, yes, and often does happen too. I think you have to know if a car is coming around a bend, and know if it's going to stay on its side of the road, and if it doesn't, you need to be prepared for that. Maybe even slow down to almost a stop and wait for the car to come around the turn. And the roads that go from Instefjord and to Dilja, or from in on Signefjord out towards Signy Sea, that one of them is the most narrow and winding road in all of Norway, because I've driven a lot in Norway, yes. When Asle was alive, we drove all over the Nordic countries, Sweden and Denmark too, and Iceland and the Faroe Islands and Finland, but I don't think I've ever driven roads like these anywhere, so narrow, with so many sharp turns, and when the weather's bad too, as it often is, of course, yes. After a heavy rain that leads to flooding, rain that comes off the cliff sides and steep hills and floods the roads, yes, then there are holes in the road, it can be real trouble to drive over. Otherwise, I like driving. To tell the truth, there's not much that makes me happy anymore, but driving makes me happy. I think as I push ahead through the snow on the pavement, with Asle's dog Bragi in my arms, at my breast, and I think about how lots of times while driving the roads between Instefjord and Dilja, just for the fun of it, I've thought that a car is just about to come around a bend. Or else that there's no car, like I was seeing the future, and every single time my prediction was right. When I thought a car was coming, a car came, and when I thought no car was coming, no car came. I've tested it so many times that it got kind of boring since I was right every single time, or maybe I was wrong once or twice, but I was right so often that eventually testing my predictions was no fun and I stopped doing it. But obviously I know that being able to predict things is very important for driving safely, and I'm good at driving safely, but not at finding my way, especially in cities. But in general, finding the right way to walk or drive when I'm somewhere unfamiliar is something I'm terrible at. I always walk or drive the wrong way. It's just as inevitable as my being able to predict whether or not a car is going to come around a bend. And now isn't that strange? Mysterious? I think that even after living in Jorgvin for several years, I didn't know the city any better and still couldn't find my way around. No, I'm almost always wrong, but not quite always, I think, and that's why I always go down the same streets and alleys again and again. I've found my paths through the city, so to speak. For example, from where I park my car in front of the Bear Gallery, across High Street, down the lane, and from there to the Ale House or the Country Inn, I think so. I can't have walked completely the wrong way. I must have made a little mistake, and if only someone would walk by, I could ask them the way. There has to be someone or another out walking, even at night, that I could ask. But I don't see anyone, and anyway, it's a good thing I'm in a city at least and not out in the middle of the mountains, not to mention at sea. I think, yes, I think, today I need to figure it out myself since there's no one anywhere in sight and no taxi either, because what usually happens is that I run into someone who shows me the way or I hail a taxi and it takes me where I'm going. That's how it usually works. I get lost, go in the totally wrong direction, away from where I'm trying to go. I stop people on the street and ask them to tell me how to get where I'm going, and people are nice and helpful and they point and tell me where I should go there, and then there, but then I get lost again anyway, so I have to ask the next person I meet. It's pretty much the same as it was with numbers when I was going to school. It turned out wrong no matter what I did or didn't do. It came out wrong anyway, and I'm still like that with numbers. It's almost like not being able to do maths and not being able to find my way are related, but they can't be.
Can they?
Because a sense of direction and mathematical aptitude are very different, aren't they? But the one thing I know for sure is that I have neither. I have no sense of direction and no mathematical aptitude. Yes, I think that's the term that the schoolmaster used. You have no mathematical aptitude. He said something like that. Mathematical aptitude. It was probably a term that the schoolmaster had come up with himself. Mathematical aptitude. But sense of direction is a normal term, and I don't have that either. Obviously, because now I've already been walking for a long time, much longer than it should take to get from where the car is parked in front of the Bear Gallery to the Country Inn. That's for sure. For all I know, I've been walking in circles, and I'm about to be right back at the Bear Gallery. That would be the best case, actually, and it must be because it's snowing so hard. Yes, it's a real blizzard, and it's hard to see, and I walked the wrong way. There can't be any other explanation since I've walked this way so many times before, but I've really managed to get lost today. I've been walking so long now, much longer than it usually takes to walk from the Bear Gallery to the Country Inn, but maybe I can put the dog down and he'll go back to the Bear Gallery, and I can follow him? He might. Maybe he can smell the way we took? I think, and I put Broggy down, and he just stands there and looks up at me with his dog eyes, and then I shake the leash a little and I say, "Go Broggy, walk," and then the dog starts walking and he goes the opposite way from how we were walking. He goes back and I follow him because I can't think of any other way to find out where we're supposed to go, I think. So I just trust that the dog will go back to the Bear Gallery, I think, because anyway we're nowhere near the Country Inn, that's for sure, I think, but that doesn't mean, as far as I can tell, that we're getting closer to the Bear Gallery. There's nothing I recognize about the buildings I can glimpse through the snow coming down so hard, but at least the wind has let up a little, so now it's just a heavy snowfall, not a blizzard, I think, and even though I've been walking for a long time, at least that's how it feels. I haven't passed a single other person, and I've only seen a couple of cars drive by, no taxis, and if only a taxi would drive by, I could hail it, I think. And what a fool I was not to have the handyman drive me to the Country Inn. Why did I ask him to drive me to the lane? What kind of idea was that? Was it because I didn't want him to know that I was going to stay at the Country Inn? I think, but I'd already told him I was going to stay there, I think. Yes, I had, but for some reason or another I asked the handyman to take me to the lane, I think, following the dog, and if the dog is heading somewhere then it must probably be back to the Bear Gallery, right? I think, because he probably can't smell a path anywhere else. I think, but it's terrible to watch the dog pushing his way through the snow on the pavement. With his snout up, he's puffing and wheezing, and I walk along behind him, and he's going uphill, and it's pretty steep, and I think now surely someone has to turn up soon, and I can ask them the way? Or a taxi I can hail will turn up. I'm in Jorgvin after all. Despite everything, Norway's second biggest city, I think, but it's not an easy city to find your way around, that must be said. And now where am I? No, I have no sense at all of where we are, but anyway I don't think we're heading towards the Bear Gallery, I think, and then I think that if I just go downhill towards the sea I'll be able to find the country inn, because it's on the water, along the bay, I think it's even on the wharf, yes, but now what direction should I go in to get to the water? I think because now I'm following the dog uphill, but that was a bad idea, I think, because to get to the sea we need to go downhill, so now I'll turn around and go back downhill. Despite everything, that must be better than wandering around after a dog uselessly hoping that he's heading back to the Bear Gallery, I think. Because we have to go in one direction or another, and if we go downhill we'll eventually get to the water somewhere, I think, and I shake the leash and the dog stops, and then I start walking in the opposite direction, downhill. And now I'm walking in the footprints the dog and I have made in the snow, and with the dog at my heels, but it's still snowing, and it must be tiring for the dog walking there with his snout in the cold winter air to keep it above the snow. And I look at the dog, and then Broggy walks past me and he keeps going. You have to give him that, Broggy, yes. And now the snow isn't falling so hard, and there's someone walking towards me. Thank goodness, there is finally someone here, and I go over to the person walking a little to one side and I say, excuse me, but I'm from the country, and I think I've managed to get lost in the city. And a woman looks back at me from under a thick white knit cap covered with snow, and she asks me where I'm trying to get to, and there's something familiar about her voice, and I say I'm going to the country inn, the hotel, the country inn, yes, I say, and she says, yes, well, in that case I'm going in the exact wrong direction. She says, and she laughs, and then I see that it's the woman who is sitting alone at a table at Food and Drink, who recognized me, and I sort of recognized her too in a way. Yes, it's definitely her, the woman called Guro, or maybe Celia. And she was sitting drinking wine at Food and Drink the whole time until now. Yes, she must be really drunk by now, I think, and I say I thought I should go downhill because the country inn is on the water, and if I just get to the water I'd find my way to the country inn, I say, and she says, yes, I might think that, sure, but it's really not the right way. For all she knows I could have ended up in Denmark Square as easily as the country inn, she says, and it's not easy to go along the water. Either, it's not so simple. There are too many places where you can't follow the edge of the water. She says, well anyway, she says, it wasn't so easy for her to find her way around Jorgven either when she first lived here. It took quite a long time before she was sure she knew where she was going, but now, after so many years in Jorgven, yes, now it's easy. She can't claim to know every last nook and cranny, every last itsy-bitsy lane and alley, but still she at least knows what direction to go in to get to this or that place, and yes, I ought to know better because I used to live in Jorgven for many years myself, even if it was a long time ago, she says, but anyway I'm not heading towards the country inn now, that's for sure, it's down on the wharf and I'm walking in the exact opposite direction, so I should go with her. She's going the same way, she says, because she's going home, and as I know perfectly well she lives at 5 the lane near the country inn, she says, and I think now that's strange. Running into Guro, or whatever her name is now, the same woman as was sitting at Food and Drink when I was there, and I thank her, I say thank you very much, and then I start walking downhill again, walking next to her. You do remember that my name is Guro?
She says.
And she gives a little laugh, and I say yes, and we walk downhill, and the woman named Guro says it sure came down suddenly, and so much snow. Now we're slogging through it, and no one's shoveled, and no one's plowed a path through the snow. And what about the dog? It must be really hard for him to walk. She says, and I pick Broggy up again at once and brush the snow off him, and she says I didn't have a dog with me at Food and Drink, and she asks if I had him tied up outside Food and Drink, and now is that something to ask a person? I think, and I won't answer. Why would she ask something like that? I think, and then she asks me why I've come to Jorgven, and I say that a friend was sick, so I wanted to check up on him, and it was a good thing I drove down because he was in really bad shape, so I took him to the clinic and they admitted him, transferred him to the hospital in fact, I say, and she says that in that case I definitely did a good deed, she says, and I have nothing to say to that, and she says, so I still live in Dilbja? And I nod, and she says she actually knows that already since she knows me, she says, and then she says that she can hear in my voice that I'm originally from Hardanger. Yes, even if she didn't already know I'm from Hardanger, she could hear it, she says, and I say yes, she's right about that. I grew up there in Hardanger, I say, in Barmen on a small farm there, an orchard, I say, and she says yes, she knows that. I've told her all that. Don't I remember anything? She says, but I was probably too drunk to remember anything. One time long ago, I told her that I was from that region, that I grew up on an orchard in Hardanger. She says, and I say yes, that's true, that was where I grew up, but then I lived in Jorgven, and now I've lived for many years in Dilbja, I say, and she says if I lived in Jorgven so long I should know my way around the city, and I say she's right, she's totally right, but it's been many years since I lived in Jorgven, and when I did, live here. I didn't walk around the city much. I went to the art school in a course of study they called painting, but I never graduated from the art school, I say. And she says, no, then I wasn't here all that long. She says, and she says that she knows all that. I've told her that already. I'm an artist, yes. She says, and I say, yes, I guess I am in a way. And she says that even if she wouldn't call herself an artist, she's good with her hands. She likes doing crafts. In fact, that's what she lives on. She's sewn countless tablecloths, big and small, and table runners, short and long, in hardenja embroidery, she says, and she learned how to make hardenja embroidery from her grandmother, so she works firmly in the tradition, she says, and she makes bodices for the national folk costume too, decorative bodices, and she learned that from her grandmother too. Yes, she's lost count of how many bodices she's sewn, but it's a lot, because it seems like everyone wants national folk costumes nowadays, and there can't be many people left who still do hardenja embroidery and decorative bodices, she says, and so she supplies the craft center, and that's how she makes a living, she says. And she ended up in Jorgvin by chance more than anything, but once she finished school, she worked in a shop called Hardanger Regional Products, and she worked there until it went out of business, and then she just stayed on in Jorgvin. She'd lived in other places, but she's been here for years now. Yes, she's lost count of how many. She rents an apartment not far from the country inn at 5, the lane on the ground floor, she says, as I know perfectly well, she adds. And today she went to food and drink to get a glass of wine before going to a girlfriend's house, but if she'd known winter was coming so suddenly, that the snow would come so suddenly, she would have just stayed home. She says, and I think that she likes to talk, and I can't take in any more. I think that she wasn't at any friend's house. She just sat at food and drink drinking more red wine, because she's very drunk, I think, but maybe she drank red wine at her girlfriend's house? I think, and she says again that she was going to a girlfriend's house, and she thought she should have a glass of red wine before she went to her friend's place. She says, so she went into food and drink, and I was tempted to drop in there too while she was there, she says, and I think yes, she could have stopped in food and drink first, and then gone to her girlfriend's house and kept drinking red wine there, I think, yes. And whether it's true or not, she does know how to get to the country inn, I think, and then I say I hope there's a room free at the country inn, and she asks didn't I reserve a room already, and I say no, I usually do, but this trip came up kind of suddenly, and I say I often stay at the country inn, and some of the people who work at the reception have been there for ages. And I know them and they know me, some of them, not all, because in the past few years there have been a lot of new people working at the reception. It seems like people have only just started when they're gone again, I say, and she says, yes, I know, there are so many hotels and other places to spend the night in Jorgvin, and new ones keep opening up. So whatever happens, I'll be able to find a roof over my head, she says. And if for some crazy reason it's full everywhere, then I can always spend the night at her place, she says. She'd never refuse to put up someone from the country who's in Jorgvin and needs a roof over his head for the night, and especially someone who's even slept in her apartment several times before. Yes, in her bed even, she says, and I don't understand what she's talking about. She must just be chattering away. I've supposedly slept in her bed? I think, and I say thank you, thanks very much, but I don't like intruding on people, I'm shy that way, I say, and I'd rather just stay at the country inn as long as there's room there, I say, and she says I can do whatever I want, but if the country inn is full then, yes, I can always spend the night at her apartment, because she's even slept with me in the same bed at the country inn, after all, she says. Yes, she remembers it well, even if it was a long time ago back, when I had medium-length brown hair worn loose, not like my gray hair, now tied back with a black hairband, she says, and I don't understand what she's talking about, and she says in this weather it'll be a real pain to go from hotel to hotel looking for a room, even if there are lots of hotels next door to one another on the wharf, she says, and I say again that there's usually always room for me at the country inn, and she says yes, there are rooms free there most of the time, but sometimes there are various events in Jorgvin, classes, conferences, conventions, even gatherings of fiddlers. She doesn't know, but she does know that it might be full at the country inn, she says, and she starts going on about a confirmation, or was it a wedding, or maybe a funeral, or whatever it was when she tried to reserve a room at the country inn for some people who were coming to Jorgvin, and there were no rooms to be had at the country inn, and I don't answer, and then we start walking uphill, and before long we've reached the hill where the university is in Jorgvin, I think, and that place, even the name, has always, well, not intimidated me, but filled me with a kind of respect, yes, even awe, and I don't know why, but a university, a place where people read and think and write day and night, and have conversations, and know all about all. kinds of different subjects. Yes, I'd have to say I admire a place like that. And the people who work there, I think, and my Asle studied there too. She studied art history and specialized in icons, I think. And when I was going to the art school, it was someone from the university in Jorgvin who gave art history lectures. Christie was his name, a professor from the university. And those lectures might have been what I got the most out of during the years I went to the art school. Yes, more than anything else, to be told about the history of painting from the earliest times to the present, because Professor Christie talked and explained and showed slides. He had slides of drawings and paintings and sculptures from every country and every period, and he talked, and it was absolutely overwhelming, all the things he showed us and told us. Every work of art was a masterpiece, one after another, to tell the truth. And if I hadn't understood it before I learned then how little I myself had to work with, but not nothing. I had something too, something all my own, because there was something in my pictures that wasn't in any other picture I was shown. I saw that, and even if it wasn't all that much, it was something. I could do something, I knew something, I saw something that you couldn't see in anything Professor Christie showed us, something different with its own light in it. But was that good enough? Could someone be an artist and consider himself an artist just because he had something all his own in the pictures he painted? Doesn't a person need more than that? Yes. That's how I used to think, and I started doubting I could paint pictures that were worth anything. Maybe I should just give it up. I was just barely what you could call an artist. I knew that, and I had something that no one else had, but it was probably too little, so maybe I should just, yes, well, what else should I do? Was there anything else I was good at? Was there anything else I had a talent for? Anything else I had a gift for, as they say? No. What would happen? And was there anything I wanted to do besides paint pictures? I thought, walking along next to this woman apparently named Guro, who I've apparently slept with. Yes, even slept with at the country, and no, there's no end to what she's making me listen to, I think, and I pet the dog's back over and over, and he's nice and warm against my chest. And then the woman who I think is named Guro says it's not far now, we're getting close, even if it's slow, since it's hard to walk in all this snow. More like trudge, really, she says, and I think that I gradually came to understand more and more clearly that the pictures that meant the most to me, and the artists I felt closest to, were the ones who most clearly had their own pictures, or, however you'd say it, the pictures they'd paint again and again, but their pictures were never similar. No, not that, never. They were always different, but every picture resembled one another too, and they were like a picture that's never been painted, that no one could paint, that was always invisible behind or in the picture that had been painted, and that's why the picture that had been painted was always like the invisible picture, and this picture was in every single one of the individual paintings, I think, and for me there was never any doubt about which paintings mattered. It was oil on canvas, no more no less, nothing else, because sculpture and drawing and prints of various kinds and various techniques can be as beautiful as they want, sure, but for me only oil on canvas matters. And I truly cannot stand acrylic paint, and of course I could draw, and I drew a lot in the years when I was at the art school. They said it was important to be able to draw, but after I was set free from the art school, yes, I have to admit that's how I think about it sometimes. So after I was released, I rarely or never drew in the strict sense, but now and then I do scribble a sketch, scribble down a design for picture. Even if it most often looks nothing like the picture I paint later, it's more like it points towards it, or just suggests it, gives you an idea of it, and maybe that's why I always keep a sketch pad and pencil with me in the shoulder bag. I always have with me, I think, and I hear the woman who I think is named Guro ask me, just like everyone else, if I can live off my art, off my pictures, my paintings, and I've been asked this question so many times by now that I don't want to answer it anymore, and I don't understand how she, of all people, someone who makes a living sewing tablecloths and table runners in Hardanger embroidery and decorative bodices, can ask that. And I just say, yes, well, you know, she says that's not the worst thing, she says. You need to be a good painter to do that. She says, well, anyway, I already know you are, she says. And she gives a little laugh and she's about to say more, but I sort of quickly say painting pictures is what I can do in life. More than anything else, at least, I say.
Still, she says.
And there are people who want to buy your pictures too?
She says.
Yes, there are, I say. And she says she knows that, of course, that people buy my pictures because she, yes, I didn't know that, but she goes to my shows and she herself has often wanted to buy a picture. She really admires my pictures. But of course there are some pictures she likes more than others, she says. It's like pictures talk, the same as people, she says. A kind of silent language comes out of a good picture, she says. Yes, it's hard to explain, but a really good picture says something all its own, something you can understand but that can never be said in words, she says. And I say she's exactly right. That's how I think about it too, I say. And she says she's never been able to afford to buy a picture I've painted, and besides, yes, well, now that she thinks about it, she says, the way I support myself is probably not all that different from how she supports herself. Not really. She just sits and sews this hardenja embroidery of hers, these decorative bodices, and that's how she makes a living. Well, a kind of living at least, more or less. Yes, she's been doing it since she was a girl. Yes, since she was sitting in her grandmother's lap. She says yes, because even back when she was sitting in her grandmother's lap, she was watching how she was doing what she was doing, how she was sewing, yes, following along with her eyes while her grandmother did it. And when she was older, her grandmother taught her everything she knew about hardanger embroidery and how to sew bodices. And then she started doing it herself, yes, when she was still a girl, and she's kept doing it ever since, to this day. And during all those years, she sold what she made to the craft center. When she felt she had sewn enough, she went to the craft center with what she had, and she was paid well, cash on delivery, so that was nice. But especially after her husband left. Yes, well, she calls him that even though they weren't actually married. And she says that he left. Yes, he just disappeared, even though it was actually more like she threw him out, and she's really regretted that. It was so stupid to do that, she says. And she says it's painful to talk about it because he was a good man, or had been one. She doesn't like big words and doesn't use them much, but still she can say that they loved each other. But yes, she says, and she stops, and we keep walking in the snow, trudging ahead because it's still snowing, but less now. It's more like individual snowflakes, and I keep petting the dog's back, and I'm holding him pressed to my chest. And then she says she's never heard anyone play the fiddle like he did. Never. And when they lived together, she always called him the fiddler. Just that. Are you coming, fiddler? It's time to eat. Is the fiddler hungry? And he was such a talented hardanger fiddler, and he won lots of national contests. First place. Yes, he sure could play, but, she says, but then there was all that drinking, she says, and she stops, and then she says that in the end she couldn't take it anymore, his drinking, his overdoing it. She threw him out because it was her apartment, the apartment on the lane that she'd rented for all these years. And she said she'd been supporting him for a long time, and he should at least pay for his booze himself, even though he actually did. She said it anyway. She says, yes, she said one nasty thing after another to him, that she'd had enough, that she wanted him to leave, and then he did leave, the fiddler, and he wasn't slow to do it either. He just took his fiddle and headed out over the mountains to the east, and there, yes, no, she shouldn't talk about it, but he was from East Norway, so then, well, I probably know what she means. The fiddle had disappeared and the rest too, yes. And he was sleeping away from home a lot. She'd heard it not from him, but from other people. Yes, I know what she means, she says, and so it was probably some woman or another somewhere in the east in Telemark who took pity on him and took him in, let him stay with her. She probably owned a house or some other place to live, and then she's sure he stayed living there for some years, and then he died, and he surely drank to the very end. But he was a good man, he was, and she missed him, yes. She really did. Every day she missed him. Not a day went by without her missing him, she said, and she's often thought it was so stupid to do that, to tell him to leave. She's so often regretted it. Yes, she's so often sat and cried over her own stupidity, she says, because he'd never just taken his fiddle and left before, so she started to miss him, and that was how she'd felt every day since that terrible day when he skipped out, she says, because she hadn't meant what she said, even though it was true, but she did ask him to leave, and then he just looked at her, and as drunk as he was, he didn't say anything, because in some ways he was never drunk, not in the usual way, just in his own way. He played the fiddle the way only he could play, even when he was totally drunk in his own way. At least he didn't get drunk the way other people did. He was sober from drinking in a way. Yes, he wasn't like anyone else. And she had no idea how he got his booze and how he paid for it, no, but somehow or another he always managed to, and it's probably always like that with people who need to drink, with real drinkers, she says. Will you still be with me when I'm dead? She says. And she looks at me and I feel something give a little start inside me. That's what he used to say to me, she says. Imagine saying that to someone, she says. And she says that he said that exact thing to her so many times. Yes, when he'd been drinking, or at least in the last few years he'd said it a lot, because then he was almost never totally sober, she says, and she laughs, and she says that he played best when he'd drunk a little but not too much. When he drank too much it was ruined and got confused, yes. One time he was so drunk that he got up and left the stage in the middle of his set, and said no, it's no good, and then walked off the stage. Or more like staggered off. She was there, she saw it with her own eyes, she says. Right in the middle of a tune he got up and left the stage. She says it's no good, he said, and then he left, she says. And she says that it's probably partly, at least before he was, well, an alcoholic. You'd probably have to call him that. It's probably partly because he was shy that he drank. Yes, it was from shyness, and then also his moodiness and sadness, but it worked out fine for many years. Yes, that's the truth, believe it or not. Everything was balanced in its way. He earned some money from his playing, gradually more and more. He played at weddings the way fiddlers have always done, and then it got to where he would play almost every week at dances and Gimel. One gig or another would always turn up, but he was drinking the whole time, and it wasn't too much, at least not until the drinking totally took over, and there were lots of times when he wasn't in any shape to actually play, and his playing was nothing but a big mess of notes and screeches. Yes. You know how people always say the hardenja fiddle sounds like a cat screeching? Now how can people who consider themselves fine, upstanding Georgian women bring themselves to say things like that? They know so little. These fine women, they understand so little. She says, yes, to tell the truth, she regrets with all her heart that she told him to leave. How stupid was that, she says again, because as long as he drank, she never had that much trouble with him. He was always nice, and they used to have a drop or two together too, lots of times, because she liked a little something to drink too. It wasn't that she was no teetotaler. I knew that. I saw her with a glass of red wine in her hands today, she says, and the best moments she can remember. Yes, the best moments in her whole life were while she was sitting and drinking red wine and he was playing. It was the most beautiful thing she's ever heard in her life. It almost makes her cry just thinking about it. Just hearing his tunes in her mind, she can't think about it any more, she says, because in the end the drinking totally took over, but he was a good man, yes, even then, truly, and we shouldn't speak ill of the dead, she says. Anyway, yes, the first time she saw him it was at a competition. It was the first music contest she'd ever been to, and he was sitting at the front of the stage and playing like an ordinary fiddler, but then he played his way farther and farther into the music and sort of moved away from himself and from the others, and it was like both he and the music and everyone listening rose up into the air, and then he turned around on his stool and played with his back to the concert hall, his back to everyone listening, and everything kept swinging through the air. It was exactly as if the music he was playing just flew up and sort of disappeared into the air and into nothing, and then he stopped, and then he got up and walked right off the stage without turning around, and the audience was clapping and clapping. Yes, the applause wouldn't stop. It was like the people in the concert hall had witnessed something like a miracle. She had never heard anyone play that well before or since. Not him or anyone else. And that was, well, since she's told me this much, she might as well say the rest. That was the night when he and she became a couple, she says, and then we walk silently on, step by step through snow. No one has walked in before us. Yes, alcohol is both good and bad. I say he used to say that too, she says. And then she asks if I drink, and I say, yes, I used to, quite a bit too, but, well, it's a long and difficult story, I say. And in the end it came down to either drinking or painting. Yes, drinking or staying alive, you might say. And yes, well, somehow I got free of the alcohol's hold on me, but it wasn't easy, I say, and of course Asle, my wife, didn't like that I drank. And if it wasn't for her, then no, I don't know what would have happened to me, I say. You don't drink anymore? She says, no, I say. And there's silence. And Asle, your wife? She says she died. She's gone, I say. And there's a long silence, and then I say that I haven't drunk at all since I stopped drinking, and she says good for me that I could do that. And I say no, it wasn't about me. I just did what had to be done, and I had help. And without help from both earthly and heavenly forces, yes, why not say it? It's true, from heaven too, I'd never have been able to do it. But most of all, it was thanks to Asle that I could do it, and once I'd managed to stop drinking, it wasn't hard at all to not start again, but stopping in the first place, weaning myself off drinking, well, that was hard. Yes, that was a struggle, I say. And she says that her husband, yes, well, as she mentioned, she calls him her husband anyway. Yes, the fiddler was never able to stop drinking, and he didn't really try either. She knows that. And then that woman in Telemark took him in to live with her, but she was a big drinker too. Yes, she almost had to be, or else she wouldn't have been able to stand him. And so it happened. The way it had to happen. He wasn't an old man. No, she doesn't want to think about this sad and unpleasant situation anymore right now, she says, and she raises her face and look, she says, and she raises her arm. Look there on the other side of the bay. You can see the country, and there it is. You're saved, she says, and she chuckles a little, and I say thank you so much for helping me. And she says it's no problem when you know the way, she says, but if you don't know the way, that's a different story, she says, and she says she didn't mean it in a bad way when she laughed just then. If there was any reason at all for her to laugh, it was just that she recognized herself. Country folk in Georgian, she says, but yes, well, as she said, if they don't have a room for me at the country, and I can always spend the night at her place, she says, anyway, there's more than enough room in her apartment, all too much room, she says, and I think that I've never really liked going into other people's homes. I've always been shy about that. Yes, it was like I was doing something I had no right to do, like I was intruding, forcing myself into other people's lives, like I was getting to know more about their life than I had a right to know, like I was disturbing their life, or at least I felt disturbed by their life intruding on mine. Yes, like another life was sort of filling me up, I think, and for someone to come into my house, well, that's one of the worst things I know of. Yes, I get so nervous and uneasy then that I don't know what to do with myself. No. It doesn't happen when people I know will come over, like Asle. Nothing happens then, it's just normal. Yes, everything's the way it should be. That's how it is with friends, they sort of belong there in a way. And I also don't think it's hard to go into the houses of people I know well, friends' houses, but there aren't many of those people. I think, strictly speaking, there's just Asle now, I think. Yes, Asle and no one else, not many. And when he comes over, it's almost not like someone else is coming over. And when I go to his house, it's not like going to someone else's house, because Asle and I have known each other for so long, and it's like you no longer have much of anything to hide from a person like that. Well, of course we have some things, but it's like we both know what we're hiding, or like we know it but don't want to know it, and don't dwell on it, don't think about it. It's like we just leave it alone, leave it in peace, let it lie, without waking it up or shaking it, without disturbing it. But it's not like that with people I don't know and visiting people. Earlier in my life, yes, strictly speaking, it was only when Asle and I were living in Jorgvin that we had people come over. After we ran off to Dilja, it was just Asle and me. And then, while she was still alive, yes, the only person who came and visited us in Dilja, aside from her mother Judith and Asle, of course, was Bear, but only once. No, I can't think about that, about Asle, it's too much. I just sink into it and disappear, I think. But the day Bear came to see us, Asle didn't want to stay home. She wanted to be at her mother Judith's house in Jorgvin instead. So the day before Bear came, I drove her to Jorgvin, yes, to the Bear Gallery, and the day after I went to get her from the Bear Gallery, because if I didn't like getting visits from anyone, Asle liked it even less, I think. I think I know you better than you realize, Guro says then. And I don't understand what she means. She knows me better than I realize. What's that supposed to mean? It's true I've been interviewed a few times by the Jorgvin Times, I'm afraid so, but that can't be what she's talking about. My name is Guro, she says then. And she says it emphasizing the name like she's sort of trying to remind me of something. And then she says, now at least I know her name in case I'd forgotten it. She says, so if my memory's so bad that I can't remember much more about her, at least I'll have to remember her name now, she says. And she says it's about time we said hello properly, she says, and she shakes my hand. So, my name's Guro, she says. And I shake her hand and hold Bragi with just one hand, and my name's Asle, I say. Okay, now we know at least that much about each other, she says, and there's something like mockery in her voice. Our names, she says. Yes, I say. And it's silent for a moment, and then she says she'll go to the next show I have at the Bear Gallery, and that it'll probably be during Advent this year, the same as every year. That's always when they have it, she says, and she's gone to all my shows, she says, and we get to the country inn, and I say I'll go in and ask if there's a room free for me, and she says she can wait outside in case it's full, you never know, and if it is I can always, as she's already told me, spend the night at her place, she says, and I thank her, and she says she might as well go inside with me, and then I open the front door, and the woman named Guro goes in ahead of me, and I go in after her with the dog in my arms, and I see that it's the old guy from Jorgvin, the Jorgvin man, sitting at the reception desk, where he's been for all these years. He's one of the people I know, one of the people who's checked me in and checked me out of the country and before. He's a polite older man from Jorgvin, and I see that there are a lot of keys hanging on the wall in the reception area behind a Jorgvin man, so there must be rooms available, I think. Good afternoon, or good evening I should say, the Jorgvin man says. So this is the fellow who's out and about tonight, he says. And he looks at me and then at the woman standing behind me, or rather the two people, he says. And it seems like he recognizes the person I'm with, and he stands up and bows. Yes, I say. You don't have a room for me, do you? I say, you mean for the two of you?
He says.
No, just for me, I say. And at that same moment I think that maybe he didn't mean me and the woman apparently named Guro, but me and the dog. I see, the Jorgvin man says, well, for me and my dog, I say. You've got a dog with you? He says, yes, I say. And I think that I don't want to get into the whole business of why I have a dog with me. It's not actually allowed having a dog in the room, the Jorgvin man says. And you've never had a dog with you before? He says, no, I say. Well, I don't know, the Jorgvin man says. And Guro says that she can take the dog with her, and I can get him back tomorrow. She's always liked dogs, and she used to have a dog herself, but that was back when she was a girl, she says. I'm sure we can work something out, the Bjorgvin man says because he says. And suddenly, there's a long silence. Because, well, yes, since it's you, one of our regular guests, yes, well, I think I can make an exception. I'll hardly lose my job over it, he says. And I stand there, and I don't know what to say, because I've never brought a dog to the country in before. As long as the dog doesn't bark, the Bjorgvin man says no. He won't as long as I'm with him, I say. That's good to hear, he says. Because even if there aren't that many guests at the hotel tonight, I'm sure they won't exactly want to be woken up by a yapping dog, he says. Of course, I understand, I say. But I can take the dog with me, Guro says. And I think that she said she was called something else when we were talking at Food and Drink, Celia or something like that, I think, but now she's said many times that her name is Guro, and now I think of her simply as Guro, I think. Your usual room is free, the Bjorgvin man says, room 407, I say. And I say that this trip into Bjorgvin came about a bit unexpectedly. I usually reserve a room in advance. And the Bjorgvin man says, yes, he knows. Yes, great, that room, same as always, I say. Your room is free, and since it's you, will take the risk and assume everything will be fine with your dog, he says. And I say thank you, thanks very much, and I say that as long as the dog is with me, he won't start barking. That'll be fine. Your room is ready and waiting for you, the Bjorgvin man says. And he takes a key off the hook on the wall behind him, and he hands me the key, and he says have a nice stay, and he's sure I can find my own way, and that I know when breakfast is served and all that as well as he does, he says, and I say thank you, thanks, everything will be fine, I say, and I turn around and Guro is standing there, and I say thank you so much for your help, and she says it was no problem, and then she says she hopes we run into each other again, and I say that yes, I'm sure we will. And then we shake hands and say goodbye, and then I walk towards the lift, and she walks towards the front door, and then she stops, and then she says, but what about breakfast? She says, and I turn around and look at her. You'll have to leave the dog alone then, won't you? She says, you have a point there, the Bjorgvin man says. You can't bring the dog to breakfast with you? She says. And I say I hadn't thought of that, and the Bjorgvin man says he wouldn't recommend it, and why did she have to bring up breakfast? Hasn't today been long enough? Aren't I exhausted? Can't I get a little peace and quiet? I need to go to sleep, and I suddenly realize how totally exhausted I am. I'm so tired I might collapse right here. You have a point, the Bjorgvin man says. And I don't know what to say, and Guro says that she can take the dog with her, and I can get him back tomorrow morning. She says, and I realize I can't talk about it anymore. I'm done. The dog'll sleep wherever it'll sleep, I think, and I look at her. I'll come back here at 10 o'clock with the dog, she says. Or you can come by and ring the bell around then, or earlier if you want, she says. And I nod, and then Guro says that if I want to get the dog then, or earlier, or later, well, I know where she lives, it's on the lane, number 5, the lane, she says, as she said before, she says, so she lives right near the country inn, you just take a right and then take the first right after that, and the first narrow street you get to is the lane, uphill to the left. She says, and she smiles, and the Bjorgvin man looks at me, and Guro walks up to me, and I hand her the dog, and I say his name is Bragi, and she takes the dog and the leash, and the Bjorgvin man says that it's probably for the best, all things considered, yes, even for the dog, maybe, he says, and I turn around and walk towards the lift and push the button with an up arrow, and the lift comes, and I turn around. Good night, I say. And both the woman apparently named Guro and the Bjorgvin man say good night, and I open the lift door, and I hear the front door close, and I go into the lift, and I press the button with 4 on it, and then I stand there in the lift, and it jolts into motion, and I feel so tired, so unbelievably tired, I think that it was a good thing I drove back to Bjorgvin, because imagine what might have happened to Asle if I hadn't. He was lying there covered in snow, he was sick, he was shaking constantly and kept collapsing, falling down and just lying there, and what would have happened if I hadn't come back to Bjorgvin? I think, and the lift moves slowly upwards. It's an old lift and it rises slowly and with little jolts. And I think that now I don't want to think about Asle anymore or about anything else. Now I'm tired, so unbelievably tired. So now I'll just go straight to bed. I think, and the lift gets to the 4th floor and it stops with a jolt and bobs up and down a little. And I look at the lift door and it feels like forever before I can open it. And I go out into the hall and suddenly I don't know if I'm supposed to take a right and go down that corridor, or if I'm supposed to take a left and go down that one. Even after having stayed in room 407 so many times, I'm still not sure. Damn it, I'll just go either left or right and then see where I am, I think, and I feel really angry, as I should. I'm angry at myself. I seriously curse myself, and I take a right and I see 400 on a door, and I go down that corridor, and the numbers on the doors get higher and higher, so I am going the right way, and there at last is 407 on a door. And I use the key, and I unlock the door on the first try, and then I go into the room, turn on the light, and then take off my brown leather shoulder bag and put it down on a chair, and then I take off my black coat, and I hang it on the chair, and then I go right to the bed, and lie down without taking any of my clothes off, even the black velvet jacket I'm wearing, and my shoes are still on. And then I breathe deeply in and breathe slowly out several times, and then I fold my hands and I make the sign of the cross, and I say to myself, Pater noster Kyrios in caelus sanctificetur nomen tuum adveniat regnum tuum, and I stay lying down, and I say to myself, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, and I think God's kingdom does need to come, but it already has come. I feel it whenever I feel or realize how close God is. Yes, he is all around me like a field, or maybe it's his angel, my angel, that I feel. I think, and may God protect him. May God protect Asle. Let Asle get better again. I think, and then I think that it won't be long now before I too come to God, to God's kingdom. I think, and then I breathe in deeply, and I say inside myself, Kyrie, and then I breathe out slowly, and I say eleison, and then I breathe in deeply, and I say Christ, and then I breathe out slowly, and I say eleison, and I say that over and over, and then I just lie there quietly and stare straight ahead into empty space, and at first I don't see anything, and I just feel how tired I am, and then I see a canvas there on an easel, and I see two lines there that cross each other, and then I hear a sleek say St. Andrew's Cross. He says it with his provincial pride, St. Andrew's Cross, and suddenly I feel an aversion to the whole picture. There's nothing more to do with that picture. Just get rid of it, be done with it, because it's done. Despite it being so unfinished, it's done. It's finished. The way it's painted is just the way it is, and the way it's going to stay. It doesn't need any more. The big white canvas, and then those two lines crossing, the lines forming a cross, and that's it. Obviously what I was painting was Asle, but I don't like to think like that. Not now, because now I'm at peace, and I say to myself, Pacem relinquo vobis, pacem mem do vobis, and I say, Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you, and I don't know what more I can do with the picture. It's stiff, it's dead, it's just two lines, two thick lines that cross in the middle. It doesn't have the light in it that a good picture needs to have. It's really not a picture at all. It's a St. Andrew's Cross. Asle says, and he's right, and then he says it again, St. Andrew's Cross, he says, and he puts a heavy stress on the words like he's proud of knowing them, proud that he, Asle, knows a term like that. Something like that is what he's saying in the way he says the words, and things like that just make him look stupid. Putting on that provincial pride makes him worse than he is, I think, and I lie there and think that I just need to forget that picture or try to forget it, but the picture is firmly in my mind, because some of the pictures I paint get lodged inside me, but most of the other pictures I have lodged in my mind are pictures from life, not my own paintings. Yes, these glimpses of something I've seen that stayed with me and that torment me, actually, because I can never get rid of them and that I try to paint away. And in a way, I do manage to paint them away, or in any case, paint them into being something that doesn't just exist in my mind, something that isn't stuck in there, in a way. I think that all the paintings for the show I'm having soon at the Bear Gallery are already finished, so if I had thought of it, I could have brought them with me and delivered them to Bear today, or maybe tomorrow morning, I think, but I don't always think in such reasonable ways or plan well. For example, this morning I just decided to drive to Bjorgvin to go shopping, and then I did, and I think that tomorrow when I get back home I'll put aside that picture with the two lines, the St. Andrew's Cross, as Asle says. Yes, the picture should be called St. Andrew's Cross, and I'll paint the name, the title, in black oil paint on the top edge of the stretcher, the way I always do, and then I'll paint a big A on the picture itself, in the lower right-hand corner, the way I also always do, unless I've already done that. Haven't I already added the picture's title and signed it with a big A and taken it off the easel and put it aside with the other paintings that also aren't done, stacked together with the stretchers out between the bedroom door and the hall door? Haven't I done that already? I think, but if I haven't, then I'll put it aside as soon as I get home tomorrow. I think, and then I'll take out another painting I have stacked in that pile of unfinished pictures, of pictures I've almost managed to finish as good pictures, but not quite, pictures that are missing something, that I can't figure out what to do with, and have to let sit for a while. When I get back home to Dilja, finally get back home to Dilja, I'll take out one of the paintings deep in the stack, which means one of the unfinished paintings that I set aside a long time ago because I wasn't entirely happy with it. I wasn't satisfied it was the picture it needed to be, I think, and then I think that I need to put the paintings stacked in two piles next to the kitchen door with the stretchers facing out from the wall into the back of my car, and drive to Bjorgvin and deliver them to Bear because those are the pictures I'm done with. There's a stack of big ones and a stack of smaller ones, and it's those pictures that I set aside and decided I was done with after I realized I couldn't do any more with them. I made those pictures as well as I could make them. I don't know how good they are, but I know that I can't make them any better, so they're ready. For the next show, yes, there are always either too many pictures or not enough, I think, but if Bear feels there are too many, he just puts the ones he doesn't want to include in the show in the side room, the bank, as he calls it, and I do need to drive the pictures to the Bear gallery soon. It's getting kind of urgent, so I need to get it done because Bear hangs the pictures up himself. And he puts a lot of thought into the installation, I think, and it was thanks to Bear that I could make it as a painter, because for someone to live off painting pictures, he's really got to stick it out, I think. Yes, well, more or less the same thing is true of probably every profession or craft, even if being an artist is supposed to be different. Not a job like ordinary house painting, but one that's out of the ordinary, noble, and special. There's something affected about the whole thing, to tell the truth. Actually, I'm ashamed to be an artist, an art painter, but what else could I have been? And now, anyway, now that I'm so old? No, unfortunately, I'm not much use for anything else now besides painting pictures because I've always been clumsy in everything, yes, even when I draw or paint, yes, it's hard to believe it. It can't be because I'm physically unable to do something well that I can't do it. No, it must be something else that prevents me, and I don't know what it is, so I would have been a bad tradesman. That's been true ever since I was a kid. And as for anything to do with maths, I can't do it, that's for sure, and nothing with writing either, or, well, actually, to tell the truth, it's pretty easy for me to write. There was nothing wrong with my style in school, and I was pretty good at English. Yes, I even used to be able to write in English well enough, and German too, and I enjoyed reading books in both English and German back in the day. There were quite a lot of words and idioms I didn't understand, but I got the meaning one way or another, and then I read Swedish and Danish books too, of course, it was back when I was going to the art school that I started reading foreign books in the original languages, because a lot of the literature Professor Christie referred to was written in either English or German, especially German, and occasionally in Swedish or Danish, rarely in Norwegian, and then always written in bokmål, never in nynorsk. And for a lot of the books I wanted to read, I had to venture into the Stately University Library and ask to borrow them. And since I was going to the art school, I was allowed to borrow books from there, and not many of the books Professor Christie mentioned were available at the public library, and I read, and didn't understand even half of what I read, probably much less than that, but it sort of didn't matter much. I understood some of it, and what I did understand gradually helped me learn more and more of the language I was reading, because even though I had dictionaries, I didn't like looking things up in them. So I'd either guess what a word meant, or, most often, I could figure it out from the context. The word had a clear meaning when it was in context with other words, so yes, I was pretty good at languages. It was mathematical aptitude that I always had a problem with, and what I totally don't have is a sense of direction, a sense of place, plus I'm so clumsy. So it's true, probably the only thing I could have ended up doing was painting pictures, and if I wanted to make a living I needed to paint, and that's both good and also wrong, but that's what I did and kept doing. I painted picture after picture. I did that at least, and when I wasn't painting I often spent hour after hour just sitting and staring into space. Yes, I can sit for a long time and just stare into empty space at nothing, and it's sort of like something can come from the empty nothingness, like something real can come out of the nothingness, something that says a lot, and what it says can turn into a picture. Either that, or I can stay sitting there staring into empty space and become completely empty myself, completely still, and it's in that empty stillness that I like to say my deepest, truest prayers. Yes, that's when God is closest, because it's in the silence that God can be heard, and it's in the invisible that he can be seen. Of course, I know my Pater Noster, and I pray with it every day, to tell the truth at least 3 times a day, and often even more in fact, and I've learned it by heart in Latin and learned it by seeing it before my eyes. I never memorize mechanically because I can remember written things by seeing them. A bit like pictures, yes, but I try to only remember the written things I think are important to remember, and unlike with pictures, I'm able to turn off the memory of written things, and then I made my own translation of the Our Father into nynorsk, and of course I know that by heart. Yes, I can see it in my mind, but still it's probably these moments when I'm sitting and staring into empty nothingness, and becoming empty, becoming still, that are my deepest, truest prayers. And once I get into the empty stillness, I can stay there for a long time, sit like that for a long time, and I don't even realize I'm sitting there. I just sit and stare into the empty nothingness. And probably, in a way, I am the empty nothingness I'm looking at. I can sit like that for I don't know how long, but it's a long, long time. And I believe these silent moments enter into the light in my paintings, the light that is clearest in darkness, yes, the shining darkness. I don't know for sure, but that's what I think, or hope that it might be like that. I think, and I lie there, and I think now I need to go to sleep soon, and I'll pray one of the quick prayers with my rosary, my usual kind, because it's not that often that I pray in my own words, and when I do, it's for intercession. I'm embarrassed when it comes to that. If I pray for something that has to do with me, then it has to be to let me be good for someone else, and if it specifically has to do with me, then I pray that it should be God's will that it happen, yes. That will be done, fiat voluntas tua, on earth as it is in heaven, sic it in caelo et in terra. And I am so tired, I need to sleep, but I'm probably too agitated to get to sleep, I think, and then I sit up on the edge of the bed and stand up, and I take my black velvet jacket off and hang it on the back of the chair with the brown shoulder bag lying under the black overcoat, and then I push my heels against the floor and kick off my shoes, and I take off my trousers and I leave them on the floor, and then I take off my black pullover and drop it on top of the trousers, and the room feels cold, and then I turn off the light and get into the bed, and I tuck the duvet tight around me, and I gather my thoughts, and then I think, may God be good and help my friend Asle to get better. He's too young to die. He paints pictures that are too good for him to have to die now, yes. I don't presume to know what's best for Asle better than God, but that's what I want, and I think that I can hope that in all humility, and as meekly as I can, I pray to God to please let Asle live, let him regain his health. Yes, I pray to you, dear God, that you will make Asle better, I think, and then I stay lying there and looking into the emptiness before me, into the dark nothingness, and I must be tired, so tired, but maybe I'm too worked up to get asleep? I think that maybe I paint better when I'm under pressure, when I need to finish a few more paintings for my show.
Because even though I like
painting, yes, there's often a lot of pain in what I paint, and in me too in a way, because these pictures lodged inside me, yes, they're almost all connected to something bad that I remember. The light is linked to the darkness, yes, that's how it is, and there are painters who don't like getting rid of their pictures, who'd rather keep them, not sell them, but I'm happy every single time I sell a picture, happy to be free of it almost. And maybe that goes back to when I was a boy and made a few kroner by painting pictures of neighbors' houses and farms back when I was still a kid, but it made me happy to do that, yes, to paint pictures and then get rid of them and get money for them, and it still makes me happy to this day when I sell a picture, yes. Selling the picture in itself makes me happy, but then also, yes, I have to admit that I think this way too. When I sell a picture, I'm also giving away, almost like a gift, the light that the picture has to have in it. Yes, it's like I'm passing on to someone else a gift that I myself have been given. I think I've been paid for the picture itself, but not for the light that's in the picture, because that's something I was given, and as a result I have to give it away again. And that light, yes, it's most often connected to something bad, to pain and suffering, I might say, if that's not too big a word, and I'm paid for the painting itself, for the picture, but not for the light, and the person who buys the painting is also given some of the light and the suffering too, the despair, the pain that's in the light, I think. And if there isn't any light in the picture, well then I keep it. A picture's not done until there's light in it. Even if that light is invisible, I think, yes, even if no one else can see the light, just me, it has to be there, see the light, yes, that's what they say, he's seen the light, they say, and if they only knew how right they were, even if they always say it about someone they consider more or less lacking in wisdom and intelligence, someone not entirely of this world, as they also say, with a certain mockery, but what difference does it make? Because I see what I see, I've seen what I've seen, I've lived what I've lived, and I paint what I paint, so they can say whatever they want, I think. Yes, actually that's another reason I'm happy to sell pictures, because I'm passing along the light, I think, and since I also make my living from the pictures I paint, since I've never made my living from anything else, I obviously need to sell the pictures. How could I live off my painting if I didn't sell my pictures? No, I'd have been in a bad way, destitute. There are plenty of painters who live in the most dire poverty, even if most of them try to hide it and peacock around and scatter money to the winds once they manage to make a few kroner, but I've never been someone like that. I've never spent more money than I needed to, I think, usually less in fact, if you want to put it that way. Yes, I've lived modestly, they say, and I've always managed to get by, I think, and one of the reasons was my being so modest, even thrifty, probably to the point of stinginess, even penny pinching, as the old folks say. The fact is, I just don't like to spend money, and I've never liked to spend money, but I need it just like everyone else. Even if all I like buying is canvas and tubes of oil paint. Yes, all kinds of painting supplies. But I like buying those things so much that I have so much canvas and turpentine and so many tubes of oil paint and boards for stretchers and brushes and rags and whatever else that I basically don't need to buy any more of any of it for the rest of my life, almost, and I've stored most of it up in a room in the attic. It's all up there, well organized, everything where it belongs, I think, and still I keep buying more new supplies rather than using what I have up in the attic, like how I bought a roll of canvas at the art store today and a good amount of boards for stretchers at the hardware store, but it feels like that was so long ago. Yes, like it was ages ago that I was in the art store and the hardware store, even though it was earlier today. But yes, well, when it comes to buying what I need to paint with, I never think about saving money, and that probably goes back to my childhood too when I sold a picture, and with the money I made I bought canvas and tubes of oil paint and turpentine, I think, lying in bed at the country inn in room 407 in the bed I've slept in so many times before, and I am so tired, and I can't sleep because how is Asle doing? What's happening to him at the hospital? Because Asle needs rest. They said he needs to get his rest now, and that's why I couldn't go see him. And of course I didn't argue, I just left, and it's only to stop thinking about Asle that I'm thinking about all these other things, all the things I usually think about, because Asle needs to get some rest. That's the best thing for him, the nurse said, and that's why it was best that I come back again tomorrow and ask if I can see him then, she said. And I said I could do that, but if he's asleep when I come by, he'll need to keep sleeping because he needs to rest now. What's important now is that he sleep as much as possible, she said, and I said I'd come back tomorrow and ask if I can get anything for him, if he isn't asleep then, and if he is asleep then that's great, I won't get him anything, I'll just come back another day because I live a long way north of Jorgvin in Dilja, if she knows where that is, I said, and the nurse said that she didn't know, and I said, well no, it's such a small place that almost no one has heard of it, I said, and she said, well then that's what we'll do, I should come back tomorrow or some other day and I can call first to see if I can come, and we'll tell you how it's going, she said, that's how it went, or is that just something I'm imagining? That it went like that? That the nurse and I had a conversation like that? I think, and anyway now I'm lying in bed at the country inn, in my regular room, room 407, and I can't get to sleep, and I think that a lot of the people who are supposed to know what's good and what's bad, what's good art and what's bad art, don't think much of my pictures. Yes, for several years now, painting pictures wasn't something you should do if you wanted to be a real artist. Paintings as such weren't real art. And during that time, the people who painted pictures were obviously said to be less worthwhile. They weren't considered artists at all. Just illustrators past their expiration date or something like that, and the worst of all were the people who painted pictures and then sold them, who put pictures they'd painted on sale. Yes, the people who painted pictures someone actually wanted to buy were the worst, because where was the art in that? Weren't such pictures mere entertainment? Purely commercial? Nothing but something to put on a wall? Something to hang above the sofa, since, after all, something has to hang there? Maybe yes, maybe no, but in any case it's not art, they would say or think, but I know what I'm doing, I know the difference between a good picture and a bad picture, and I know I can paint pictures that only I can paint because I have my very own inner picture that all the other pictures come from, so to speak, or that they all try to get to or get close to, but that one innermost picture can't be painted, and the closer I am to that inner picture, when I paint the better I paint and the more light there is in the picture. Yes, that's how it is, I think, and what I've seen and lived and know deep inside in my innermost picture is also something I want to tell the world, something I want other people to know, or to have hanging over their sofa for that matter, because I want to, yes, share what I know, show it. Yes, of course it can't be said, but maybe it can be shown? At least a little of it? And insofar as it can be shown, I want to show it to someone else, since it's true, I'm sure of it, and I know it's good. It's good for me, and it's good for other people too. And what I want to show to other people has to do with light or with darkness. It has to do with the shining darkness full as it is of nothingness. Yes, it's possible to think that way, to use such words, and it's also something that comes from the picture I have inside me that I see when I see something that lodges itself inside me, and that I can never get rid of again. These flashes of pictures, clear pictures, that I have in my mind, and that torment me. Yes, it's true, and it's been like that since I was a boy. There are so many pictures like that. There are countless such pictures, like those black boots of grandfather's on the road in the rain, one dark night, or grandfather's hands, shining, glowing in a flash, and some pictures come to me again and again while others just lay there in a group sort of resting, and emerge only rarely. But one that comes to me again and again is Alesh's face in the rain, in the darkness, the rain running down over her despairing face, but in all the pain, all the suffering. There's her light, that black light. Yes, I should be ashamed of myself, but my eyes are starting to get teary as I lie here. The light, The black light in her despairing face, the invisible light, those desperate eyes, twisted, her mouth half open, and the rain running down her face in the dark night. Or the opposite, yes, glittering on Alesh's thoughtful, peaceful face when she disappears into herself, and in this movement becomes like part of an incomprehensible light that streams invisibly from her face. Yes, there's so many faces in my mind, some in pain, some resting, and most of all faces that are just there, unconscious in a way, just full of, yes, what exactly? Yes, there's so many faces that they're about to merge together into a single face, I think, and then from Alesh's face spreading out all over shines the light of care and tenderness on all that she's looking at, I think, and now I need to sleep. I am so tired, and I'm just lying here thinking thoughts that I've thought so many times before, I think, but I can't sleep. Lying here in my bed at the Country Inn, room 407, the room I always stay in as long as it's free, and if it isn't I rent an adjacent room, I stay in room 409 or room 405, and all those rooms are small and look out on the backyard. I think, and I lie there, and I can't sleep, and tomorrow I'll take a taxi to the hospital and look in on Asle and tell him that I went to get his dog, and ask him if I can bring him anything, buy him anything. I think, and then I'll take a taxi to the lane, and then I'll pick up his dog, and then I'll walk to my car parked in front of the Bear Gallery, and it's probably totally covered in snow by now, but obviously I have a good snow brush and a good scraper with me, so I'll manage. I'll get the car ready to drive so that I can drive to Dilja and get back home, because I so wish I was back home and lying in my own bed and not at the Country Inn. Yes, even though I've spent so many nights here in this bed too, it just isn't my own bed. It's a bed where lots of other people have slept too, and where lots more people will sleep in the future. That's how it is, yes. In fact, it's so obvious that why think about it? Why think these thoughts? Because sometimes I really like being at the Country Inn. After all, that's why I've stayed here so many times. That's why I always stay here whenever I need to spend the night in Jorgven, and I can't count the number of times I've spent the night at the Country Inn. So obviously I'm comfortable here, but I just can't get to sleep tonight. It's impossible, I don't know why, but I'm too restless. I can't sleep. Everything is like it's crumbling and falling apart, and I see Asle lying in bed with the nurse and the doctor standing next to the bed, and they're saying something about him needing in 4, something like that, and then the doctor takes his pulse, and I see Asle lying there asleep, his long gray hair hanging down past his shoulders, and then his whole body jerks and shakes. While he's sleeping, his whole body is shaking, and the doctor says they should give him even more of some kind of medicine or another that he says the name of, and the nurse says they've already given him as much as they can, and the doctor says, yes, well, in that case they should probably just wait a little and then give him more later, he says, and Asle's long gray hair, the shaking, the jerking, and then I see the nurse and the doctor leave the room, and then Asle is lying there, and he's asleep and his body is trembling the whole time, and it's wrong to be looking at this. I don't want to see it, and it was good that I found him. When he was lying outside the door of number 5, the lane covered in snow, I think, and I can't sleep, and I think it was good that I drove back to Jorgven, and now why did I do that? It makes sense that I would think of it, but why did I actually do it? I don't totally understand. It was like something was forcing me to or guiding me to do it, I think, and I see Asle on father's shoulder, and he's sobbing, and the crying has taken on a kind of life of its own, and he's twisting and writhing because it hurts. His stomach hurts, and father is walking back and forth carrying him and rocking him back and forth in his arms, and father has left the upstairs bedroom, and father said he'd take Asle out into the hall so that at least mother and sister could sleep, he said, and father walks and carries Asle, holds him against his shoulder, rubs his back, and Asle cries and cries. And his crying gets louder and sharper. He's gasping, he's crying in bursts, he's crying so loud that it almost sounds like shrieks, and father rubs and rubs his back, and then Asle's body gradually relaxes, and the crying gets weaker. It turns into breathing, and father walks back and forth with him, and father and Asle and the breathing and the stroking of father's hand on Asle's back are like one and the same movement, and then Asle goes away. He disappears from the pain, from the stabbing in his stomach, and father walks back and forth with him across the upstairs hall, and then father opens the door to the bedroom with his free hand as carefully and quietly as he can, and father and Asle go into the darkness, and he hears father from far away whisper he's sleeping now. He's finally asleep, and he hears mother say that's good. He's been crying for such a long time, she says, and he realizes that father has put him down in his bed and spread the blanket over him, and then father has lightly stroked his hair, and then Asle has disappeared from there into his calm breathing and into his calm sleep, and with his face turned aside, he lies there breathing evenly, and father goes and lies down next to mother, and she says softly that father must be so tired. First a long day of work, from early in the morning until late at night, he's been out gathering pears, and then now, at night, all the way up until now, late at night, Asle's been screaming and father was walking back and forth carrying him, she says, and father says that he is tired and that he'll try to get to sleep, and I see Asle lying there and his body is shaking, jerking up and down, he's trembling, and then I see Asle being held against someone's breast. He's a little boy. It's not mother's breast, it's another breast, but he feels warmth from a breast against his cheek. He is almost pressing his cheek against the breast, yes. He's leaning all the weight of his little head against the woman's chest, and I see that most of her chest is covered by a dress, a flower pattern dress. It's green and there are white flowers on it, and it goes down in a V at the neck, and behind the V are two big breasts, like two O's pressed against each other, and Asle puts his little hands on one breast, and the woman holding him in her arms laughs and smiles, and she rocks him back and forth against her chest, and he looks at her, and he looks at her chest, and at the crack between her breasts, and he thinks it looks like a butt. Is she holding him against her butt? He thinks she can't be. Can she? There's no butt up top, is there? And he doesn't understand, so he needs to ask. Asle thinks, and he asks if she has her butt up here, because he can't say his T-bess, and then he hears a sudden laugh burst against his ears, and laughter fills the room, and the woman holding him against her chest bends forward and laughs so hard that Asle is moved up and down, and she holds him tight to her chest, and he feels her movements, and he's sort of hanging in midair, but she's holding him tight. She's holding him even tighter to her chest than before. Yes, she's sort of clutching him to her chest, and she laughs, and Asle sees mother standing there, and she's bent over with laughter, and he sees grandmother standing there, and she too is laughing, and he understands that he said something strange, and he doesn't totally understand what was so strange about what he said, and then the woman holding him to her chest starts to walk across the room, and he hears her say, "Can you believe the things he says, really?" She says, "And just 2 years old too." Grandmother says, "Yes, that was really something, what he just said." Mother says, and then the three women laugh again, but less wildly now, not as loud and sharp, more slow and kind. And mother says, well, they should go sit down at the table. The coffee's ready, she says, and Asle twists free, and the woman who is holding him at her breast puts him down on the floor, and then Asle stands there, and he looks at his grandmother, who is sat down at a table, and then he goes over to grandmother, and he hears the woman who'd held him against her chest and put him down say he's a good walker, even though he's so little. And mother says, yes, he's a toddler now, she says, and he goes to grandmother, and she says, now come to grandma, my boy, yes, she says, and grandmother holds her arms out towards him, and he goes towards grandmother's arms, and he reaches them, and she takes him under his arms and picks him up and puts him on her thigh, and then she hugs him to her, and all at once he is in her good warmth, and she rocks him a little in her warmth, and I see Asle lying there with his hands down by his sides, and his whole body's jerking up and down, and there are several tubes attached to his body running up to a metal stand, and I see the nurse standing next to him put her hand on his forehead, and then the doctor opens the door and walks in, and the nurse says it's bad. The spasms need to stop soon, she says, and the doctor nods, and he says that they've given him what they can give him now. They can't give him any more, he says, and they stand there without saying anything, and then the doctor says he doesn't know how this'll end, if he'll make it, and the nurse says yes, it's bad, she says, and the question is whether he should be kept under constant observation now. She says if he needs to be moved to a room where he can be kept under constant observation, she says, and the doctor says that would be best, and I lie in bed at the country inn in room 407, and I can't get to sleep, and I see Asle lying there, shaking, trembling, jerking, his long gray hair moving up and down, and I hear the doctor say, no, it doesn't look good, and the nurse says the question is whether he'll make it, she says, and the doctor says it sure looks bad, but maybe these spasms will stop soon, or at least get weaker, he says, and Asle needs somebody with him at all times, the doctor says, maybe he's strong enough to pull through, he says. Yes, the nurse says, and I see someone come in, and they will his bed, and the metal stand with all the tubes attached to his body out to the hall, and into a lift, and they take the lift one floor up, and then Asle is wheeled down a corridor, and then he's wheeled into a room where there's already a man lying in a bed, and a man in a white uniform sitting on a chair, and I see that Asle's face is almost totally gray, and the man sitting there stands up and goes over to the bed Asle's in, and helps wheel that bed over to the wall opposite from where the other bed is, and then Asle lies there, and his whole body's shaking. Trembling, the jerking is going through him the whole time, and then Asle just lies there, and he wakes up and he looks at the man sitting on a chair in the room, and the man sitting there says Asle should just sleep, he needs to rest now, what you need now is rest, sleep, he says, and Asle shuts his eyes, and then he just lies there and is shaking, and I lie in bed at the country in room 407. And I see Asle standing next to father, and he's looking down at a hole in the ground, and he knows that the box with the wreaths and flowers on it is going to be put down into the hole, and his grandfather is lying there in the box, and he was big, tall, broad-shouldered, enormous, and then Asle feels tears coming into his eyes, and people are standing around the open hole in the ground, lots of people, and they're all standing far enough away from the hole in the ground so that there'll be room for the people carrying the white box with his grandfather inside, and they'll be able to walk next to the hole in the ground, and there's a mound of dirt past the end of the hole, and Asle stands there, and he sees the pastor, in his black pastor's robe, with his white pastor's collar around his neck, come walking in the lead, and behind him are the men carrying the white box with his grandfather inside, and Asle looks at the box and he feels a fear take hold of him, and he sees the pastor step aside a little and take his place, and then he's standing there in his black pastor's robe with the white pastor's collar, and the men with the box come closer and closer, and father steps back a little, and Asle steps back with him, and everyone else steps back a little too, and then the men carrying the box with all the wreaths and flowers walk past Asle, and he sees that they're walking bent to one side, because it's heavy, carrying grandfather, big as he was, Asle thinks. And they put something like a frame with straps across it over the black hole in the ground, and the men lift the box over the hole in the dirt, and they carefully put the box down on the straps across the top of the hole that are attached to a frame, and then the pastor speaks, and he throws earth onto the box, and he says, "From dust you come, and to dust you shall return," and then the people standing around the box start singing "Nearer, my God, to thee," and then one or the other of them starts lowering the box down into the hole, down, down, and Asle puts his hand into father's hand, and then they stand there, Asle and father, and watch the box with grandfather in it being lowered farther and farther down into the dirt, and then the box is out of sight, and now Asle can't hold back his tears anymore, and the tears start running down his cheeks, and he holds father's hand, and all he feels now is father's hand, and people start walking away from the hole in the ground where the box with his grandfather in it is now down in the earth, surrounded by dirt, and it's a long way down to the box, and to his grandfather. And father goes almost all the way up to the edge of the hole in the dirt, and then Asle looks up at father, and he sees father standing and looking down at the box, and then he too looks down at the box, and while everyone else walks away, he and father stays standing and looking at the box where his grandfather is lying, and eventually it's just Asle and father there, and mother and sister and grandmother are behind them, and then he hears mother say, "Should we go?"
she says.
And father nods and quietly says yes, and then father stays where he is. "All right, let's go," mother says. And he sees mother and his sister Alida start walking behind the others, but a long way behind them while grandmother stays where she is, and then father shakes his head, and I'm lying in my bed at the country inn, room 407, and I can't get to sleep. I see Asle lying there, and his body is trembling, shaking, jerking up and down. He's shaking all over, and the doctor says it's bad, but they can't do anything more for him now. They've given him as much medicine as they can. They can't give him any more, the doctor says. And then both the doctor and the nurse leave the room, and I'm lying in bed at the country inn, and I can't sleep, and I see father and Asle go over to mother and sister, who are standing waiting for them, and Asle thinks his sister's name is Alida. There aren't many other people named that. He tries to just think about that, his not knowing anyone else named Alida besides his sister. He thinks his sister Alida, yes, Asle thinks, and then his grandmother puts her hand under father's arm, and then father and Asle and grandmother and sister and mother walk away together after the others, and I think that I need to get to sleep now. I can't lie awake in bed at the country inn all night, I think, and I see Asle sitting in an upstairs room in an outbuilding, and he's reading a book, and he's sitting in a rowboat with father, and he's sitting on a bus, and he's thinking that a friend of his is dead. He has just then heard the news. He's sitting there and reading a book, and he's lying in a bed and reading a book. He's drawing, he's painting, he's walking down a street. He's drinking beer, and she's naked, and she's lying there in bed, and he doesn't know what to do. He puts his hands on her, and he realizes he wants to lie down on her, and he does it, and he doesn't dare enter her. Something is holding him back. He doesn't dare, because just when he's about to, a fear comes over him, and he pulls back, and she just lies there, and her name is Liv, and he's lying on top of her. And then he's sitting at a school desk, and he's standing there smoking, rolling a cigarette. Books. A teacher is saying something. He asks the class, drawing, painting. The other 11 students painting. Class, girls, boys. Smoking beer, painting, drinking beer, talking, and then just going there and waiting. And then finally, he was born. Finally, he came out into this world, into the light, and Asle has become a father. He is young, very young, but he's become a father, and his long brown hair, and everyone else is so much better than him. He's worthless. She just wants to be with the others, with all of them, all of the others, and it's over. And he wants to lie down and sleep in the snow because it's so far to walk, and he's so tired and so drunk. He sees the stars shining clearly, one star, and then he and father are in a rowboat. His son, they're fishing. Books, drawings, paintings, reading, painting, just that, and beer, vodka, that good rush, the best, nothing much at first, and then better and better, and he drinks, and she says he mustn't drink. Every night, a little rush, every night, and he drinks. Paintings, money, no money, sells pictures for money, has no money. Exhibitions, critics selling pictures, tubes of oil paint, canvas, always oil paint, and always canvas oil, on canvas, stretchers, board stretchers, nails, canvas. Her, and the woman who comes and sits down at his table, and they start talking, and she's seen his exhibitions, home to her place, lying next to each other, kissing the woman, one of his sons, kissing her. They take off their clothes, he holds her tight, they lie next to each other, they talk. Go home, she's lying there, his son is asleep. Go home, she's lying there on the floor, she's almost not breathing. Ambulance, boy crying and crying, howling. Ambulance, he and his son, she writes him a letter, they meet, kiss, eat together. He's sitting and drinking, and she comes and sits down. Exhibitions, oil paint, canvas, stretchers, need to find a place to live, boards, nowhere to stay. Pictures, the others, vodka, feeling warm, beer, another pint, talk about this and that, laugh. She comes, and it's Christmas, lamb ribs, summer, her parents' house, the White House, the silence, and painting, never stopping, always continuing. They can say whatever they want, just continuing. The dark eyes, children, several children, paintings, house, he sits and drinks, children, paintings. Their house needs repainting. Pictures. Days, nights, can't get to sleep, and he lies there, and he shakes up and down, jerks, trembling, shaking, and the man sitting there gets up, and I sit there, and I look at the picture, those two lines that cross, and I see Asle standing there looking at the picture, and he says St. Andrew's Cross. It's a St. Andrew's Cross, Asle says, and that heavy stress he puts on the words. He's so proud of knowing the term that he stresses it, a provincial pride. St. Andrew's Cross, this pride in knowing the term. And there's nothing more to do with the picture, so I'll just put it aside, but not yet. Maybe I should paint over those two lines. Maybe it can turn into a good picture if the cross disappears from the picture, if it becomes invisible, or almost invisible, if it's turned into something way back behind the rest, and I get up and I go over to the picture, and then I pick it up off the easel, and I put it back down on the easel, and I think that I probably don't actually want to put it in the stack of paintings leaning against the wall between the bedroom door and the hall door. The stack of pictures I'm still working on, and am not yet done with, the one that my brown leather shoulder bag is hanging above, and I step a little bit away from the picture, and I look at it, and it's not totally terrible, but some paintings just aren't there yet, but maybe this one can still get there? Because it can take a long time for me to finish a painting sometimes, if I can ever finish it, because there's something missing, but what? And that's how it almost always is, I think, or if not always, then very often. The picture is almost what it's supposed to be. I'm almost there, but not quite. I'm close, so close, I think. But it's too early to put the picture in the stack leaning against the wall with the stretchers facing out, and I see the man sitting between the two beds stand up, and he goes over to the bed where the other man is lying, and he presses his fingers against his shoulder, and the man is just lying there, and he holds his hand in front of the man's mouth, and he feels for his pulse, and he leaves the room, and now I need to get to sleep soon. I don't want to know what time it is, but I'm so restless, I don't know what's wrong. And anyway, it's a good thing I drove back into Jorgvin and found Asle. He's never sober now. Actually, for several years now, he's never been sober. Not once. Not really, in all these years. Even if he says he only starts drinking in the evening, or maybe late afternoon, it's been a Long time since he wasn't drunk, I'm sure of that. I think that I'm going to get up soon and take a taxi to the hospital and see Asle, tell him I'll take care of his dog, Bragi, and then maybe I'll buy something for him, or bring him something from his apartment, anything he needs or wants, maybe a book, and then I need to get his dog from Gira's apartment. That was her name, right? The woman who lives on the lane, and she told me what number it was, and I can't think of it at the moment, but I'm sure it'll come to me. Yes, Bragi, his dog, is there at the apartment of the woman I ran into who makes a living doing hardened embroidery. She took the dog with her, and so I need to go get the dog from her, and she lived at number 3, the lane, or was it number 5? It was on the lane anyway, and it's probably morning now, I think. Anyway, I'm awake, and it was around 10 o'clock that I was supposed to go pick up the dog, but I could also go by earlier, or I could go by later, however it works out. Yes, that's what we arranged, something like that. I don't remember it too clearly, but she did live in the lane. I remember that much for sure. And first I need to take a taxi to the hospital and see Asle, and I need to tell him that I'm looking after his dog, Bragi, while he's in the hospital, so he doesn't need to worry about the dog. I have to tell him that, I think, and I can bring him anything he might want from his apartment, or go by what he wants, because there, in the hospital, he probably can't paint, but he could sketch or draw, but he doesn't like to draw. He's always said that. Drawing was never for him. He said, always that. He's always said that he's a painter, not a draftsman. For him, what matters is oil paint on canvas, nothing else, and he doesn't know why, but that's how it has to be, oil on canvas. Still, he always keeps a sketch pad and pencil with him in the brown leather shoulder bag he always carries with him, so he can sketch down something that might turn into a painting later. Yes, I know that, I think, but I don't understand why I'm so restless. I can't get to sleep, and I can't get up either, but why? What should I do? Or, is it tomorrow already? Did I sleep at all? Or just doze off in a kind of half-sleep and dream, or half-dream? I think, and since this trip happened so suddenly, I didn't bring anything with me, not even a toothbrush and toothpaste, no change of clothes of course, and even if I have a sketch pad and pencil in my shoulder bag, I don't feel like sketching anything now, because what would it be? I think, and I didn't bring a book. I read a lot, and recently I most often read around in the Bible, a little of one part, and then a little of another part. Yes, I used to read through the whole Bible, but now I jump around at random and read a little from whatever page I happen to open to, but I don't feel like reading in the Bible that's sitting on the nightstand there. If I'm going to read in the Bible, I want to read in my own Bible for whatever reason, and I consider myself a believer, yes. A Christian, yes. I've even converted to Catholicism. But I can't believe in a God as vengeful as the God of the Old Testament, who had children put to death and wiped out whole peoples. No, I can't understand that, but that's exactly why Jesus Christ came to earth, as the New Testament tells us, isn't it? He came to earth to proclaim that God is no longer a vengeful God, but a God of love, a merciful God. Yes, to proclaim that God is now a benevolent God and not one of vengeance and punishment and destruction, that now he is a God of love for all people and not just Israel's God. Yes, that's how it had to be, that the old vengeful God took his own life in, and with and through Jesus Christ's death on the cross. I think, even if it's the same God, because it's only we human beings who have long misunderstood his will, what his kingdom really is, I think, because there's also a lot that's beautiful and wise in the Old Testament. It's not that, and things in the Old Testament point ahead to what happens in the New Testament. Or, at least it can be read that way if you want to, but, as they always say, what stands written in the Old Testament has to be understood in the light of Jesus Christ, of God become man, who gave himself to mankind and let himself be crucified and killed. Yes, changing the human condition and re-establishing the connection, the oneness between God and humanity that had existed before the fall, which separated human beings from God, brought them into sin and death. Yes, before the devil, Satan, came to rule over this world, as stands written, yes, before the great breaking point when humanity, or Adam, tempted by Eve, as stands written, abandoned their oneness with God and gave themselves over to sin, which spread through the world more and more. Yes, God still understands people who sin. He was human too, and he took his own life, or let people take it. And then he was the good God he'd always been when he rose up from the dead, as Jesus Christ, and left this earth, as God and man, undivided and whole, so that it would be possible for all people to do the same thing. Since sin and death rule this world, it's like it's in the devil's power. God became human and died and rose again so that everyone who died, or who had died, could afterwards live in God, because he, the Son of Man, made it so that humanity and God were joined together as one again. In God's kingdom, which already exists, God's kingdom exists in every moment, in the eternity that's in every now. But do I believe that? Do I actually believe in its reality? Is it even possible to believe something like this? In this foolishness we're proclaiming, as Paul wrote, yes. That stands written. No, I probably don't. No one can believe something like that. It goes against all wisdom and understanding, because either God is all-powerful and then there's no free will, or God isn't all-powerful and there is free will within limits. But in that case, God is not all-powerful. So ever since God gave humanity free will, he gave up his omnipotence. Something like that must be true. Because without a will that's free, there can't be love. And God is love. That's the only thing that is said of God in the New Testament, and that's why God lacks divine omnipotence. He is God's weakness, impotence even, but there's a lot of strength in weakness. Yes, maybe the weakness is itself a strength? And it's possible that God is all-powerful in his weakness, and that there is free will, even if it's impossible to think that, because there are so many things that a person can't think. For instance, that space goes on forever. And the strange thing is that it's possible to believe in the Christian message anyway, in the Gospels. Strangely enough, you can, because as soon as you start to believe it, you believe it. The belief comes by itself. Yes, it's like God's wordless nearness, or maybe like your angel, I think. And I am one of the people who believe, or rather one of the people who know without knowing why. No, I can't say why, not about the whole thing and not even partly, because belief or insight, knowledge, yes, knowing is what I prefer to call it, is something that a person suddenly and mysteriously understands as the truth. And this truth has never been said the way it is, and it can never be said because it isn't words, it's the word, it's what's behind all words, and what makes words, makes language, makes meaning possible. And maybe it can be shown, but it can't be said. Yes, that's how it is. And a faith like that, an insight, a knowing like that is a grace that some people receive, but the grace, the knowledge that these people are given can extend to cover even the people who haven't themselves been given it, yes, or don't even know it exists. The mercy embraces all of humanity, I think, and I think that even just that isn't a very clear thought, if you can even call it a thought at all. I think it's like a thought in a dream, I think, and I don't want to go to Mass anymore because it's all just lies, I think, and I don't want to read from the Bible anymore. I've done it enough. And especially not the Bible sitting on the nightstand. It annoys me. It's sitting there like it's staring at me, like it wants something from me, and plus it's so ugly to look at. That cover with a bouquet of flowers, it's a totally undignified Bible. I've never understood why almost every single hotel has to have a Bible sitting on the nightstand in every room. I think, and now I want to sleep, just sleep. I am so tired, and maybe I'm dozing off a little, maybe I'm not. And I think that the first thing I'll do in the morning is eat a nice big breakfast, because they always have such good breakfast at the Country Inn, fresh baked bread, the most wonderful scrambled eggs in a big bowl, and thin slices of bacon in a big tray with a curved metal lid. And you slide the lid back, and out comes the most wonderful bacon. Some pieces are crispy, some are just warm and soft. It all tastes amazing, and I always take a lot of bacon and a lot of scrambled eggs, and then I cut 1 or 2 thick, soft, fresh slices of bread for myself, and find a table by a window as long as there's one free, because I like to sit by the window and look out at the wharf and down to the bay, at the boats lying moored there, and then I get 2 glasses of water, and then a big mug of coffee with milk, and then I sit there and enjoy the best meal of the day, and maybe I get a newspaper. I often do, but not always, because more often than not reading what's in the paper only annoys me, and that's why I don't subscribe to any newspapers, because I disagree with almost everything they say. Yes, almost always, and especially what they say about art. For instance, the man who writes about art for the Bjorgvin Times doesn't understand a thing about art. It's hardly possible to have any less understanding for art than he has, and yet a newspaper, for some incomprehensible reason, has him write about art. It's a mystery. He has hardly a single nice word to say about my shows. That is, if they're discussed or mentioned at all. Usually they're not even given a single word, and now breakfast might be starting already, I think, and I look at the clock and I see that it's almost 6, and that's when breakfast starts, and I lie there in the bed, and I've hardly slept a wink all night. Or I guess I have been kind of asleep, as much as I'm going to be. And I probably might as well just get up and have breakfast, I think. And if Asle is better, then maybe I can get him from the hospital, and then we can walk together to my car that's parked in front of the Bear Gallery, because Asle knows the way, so we can go there, and then pick up the dog, Bragi, from the lane before I drive Asle and the dog back home to his apartment. Yes, it was quite a coincidence, wasn't it, that the woman who makes her living sewing hardanja embroidery and decorative bodices for folk costumes took Asle's dog home with her, and she lives on the lane. at number 5, the lane, or was it number 3? And it was outside number 3, the lane, that I found Asle lying on a step covered in snow, wasn't it? Yes, it was, and why just there? Maybe he was going to see the woman who lives there? Yes, Guro, as she's apparently called. Yes, that might well be, because Asle was lying sort of up on the step and turned to face a front door. So maybe it was her, Guro, that he was going to see? No, he was just on his way to the alehouse, and then he just happened to slip and fall there, because anyway that's where I was going, I think, but it's probably better if I get his dog from the lane first before heading to the hospital. I think, and I can't get to sleep, so I might as well get up, I think, and did I sleep at all, or just doze off? Just lie there in a half-sleep? But I was gone a little, off and asleep a little in a dream, I think, and then I realized that Asle is lying next to me and she's lying there with her arms around me, and I take the brown wooden cross that's hanging at the bottom of the rosary that I got from Asle once. I hold the cross between my thumb and index finger, and I think that maybe God doesn't exist. No, obviously, he doesn't exist, he is, and if I were not, then God wouldn't exist, I think, and I see before me what Meister Eckhart has written, that if humanity didn't exist, so where auch Gott nicht, das Gott ist, da verbindet dire Sation where ich nicht, so where Gott nicht, Gott, and of course it's like that, I think. And I see in my mind Pater Nostrica es in caelus sanctificetur nomen tuum adveniat regnum tuum fiat. Voluntas tua sicut in caelo et in terra panem nostrum quotidianum de nobis hodie et dimit nobis debita nostra sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris et any nos inducas in tentationem sed libera nos a malo, and I move my thumb and index finger up to the first bead, which is between the cross and the set of 3 beads on the rosary, and I say to myself, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And I move my thumb and finger up to the first bead in the set, and I think I usually sleep if I either say the Jesus prayer or Ave Maria, and then I see the words before me, and I say inside me, Ave Maria gratia plena Dominus tecum benedicta tu in mulieribus et benedictus fructus ventris tuae Iesus, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus nunc et in hora mortis nostri, and I move my thumb and finger up to the second bead. And I say inside myself, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee, blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and in the hour of our death. And I move my thumb and finger up to the third bead, and I say inside myself, Ave Maria gratia plena Dominus tecum benedicta tu in mulieribus et benedictus fructus ventris tuae Iesus, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus nunc et in hora mortis nostri.
Septology II.
And I see myself standing and looking at 2 lines that cross, one brown, one purple, and I see how I've painted the lines slowly with a lot of paint, thick paint, 2 long wide lines, and they've dripped, and where the lines cross the colors blend beautifully and drip, and I'm thinking that this isn't a picture, but suddenly the picture is the way it's supposed to be. It's done. And then I step a little way back from the picture, and I stand and look at it, and then I see myself lying in the bed at the country inn, and I think it's Tuesday today, only Tuesday, and I might as well get up or in any case get dressed, I think, and I sit up on the edge of the bed, and I think, well now, that was quite a night. I think, and I get up and go get my trousers from where they're lying on the floor, and I put them on, and I pull my black pullover over my head, and I put on my black velvet jacket, and then I sit down on the edge of the bed, and untie my shoelaces, pull my shoes on, tie the laces again, and I see my black overcoat hung on the chair, and I think that I hardly slept at all, even though I was so tired when I lay down, or actually, I must have slept, but maybe I just didn't realize it. I think, and strangely enough, I'm not as tired as I was before, I think, and I get up and go into the bathroom and splash cold water on my face, once, several times, and I take off the hairband and run my fingers through my long gray hair, and then gather up my hair again, and tie it in the black hairband, and then I rinse out my mouth with cold water, gurgle, spit it out. I do that several times, and now I'm ready to go get breakfast. As ready as I'll ever be. I think they start serving breakfast at 6 o'clock. I remember that, yes, I haven't started forgetting everything even if my hair has turned gray. I usually go to bed early and get up early. Around 9 o'clock I go to bed, and I usually fall asleep right away, and I wake up at around 4. and get up, and I'm usually painting by 5, that's how it goes, I think. And I think that breakfast'll be good, and then I drape the long black coat over my arm, and I put the brown shoulder bag on, and then I unlock the door, and turn off the light. And I shut the door, and I put the key in the pocket of my velvet jacket, and I walk over to the lift, and I make the sign of the cross while I'm in the lift. I do that every morning. Either I just make the sign of the cross, or I both make the sign of the cross and say a Pater Noster or Our Father, and make another sign of the cross after the prayer, I think, and the lift stops with a shudder or two, and I go out into the dining room, into the coffee house, because in the morning the coffee house is the breakfast room for the guests at the country and who are eating there, and it's good to have left the room. I always sleep so well there in room 407, but last night I had an uneasy sleep if I slept at all, but it's strange, I don't feel tired, I think, and there's no one else in the breakfast room. It's probably too early, I think, and I take a big portion of food and go to a table by a window with a view of the bay and the wharf, and I sit down, and then I eat, but the food doesn't taste as good as it usually does, because the whole time I'm thinking about Asle, how he's doing. Has he recovered? Or is he doing a little bit better at least? Will he be discharged today? And if not, then maybe the handyman can get his apartment keys and then he and I can go get Asle anything he might want, because I can't take the keys myself. No, to get into his apartment I need to go with the handyman, so he can let me in and then lock up behind me. That's how it was when I went to get the dog last night, I think. Yes, I was so confused by everything going on that I don't remember some things, I think, and I look around, and I'm still the only one in the breakfast room, and I think that there must not be many guests at the country inn at this time of year. Plus I'm up early. They've just started serving breakfast, and I haven't seen a single person out walking on the wharf, I think, and there are no boats moored in the bay, and everything's covered in snow. Everything's white, and it's pretty, I think, but the food doesn't taste as good as usual, and I only managed to eat a little scrambled eggs and a little bacon and a little coffee, and even though it's a shame to leave so much good food behind, I get up and go over to the reception and say good morning, and the night attendant, someone I've never seen before, looks sleepily up at me, and I say I'd like to pay for one night, and she draws up a bill, and I pay it, and I hand her the key, and I leave, and it's not that dark out because the moon, it's a full moon, is shining, and the snow is shining white, and it's cold and clear. Yes, pretty, definitely, and the stars are shining, and the snow has already been shoveled outside the entrance to the country inn. Yes, the whole pavement's been shoveled, and now? What should I do now? I think it's early. It's probably too early to go get the dog, because the woman who took him is probably still asleep. The woman who lived with a fiddler, who eventually just drank all the time, and she told him to leave, and he did, which she's really regretted since then. But now what was her name? And where was it that she lived? Oh, I remember. Her name's Giro, and she lives in the lane, number 3. Yes, of course, but I'm sure she's not up yet, or maybe she's also someone who wakes up early? Anyway, I can just go to my car first. It must be totally covered in snow, but I have a snow brush and scraper in the car, of course, so I'll go to the car and get the snow off it, I think, and now, yes, now I feel confident about the way, I think, and I almost have to laugh at myself, because the way from the country into the space where I always park my car when I'm in Jorgvin, in front of the Bear Gallery, yes, in the place to park that bear, so to speak, assign me. At one point, yes, I know the way backwards and forwards, even if I somehow, unbelievably, managed to get lost on it last night, but that was because I couldn't see because the snow was so thick. It was practically a blizzard, I think, but now I'll just walk away from the country and up the street and then take a right and walk a little bit and take a left and take the lane up to High Street and go down the pavement a little more. And then the Bear Gallery will be right there in all its glory. The Bear Gallery's address is 1 High Street, and there's plenty of space to park in front of the gallery, so I'll just go there first and brush the snow off the car, and scrape the ice off the windows, and then maybe I can take a walk, or, darn it, yes, after I've brushed and scraped the car and maybe started the engine to warm the car up, then I'll go and ring her doorbell. The woman who lives in the lane named Giro, yes, Giro in the lane at number 3, the lane, and since I've got that right, I'll ring the right door at least, I think, and I walk down the pavement, and then I walk up the lane, and there's just a narrow opening, no more than 6 feet wide or so, and then it gets even narrower until it's just about 3 or 4 feet wide, and then it gets a little wider, I think, and now I should look for number 3, and I stop, and I see in the half-darkness, it would have been so dark if it hadn't been for the full moon, that the number 3 is above my head by the nearest door, and I go to the door, and I look at the nameplates next to the doorbells, and they say Hansen and Nilsson and Berga and Nikolausen, but there's no Giro on any label, but since she lives in number 3, her name must be Berga, probably. That must be it, maybe, since Hansen is a more common name, but not for people from the country, I think, and I look up and all the windows are dark, and then I turn around and I look at the other side of the lane, and there's the step that Asle was lying on covered in snow. I'm almost sure of that anyway, and there's a sign with the number 5 there on the wall next to the door, and I go over and look at the nameplates there, and they say Hansen, Olsen, and Peterson, and then, thank God, one of the doorbells actually says Guro, but didn't the woman apparently named Guro say that she actually lived in number 3, the lane? But I guess I misremembered that too? I must have gone around thinking of the wrong number. I guess the surprising thing would have been if I'd actually got it right. And it's dark in all the windows of number 5, the lane too, but this must be where she lives? Because she's exactly the kind of person who would write just her first name on the doorbell, I think, so now I know where she lives at least, and I know that she wrote her first name and not her last name, and that I've once again messed up some numbers, I think, and it really was a stroke of luck that she wrote Guro on the door, I think, since I don't know her last name, but it's about time I had a little good luck. I think, and I say out loud to myself that she's still asleep, Guro's still asleep, and I think that I can't ring the bell and wake her up now, maybe a little later, I think. So first I'll go brush and scrape the car, start the engine, warm up the car, the whole car, and then I can wake her up, I think, and then I think that it was on those steps outside the front door of number 5, the lane that I found Asle last night, with his body on the little steps in front of the door, outside the front door of number 5, the lane, so maybe he was going to see the woman named Guro? Maybe, because he did have girlfriends he liked to go see, maybe Guro was one of them? And now she has his dog, if there's not another Guro, who lives in the building across the lane? Since I thought the woman who took the dog with her said she lived in number 3, the lane, because that is what she told me, isn't it? That she lived in number 3, the lane? So maybe it really is the woman whose last name is Berga, who has the dog? And she's not named Guro? Because at first she did say her name was something else, didn't she? Now what was it? It was Cilia or something, so maybe Guro isn't really her name? I think, but what was that other name? The one she said at first that she was called? Back at Food and Drink? I think, yes, Cilia, that was it, I think, and I keep walking up to High Street, and when I get there I see the Bear Gallery up the street. The building containing the Bear Gallery is there in all its white glory. The gallery is downstairs, Bear's apartment is up on the 2nd floor, and I see my car, it's parked next to Bear's car, totally covered in snow. And it's still a little dark out, but the light of the full moon and the street lamps and the white snow make it bright enough to see pretty well. So now let's see, I think that when I saw my car again, something like a little flash of joy went through me. That's how childish I am, I think, and I go over to the car and unlock it and get in. So now let's see if the car starts the way it should. And it will, because it's a well-maintained car and the battery's in good shape, I think, and I put the key in and turn it and the car starts right away, and I turn the heater all the way up because it's cold in the car. Then I get out and go around to the back and open the door, and I take out the brush and shut the door. And then I start brushing the snow off the car, and it snowed a lot. There's about a foot of snow on the roof of the car, about a foot, yes, I think, and I sweep off the snow, and I think that when I've got most of the snow off the car and scrape the windows, I'll go ring the bell where it says Guro. Yes, definitely, and I'll probably wake her up, but that's not so bad. She can just give me the dog and then go back to bed and sleep some more, but yes, I was thinking this whole time that she lived in number 3, the lane, not number 5, so maybe I should ring the bell where it says Berga instead? Because she did say at first that her name was something other than Guro, back at Food and Drink, yes, Cilia, or maybe Silja, or something else like that. And she said that we knew each other very well. Yes, didn't she even say that we knew each other in the biblical sense? Can she have said that? Or maybe something like that. Yes, it could be. It's not totally unthinkable, no, I think, and I brush and the car gradually starts to look more or less good. I won't get all the snow off it, obviously, but I'll get most of it off, I think, and now I need to scrape the windows, I think, and I open the door to the back of the car and put the brush back in and take the scraper out and shut the door, and then I start scraping the windows, and both the front windshield and the back windshield have already warmed up a little. So it's pretty easy to scrape the ice off them. Then I scrape off the side windows as best I can, and then I say to myself, okay, enough scraping, and I put the scraper back in the back of the car, and then I get into the car, and it's a little bit warm inside, and I sit there, and I look straight ahead, and I'm both wide awake and very tired, I realize, and now I need to go get the dog, Bragi. Yes, that's the first thing I need to do, I think, and I look at the clock, and it's after 7. Yes, well then, I can just go ring the bell at the woman named Guro's building. She still has the dog, because that's what the woman who took the dog was called. Yes, she was kind of just playing around with that other name back at Food and Drink, I think, and if I'm wrong, then that'll just be one more person mad at Me, I think, and I turn off the engine and I get out of the car, and I lock it, and now I think I should go straight down to number 3, the lane, and ring the doorbell next to the name Berga. I think because she said she lived in number 3, the lane, I'm sure of that, whereas she said both different names were her name, so I'll ring the bell there at Burge's apartment, I think, and I walk down the pavement down High Street, and then yes, I take a left, and I'm already in the lane, and I walk down the lane, and then I see the sign saying 3, and I see that all the windows in the building are dark, and I go over to the front door, and I push the button for the doorbell next to the name Berga, and I hear a bell ringing inside. Not loud, it's soft, a faraway ringing sound. And so now I just need to wait, I think, because maybe she's still asleep? Maybe nothing's happening? Maybe I need to ring the bell again? After all, I gave a short ring just then. I pushed the button as little as I could since I didn't want to make too much noise. So now maybe I should ring the bell again? I think, and I push the button again and hold it down for longer this time, and then I see a light come on in the window right next to me. So she does live on the ground floor. Unless I've woken up somebody else, but she said she lived on the ground floor, didn't she? Yes, I believe she did, I think, and then I stand there, and I think that I don't like this. I'm waking up Guro, or whatever her name is now, or maybe even someone else, whoever that might be, and it's too early, I think, but I can't just walk up and down the street either, or sit waiting in my car forever, I think, and then I see a face appear in the window, and it's a middle-aged woman. No. The face I see is the face of a woman well on in years, and she comes and opens the window. Yes, what do you want?
She says.
And she peers at me, either angry or crabby somehow, or else just indifferent, and no, oh no, I think so. I did get the number wrong, I screwed up yet again. I was sleeping, she says. And I think I probably need to say something, but what should I say?
Well, she says.
And I say I'm so sorry. She should please forgive me. I am so very sorry because I made a mistake. I rang the wrong doorbell, which is bad in any case, I say, but especially bad so early in the morning. That doesn't make it any better, going around waking people up. You didn't wake me up, the old woman says. I'm glad to hear that at least, I say. I almost never sleep anymore, she says, and I don't know what to say. I almost never sleep anymore. I'm just waiting until I fall asleep forever, for eternity, she says. And I just stand there, and again I say that I'm very, very sorry, and I say that I was trying to ring the bell of a woman who I think is named Guro. You think? The old woman says yes, her, she says. Yes, there are men coming round and ringing her doorbell at all hours, she says. So you go right ahead and ring there. She says she should be ashamed of herself, she says. But she doesn't know the meaning of the word shame, she says. And she had a good husband too, then she kicked him out, she says. And she shakes her head, and she says it doesn't make any sense. She herself never kicked her husband out even though she had every reason to. He went around with other women. Yes, it wouldn't surprise her if he was going around with that Guro woman too. Even though she's so much younger, but she stuck it out with her husband. She didn't go running around after men, and after he died, she really missed him. She did. He was a good man despite everything. He did the best he could. He worked and toiled and supported himself and his family the way a man should. He did. But then, and I see her wipe her eyes with the back of her hand. Yes, one morning he was just lying there. He was dead and stiff. It was some years ago, but it still brings tears to her eyes just thinking about it. She says, and I say, yes, I truly am sorry I bothered her. And she says I should just hurry on down the street and ring that hussy's doorbell in that case, since that's what I want to do so badly, the old woman says, and I say no and sorry, and she shuts her window, and then I see the light go out, and I think so I got the number wrong again, same as always. It wasn't number 3, the lane where she lives after all, I guess, and so I really hope she's at number 5, the lane where it says Guro next to the doorbell. If she isn't there, I have no idea where to go get the dog, Bragi, and if Asle doesn't get his dog back, no, what'll that do to him? I think, but the woman who took the dog with her did say the lane, I'm sure of that, because words I remember. Yes, I'm good with words. That's why I can read and reread books, too, several times even, I think, and then I turn and cross the lane and I see the sign saying 5, and I see that it's dark in all the windows there, too, and then I push the doorbell next to where it says Guro, and I see a window open in front of me on the right, and the woman named Guro. Yes, it's her. Thank God it's her. Sticks her head out and says in a sleepy voice, yes. Who's there? It's me, I say. Aha, she says. And her voice doesn't sound exactly nice. And then I hear a dog start yapping and I go over to stand under the window. Oh, it's you, she says. I thought it was somebody else, she says. I say.
Just someone, she says.
And she laughs a little, and it seems like she's awake now. Yes, she says. I was asleep, she says. I say. Yes, well, you know how it is for a single girl, she says, and I just stand there and can't get a single word out, but won't you come in?
She says.
And I don't say anything. You can't just stay out there in the cold. It's nice and warm inside, she says. And she says I need to come in. She'll come open the door for me. She says, and I realize that I don't want to go into her house. I've never liked going into people's houses. It's like I'm getting too close to them or something. You've been here before, after all, she says, lots of times, she says. And she laughs. But I guess you don't remember?
She says.
You didn't even recognize me last night. She says, I would have thought you would, she says. And she says she's thought about me a lot because I did used to come looking for her. Yes, she says, come looking for her, lots of times, but I must have been too drunk to remember anything. Yes, clearly, she says, clearly I was too drunk, she says, and anyway, she's definitely wide awake now, I think, and I say, yes, I was just the dog. You woke up early? She says, yes, I say. You couldn't sleep? She says, no, I say. You were lying in bed thinking about him?
She says.
And I say, yes, that's true. I was lying in bed thinking about how Asle was doing. Yes, and now I want to go home, drive home, and take his dog, Bragi. Well, she knows that's his name, I say, with me, of course, yes, as I'd planned, I say. Yes, yes, she says. And I remember you live in Dilja, she says. And she gives a short laugh, and I nod, and she says that as she's already told me she's gonna see every one of the shows I've had in Jorgvin at the Bear Gallery up on High Street, she says, and she nods in that direction, and she emphasizes the words the Bear Gallery, as if it was something big and special, and she emphasizes High Street, just like how a sleek emphasizes the word St. Andrew's Cross, yes, exactly the same way, identically, with the same provincial pride, I think, and she asks. Yet again if I won't come in, and I say no, and then she says, well, now I know where she lives anyway, because I'd probably forgotten. So the next time I'm in Jorgvin I should drop by and see her, she says, but it would probably be a good idea if I called beforehand, she says, since, she says, and she stops and she gives another short laugh, and I ask if I can have the dog, and she says, yes, of course, and her voice sounds a little annoyed, and then she's gone, and then I hear footsteps and the front door opens and there she is in a yellow bathrobe holding the dog against her chest, and she hands me the dog, and I take him and hold him against my chest, and I rub his back, and I say, thank you so much for your help, I say, and she says it was nothing, of course she had to help in a situation like that, she says, and I start to put the dog down, and I realize that the leash isn't there, and I ask about the leash, and she says, wait here, she'll go get it, she says, and she shuts the front door and goes back inside, and I stand there rubbing Bragi's back, and I think it's good to have you back, Bragi, it's good. I got you back, I think, and I wait, and isn't she coming back? What's happened to her? She was standing there in the doorway and then she was just gone, I think, because it shouldn't take that long to find a leash, should it? I think, and then the window to the right opens again and she sticks her head out and she says she can't find the leash. Of course, isn't that always the way? She must have put it somewhere or another, she says, but if I come back a little later I'll get it back because it has to be somewhere. She'll find it, it'll turn up, she says, and it'd be nice if I came by again anyway, she says, and I say thank you. And I apologize for waking her up, but now she can just go back to sleep, I say, and she says, well then she'll expect me later to come back to get the leash, and she'll make me a cup of coffee and a bite to eat. She says, yes, maybe she could even make me dinner? She says, and I say, thank you, but I need to get going back to Dilja right away. It's a long drive, I say, and she says to have a nice day anyway, and it was nice to see me again. And I say, thank you, same to you, and then she shuts the window and she turns out the light, and I start walking up the lane with the dog held tight against my chest, and it does me good to feel the warmth from the dog against my chest. It feels comforting and good, and I walk up the lane, and I tell Bragi how nice it is to see him again, and that we're going to my car now, I say, and then we get up to High Street and I go straight to my car, and I unlock it, and I see myself putting Bragi into the back seat, and then I sit down properly in the front seat, take off my shoulder bag and lay it on the passenger seat, start the engine, and it's already cold again in the car, but the heater is on full strength, so it'll be warm again soon, I think, and I pull out onto High Street, and I think there's probably no reason to drop by the hospital first. I probably won't be able to talk to Asle, it's too early, or else he'll be too sick to see me. I can feel it, I know that. I think Asle needs to just rest, he needs to sleep, I think, and I'm afraid. What if Asle just sleeps and never wakes up? I think now I should drive back home to my house in Dilja, and then I'll rest too, get back to normal, and then I should paint, I think that when I get home I can call the hospital and ask if I can see Asle, and if I can stop by today then there's no reason I can't drive back into Jorgvin, at least if there's anything I can do to help him. I think, and I drive confidently up High Street, and I quickly turn around and see Bragi lying there on the back seat sleeping. And I look forwards again. And I see Asle standing and looking at the picture with those two lines crossing each other. And then he says St. Andrew's Cross, and it's like he's proud of knowing the term, and I think that I'm sure he teaches himself new words every now and then, studies them, yes, and once he's learned a term he has to say it whenever he can, like St. Andrew's Cross for example. It's like he needs to show that he's someone who can do something too. The way he emphasizes the word shows that yes, he can use it him too. Even though he is just a middle school education, he only did what was mandatory, nothing more, but that doesn't mean he's stupid. Oh no, not Asle. Even if he says, for instance, St. Andrew's Cross with provincial pride, I think no, he's a sharp one, Asle. He can say the smartest, most insightful things and make someone understand something in a way they hadn't understood it before, see something in a way they hadn't seen it before, and that's exactly what you're trying to do. When you paint too, yes, see something you've seen before in a new way, see something as if for the first time. No, not just that, but both see it afresh and understand it, and that's the same thing in a way, I think, and I see that the two lines are Asle lying on his sofa unable to think anything except one single thought. The only thing he can think is that now he needs to get up, and then he'll go down to the sea and then out into the water, and then he'll wade out into the sea, and the waves will wash over him, and he'll just be gone forever, because the pain now is unbearable, the suffering, yes, the despair, whatever you'd call it. Yes, the pain was so unbearable and heavy that he couldn't even lift a hand, and plus he was shaking so much, his hands, his whole body was shaking, so he had to stand up, had to get himself something to drink. At least that. First I'll have a little drink, and then I'll go down to the sea, wade out into the sea, Asle thinks, lying there on his sofa, thinking, and at the same time I was standing there in my living room or studio or whatever you call it and painting him as two lines of paint, one purple, one brown, I think, and I look at the road ahead and I feel happy. I'm so happy, and I don't understand how I can feel such joy just from driving away from Jorgvin. I think that maybe it's because I have a dog with me now, Bragi's with me, I think, and when I get home I'll call the hospital and ask when I can come see Asle, and if I can bring him anything, and I'll ask them to tell him that his dog, Bragi, is all right. I have him at home with me now, so he doesn't need to worry about that at all, I think, and now I'm already out of Jorgvin, I think, and I'm driving north and I turn around and see the dog, Bragi, lying asleep on the back seat there, and I feel both great joy and also worried. I realize I have such a strong feeling of being worried that it's like something's breaking inside me, and I keep driving steadily north, and I think that I just drove past Sailor's Cove. I didn't even look down at the building where Asle's apartment is, I think, and I'm driving north and I'll be home soon, I think, and the first thing I'll do is go to sleep because I feel so tired, and I fall into a kind of stupor, and time just passes and I approach the turnoff and the playground, and I think that even though I feel so tired I shouldn't stop at the turnoff, and I shouldn't look at the playground, and I shouldn't look at the old brown house where Asle and I used to live, because it's so hard to look at that house. When I do, the loss of Asle overwhelms me, and I drive past the brown house, and I see a young man with medium-length brown hair, and he's wearing a long black coat, and a girl with long dark hair. I see them go up towards the brown house, hand in hand they walk up to the brown house, and I look straight ahead, and I keep driving north, and I see Asle standing holding sister's hand, his sister Alida. The two of them are standing by the side of the road, and it looks like maybe they were thinking about crossing the country road, but they're so little. And why are they there alone? Where are their parents? And do they live in one of the two white houses visible behind them, two houses next to each other on a not-so-steep hill? I think, and I see sister turn around, and she says, look at the houses behind us, she says. That's where we live. She says, yes, says Asle. What about the houses? He says, that's where we live, sister says. We live in one of those houses and grandmother and grandfather live in the other, she says. I know, Asle says. Yes, but I just realized something. Sister says that we live there in the taller house, she says. The house we live in is called the new house, and the house grandmother and grandfather live in is called the old house, Asle says. It looks like the houses are holding hands, sister says, sort of, he says. The same way you and me are holding hands, the houses are holding hands like that, sister says. You're right, it does look like that, Asle says. And then they look at the houses and there are no grown-ups in sight, neither mother nor father, and not grandma or grandpa, just the houses, both white, one old and long and the other newer and taller, and both stand out so clearly against the green fields with all the fruit trees and the green leaves on the trees, and against the black hill rising steeply up that looks so massive like a black wall behind the meadows that slope up the hillside, and then the red barn behind the white houses. And that black hill, Sister says. Yes, Asle says. I think the houses are holding hands because they're scared of that big black hill, she says. And Asle says he's never thought that before, but that's exactly how it is. Now he can see it too. The two houses are holding hands because they're scared of the black hill. Yes, that's really how it is, Asle says, and Sister says that the black hill is really scary because it's so steep and because it's always wet. Water comes out from springs in the hillside, she says, and she asks if Asle has heard of the princesses in the mountain blue. And he says yes, he has. The mountain blue, Asle says. And Sister says that this one really ought to be called the mountain black because it's so black, and Asle says that it is more of a black mountain, yes, and then they turn around again and stand looking at the road, and I drive north and I think, why are those children there alone? Why aren't there any grown-ups with them? Why isn't anyone watching them? I think, and I see the children standing by the side of the road, along a small country road, and on the other, downhill side of the road directly above the beach. A little ways off from the children, there's a little blue house, and a little farther down the road, a little ways past the blue house, there's a bend in the road around Old Mound, and cars come driving fast around that bend in the road, I think. And those two kids aren't walking out onto the road, are they? I think, and I see that there's a mud puddle in the middle of the road, and then Sister lets go of Asle's hand and runs out onto the road, into the mud puddle, and then she starts stomping her feet, and the muddy water splashes up her legs and onto her dress, and it's a good thing they have boots on, Asle thinks. And he says she can't do that, and Sister says it's so fun. He should come splash around too, she says, and Asle says she's getting all dirty. She mustn't do that. What is Mother going to say? She'll be so mad. She'll start yelling, Asle says, but Sister acts like she doesn't hear him and just splashes away, and now her dress is almost entirely muddy, almost covered in gray splotches. Asle sees, and he just stands there watching, and then he says she needs to stop now. It's not just that Sister's getting all dirty, but it's dangerous to be in the middle of the road. A car might come. Cars come driving by all the time, and the person driving the car might not see Sister, and as soon as he thinks that, he runs out onto the road and grabs Sister's arm, and she shrieks, and he drags her over to the other side of the road, and she's screaming and saying she wants to splash some more, and Asle says she can't. Just look at that dress. How filthy it is, he says, and Sister looks at her dress. Yes, she says. And it's like she's about to start crying. It was so nice and blue, she says, and look at it now, Asle says. And he sees Sister start crying, and he says she mustn't cry. A dress getting dirty isn't so bad. It can be washed, and Mother won't be that mad. And he'll say it was his fault. He'll say he asked her to go out into the mud puddle, and then she'll yell at him, not her, he says, because Mother always yells at him anyway, whatever he says and whatever he does, he says, and Sister wipes her tears away, and Asle says no. He doesn't care if he gets yelled at, not him, and he thinks that he's showing off. A bit now, isn't he thinks. But my dress is all dirty, Sister says, and she starts crying again. Well, if you're going to be so stupid about it, Asle says, and when he says that, Sister really starts crying hard. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, Asle says. I didn't mean it, he says. You're not stupid. Really, you're not. You're nice and sweet and bright and clever, he says. And then Sister's just sniffling a little, and Asle says it'll all work out, it'll be fine, he says, but he says now she knows she shouldn't do things like that, not with a nice dress on, he says, and Sister doesn't say anything, and they just stand there, and then he takes Sister's hand, and they stand there not sure what to do, and Asle thinks that they're going to get yelled at, he's going to get yelled at. Mother's going to get really angry when she sees how Sister got her dress all dirty, and on purpose too, Asle thinks, and he's promised Sister that he'll say it was him who told her to do it, told her to stand in the mud and stomp and jump. He's promised her that. Yes, so now he has to keep his promise, Asle thinks, and even though he doesn't care that much if he gets yelled at, he still doesn't exactly like it, he thinks, but anyway they shouldn't go straight home. He thinks, maybe they can come up with some other idea. Maybe we should go over to Old Mound. Maybe the blueberries are ripe there? He says. And Sister just stands there, still not sure, saying nothing. Don't you want to? Asle says. And Sister is still just standing there, and she doesn't say anything, and Asle realizes he's getting impatient, getting bored almost. He thinks, they can't just stay here on the side of the road like this. It'd be better to keep going to Old Mound. But if they want to do that, they'll have to cross the road again. And if they do that, they'll need to look carefully first, to make sure no cars are coming around the bend there before Old Mound, he thinks. You don't want to keep going to Old Mound? Asle says. And sister just shakes her head, and Asle asks, what do you want to do then? And she doesn't answer. And then he asks her if they should go to the smaller blue house on the downhill side of the road. They've never done that before, and he's often thought about how he wanted to go see that house. Asle says, and sister shakes her head again. And then he asks if they should go down to the beach, down to the boathouse, out onto the dock, down to look at the rowboat. As father so often says, well, I better go down and take a look at the rowboat, father says. Either he says I better go down and bail out the rowboat, and mother tells him he needs to be careful, and father says he always is, he's always careful, he says, or else he says he'll go out on the water for a bit and try to catch a few fish, and then mother says the same thing, that he needs to be careful, Asle thinks, and both mother and father have said that he and sister, must never ever go down to the water alone. It's dangerous. If they fell in the water they might drown, she said. And then she would tell them about the boy she went to school with, in the same class as her, who fell in the water. He was alone in a fishing boat, and he tried to climb up out of the water, and the water was cold, and it's hard to get back on board a boat out of the water. It's almost impossible, mother says, and he couldn't do it. And they found the boat empty in the water. It was just floating there, and the boy, the one she'd gone to school with, they couldn't find him anywhere until a week later, maybe even longer. Some men were out in a boat and saw something floating down in the water that looked like a person, and they hooked the body and pulled it on board, and it was him. Yes, the boy she used to go to school with, and he didn't look too good. The men said, no, she can't think about it, it's too horrible. Mother says, and then they brought him back to land, and then there was a funeral, and she and all the other kids who went to the school were at the funeral, and she remembers how sad it was, how the boy's parents and siblings cried and cried. It was like the tears would never stop running down their faces, and the pastor had said something about God's inscrutable ways, incomprehensible. Yes, but there is meaning in everything that happens, the pastor said, and he said that God writes straight on crooked lines, or maybe it was the other way around, or maybe it was slanted lines. She can't remember exactly, but she remembers it, mother says, and she couldn't understand what meaning it could possibly have for a boy to get drowned, and the pastor said that too, that it was impossible to understand. It lay beyond human comprehension, he said, but even if he couldn't understand what the meaning was and no one else could either, it still had meaning, that was certain. The pastor said, mother said, because ever since Jesus Christ, who was God, part of the Trinity of God, had died and risen up again, yes, ever since God had become human and lived as people are fated to live, birth and then life, and then death. Ever since then death has been turned into life for us, the pastor had said, for all humankind, yes, for those who lived before Christ and those who lived at the same time as him, and those who lived after him, death, yes, death had been turned into life, into eternity, the pastor had said, mother said, and now the boy was with God. Yes, he had come home to where he had set out from, the pastor had said, and God had been with him when he drowned, and had taken as good care of him as he could. He was certain of that. The pastor had said, and mother said she couldn't understand how that was any consolation because the boy was gone. He would never come back home. He was gone forever now. The sea had taken him, taken his life, and his body had been laid in the ground, mother said. So mother said, they must never ever go down to the water, the beach, the fjord, alone, mother said. Only when she or father or another grown-up was with them, only then could they go down to the beach, to the fjord, and they must absolutely never go out onto the dock because out past the dock the water was very deep, she said, so they must never go out onto the dock, she said, and Asle stands there holding sister's hand, and he thinks that now they'll go down onto the beach. Yes, then they'll be able to wash all the dirt off sister's dress so it'll be clean and nice again. And then, once they'd washed her dress, yes, mother couldn't be mad at them. She'd have to be happy, yes, because she wouldn't have to wash the dress herself if they'd already done it, Asle thinks. And plus there's probably nowhere he likes being more than down by the water. There's so much to see there, little crabs scuttling around between the stones on the beach, and there's seaweed, with bubbles you can squeeze or step on, and then they crack, and tiny little fish swimming back and forth near the land. And then there are all the seashells, blue and white, some almost yellow, and it's so nice to sit on the rocks and just look at the water, at the dock, at the rowboat floating there nice and brown, moored with a buoy and floating on the water. And then there are all sorts of things that can wash up on the beach, branches, broken oars, buoys, yes, maybe there'll even be a message, a scrap of paper in a bottle with something written on it, but he's never found a message in a bottle. Not yet, even when he walked slowly along the beach. He's walked all the way into the dairy and back again and seen so many things lying on the beach, but never a message in a bottle. Although he's seen lots of bottles washed ashore, that's normal. So now if they walk slowly along the beach and towards the dairy, they'll definitely find a bottle somewhere or other. And anyway, down below the bakery, there's a huge pile of bottles. There must be hundreds, but that he knows is because they drink. Both the baker and his wife, the baker's wife, they live there. And after they've drunk a whole bottle, they take it down to the beach and put it in a pile not quite on the beach, but the hill down from the bakery goes down to the beach. Yes, it's really unbelievable how many bottles there are there, Asle thinks, and he's often found bottles on the beach, and he always finds driftwood, and twice he's found balls on the beach, and he still has them both. There was hardly any air in either one, but then father inflated them so they were good to use, and they've played with those balls a lot, him and sister, Asle thinks, and he's gone down to the beach so many times. Even though mother said he's not allowed to, but father never said that, and of course that's because he went to the beach so much when he was little, when he was a boy like Asle is now. Yes, because father has always lived on the farm where they live now. He was born in the long white old house where grandmother and grandfather live, and grandmother is father's mother, and grandfather is his father. Yes, father was born in that house and he's lived there ever since, and maybe he will too, Asle thinks. Or maybe he won't, there's so many other places a person can live. He knows that because mother was born in a town called Haugaland and grew up on the island there, Hisoy, and he's visited there lots of times, and he was born in the hospital in Haugaland, so that yes, that's somewhere he could live too. He thinks there are lots of other places. They don't need to live on the farm where they live now, the way father always has. What should we do now?
Sister says.
It's so boring just standing here, she says. We need to think of something to do, she says. Maybe we can finally go to the blue house? Asle says. I've always wanted to go there, but I've never done it, he says. But what if the people who live there come outside? I'm so dirty. My dress is all dirty, sister says. And Asle says that her dress isn't totally clean, but it's not that bad. They should just go over to the house and no one will see them, or see that her dress is dirty, he says. And since she was stupid enough to go splash around in a mud puddle, then of course her dress will be dirty. Even she must understand that, he says. But maybe they can go to the blue house anyway, Asle says, and then sister says, well, all right, and they go down the side of the road, and when they get to the blue house they stop and stand there looking down at the house. It's a nice old house, Asle says. Yes, sister says. It's a really pretty blue, he says, and sister nods. I'm sure it wasn't that pretty when it was new, but now it's prettier. The rain and the wind and the snow made it pretty, Asle says. And he says that the paint is flaking off in some places and that just makes the blue even prettier, and sister says she can't see it, that the color is prettier, but she does see that the house is blue anyway, she says. You know the names of the colors? Asle says yes, sister says. Because there aren't so many, he says. There are lots more colors than there are names for, or at least that I know any names for, he says. Yes, you're right, sister says. Yellow, blue, white, Asle says. Red, brown, black, she says, and purple, he says. Yeah, and a lot more, sister says. And Asle says that's right, the color of the blue house is totally different from the blue of the sky, or the blue of the water, or the blue of her dress, he says. She can just look. Yes, look how different the house blue is from your dress's blue, he says, and he says that colors are never exactly the same as one another, and plus they're always changing. It has to do with the light, he says, so it's impossible to have names for all the colors there are. There'd be so many names that no one could ever learn them all, he says, and sister says still. Blue is blue, she says, and yellow is yellow, she says. Yes, yes, you're right, Asle says.
Of course that's right, he says.
And then they stand there, holding hands, and sister says that they've done something they're not allowed to do. Hasn't mother said over and over that they mustn't walk down the country road, she says, and Asle says, yes, well, and he says if they listen to everything mother says then they'd never be able to do anything at all practically, he says, and then they just stand there, and then they see the front door of the blue house open and someone comes out, and it's a man, and he has a big belly and a hat on, and he turns around and shuts the door, and then he walks on the gravel path to the road, and there's a crunching sound when he walks, and sister whispers they need to leave. Her dress is so dirty, she says, and the man looks at them and stops and bends down. Well, now look who we have here, he says. What a long journey you two have been on, he says. You've walked all the way to the knoll, he says. I didn't think your mother let you go such a long way by yourselves, he says. And both sister and Asle look down. But it's nice to see you, the man says. And now what are your names? He says, my name's Asle, Asle says. And my name's Alida, sister says. Asle and Alida, the man says. My name is Gudlev, he says. And I knew your names already, but still I had to ask you, he says. And then Gudlev holds his hand out to Asle, and then Gudlev and Asle say Asle, and then Gudlev holds his hand out to sister, and Gudlev and Alida say Alida, and Gudlev says, well, now they've finally been properly introduced, the way good neighbors should be, and it's about time, such close neighbors as they are, and now wouldn't they like to come inside their house? Because his wife, her name's Gunvor, yes, she'd certainly like to be introduced too. Actually, he needs to go to the co-op store to buy a few things, but there's no rush. Now that he and his wife have received such fine visitors, the shopping can always wait. Neither the co-op store nor the things for sale there are going anywhere, he says, so why don't they just come inside for a bit? Gudlev says, and sister looks at Asle and whispers in his ear that they really need to go home. Mother doesn't know where they are, and she's told them so many times that they're not allowed to go down the country road. She says, and Asle looks at the man, at Gudlev. Just step inside and say hello to Gunvor. She'll be so glad to see you too, he says. And Gudlev turns around and starts up the gravel path, and it crunches as he walks, and Asle holds sister's hand tight and almost drags her with him up the path after Gudlev, who's walking ahead of them with his hat. Yes, it's so nice to see you, he says. It's certainly a surprise, he says. But it's always nice to get unexpected visitors, he says, and he opens the front door, and he says, yes, welcome, he says. Welcome to our home, he says. And then he calls inside to Gunvor, come here, we have some surprise guests, he calls, and he says that Asle and sister should come inside, and Asle goes in, and he's holding sister's hand, and he almost drags her in after him, and then he sees Gunvor walking over to them, and she's leaning on a cane. No, how nice, she says. If it isn't Asle and Alida come to visit, she says. You two have never been to the knoll before, she says, but do come in, she says. And Gunvor turns and goes into the living room, and Gudlev shuts the front door and says they should go in, and Asle says that sister's dress isn't entirely clean, and Gudlev says yes, he can see that. Yes, even if his sight is pretty bad, he can still see that well enough, he says, and Asle says sister just had to go stand in a mud puddle on the country road and splash around, even though he said she shouldn't because her dress would get dirty. But still she kept doing it, he says. Little kids are like that, Gunvor says. But I can wipe off the worst of it, she says. And sister looks down and she tugs a little at Asle's hand, as if she wanted them to leave, and he squeezes her hand, and she says ow, and Gudlev asks if something is wrong. And both Asle and sister shake their heads, and she says no, nothing's wrong. It's nothing, Asle says. And Gudlev says they should take their boots off and come in, and Asle lets go of sister's hand, and they pull off their boots and put the two pairs of boots down next to each other. It's always a good idea to wear boots in weather like this, Gudlev says, and Asle sees Gudlev take his shoes off, and then he puts on a pair of slippers. Come here, little girl, Gunvor says. And sister goes over to Gunvor, and Gunvor holds her hand out to sister, and says her name is Gunvor, and sister says her name is Alida. Nice to meet you, Gunvor says. You too, sister says. And Asle goes over to sister, and he sees that Gunvor is holding her cane with one hand and sister's hand with her other hand, and she pushes open a door with the cane, and then Gunvor and sister walk through it, and Asle sees Gunvor run some water into the sink and pick up a washcloth and wet it, and then she starts wiping the dirt off sister's dress, and Gunvor says it's not so easy, is it, she says, but she should be able to clean off the worst of it, down by the hem, Gunvor says, and Gudlev tells Asle they should go into the living room, and then Gudlev opens the living room door and says come in, and Asle goes in, and Gudlev says he should have a seat on the sofa, and Asle goes and sits down on one end of the sofa, and then he sees Gunvor come in with sister, and Gunvor is holding her hand, and she says sister should have a seat on the sofa next to Asle, and now they'll go see if they have something to offer their guests, Gunvor says, and she looks at Gudlev. Yes, maybe you two would like something to drink? Gudlev says, do you like soft drinks? He says. And both sister and Asle nod yes. That'd be great, Asle says. And sister nods, and she says yes, and Gudlev says he didn't think they'd like soft drinks. Really? Are you sure you like soft drinks? Gunvor says yes, Asle says. Yes, sister says. Well, go see what we have, Gudlev says. And then he opens a door and disappears from the living room. He's checking to see if we have any in the kitchen. Gunvor says, I think we have a bottle, she says. And Gunvor sits down in an easy chair and leans her cane against the chair, and Asle sees that there's a huge loom in the living room. It takes up almost half the room, and it looks like a double loom, like two looms facing opposite directions pushed together. Yes, there are our looms, Gunvor says. We sit there and weave, one on each side, Gudlev and me, she says. We weave the ribbons on folk costumes, the ones that hang down from the belt in the front of the apron. They're called lap bands, Gunvor says. Yes, Asle says. Lap bands, Sister says. You two have probably never really noticed those bands, have you?
She says.
And both Asle and Sister shake their heads. Folk costumes, Sister says. Yes, the kind women wear when they're really trying to look nice,
Gunvor says.
And then they don't say anything, and then Gudlev comes in and he's shaking his head, and he says he was so sure there was some soda in the kitchen, 2 bottles at least, but no, there wasn't even one, he says, and Gunvor says that's strange, and then Gudlev says he'll go down to the cellar and look there. Maybe there's some soda there, he's almost sure there is, he says. There must be some soda in the cellar, Gunvor says. And then Gudlev opens a door and leaves the room, and Gunvor points at the door and says that behind that door there are stairs going down to the cellar, and she says yes, she and Gudlev weave those ribbons for the folk costumes, she says, and that's how they make the money they need, she says, and when Gudlev comes back upstairs he can look for a finished lap band so that they can see how it looks, Gunvor says, and Asle says that would be great, and then Gudlev is standing in the door holding a bottle of fizzy lemonade in his hand, and he goes and puts the bottle down on the coffee table in front of Asle and Sister, right between them, and then he goes and shuts the door they used to get to the cellar, and then he goes out to the kitchen and comes back in with 2 glasses, and he puts one in front of each of them, and then takes a bottle opener, and takes the cap off, and Asle thinks, where did that bottle opener come from? The man named Gudlev must have been holding it in his fist? He thinks, and then Gudlev pours a little soda into each glass and says enjoy, and both Asle and Sister say thank you, and then Gunvor says she hopes they like it, and then Asle and Sister raise their glasses and drink, and Asle thinks it tastes unbelievably good. He must have been really thirsty, and he drinks up all the soda in the glass, and he puts the glass down, and Gunvor tells Gudlev that she told them they could see a lap band, and then Gudlev goes and gets one, and hands it to Gunvor, and she lays it out on the coffee table, and Gudlev smooths it down on the table, and Gunvor says, so that's what it looks like, a lap band for folk costumes, she says, and Asle looks at the colors and the pattern, and he has no words for what he is seeing, and the colors and pattern lodge in his mind at once, and no, he never knew, he never would have believed it possible that a piece of weaving could be so beautiful. He'd seen mother or grandmother in folk costumes probably lots of times, and he never really thought the costume was especially nice, but now that he's seen the lap band laid out in front of him, now that he's seen the colors and seen the pattern, yes, he's seeing something he's never seen before, one of the most beautiful things he's ever seen. Asle thinks, and Gunvor asks if he thinks it looks nice, and Asle says it's one of the most beautiful things he's ever seen, yes, and he can't believe they made it. It must be really hard to make that, Asle says, and Sister says she thinks it's beautiful too, and she's also drunk her whole glass of soda, and she puts her glass down on the table, and then Gudlev asks if they want a little more soda, and both of them nod, and then he pours the rest of the soda into the glasses, first Sister's, then Asle's. And that's the end of the soda, Gudlev says. But it was good while it lasted, right? Gunvor says it tasted really good, Asle says. Yes, Sister says. And she picks up the glass right away and drinks. I guess you do like soft drinks, don't you? Gudlev says. And Sister drinks the whole glass, and then she says yes quietly and puts the glass down on the table. You can have more the next time you come see us, Gudlev says. And Asle drinks a little soda too, and then he looks at Gunvor, and he says again that the lap band is really beautiful, and Gunvor says it made her swell up inside when he said it was the most beautiful thing he's seen in his whole life. She says, and Gudlev says you have a good eye, Asle my boy, a good sense of things, he says, and then there's a knock at the door, and Gudlev says he'll go open it. Your mother must have seen that you'd come down here, and now she wants to fetch you, Gunvor says then. And both Asle and Sister look down at the ground. She doesn't know you're here? Gunvor says. No, Asle says. But she must be worried about you? Gunvor says, and neither Asle nor Sister say anything. You just came? Gunvor says, without permission? She says, and there's no answer. Then you need to go home, right away, she says. Your mother must be wondering where you are. She says, I bet she's worried about you, Gunvor says. Maybe. Asle says yes, Gunvor says. But it was nice of you to come, and you'll have to come see us again soon. And when you do, you need to tell your mother or father where you're going, she says. Yes, Asle says. And Asle sees Gudlev come in, and next to him is a big tall man with a giant belly, and he's totally bald, and Asle thinks he's the bald man that children need to watch out for. Both mother and father have said that, and they've said that Asle must never go with him, either in his car or into his house. Asle thinks, and Gunvor tells Gudlev that their mother doesn't know where they are. They just came here, so it would be best if they went home right away. Gunvor says, and Gudlev says no. That's not what he thought. In that case, they need to go home right away. Gudlev says, promise me you will, Gunvor says. And Asle and sister get up, and the bald man sits down on the sofa. And I also have to thank you for dropping by to see us, and I hope I'll see you again soon, Gunvor says. Thank you for the soda. Asle says, yes, thank you, sister says. It was nothing, Gunvor says. And then Gudlev says, yes, they must come by again. It was so nice to have such nice children over for a visit, but when they do, they must promise to tell their mother where they're going, he says, and then Gudlev takes them out into the hall, and they put their boots on. Thank you for the soda, Asle says. There's no need to thank us. It was nothing. Gudlev says, thank you for the soda, sister says. There'll be more for you the next time you drop by, Gudlev says, and then sister puts her hand in Asle's hand. We hope to see you again soon. Gudlev says, yes, please do come and visit us, he says. But only if you've told your parents first, mother or father, he says, and he opens the front door, and Asle and sister go outside. Bye, Asle says. Bye, sister says. Goodbye, Gudlev says. And then he shuts the door, and then Asle and sister stand there outside the little blue house, and Asle says that the tall fat bald man who came over is the one they call the bald man. Yes, he's heard that many times. The bald man?
Sister says.
And both mother and father said that children have to watch out for him, he says. Watch out for him. Sister says, yes, Asle says. Never get into a car with him or go home with him if he asks you to, he says. And sister doesn't say anything, and then she and Asle go up the path with the gravel, and they get to the country road.
I want to go home now, sister says.
And they start walking along the side of the road, and then they hear a car and they turn around, and then they see a car coming up from Old Mound, and they stop and stay perfectly still, and the car drives past them. Or maybe we could go down to the beach. Asle says, but we're not allowed to, sister says.
I know, Asle says. We need to go home, sister says.
No, we'll go down to the water. Asle says, why should we go right home? He says there's nothing to
do there, he says.
I can play with my dolls, sister says. And then they stay there standing at the side of the road. No, let's go down to the beach, he says. And Asle thinks that he's done it so many times, but sister's never once been to the beach with him ever. She's never stood right at the edge of the fjord and looked out at the water, and she's never seen the boathouse or the rowboat, he thinks, and it'll be nice for sister to see those things, he thinks. He himself has seen them so many times because he's constantly going down to the water, even if mother tells him he's not allowed to. Yes, maybe he doesn't go down to the beach every day, but he does go pretty often, and mother doesn't notice. She probably thinks he's playing somewhere or other around the farm, maybe in the barn, and that's why mother hasn't yelled at him. But sister has probably never been down to the water with him. No, it's never happened, and she's too little, sister, and plus he knows she won't like being on the beach, but maybe she would like it? Maybe she would think it's beautiful to stand by the fjord and look out at the water? And maybe they can go out onto the dock and look at the rowboat? He thinks. But mother says we can't. Sister says I know, Asle says. So we can't go down to the beach?
She says.
But I go down to the water all the time, Asle says. And then they just stand there, and then sister says she wants to go home, and then Asle says no, they're going down to the beach, no matter what mother says, because sister's never once been there, has she? He says, and sister says, can they really just do that? And Asle says they can do whatever they want, and then they go over to the path leading down the hill to the boathouse. It's exciting inside the boathouse. Asle says, do you want to go inside it?
He says.
It's scary, sister says. No, it's not, Asle says. And he holds sister's hand tight, and they start down the path to the boathouse, and Asle thinks he really hopes mother doesn't see them now, because then she'd come running after them and then they'd be yelled at double, both for sister getting her dress dirty and for doing something they're absolutely not allowed to do, going down to the water, to the boathouse, the beach, the fjord, the dock, the rowboat, they're going to see everything they're not allowed to go see. Asle thinks, and sister says no, she doesn't want to, she doesn't dare. And she stops, and Asle tugs at her hand, and she says he needs to stop. Let go of my hand, sister says. And Asle lets go of her hand, and then they stand there on the path leading down to the boathouse, and Asle looks at the roof of the boathouse with the gray stones, and he knows they're called slate. Father told him, slate, and one stone is laid on the roof against another with a little of each one on top of another one. And the roof of the boathouse is a play of gray colors. He thinks, it's almost unbelievable that there are so many different grays. Asle thinks, and plus they look so different. Depending on what the weather's like, when the sun is shining, it almost looks like there are just two gray colors, but the shadows are lots of different gray tones, because the colors are always sort of moving, and at the same time it's like they're resting. Yes, the colors are moving at rest and resting in motion, Asle thinks, and that's not to mention the walls of the boathouse. The siding has turned totally gray, and the cracks in the wood give it so many different gray colors, Asle thinks. And he says that the boathouse is gray, but it's also so many different colors of gray that don't have names, and sister says yes, and he holds her hand tight because it's almost enough to scare you that there are so many different kinds of gray, and so many kinds of the other colors, like the ones called blue, just blue, but there must be thousands of different blue colors, thousands at least. No, there are so many that you can't even count them, Asle thinks. And blue, there are so many blues that you can't even count them, he says. Yes, sister says blue, she says. The sky is blue, she says sometimes, Asle says. But today it's gray too, he says, and it almost always is, he says. Yes, gray, sister says. The sky is gray, and the boathouse is gray. The stones on the roof are gray, and the walls of the boathouse are gray. But you see how they're such different grays? He says, and sister nods. You see that? He says yes, sister says. But it doesn't bother you, he says. No, she says. We can go into the boathouse if you want. He says, but isn't it scary? Sister says. It must be so dark in there, she says. And Asle says, does she see the hatch there in the side of the boathouse? The side right in front of them? And does she see that rusty hook there? It's so they can open the hatch and go into the boathouse, he says, and sister says she doesn't want to go into the boathouse. No, all right, Asle says. And then they go around the corner of the boathouse, and they go down the path around the boathouse to the front corner of the building, and then sister says it's scary. She doesn't know if she's brave enough to do it, and Asle says that if they just go a little farther, then mother won't be able to see them from home, but then they can see the beach, and the fjord, and the dock, and the rowboat, and sister stops. And then Asle stops too. So now they're both standing there, he and sister, and she's in her dress, all covered with mud. They were nice, Gunvor and Gudleave, sister says. Yeah, Asle says. They gave us soda and everything, she says. But Gunvor didn't get much dirt off your dress. Asle says we need to wash it, or else mother'll be mad, he says. Yes, sister says. We can wash it in the seawater. He says that works? She says. Yes, it works fine, Asle says. And then mother won't be mad? Sister says no, not if the dress is clean, he says. Well, okay, she says. And then they start moving again, going to the corner of the boathouse, and now they're far enough that mother can't see them from home, not from the living room window and not from out front, Asle thinks. So now they're safe, he thinks, and then sister stops and she stands still, and she says, look, the path in front of them is, yes, it's full of tall burning nettle plants. Doesn't he see them? She says, and Asle doesn't answer, and he sees that some of the burning nettle is taller than he is, and the leaves are jagged and pointing their teeth at them, and Asle tells sister to walk as close to the wall as she can behind him, and then he walks towards the burning nettle and pulls the plants down, and sister says she doesn't like this, it's scary, she says. Can we go back? Sister says. But it'll be fine as soon as we get around the corner, then we'll see the water, Asle says. I don't think I want to, sister says. And anyway, mother said we can't ever go down to the water, she says, and now we're doing it anyway, sister says. And then Asle starts walking again, slowly, and he moves ahead, and sister follows him holding onto his pullover, and Asle looks ahead, and he sees that lots of burning nettle plants are reaching their big jagged leaves across the path, big green jagged leaves. There are some farther downhill, and others uphill. Some of the leaves reach high above his head, and are swaying a little. Even when there's almost no wind, the leaves are swaying. And now he sees a burning nettle leaf coming right at his face, and he stops and lifts his leg and pushes the nettle down with his foot, and then they go farther, and Asle sees a burning nettle leaf sticking out like it's poking his legs, and he lifts his foot and pushes that one down, and then he sees a nettle with its leaves sticking almost halfway across the path. Lots of leaves, so many leaves, and he needs to push those down too. Asle thinks, and he lifts his foot up and pushes the nettle down, and sister says it's so scary. She's so scared, she says, and she holds Asle's pullover tight, and he walks carefully and as close to the wall as he can, and sister says don't go so fast, and Asle starts to go slower, and then he lifts a foot and pushes another nettle down, and now there aren't many burning nettles reaching across the path, and the corner is just up ahead, and they go towards it, him first, then sister, and Asle goes around the corner, and sister comes after him, and then they're around the corner, and Asle takes sister's hand, and he can't understand why it feels so good to see the water, but it does, he thinks. I see the water, Asle says. Me too, sister says. It's so nice looking at the water. He says yes, she says. And they are out on the big rocks, and up ahead is the dock, the beautiful stone dock, and there's the rowboat and the fjord and everything, Asle thinks, and sister stops.
But, she says yes, he says.
Mother says, she says. And Asle interrupts her, and he says that mother says that they can't ever go down to the water, but now they've done it anyway, he says. Right, sister says. And she grips his hand tight. We did what we wanted, and not what mother wanted, she says. And she says it with something that sounds a bit like pride in her voice, Asle thinks, as if now they've really done something big. They must be pretty grown up to do what they did. They did what they wanted to do, and not what mother wanted and told them to do, Asle thinks, and he lets go of sister's hand, and then he walks up ahead on the rocks, and he sits down, and then he sits there looking out at the dock, and at the rowboat while sister stays standing. And then she's standing there, sister. And he's sitting there, Asle, and he thinks that it's so beautiful seeing the rowboat floating out there almost totally motionless in the water, moored to the buoy by the dock, and then the fjord, it's almost totally still today. The wind is making just a few small waves, and the rowboat is just barely moving, a little up, a little down, a little to one side, a little back. And the rowboat is brown and beautiful, and there are so many brown colors to look at on the rowboat that it can be totally bewildering to look at them, but it's beautiful to see how the brown rowboat is brown in so many ways, that it has so many different hues of brown even if it's just brown. And Asle sees before his eyes like in a vision all these brown colors as exactly what they are, brown colors, not as brown colors on a boat but as separate colors, just colors. And he sees how the different hues slip into one another, and how each brown color changes the next, in fact all of the others, and makes them something different from what they were before, and it's unbelievable that they're all called brown, just brown, because the rowboat is brown, no doubt about that, and caramelized cheese, brown cheese, is brown, and mother's handbag is brown, he thinks, even though they're colors that are almost completely different. Isn't it weird that people just say the rowboat's brown? Asle says, what else should they say?
Sister says.
I mean, the rowboat is brown. She says, yes, Asle says. But there are so many brown colors, and they just say the rowboat's brown, he says. The rowboat is brown, sister says. I know it's brown, Asle says. But so is brown cheese and mother's handbag, he says, and Asle hears in his voice that he's a little angry, and he doesn't know why. Is that anything to get mad about? Sister says a brown boat is a brown boat, she says. Yes, Asle says, but he says. And he falls silent. I don't know what you're talking about, sister says. If we had to say that the rowboat is this brown and the cheese is that brown, and that other thing's this other brown, then we'd never stop talking, she says. Yes, Asle says. But you do see that the rowboat is a lot of different browns? He says yes, in a way, sister says. But it doesn't matter, she says. And she says that even if the rowboat's brown color isn't the same all over, it's still brown, and so the rowboat is brown, she says. Yes, Asle says. And you don't feel how beautiful it is to see all the different browns?
He says.
They're not different, sister says. They're the same, really, she says. And I don't think brown's a very pretty color anyway, she says. And Asle doesn't say anything, and then sister sits down next to him, and then they sit there for a while, and Asle looks at what's in front of his eyes, the browns of the rowboat pulling away from the rowboat. He sees the brown colors as if they're all gathered on a single surface, and he sees how everything changes if he moves any of them slightly, how all the other browns turn different. Are we going to do anything? Sister says, all right, Asle says. Maybe we can pull the rowboat in towards the dock. I know how to do that, he says. And sister says no, they know they can't do that because then not just mother will get mad but father too, she says, and Asle says that maybe they should just leave the rowboat there, but they can go out onto the dock anyway. And sister says mother says they mustn't ever do that, go out onto the dock, never ever, mother said that too, sister says, and Asle says he doesn't remember her saying that. She just said that they must never go down to the water, to the beach, he says, and then sister says, yes, she did say it, she's definitely said it lots of times, and now they've done exactly what mother said they must never do, and Asle says yes, exactly, yes. Now they've done what they wanted to do, and sister says she didn't want to do it, it was he who wanted to, she says, and Asle says yes, yes, and he says that that's true enough, but he wanted to go down to the water, at least he did. And isn't it beautiful here? He says it's so beautiful with the dock and the rowboat and the fjord and all the rest of it. He says, and sister says, well, it's not bad, but that burning nettle was horrible, and if she'd known that it was growing across the path, then she would never have come down to the water, she says, and Asle says he doesn't remember the burning nettle from before. It was there, of course, but the plants had never been so big before. Burning nettles, sister says. They were giant burning nettles, Asle says. And he spreads his arms as wide as he can, and sister says they were so big, that big, she says, and then she says that it's boring just sitting here like this, and Asle says they could go down onto the beach, because there's always something to see there, crabs, tiny fish, and plus there's always stuff that's drifted onto land, flotsam and jetsam, he says. Flotsam and jetsam, sister says. Yes, it's called flotsam and jetsam. Asle says flotsam and jetsam, okay, sister says. And Asle stands up and sister stays sitting, and then he goes out onto the dock, and he says, come on. He unties the mooring, and sister says, what are you doing? And Asle says he just wants to pull the rowboat in and then get on board and be on the rowboat for a little bit, he says, and he pulls the rowboat in towards the dock, and he climbs on board the rowboat. Be careful, sister shouts, okay, Asle says. And then he's on board the rowboat, and then he starts to pull the rope to the buoy, and the rowboat moves out onto the water. You can't do that, sister shouts, it's dangerous, she shouts. No, it's not, Asle says. And he thinks he'll show sister how safe it is, and he climbs up onto the middle seat and stands on the plank. Sit down, sister shouts. And Asle sits down on the plank and starts rocking from side to side, and the rowboat rocks from side to side with him, and he calls to sister, look how beautifully the rowboat's rocking, what beautiful waves it's leaving in the water, and sister doesn't answer, and Asle thinks he should probably get back onto land, and he stands up and walks forward in the rowboat, and he pulls the rowboat in towards the dock, climbs out onto the dock, and then pulls the rope to move the rowboat out again, and it floats there so beautifully, bobbing up and down in the fjord, and he moors the rowboat, and then he walks over to sister, who's still sitting where she was sitting before, and she says, can't they go home now? She doesn't like being disobedient, and they're not allowed to go down to the country road or to the water, she says, and Asle says now they have to go down onto the beach. Come on, he says. And sister just stays sitting on the shore rocks. I don't know if I want to, she says. Don't be stupid, he says. I'm not stupid, she says. Why are you telling me I'm stupid? She says, you're the one who's stupid, she says. I didn't mean it like that, Asle says. You're stupid, I'm not stupid, sister says. I didn't mean it like that, Asle says. And sister says, well then, if you didn't mean it, that's all right, she says, and Asle says she's not stupid, and she says he's not stupid, and then he holds out his hand to her, and she takes his hand, and then he pulls her up onto her feet, and then they walk on the shore rocks down the beach, and it's high tide, so there's almost nothing to see on the beach. And the waves are coming up over the rocks with little splashes, and Asle says the tide's so high now that there's almost nothing to look at on the beach itself, but he always finds something or another that the sea has washed up onto land, far up onto the shore, somewhere between the beach and where the hill starts, he says, and she asks what, and he says maybe a bottle, like he said before, and maybe there'll be a letter in one of the bottles, and that's called a message in a bottle, like he said before, he says. And sister says, okay, and he says that even he has never found a bottle with a letter, a message, but he's found lots of bottles, and outside the bakery there's a pile of bottles, yes, like he said, he says, yes, she won't believe how big the pile is, it's like a mountain, he says, and they can go down the beach past the bakery, till they get to the dairy, but no farther than that, he says. Should we go all the way to the dairy? Sister says, we can, why not? Asle says. And they start walking hand in hand across the strip between the water, and where the grass starts growing and back again, and they don't say anything for a while, and then Asle says, look there, look. The sea has washed a whole log up onto land, he says, and sister doesn't say anything, and they keep walking, and then there's a screeching sound, and they walk farther without saying anything. What do you think that noise was? Sister says, I don't know, Asle says. And they keep walking. It was a really loud screeching noise, Sister says, yeah, and like something's grinding, Asle says, a grinding noise, Sister says. It's kind of strange, but the sound seems to be coming from the country road, so it's probably an old tractor, Asle says. And they've walked as far as Boathouse Hill, and they keep walking, and past Boathouse Hill they get to the headland, and then they see the beautiful rowboat that the people who live at the headland farm have moored to appear there in Hardangerfjord, and up there in the White House, that's where Bard lives, Asle thinks, and from there, from the headland, they can see all the way to the dairy at the end of the beach, below the bakery, and before the co-op store. But they can't see the co-op store, because the dairy blocks it so that they can't see it, and next to the dairy is the big yellow house where the bald man lives, but they can't see that either, Asle thinks, and Sister says it looks really far to walk, all the way to the dairy, and Asle says it looks like a long walk, but it isn't as far as it looks, he says. It's a lot closer than it looks, he says. Yeah, it's a long way, she says. And Asle grips Sister's hand harder, and then he looks up at the headland farm, and now he sees Bard standing there in front of the house looking down at them, and he doesn't like talking to Bard because he's always so rude. He's always saying that their farm is bigger, their rowboat is nicer, his father is stronger than Asle's father. Stupid things like that, Asle thinks, and they start walking to the dairy. That noise must be coming from an old tractor, Asle says. But it's really loud, like it's coming from right next to us, or somewhere near us, Sister says. Yeah, Asle says. Can a tractor really make a noise like that? She says, a screeching, grinding noise?
She says.
I think it can, an old one can, Asle says. And they walk on, and they aren't saying anything, but it's like an uncertainty has come over them, and they think without thinking it in words that they shouldn't have done this. Now they're doing something they're not allowed to do. Something Mother has said again and again that they shouldn't do. They're doing something forbidden, and maybe that's why they heard that screeching, grinding sound? Maybe it didn't come from a tractor, but just because they were doing something wrong? That's why they suddenly heard that sound? Asle thinks because the truth is an old tractor can't make a sound like that. He thinks, and he doesn't like the sound. He thinks, and they walk farther, and then they stop, and Asle turns around, and he says now Bard is standing in the rowboat they just walked past. He's standing up on a seat, he says, and Sister turns around. That looks dangerous, she says. He's just doing it because he saw us walk by. Asle says that Bard's just trying to act tough, he says. And he says Bard's a big scaredy cat, and he must be scared to death standing on the seat there, and he's doing it just to act tough for them. There's no other reason, so they shouldn't look at him anymore, they should just keep walking, Asle says, and he and Sister turn around to face forward, and they walk carefully on, and Asle says that when they get past where the beach kind of bends away, they won't be able to see Bard anymore. And that's good, he says, and they keep walking, and they're holding each other's hand, and they go past the bend in the beach, and now they can't see the headland anymore, and they walk towards the dairy, and Asle lets go of Sister's hand and points. Look, there's an oar there, he says. And Asle runs over to where the hill meets the beach, and Sister stops, and then Asle lifts up the oar. Look, he shouts. What's that, Sister says. It's an oar, Asle says. Yeah, Sister says. I found an oar, Asle says. A whole oar. Perfect for using, he says. And Asle swings the oar back and forth in the air, and he says maybe there's another oar farther up the beach, closer to the dairy. Oars come in pairs, he says, and Sister says she wants to go home. I don't like that noise, she says. No, Asle says. But we can just go to the dairy, can't we? He says. I don't like that noise, Sister says. We'll go as far as the dairy and then turn around and go home, Asle says. Well, all right, Sister says. And then they stay standing there, and Asle puts the oar back down on the hill, and then he gives Sister a big hug, and then he says, well, they can just go to the dairy, and then go look at all the bottles out behind the bakery, and then, yes, then maybe they can go to the co-op store because there's lots to see in the shop windows there. Asle says, and Sister says they can't do that because Mother's told them they mustn't go on the country road. It's dangerous. The road's so narrow that there's hardly enough room for both a car and people, so they can never walk there by themselves. Only with grown-ups. Only with Mother or Father, she said. Sister says, and Asle doesn't answer. And they walk carefully down the beach, and Sister says she's tired of walking, and Asle says in that case they can sit down and rest for a bit, and then they sit down, each on their own round stone, and they sit there and don't say anything, and Asle thinks that it's boring just sitting like that, and it feels like they've been sitting there a long time, he thinks. Can't we keep going? He says, okay, Sister says. You're not tired anymore, he says. No, my feet are a little less tired, sister says. And then they get up and sister takes Asle's hand and they walk on and they see the bakery up ahead, and then the dairy, Asle thinks, and they'll have to go up the path to the bakery to get to the co-op store, past all the bottles, past the pile, yes, mountain of bottles, and then up to the country road, and once they're up there they'll be able to see the co-op store, and it's not so far to walk from the bakery to the co-op store. Can't we turn around and go back now? Sister says no, Asle says. I'm scared, she says. There's nothing to be scared of. Asle says, yes there is, sister says. What? Asle says. If we go to the co-op store, we'll have to walk past the big yellow house, the one next to the dairy, sister says. And that's where the bald man lives, without a single hair on his head, in the big yellow house, she says. He looks so scary, she says. Yeah, Asle says. And he's the one children have to watch out for. You said so yourself, sister says. Yeah, Asle says. And they walk carefully, step by step, up the path towards the bakery. That bad noise is gone now, Asle says. And sister nods. And there's the mountain of bottles, Asle says, and he points. Yeah, sister says. And then she says that it's really not worth looking at, a mountain of empty bottles, she says, and Asle says maybe not, but they're empty bottles of alcohol, he says, because the baker and the baker's wife both drink, and when they drink they don't stop, and then they bake lopsided bread, but they bake even when they've been drinking and are drunk, because when people drink alcohol they get drunk, and then they're not always steady on their feet when they walk, and sometimes they shake, and anyway, the bread that the baker and the baker's wife bake then always comes out lopsided, but what they bake when they haven't been drinking is straight and nice, he says, and sister nods, and then she says that she wants to go home. Now they're almost at the country road where mother has said so many times that they can't walk by themselves, and the hill is so steep and she's so tired, she says, and she sits down on the grass, and then Asle sits down too next to her, and they just sit there, and they don't say anything, and then sister says that she can hear a voice, and Asle says he can't hear anything, and sister says okay, I guess not, and Asle thinks that they need to keep going, it's boring just sitting like this, he thinks, and he gets up and then he holds his hand out to sister, and she takes his hand and he almost yanks her onto her feet, and then she stands there and she says she can hear voices, but they're far away, and Asle says he can't hear anything, and then he almost drags sister after him. Up to the bakery and up to the country road, and sister says they're not allowed to walk on the country road here. Both mother and father have told them that over and over again, she says, and Asle says that's true, and then someone behind them says look at that, two kids out for a walk, and they turn around. Look who's here, the baker says. Maybe your mother sent you to buy some bread? He says. Maybe you're big enough now to run errands for your mother and buy some bread? He says. What clever children, the baker says, and they just stand there. Or maybe you've just gone out for a walk, he says. And the door to the bakery opens, and the baker's wife comes out. Well, I never. Look who's here, she says. They're probably out for a walk, the baker says. But their mother doesn't let them walk here. The baker's wife says no, the baker says. Probably not, he says. And he goes over to them, and then he puts one hand on Asle's shoulder and one on sister's shoulder, and then he says that the two of them need to go straight home to their mother right now. She must be worried about them by now. She must be scared, the baker says. I'm sure she is, the baker's wife says. And then she says wait a second, and she goes inside and comes back out almost right away, and she comes walking up to them, and she holds out her hands to them with a roll in each hand. Nice children like you deserve a roll, the baker's wife says, but only if you go right home to your mother. She says thank you very much, Asle says. Yes, thank you, sister says. Don't mention it, nice children like you, the baker's wife says. Nice children, yes, the baker says. But now you need to go home to your mother, really, the baker's wife says. I'm sure she's scared and worried about you, she says. And maybe she's already gone looking for you, she says. Because I'm sure you're not allowed to walk on the road alone, the baker's wife says. We went along the shore, sister says. And you definitely aren't allowed to do that, the baker's wife says. To go down to the water, she says. I'm sure you're not, she says. And Asle and sister both start eating their rolls, and they must have been hungry because they bite and chew, and the baker's wife asks if the rolls taste good, and Asle and sister say yes at the same time and with their mouths full, and the baker says he's glad they taste good, and Asle thinks that as long as the baker and the baker's wife are there they can't go to the co-op store, because both of them, the baker and the baker's wife, said they have to go back home to mother, that she's worried about them, and that she doesn't let them walk alone like this. And that's true, but they haven't done anything wrong. It's just Mother who thinks they have, and it's only because she's always so scared about them. She gets scared and worried about everything in the world. They're not allowed to do anything, not walk down to the country road, down to the boathouse or the shore, nothing. They're not allowed to do anything. All they can do is stay home, inside or out in front of the house. Nowhere else ever, Asle thinks, and it's only because Mother's always so worried about everything, he thinks. And then he hears a voice inside himself. It's Mother telling Father that that's not true, and then he says that it is true. They're not allowed to walk down to the road or to the water, that's how it is, he says, and Mother says, you hear that, you hear that. Father is saying the same thing she is. Mother says, Asle thinks, and there, over there, that can't be Mother running up to them. No, now they'll get caught. And once they get home, they'll be yelled at, and he's the one who'll be yelled at, and Mother comes running up towards them, and she looks scared, and it looks like she's been crying, and she comes towards them, and Asle doesn't understand. Was she really that scared about them? He thinks, no, in that case they never should have done what they did. He thinks, and then Mother puts her arms around him and sister, and hugs them both against her, and then out of breath she says to the baker, and the baker's wife that have they heard yet? Have they heard that he drowned? That the boy from the headland farm, Bard, the boy the same age as Asle, was just found drowned just now. She was going up the beach, because she didn't know where sister and Asle were, and then she got scared that they'd gone down to the water, and she went down to the beach to look for them, but they weren't there. Then she went up along the beach, and when she got past Boathouse Hill, and out by the headland, she saw a crowd of people on the beach below the headland farm, and she saw that the doctor's car was parked up there in front of the headland farm, and she went over to the people there. And then she saw Bard lying on the beach. No, she can see it now. It's too horrible, Mother says, and she lets go of Asle and sister and covers her eyes and then hugs them to her body again. And then Mother says that a woman, she can't think of her name right now. It doesn't matter anyway. This woman, yes, said, this woman told her that as she was walking past the headland farm, on the road, over there, Mother says, and she points, she looked down at the fjord and saw something floating in the water next to the rowboat that belongs to the headland farm people, and it looked like a little person, and then she ran and knocked at the door, and the mother was home, and then the two of them ran down to the beach, and when they got to the beach the mother saw that it was her son Bard lying there floating in the water. It's Bard, she'd said. And then Bard's mother waded out into the cold water and started swimming until she got to Bard, and somehow she got him onto land, and then she picked him up and held him to her breast, and she carried him onto the hill of the beach, and he wasn't breathing and he was lifeless, and when she saw the lifeless boy, she thought she should go call the doctor, and she ran up to the house at the headland farm and looked up the doctor's phone number and dialed it, and he said he'd come right away, and that they had to try to blow air into the boy. Put your mouth against his mouth and blow air in, and when he's breathed it out, blow more in. The doctor had said something like that, and she'd run back down to the beach, and then she'd taken a deep breath and blown it into Bard's mouth. Again and again she couldn't remember her name. She kept doing that with the breathing until the doctor came, and then the doctor had done the same thing and pushed hard, both on Bard's stomach and on his heart, and he kept doing that for a long time, but Bard was still lying there lifeless, and eventually the doctor looked up, yes, up at the sky, and he'd said Bard was dead. He drowned, that woman told Mother, and Mother saw Bard lying dead on the hill, and she can see it now, and it's too horrible, she says, and Mother squeezes her eyes shut, and then Mother says she'd started thinking, where were her own two children? Could they have drowned too? It had been a while since she'd seen them, and then she'd run towards home and out onto the dock, but nobody was there, and she'd looked in the water around the rowboat, and she couldn't see anyone in the water, and then she'd run back down along the beach, and then she'd run up to the country road, and she was running faster than she'd ever thought she could, Mother says, and now after running all over here were Asle and Alida, yes, both of them, and they were alive, and she couldn't believe it, they were alive, Mother says, and she starts crying again, and then she presses Asle and sister hard against her, so hard that it hurts, Asle thinks. And he tries to get loose, but then Mother just holds him even tighter. Yes, she's holding them so tight, so hard, that they almost can't breathe, Asle thinks, and he hears the baker's wife say she can't believe it, so young, just 6 or so, and now he's drowned. He hadn't started school yet anyway, and now drowned. No, it's too terrible, the baker's wife says, and Asle looks at the baker just standing there staring at nothing. Little Bard from the headland farm is drowned, he says. No, impossible, I don't believe it, he says. It's unbelievable, Mother says. He probably just wanted to go on their boat, the baker says. And Mother says he'd pulled the rowboat in and got on board, and then pulled the rowboat out, and then he'd fallen into the water somehow, into the cold water, and he couldn't swim, and then he hadn't been able to get back on board the boat. That's how it must have happened, Mother says, and she says that when she was a girl the same thing happened to a boy in her class. He was out fishing and he fell into the water, and then they found him drowned. And after he'd been in the water so long, Mother says, and the baker says it's too horrible, he can't believe this has happened. It's unbelievable. The baker's wife says there are no words for it. The baker says no, there aren't, Mother says. No, 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 she says. And she hugs and hugs Asle and sister to her, and Mother says that when she couldn't find Asle or sister she got so scared, more scared than she'd ever been in her life, because by that point she was sure they'd been out in the rowboat with Bard from the headland farm, and they'd fallen into the water too, and were lying on the bottom, on the shelf underwater, Mother says, and then here they both were, Asle and Alida, outside the bakery, large as life, and never, no, nothing she had ever seen had made her happier than seeing her two children standing there large as life, each eating a roll, Mother says, and the tears are pouring down her cheeks, and she lets go of them and wipes the tears off her cheeks with her hands and away from her eyes with the backs of her hands. Yes, I gave them rolls, the baker's wife says. And then I said that they had to go home because their mother doesn't let them go for walks alone like this, she says. And Mother says, no, of course not. These children don't do what they're told, she says. And then she laughs with pure joy between her tears, and then she says it was probably Asle who decided to do it, but now she's so happy, so relieved, that she can't be angry, and anyway now she just wants to go home, get her children back into the house, she says, and the baker's wife says she can have a few more rolls to take with her, and then the baker's wife goes into the bakery. No, it's beyond belief, the baker says. No, Mother says. It's just too terrible, the baker says. Yes, Mother says. And then they just stand there, and then the baker's wife comes out with a brown bag. Have some rolls, she says. And she hands the bag to Mother. Okay, thanks, thank you, she says. And then Mother takes the brown bag, and Asle thinks that this bag is yet another brown color, and then Mother grabs Asle's hand with one hand, the one she's holding the brown bag of rolls with, and she grabs sister's hand with her other hand, and then Mother says now they're going to go home and get back inside safe and sound, and they stand there not moving. What horrible news, the baker's wife says. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. The baker says I don't understand it, he says. I can't believe it, the baker's wife says. How can God let something like that happen? The baker says, how can a good God let something like that happen? He says there is no God, the baker's wife says. Not a good God anyway, she says. Or not a God who's all-powerful anyway, the baker says. I believe that the little boy is with God now. He's resting with God, Mother says. Yes, he is, the baker says. He's at peace with God now. He's resting with God, Mother says. Yes, he is, the baker says. He's at peace with God now. The boy is, he says. Bard. Yes, the baker's wife says. And then they just stand there, and Asle feels Mother gripping his hand so hard that it hurts, and he shakes his hand a little, and Mother loosens her grip a little. We have to believe that he's at peace with God now, Mother says. And then she turns around and they start to go up to the country road, and after they get to the road they start walking up the road, and they can see their house, and Asle thinks that Bard from the headland farm is drowned, he's dead, he's gone forever, he'll never talk to him again, and he can't understand it, because it's only old people who die and are gone forever, not children. Children don't die. Asle thinks he didn't think they could, and dying, being gone forever, was something so far in the future that you couldn't even see it, Asle thinks, and he hears Mother say that she has never been as happy as she was when she saw them. Never ever in her whole life has she felt that happy, felt such joy, she says. I was so happy I could have jumped for joy, Mother says, and then she jumps and she starts laughing. When we get home I'm going to make hot chocolate for you too, and then we'll eat these rolls and drink chocolate, she says. And Asle thinks that sure he can eat the rolls and drink the hot chocolate, but he doesn't really like them, no, but he can't say something like that. He couldn't tell the baker's wife when she was trying to be nice and giving him and sister a roll. All he could do is take it and eat it and say it tasted good, and now he'll probably have to do the same thing when they get home, even if Mother knows full well that he doesn't like hot chocolate or rolls. but she's probably not remembering anything like that now, he thinks, because anyway she likes rolls and hot chocolate, Asle thinks, and I sit here in my car, and I look straight ahead, and I'm already at Instofjord, and I start driving slowly up Signifjord, and I drive carefully, and I think that actually I didn't want a driving license or a car, and now I like driving, I think, and father was the same way, he didn't want a car, but mother kept bringing it up, again and again. She said how great it would be to have a car, and then father says yes, and mother says in that case they should do it soon and actually buy a car, and father nods. Can't you get a driving license? Mother says. And father says he supposes he could, but he doesn't know if he can afford to buy a car. He's just about getting by with his orchard and his boat building out in the shed, and it'll be expensive to get a driving license and even more expensive to buy a car. And however good the fruit harvest is, however many kroner it brings in, and however many boats he builds, and however good and beautiful they are, no, it doesn't add up to all that many kroner, he said. They managed, yes, they got by, but was there really any way to lay out all that money and buy a car? No, he really doesn't know, father said, and mother said they had to be able to manage it the same as everybody else. They weren't any worse off than other folks, she said, and father said that he wasn't sure he could afford to buy a car. He just wasn't, and mother said she was sure he could do it, and father said yes, well, and then he'd have to find the time. He was so busy, he had so much to do. He'd have to build quite a lot of boats that winter for them to manage it, and then in the spring the fruit trees have to be tended to and trimmed and fertilized and sprayed, and the summer is when it's easiest to sell boats, because everyone with a cabin by the water needs a boat, and then comes fall and all the fruit needs to be picked and sorted and packed and sold, father says, and he doesn't know how he's been able to do it, he says, and mother says yes, it's a lot to do, you work hard, but it would really be great to have a car. And more people in Barmen have cars now, yes. Half the families their age in Barmen have bought cars, or almost half anyway, yes, she says. Soon there'll be more people driving to the co-op store to do their shopping than walking, father says. Just about, mother says. Plus we could take car trips, she says. We could drive out to Haugaland and Vika on Highsoy to visit my parents, she says. And my brothers and sisters and nieces and nephews, she says yes, father says. And then, he doesn't say anything else, a car's expensive, he says then. You work all the time, you must make some money, and if other people can buy a car, why can't we?
She says.
But people are paying less and less for boats. Most people want plastic boats now, and there's less work to do on a plastic boat, so it's harder and harder to sell wooden boats for a good price anyway, and I don't get paid as much for the fruit either. That gets lower prices too now that there's so much imported fruit, father says. But you work so hard. You're always busy doing something, mother says. And then she says that other people who work a lot less than he does, they have driving licenses and cars, she says. A driving license isn't free either, father says, and then they don't say anything else. But yes, we'll get a car sooner or later, father says. Well, I'm really looking forward to it. Mother says it would be nice, father says. And I've driven past Asle's farm, and the roads are well cleared like always, because as soon as any snow falls there's Asle with his tractor, I think, and it'll sure be nice to get back home, I think, and I turn off of the country road, and I drive up my driveway, and Asle has cleared that too, I think. As soon as it snows up comes Asle clearing the snow with his old tractor, I think, and I stop in front of the door, and I stay sitting in the car, and I breathe slowly out, and I think that it feels so good to be back home in Dilja, back to my good old house. I think, and I get out of the car, and then open the passenger door and pick up Bragi and then put him down in the snow, and he runs around in the snow and jumps here and there, and then he lifts his leg and lets out a yellow stream, and he makes what looks like a black hole in the snow, but there's yellow, and when he's done he starts running around and around in the powdery snow, and I call him and Bragi stops and he stands there and looks stubbornly at me, and I think so I finally got myself a dog, I think, and then I say come on Bragi, and then he comes trotting over to me, and I go into my house with Bragi at my heels, and then I go into the main room, and then out to the kitchen, still with Bragi at my heels, and I run some water into a bowl, and I put the bowl down in the corner behind the hall door, and Bragi is there in a flash, and he drinks, and then I get another bowl, and I slice a piece of bread, and tear it into pieces, and then I put the bowl of bread pieces down next to the other bowl, and Bragi is there in a flash, and he eats and eats, so he must have been really thirsty and hungry too, yes, I think, standing there looking at the water bowl, and I see that Bragi has drunk up all the water, and I refill the bowl, and I put it back down, and then I see that the food bowl is empty too, and I slice another piece of bread and tear it into pieces and put them in the bowl, but now Bragi just sniffs at the bread and water a bit. He doesn't touch it, and then I go back into the main room with Bragi at my heels and I go and stand where I can look at the painting with the two lines crossing, and even now, well into the daytime hours, it's only half light, or half darkness, whatever you'd call it, I think, and I see that the picture is shining. Yes, even in the half dark it's now like there's a light shining from almost the whole picture, and it's impossible to understand. And yet I do understand at the same time that with these two lines I've made something, I've actually painted a good picture in its way, in its own way, and I know that I won't do anything more with this picture, and I think that I can sell this picture, but for a low price, for much too low a price. Even though this might be one of the best paintings I've ever managed to paint, I think one of the paintings with the most light in it, I think I should keep this painting for myself, because if I sell it, it'll go away somewhere, and then it'll be gone, and then maybe it'll be sold or given to someone else in turn, and I know I wouldn't get much for this picture anyway. No one wants to pay much for a picture like this. Not one painted by me anyway. I know that, so I should keep this picture for myself, because really, yes, even if this picture may be a failure in others' eyes, and for all I know may actually be a bad picture, still it's one where I've truly painted some of what I try to get into all of my pictures. I think that's something that yes, it can't be said, but maybe it can be shown or almost shown, yes, whatever it is that can be captured in a picture somehow and shown rather than said. But not only in a painting, it can be shown at least as well in writing, in literature, I think, and this picture isn't like the others I've painted. You can tell just from the canvas, because I usually like to paint the whole canvas white first instead of letting the canvas show through. That's why I use so much white oil paint. I think that I'm so tired now that the only thing I want to do is get a little sleep, I think, and I hang up my brown shoulder bag on its hook between the bedroom door and the hall door, and then I go out into the hall and hang up my black coat, and I take off my shoes, and then I go back into the main room, and I take off my black velvet jacket, and I hang it on the back of the chair to the left of the round table, and then I go over to the bench that I have in a corner, and I lie down, and even though it's cold in the room, despite the electric heater that's been on full strength while I was gone, and even though I should light the stove, I just lie on the bench and drape the gray wool blanket over me, the one grandmother had when she was lying sick at home in the old house, and that she handed to me when they came to get her and drive her to the hospice, and that I took with me when I left home to go to the academic high school, and that stayed with me ever since. Wherever I lived, the blanket came with me, I think, and I see Bragi come padding over, and he hops up onto the bench with me, and he lies down next to me, and I spread the blanket over him too, and then I stroke his fur up and down, and Bragi presses against me, and he's good and warm, and then I think, well, then I've got myself a dog, and it really was good that Asle cleared the roads. Yes, the main road and the driveway too, yes. How would I ever get by without Asle? Without him and his old tractor? Who else would clear the road up to my house? Yes, I'd probably have to do what I did before I had the driveway built, park my car down on the main road and walk up, but it's steep and it feels like a long walk, especially when I'm carrying something, so it was a real slog to carry everything up to the house. Yes, a real slog, but it was all right. I managed that too, one way or another, before I had the driveway built, I think. But now as soon as any snow falls, there's Asle with his tractor, and he's always home, except for the 2 days a year when he goes to see sister in Oigna, right by Instofjord for Christmas, I think, and I tuck the blanket around me better, and I lie there on the bench with Bragi tucked against me, and I close my eyes, and suddenly I start in fright, because I can clearly hear a screeching sound, the same sound, I think, and it sounds like it's coming from somewhere right near me, right next to me, a screeching, grinding sound, and it has to be coming from an old tractor, I think, and I think that I don't feel so tired anymore, so I must have nodded off, I think, and now I need to get up and get some things done, I think, and now the screeching, grinding noise is very near me, I think, and I get up and Bragi gets up and he stands on the bench and looks at me, so I have a dog now, yes, I think, and I've thought so many times about getting a dog but never done it, I think, and I look at the chair I always sit in on the left next to the round table, and I go and sit down in the chair, and Bragi comes and jumps up and lies in my lap, and I take my bearings. The top of the pine trees outside my house have to be exactly in the middle of the middle right pane of glass in the window, and then I look at the landmark I always look at near the middle of the Signe Sea, and I see waves, and it makes me feel calm in a way to look at the same place at my landmark at the waves there. Every time I fall into a kind of light doze that's a bit like sleep but isn't, maybe, I think, and then I notice that the room is cold, so I need to light a fire in the stove, but it's always so sad and painful to do that. I usually put it off as long as I Until it's so cold that I absolutely have to light the stove, I think. And now, yes, now the room's cold enough that I really do have to light the stove, I think, and then I pet Broggy's fur, and I think now I'll go light the stove, I think, and then there's that noise, that screeching sound, that grinding, I think, but how can I just sit here like this so sluggish that I can't even light the stove no matter how cold it gets in the room, I think, and then I listen to that screeching, grinding noise, and now it's very close, and it's unmistakable. That screeching, grinding noise must be coming from Asle's old tractor, I think. So now Asle will probably be standing outside the door any minute and knocking, I think, and that means it must have snowed more, I think, and I look at the waves and I see Asle and sister walking over to the dairy. They're walking hand in hand, and they've started walking so fast that they seem to want to get to the dairy quickly, and then right back home, I think, and now I really need to stand up and light the stove, I think, and then I hear that it's fallen quiet, so Asle's probably standing in front of the house now, I think, and I hear sister say that now that screeching, grinding noise has disappeared, and Asle says yes, and sister says that it was a terrible noise, and I hear a knock at the door, and I get up, and I'd forgotten I had Broggy on my lap, and he falls onto the floor when I stand up, and he starts yelping loudly. Hush, I say. And Broggy just keeps yelping hush, I say. And now he's barking in a loud and strong voice, and so I pick Broggy up and I hold him in my arms, and Broggy stops barking, and I think that it was probably Asle at the door, my neighbor and friend, I think, and I go out into the hall, and I open the front door, and I see that it snowed a lot since I got home, and I see Asle standing there in his brown snowsuit with a brown fur hat with flaps over the ears down to his long gray beard. Did you get a dog? Asle says that's a surprise, he says. Is it a puppy? He says. And I say that I'm just watching the dog for someone I know in Jorgvin, and he's not a puppy, just a small dog, I say, and Asle asks if I'm watching the dog for my namesake, and I say yes, and Asle says that I've talked about getting a dog so many times that he thought I'd finally gone and done it. No, I say. And I put Broggy down, and he barks a couple times at Asle, who is holding out his fist to him, and then the dog sniffs his hand, and then he relaxes. His name's Broggy, I say. That's a good name for a dog, Asle says. And I see Broggy run out across the snow, and he lifts his leg, and then he stands there and pees. I cleared your driveway earlier today, Asle says, but then it started snowing again, he says. We don't usually get so much snow in Dilja, I say, sometimes it's years between snowfalls, he says. And then we stand there, and I feel tired, but I can tell that Asle's in the mood to talk, and I can't very well not ask him in. You should come inside. I say, you don't mind? He says. No, come in, I say. You waited a long time before inviting me in, he says. Please, you're always welcome, I say. Well, he says. It's cold standing in the door, I say. All right, Asle says. And then he says he has something for me, and then he goes over to his tractor, and he takes 2 shopping bags out of the driver's cabin, and he comes walking over to me holding up the bags. I have something here for you, he says. And I bet you can guess what it is, he says. And he hands me the bags, and they give off a powerful smell of the best smoked lamb ribs, and I see that one bag is almost full of sliced Christmas lamb ribs, and in the other are lots of big pieces of lutefisk packed up well in their own plastic bags. Thank you, I say. Just the way it should be, Asle says, glad to help, he says. Yes, thank you, I say. And then I stand there with a bag in each hand, and the weight feels heavy on both arms, so Asle really must have filled the bags up, I think. I brought a lot this year, Asle says. Can you tell? He says. More than usual, he says. Yes, I can tell, I say. And I did it for a reason, Asle says. Yes, I say. And then there's silence, and that is, Asle says. Yes, I say. It's because this year I want a bigger picture to give sister as a Christmas present, he says. She has enough small ones, he says. You've always given me one of the small ones, he says. I was almost starting to think you'd paint a bunch of small pictures just to make sure you could give me one, Asle says. And I hear what he's saying, and now that I think about it, maybe he's right. Could I maybe have been doing that? But I've painted hardly any small pictures recently. I have just a few, 4 or 5 maybe, so it's fine to give Asle one of the bigger pictures, but the newest one, the one with the St. Andrew's cross, no, he can't have that one, that's for sure. I'd rather he just take all his lamb and fish and go right back home. But no, that's a bad idea, because Asle makes exceptionally good Christmas lamb ribs every year, and his lutefisk tastes exceptionally good too, not to mention the dry, cured mutton he makes. but we still need to come to an agreement about which picture he'll get. It's just that Asle really understands pictures. He can see pretty much right away if it's a good picture or a bad one, and he's always picked out the best one, yes. The best of the small pictures he's been choosing up until now, I think, and then Asle says sister has pictures of mine all over the house by now, in the hall, in the living room, in the stairwell, yes. He can't think of anywhere she doesn't have pictures I've painted, and she has 3 small pictures hanging over her sofa, but it would look nicer there with one big one, he says. So this year he would really like one of my bigger pictures, and I say that's fine, because it's true what he says. He's always taken one of the smaller pictures, but I'd never thought about it before, even if what he's saying is totally right, I say. Yes, you can pick one of the big pictures this year, I say. And Asle says that he doesn't want to be pushy or rude, but he'd be grateful if he could take the picture with him today, because Christmas is coming soon and he has to wrap the painting in proper wrapping paper with pixies and angels and such, and he needs to put the nicest red ribbon he can around the package, and a little card that says, "For my dear sister Guro," he says, and yes, well, he knows he's asked me about this every year recently, but it really would be great if I'd come with him to sisters to celebrate Christmas. It's just the 2 of them, so it would be nice for them if I came along. And of course it's also always much nicer and safer to have 2 people in a boat than just one, he says, so it would be a great help to him as well as making him very happy if I'd come with and celebrate Christmas with sister. Way up in Signifjord. Yes, it takes a whole short day to go to Oigna in the boat, he says. But that's what he's done every year now for quite a few years, rowed there and rowed back, he says. You call her just sister? I say. And I think why am I asking him that now? I guess I do, Asle says. Yes, I guess I've always called her just sister, it's true. Asle says yes, I say. But her name's Guro. Asle says yes, I say. Guro, yes, he says. And then we stay standing silently, but please come in, I say. And Asle says thank you, and he comes into the hall, and I call Bragi, and he comes running right into the hall, and then he stands there on the floor and shakes the snow off himself, and snow flies in all directions, and I shut the front door, and Asle says he can't go tracking snow into my living room, or studio as it's called, or whatever it is, in his boots, so if it's all right he'll just take off his boots and pick out a picture today. Yes, that would be great, and I say yes, of course. He should just come right in, he's always welcome, I say, and Asle says then in that case he should probably take off his snowsuit too. Even though it's a bit of a hassle, he says, and then he takes off his boots and fur hat, and then unzips the front of his snowsuit and starts twisting and turning, and he says this coat is a real pain, but it always keeps you warm. It really does, he says. My sister's name is Guro. Yes, Asle says yes, I say. And I think that that's strange too, because the woman I ran into in Jorgvin, who kept Bragi for the night at her place, was named Guro as well, and it's not such a common name, but maybe it was a common name in the countryside at one point, I think. And the dog's name is Bragi. Yes, I say, what a nice little scamp, Asle says. And again he holds out his hand to Bragi, who goes over to Asle and licks his hand a couple of times, and then Asle clutches Bragi's fur and tugs a little, and now they're good friends, I think. Bragi, yes you are, Asle says. And he says if I need someone to watch the dog for me, I should just call him. He says, and I think that actually it's kind of strange that in all these years Asle has only ever talked about sister and almost never called her Guro. I think, and we go into the main room, and Asle says I keep it so cold in the room that he should probably go back out to the hall and put his snowsuit back on. He says, don't I have a fire in the stove? I have plenty of wood in the shed. Last summer he drove a giant load of wood to my house and we stacked it all in the shed, good dry birch wood, and a generous amount of kindling and wood chips, he says, and now here I was without a fire in the stove, and not only do I have more than enough wood in the shed, there's also lots of wood in the wood box. He can see that, and kindling and wood chips, yes. So now things with me have reached the point that I'd rather sit there freezing instead of lighting a good fire in the stove. He just doesn't know. Asle says, and I don't know quite what to say, because I do probably need to defend myself or explain myself somehow, but what should I say? And why haven't I lit the stove? Yes, well, it's probably just that I was too tired or something, I think, and that's something I can say. I was so tired that I just lay right down. I say yes, well, that makes sense, Asle says. Back and forth to Jorgvin 3 times in the same day, and then again the next day to get back home. That'd tire you out, he says. Yes, I say. When I got home, I lay down on the bench with the blanket over me and the dog was lying next to me, so I wasn't cold, I say. If you're wrapped in a good blanket, it's true you don't get cold so easily, Asle says. And he says that your body heat stays trapped in the blanket somehow, and that's how it keeps you so warm. But since I'm tired, he can light the stove for me. That's easy enough, he says, and I see Asle go over to the stove and open the hatch, and he starts putting wood in it, and I go out to the kitchen, and I see the 6 shopping bags I bought yesterday on the kitchen table. Yes, I drove right back to Bjorgvin without even taking everything out of the bags, I think, and I need to put the food away soon. There are already so many bags on the kitchen table that I need to put the lamb and fish Asle brought me in the pantry under the stairs to the attic right away, the same as I usually do, but it can wait because both the lamb ribs and the lutefisk will be fine in the cold kitchen, I think, and then I put the 2 shopping bags Asle brought me up on the table with the other bags that are already there, and now there are no fewer than 8 shopping bags there, I think, and I go back into the main room, and I see the stove hatch standing open, and Asle is there looking at the logs in the stove. It'll catch in a second, Asle says, so we'll be warmer soon, he says. And he holds out his hands to the stove, and he says that the stove is already nice and warm. You're probably freezing, you should come over here and warm up, he says. And to tell the truth, I do feel a little cold, and I go over to Asle, and I stand next to him by the stove, and I hold my hands above the stove, and it's good to feel the warmth coming up towards my hands. They really were quite cold, I feel. It'll start to warm up in your stove soon, Asle says. And then Bragi comes slinking in, and he lies down in front of the stove, and then I just stand there not saying anything. And now I can take a look at the pictures and pick out one for sister? Asle says. Yes, I say. And Asle turns around and he says that the stack of finished big paintings is big now, but the stack of smaller pictures isn't that big, he says, so I must not have been painting as many smaller pictures as I usually do, he says, and I say that's right, and I don't know why, that's just how it is, I say, and Asle says, well, that's usually how it goes, things turn out however they're going to turn out, he says, and then we just stand there by the stove, and I feel warmth spreading through my body. And it feels good, and Asle again says that this year he wants a big picture. I've always, for whatever reason, given him one of the small pictures every other year, and that's fine. Of course I need to be thrifty to get by. Tubes of oil paint and canvases aren't free now, or they know, and of course I get more money for a big painting than I do for a smaller one. He understands all that. But he's been thinking for some years now that he really wanted to give sister one of the bigger paintings. But I'd always taken him over to the stack of small paintings and shown him those, and he decided among them and chosen a small picture, and if he hadn't been able to decide on one of those, then I'd found some more pictures and put them on the living room table, but always small ones. Yes, well, what do I mean living room table? It's been years since you could call it a living room table, strictly speaking, a table you could sit around, could eat at, because there've been tubes of paint and brushes and a hammer and nails and a saw and cloths and rags and other junk, and he doesn't know how I can find what I need in that mess. But then again, I do have that good long kitchen table. Yes, it's been there all these years, since long before when Asle and I moved into the house. Yes, it was there when old Asle lived in the house, Asle says. Yes, and that goes for the living room table too. Of course, all the furniture. Yes, we didn't change that much because there's also the round table with the 2 chairs that's still in front of the window, the same as it was when old Asle lived in the house, and the same bench in the same corner it used to be in, Asle says, and then there's silence. Yes, you and Asle, he says. Asle and Asle, yes, he says. Yes, I say. It's so sad she got sick and passed away when she was so young, and it was so sudden too, Asle says. And then we just stand there, and we don't say anything, it's like we're frozen in place, and I see Asle the first time we walked into the kitchen together, and she says she'd always thought they were so beautiful. Old Elise's old kitchen table with the old chairs, she said. And then when we went into the living room, she said the same thing about the furniture there. And she especially liked the round table with the 2 chairs in front of the window so that you could sit and look out at Sigmy Sea. That in particular she'd always liked so much, she said, and then she'd sat down in the chair on the right, and I'd sat down in the chair on the left. And that's the way we always sat from then on, me in the chair on the left, where I still sit, and Asle in the chair on the right, I think, and I turn around and I see Asle sitting in the chair on the right looking out at Sigmy Sea. She's sitting there at the window without moving, and her long dark hair is hanging loose down over her back, and I don't want to see her, and I don't want to think about her because it's too terrible, the pain is too great, so I don't want to do it, I think. And Asle says he's sorry, he shouldn't have mentioned Asle, and I don't say anything, and then we just stand there by the stove, and then Asle says the best thing would be, yes, well, as he's already said, if he could pick out a picture today, or at least look through them today, so he can think it over, think about which picture sister would like best. If he didn't see it right away, he says, and I say that's fine, of course he can look at the pictures today, and I think that actually there's no one besides Asle that I show my pictures to, before they're shown at the Bear Gallery in Jorgven, and that it won't be long before I have a new exhibition there, but I have enough pictures for the show, so now I just need to, actually as soon as I can drive the pictures to Jorgven, yes, the 13 pictures I'm going to show, or, at least it's going to be 13 once Asle has taken one for himself, no more and no less. Though that's fewer than usual. Usually I have 13 big pictures and 6 small pictures, 19 all in all. I really believe in the number 9, and I always want it to be in there one way or another, or else it can be a number where the digits add up to make 9 or something, I think. But the woman supposedly named Giro told me that the number that brings me luck, yes, my lucky number, is 8 or 4. Times 2, as she also said, because that was the number she got to by adding up the digits of my birthday. She said,